Cultivation automatic. I became a Buddha king in a demon sect. Luli found himself transmigrated, becoming a novice disciple of the demon sect, accompanied by a martial arts system. Any technique, once learned, could be cultivated autonomously. However, he faced setbacks. Your blood-devouring demon technique has regressed due to a lack of human blood absorption, leading to a depressed mood. Your bone-crushing palm has made no progress, as you have only slain chickens and ducks, leaving you unsatisfied. Your 7-kill fist is displeased with your kind heart, causing regression in your cultivation. Your spectral shadow steps lack energy due to the absence of integration with ghostly soul power, resulting in no progress. Faced with these system notifications, Luli felt utterly helpless. Thus, he began to cultivate orthodox techniques within the demon sect. Chapter 1. Transmigration in the demon sect. In the 10,000 demon mountain, within the Yinming ghost sect, a cavernous hall emanated a chilling aura. Luli stood solemnly in the center, his brow furrowed, head bowed. Alongside him were 9 other novice disciples, all equally tense and afraid to breathe. Before them sat an elder clad in black robes, occupying a throne of bones, his scarlet eyes glimmering with a terrifying pressure akin to a mountain. This man was Lu Li's master, the ghost demon true man, a formidable figure at the late Golden Core stage, known for his bloodthirsty nature. Any sign of displeasure could lead to a murderous outburst. 3 months have passed. Today, I shall inspect your progress, the ghost demon true man intoned, his voice as cold as ice, seemingly capable of freezing souls. He raised a finger and pointed. Xiaoyan, you shall go first. Yes. The named disciple stepped forward, trembling with respect. Master, I specialize in the blood-devouring demon technique. Please evaluate my progress. With that, he initiated his technique. A vivid crimson aura erupted from his brow, swirling around him with remarkable agility. This was the blood-devouring demon aura, capable of draining an enemy's life force in an instant upon contact, a truly eerie spectacle. Your technique is dexterous but lacks true demonic essence. You must absorb more fresh blood, preferably that of cultivators, the ghost demon true man remarked coldly. Thank you for your guidance, master. Xiaoyan wiped his brow, bowed respectfully, and returned to his place. Han Li, you are next. The ghost demon true man called out another name. Han Li, pale and trembling, stepped forward, bowing. I practiced the bone-crushing palm. Please assess my technique. He began demonstrating, executing powerful and fierce moves. However, midway through, the ghost demon true man scoffed. Humph, your bone-crushing palm is feeble, devoid of any murderous intent. I can only assume you have been practicing on chickens and ducks. Upon finishing his words, a surge of black mist erupted, morphing into a 10-meter-long black serpent that lunged, swallowing the disciple whole. Master, no. The disciple barely had time to scream before being consumed. As the others looked on in horror, the serpent coiled, shrank, and transformed into a droplet of blood that floated back to the ghost demon true man. He inhaled sharply, consuming the blood droplet, his crimson eyes gleaming with cold disdain. I do not accept waste among my disciples. If you do not diligently cultivate, this shall be your fate. We understand, master, the disciples hastily replied, some trembling in terror. At the back of the line, Luli remained stoic, though his face was grim. Silently, he summoned the system panel. Host, Luli, Realm, Chi Refining First Layer. Blood-devouring demon technique. First layer, progress 1. Bone-crushing palm. First layer, progress 5. 7-kill fist. First layer, progress 0. Spectral shadow steps. First layer, progress 10. The system panel was simple, yet undeniably his unique advantage. Indeed, Luli had transmigrated. Before this, he was a game developer, working on an idle game, when he suddenly passed away. After his transmigration, he became a novice disciple of the Yinming ghost sect. The game he had developed turned into his external aid, allowing him to cultivate any learned technique autonomously. Yet he faced setbacks. Your blood-devouring demon technique has regressed due to a lack of human blood absorption, leading to a depressed mood. Your bone-crushing palm has made no progress, as you have only slain chickens and ducks, leaving you unsatisfied. Your 7-kill fist is displeased with your kind heart, causing regression in your cultivation. Your spectral shadow steps lack energy due to the absence of integration with ghostly soul power, resulting in no progress. Observing the system logs, Luli sighed inwardly. He felt utterly inadequate. He couldn't even defeat the outer sect's menial workers, and even if he resolved to practice demonic arts, he could not bring himself to kill. Just then, a piercing scream echoed in his ears. Another disciple had been swallowed. Luli looked up, realizing only 2 remained before it was his turn. Was he destined to meet the same fate? Gazing at the ghost demon true man seated upon his throne of bones, Luli felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Your 7-kill fist is meant to kill oneself before others. What manner of practice is this? Die. The ghost demon true man's cold voice rang out, and the disciple who had just demonstrated exploded into a bloody mist. Moments later, the spectral shadow steps are swift as a ghost, yet your movements are slower than my long-deceased grandmother's. Die. The ghost, demon, true man's voice resonated again, and yet another disciple exploded into a cloud of blood, consumed by the enraged master. Then, a chilling gaze fell upon Lu Li. He internally lamented, his complexion paling. It was his turn. Lu Li, what is this nonsense? I have imparted 4 demonic techniques to you, yet you show no progress. The ghost demon true man suddenly appeared before Lu Li, his voice dripping with malice. Lu Li forced a smile, unsure how to respond. Should he confess that he was a good person unfit for demonic cultivation? Such a revelation would surely lead to his demise. Thus, he steeled himself and respectfully bowed. Master, I've comprehended the techniques. Please grant me another month, and I shall ensure your satisfaction. Were it not for your decent aptitude, I would have flattened you into a pancake. I shall grant you another month. Should you fail to cultivate, I will flay you and turn you into a scarecrow. The ghost demon true man's voice was menacing. Flaying into a scarecrow? At this, Lu Li's heart trembled, his face paling. With a swift motion, the ghost demon true man returned to his throne, his gaze icy. This inspection has left me very dissatisfied. In a month, if you remain this useless, you shall all perish. Now begone. With a wave of his hand, a tempest arose, instantly sweeping the remaining 7 disciples out of the cavern. Disciple takes leave. The 7 disciples dared not protest, bowing once more before turning to leave. Before departing, several peers cast envious glances at Lu Li. In the Yiming Go sect, a golden core elder typically accepted only 2 or 3 disciples at a time. They eagerly wished for Lu Li, with his promising aptitude, to meet an untimely end, so they might become the true disciples of the ghost demon true man. What should he do now? Lu Li stood halfway up the mountain, gazing at the endless sea of clouds before him, feeling adrift. Was he to await death? Would he transmigrate again? However, the Yiming Go sect was a place dedicated to nurturing spirits and refining souls. To be killed by the ghost demon true man would undoubtedly result in his soul's destruction. Could he transmigrate again? Furthermore, in this world of immortals and demons, would it not be a waste not to cultivate? Contemplating this, Lu Li felt a surge of unwillingness. He must strive to cultivate. Yet even if he resolved to push himself, a month would yield little progress. After much thought, the only solution was to choose a technique suited for him, to cultivate rapidly and demonstrate satisfactory progress to the ghost demon true man. He resolved to visit the scripture repository once more. With determination, Lu Li hurried down the mountain path towards the repository. Chapter 2. Acquiring techniques was a considerable distance away. Lu Li spent the better part of a day traversing the path, arriving at the just as darkness fell. Halt! Present your token. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, a stern voice echoed directly within his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mighty mountain. This was a spiritual pressure surpassing even that of the Gue Mo Zhenrun. Lu Li dared not delay, hastily producing the Sect's jade pendant bestowed upon him by the Gue Mo Zhenrun. With a hum, the pendant resonated, emitting a brilliant light. The stern voice resounded once more. Entry-level disciples may only access the first floor of the Dongda. Any attempt to venture to the second floor will result in death without mercy. This disciple obeys, Lu Li replied, clasping his hands in respect before he stepped further into the Dongda. Inside the Dongjing, many individuals milled about, yet an eerie silence pervaded the atmosphere. Lu Li tread carefully, slightly bowing his head, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. These were ruthless practitioners of the demonic path, known to take lives without a second thought. While the Yiming Zone may not rank among the top 5 in terms of strength, its disciples certainly ranked among the top 3 in terms of ruthlessness. A mere disagreement could lead to immediate violence. Hence, the relatively weak Lu Li made it a point to avoid provoking anyone. Fortunately, the passing disciples of the Gue Zone seemed indifferent to his presence, a mere insect in their eyes. Soon, Lu Li arrived before the Dongda. Despite being called a Dongda, it was in truth a colossal black stone edifice towering 33 stories high, reaching skyward and connecting with the stars. Surrounding the Dongda were flickering arrays of black and white light. These formations ensured that any disturbances would trigger a lethal response, capable of obliterating even Yuan-Ing level practitioners in an instant. Moreover, the Zhangjigo harbored ancient beings of transformation. Holding his breath, Lu Li lifted his foot and stepped through the grand entrance. Upon entering, he spotted an elderly man with white hair seated beside the door, resting with closed eyes. Adorning his neck was a necklace of human skulls. Lu Li dared not linger, quickly moving past him to search for demonic techniques on the first floor. The first floor was vast, extending over 3 miles in length and width, populated by many individuals, primarily disciples in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. As a Qi refining novice, Lu Li was not particularly conspicuous among the throng. He diligently examined each jade slip. The Bai Gu Yin Xanju requires the bones of living humans. Unsuitable. The Shui Shiemo Tong requires 100 pairs of human eyes. Unsuitable. The Xinmo Jian requires the absorption of Insha energy, refining it into the heart and lungs to nourish the sword. This one seems promising. 50 years to minor success? Never mind. As he continued his search, his brow furrowed deeper. True to its nature, the demonic Sect's collection on the first floor was rife with sinister techniques, each requiring the harvesting of human eyes or bones steeped in malevolence. Even the body refinement techniques akin to the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt demanded the infusion of human blood and ghostly energy. After an exhaustive search, Lu Li found not a single suitable technique. Just when he thought he might be condemned to wait for death, a deep voice resonated beside him. "Young man, are you so discerning that you deem the techniques on this floor unworthy?" Turning, Lu Li beheld the white-haired elder, towering over 2 meters, his gaze fierce and reminiscent of a man-eating bear. Clearly, he was a formidable expert, and who else could guard but an extraordinary individual? Lu Li bit his lip and replied, "This disciple does not presume to be so bold. I merely seek a technique that suits my abilities. I see potential in you. Most of the techniques here would be suitable for you. Why do you not select one?" The elder inquired, his tone condescending. "While these techniques are indeed impressive, I seek one that is less bloody, one that does not require the harvesting of human blood or bones, nor the absorption of ghostly energy," Lu Li explained. "Nonsense. Our Yiming Gue Zong is a demonic sect. If we do not kill nor cultivate ghosts, what then is our purpose? You, young man, do not wish to cultivate such techniques? Speak. Are you a spy sent by the righteous sect?" The elder's voice thundered, reverberating in Lu Li's ears and nearly shattering his eardrums. Strangely, despite the elder's booming voice, the surrounding disciples of the Gue Zong appeared oblivious. It was a barrier. Only someone at the Jindan level could casually cast such a barrier. Coming to his senses, Lu Li chuckled wryly and said, "Elder, have you ever encountered a spy so inept? If I were truly a spy, my master would likely have me eliminated by the end of the month." The elder nodded, turning to leave tea that moment. Lu Li, gritting his teeth, stepped forward to block the elder's path and inquired, "Elder, do you perhaps have a technique suitable for this disciple's cultivation? Might you grant me a copy?" The elder's eyes narrowed, and a mountain-like pressure descended upon Lu Li. He felt as if he bore the weight of a mountain upon his shoulders, threatening to crush him. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat. Suddenly, the pressure eased, and the elder remarked, "Well, I see you possess some tenacity, that I shall grant you a technique, but know that knowledge is not given lightly. I must test you first." Lu Li's expression brightened, and he replied, "Please, elder, proceed with the test." The elder stroked the skull necklace at his chest, pondering for a moment before furrowing his brow and asking, "Can a toad ever taste swan meat?" This question held profound meaning. Lu Li immediately grasped its implication. "Answer quickly," the elder urged impatiently. Indeed, Lu Li's eyes sparkled as he responded, bowing respectfully. Can a toad truly taste swan meat?" The elder's eyes glimmered with interest. "Indeed, but the toad only consumes swans that others have shot down," Lu Li replied candidly. Upon hearing this answer, the elder's expression darkened, a hint of green flickering above his head. "Has this disciple passed the test?" Seeing the elder's displeasure, Lu Li cautiously inquired. Consider yourself fortunate. You have passed." The elder's expression soured as he waved his hand, producing 2 jade slips and tossing them to Lu Li. "Thank you, elder," Lu Li exclaimed joyfully, swiftly catching them. "These are techniques I obtained from slaying 2 Yuaning practitioners. They are yours. Now begone. You have ruined my good mood for the day." With that, the elder darkly gestured, and a gust of wind swept through, spinning the world around Lu Li. With a loud crash, he found himself plummeting to the ground. When he regained his footing, he realized he had returned to the peak of Gue Mo Zhanren's mountain. At the foot of the mountain lay his cave dwelling. Had he misspoken? Lu Li felt a twinge of confusion. But dismissing such thoughts, he raced forward with exhilaration, dashing to his cave and retrieving the jade slips. Upon examination, he discovered the names of the techniques: Zixia Lian Rizhun Jing and Jinggang Ju. Chapter 3: Astonishing the 3,000 Buddhas. The Zixia Refining Sun True Scripture. The Flying Heaven Temple's True Transmission Technique. Inhaling purple qi in the morning and flying clouds in the evening, condensing a singular essence of the 5 elements blazing sun energy, brilliant and intense, incinerating all. The Vajra Technique. A body refinement divine skill from the Vajra Temple, comprising 12 levels. After cultivation, the physical body becomes comparable to a magical artifact, indestructible like a Vajra, with boundless divine power. Both techniques are incomplete, possessing only the upper half. However, they are authentic orthodox methods. Lu Li recognized them at a glance. The Flying Heaven Temple is one of the 3 great Taoist temples in the world, located in the east, overseeing countless spiritual realms. The Vajra Temple is one of the 3,000 Buddhas in the west. In the current world, the righteous path thrives. And under the joint suppression of the Taoist and Buddhist sects, the demonic cult can only cower in the myriad demon mountains, struggling for survival, afraid to even step outside. Therefore, there is no future in the demonic cult. Lu Li yearned to escape the demonic cult and cultivate within the Taoist sect. But the vast expanse of the myriad demon mountains made it impossible to fly out without the golden core cultivation. He decided to cultivate first. But which technique should he start with? Lu Li glanced out the window. The sky was adorned with brilliant stars, the Milky Way shining brightly. And 3 golden moons hung above the starry river, illuminating the world. It was night. He could only cultivate the Zixia refining sun true scripture in the morning. Thus, he resolved to practice the Vajra technique. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, he pressed the jade tablet of the Vajra technique against his forehead, silently reciting the incantation while adjusting his posture, and began his cultivation. Soon, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have learned the Vajra technique. Vajra technique, level 1, progress 1. Your Vajra technique is highly satisfied with your strong will, enhancing the cultivation effect by 50, and progress increases by 1. Just as he set down the jade tablet, another system notification appeared. Indeed, he was suited for cultivating orthodox techniques. A smile spread across Lu Li's face. Without hesitation, he picked up the jade tablet again to delve deeper into its mysteries. Time passed, and soon a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Your Vajra technique has become more satisfying due to your diligent contemplation, enhancing the cultivation effect by 80. And progress increases by 3. Lu Li's eyes sparkled. The system, he silently called out, and the system panel appeared. Host, Lu Li, Vajra technique, level 1, progress 5. In less than a night, the progress of this technique surpassed that of 3 months of practicing the bone-crushing palm. At this rate, could he not complete the first level in 20 days? The first level of the Vajra technique, once perfected, would grant him formidable strength, capable of lifting 10,000 pounds. That would suffice. However, would practicing orthodox techniques within the demonic cult lead to being struck down by its practitioners? Lu Li felt a twinge of worry. Regardless, if he could not pass the trial of the ghostly demon master in a month, he would still meet his demise. Either way, death awaited him. He might as well cultivate first. Lu Li focused his mind and continued to ponder the subsequent techniques of the Vajra technique. Eventually, he fell asleep. Upon waking the next day, he opened the system log to find Bloodthirsty Demonic Art, Bone-Crushing Palm, and 7 Kill Fist had all regressed due to your fickle disposition and dissatisfaction. Your Vajra technique, after a night of diligent practice, increased progress by 3. Your Vajra technique, feeling despondent for not having listened to the Buddhist scriptures, has decided to cease cultivation for a day. No, just as Lu Li's smile had blossomed. His expression abruptly darkened upon reading the last entry. These martial arts were far too temperamental. They could actually go on strike? Lu Li's countenance soured. At this rate, he might not even attain the first level of the Vajra technique in a month. However, he could recite the Buddhist scriptures. Lu Li's expression turned resolute as he sat on the stone bed, forming a lotus seal with his hands and murmuring softly as he began to recite the Heart Sutra. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, practicing deep prajnaparamita, perceives that all 5 aggregates are empty. This was the Heart Sutra, the only Buddhist scripture he knew. In the past, while developing game programs, when he couldn't find bugs and was on the verge of exploding with frustration, he would recite the Heart Sutra to calm his emotions. Over time, he had memorized it thoroughly. As he finished reciting the sutra, in the West, in the land of the Buddhas, countless statues of Buddhas, Arhats, and Bodhisattvas in the grand halls of the 3,000 Buddhas suddenly trembled. Then, these statues collectively emitted an enormous golden light, soaring into the sky, merging in the heavens to form a colossal divine phantom, the Supreme Buddha. In that instant, the radiance was boundless, covering the earth. In the 3,000 Buddhas, millions of Buddhist practitioners were startled, soaring into the sky, bowing in reverence toward the divine phantom of the Supreme Buddha, Amitabha. The most astonished and elated were the monks of the Great Thundersound Temple, the foremost of the Buddhist sections. Within the Great Thundersound Temple, 3 divine monks had manifested. Gazing at the Buddha in the sky and the countless trembling statues of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the 3 divine monks' pupils quivered, losing composure. Soon, the myriad statues returned to tranquility. The Buddha light faded, and the Supreme Buddha gradually dissipated. The collective chanting of the Buddhas and the appearance of the Supreme Buddha were unforeseen phenomena that the old monk never expected to witness in his lifetime. One of the white-browed monks expressed deep emotion. This signifies the flourishing of our Buddha sect. Either a reincarnated Buddha child has emerged, or the Supreme Buddhist scripture has manifested. Another tall, stern monk stated gravely, "The Buddha is in the south." Finally, a short, unattractive monk gazed into the distance, slowly uttering 4 words. As soon as he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Buddhist realm. The south is the myriad demon mountains, the domain of the demonic cult. If the demonic cult were to find the reincarnated Buddha child or the supreme Buddhist scripture first, it would be the greatest misfortune for the Buddhist sect. The demonic cult lies hidden in the myriad demon mountains, recuperating. It is time to eradicate them. Amitabha, the demonic path must be extinguished. Let us contact the Taoist sect and prepare to attack the demonic cult. The three divine monks exchanged glances, resolute in their decision. Additionally, the white-browed monks' gaze deepened. Send disciples of the Buddha sect into the myriad demon mountains to secretly search for the Buddha child and the scriptures. We must not allow the demonic cult or the Taoist sect to find them first. In that instant, countless messages spread from the Buddhist realm. In the Central Plains, a languidly beautiful woman slowly opened her enchanting eyes and yawned. Her gaze was as cool as the moon. She slightly raised her eyelids, looking toward the west, a slight frown forming on her brow. Then, her gaze shifted to the south. The myriad demon mountains, was it? Her frown deepened. Simultaneously, across the overseas islands, the abyssal demons and the various sects of the demonic path in the myriad demon mountains stirred. The long quiet world was now rife with undercurrents, as major forces began to stir restlessly. Yet, at this moment, the true instigator of the world's turmoil, Lu Li, was in his cave dwelling, overflowing with excitement. For the Vajra technique had flooded his notifications. Your Vajra technique, having listened to the supreme Buddhist scripture, gained profound insight and entered a state of enlightenment. Progress increased by 2. Progress increased by 3. Progress increased by 2. Progress increased by 4. A crisp chime resonated. Congratulations, host. Your Vajra technique has broken through to the second level. But that was not all. An even more delightful notification appeared. Congratulations, host. Your Vajra technique has evolved into the indestructible Vajra divine art due to your profound understanding gained from the supreme Buddhist scripture. As the voice faded, an astonishing power surged forth from his dantian, spreading throughout his meridians. Simultaneously, a series of cracking noises echoed as his muscles and bones erupted with energy. His flesh seemed to inflate as if being filled with air. Lu Li's strength began to soar. 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds, 3,000 pounds, 8,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds, 12,000 pounds. Boundless divine power. Chapter 4. Another breakthrough. Such powerful strength. How many wild northeast tigers can I take on? In his cave dwelling, Lu Li sprang from the stone bed, clenching his fists, feeling the overwhelming power within him, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Just one night, he has cultivated the Jin Gang Ju to the second layer. Such an astonishingly rapid advancement in cultivation speed is truly remarkable. Moreover, his strength has reached an impressive 12,000 pounds. With a full-powered punch, he could easily obliterate a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner. This is merely the breakthrough to the second layer. Once he ascends to the third, fourth, and fifth layers, he will be invincible beneath the golden core stage. What's more, the Jin Gang Ju has undergone an evolution. Lu Li hurriedly approached the mirror, scrutinizing his physical form for any abnormalities. Indeed, he discovered that his skin had taken on a faint golden bronze hue. At first glance, it was hardly noticeable. Upon touching it, he felt a slight hardness, reminiscent of fish scales or turtle shells. Could it truly be indestructible? Lu Li pondered in astonishment. In the next moment, he raised both hands, clenched them into fists, and struck them together forcefully. The sound resonated like a clear bell. Then, imitating a gorilla, he began to pound his chest. The rhythmic thuds echoed continuously. The metallic sound produced was akin to the legendary indestructible techniques showcased in Tian Xia Di. How intriguing. Lu Li paused, unable to contain his joy. With a body that is indestructible, he no longer had to fear ambushes. After all, in this demonic sect, one must be wary of the myriad of stealthy assassination techniques and treacherous artifacts. With the indestructible technique at his disposal, he could sleep more soundly. Filled with excitement, Lu Li prepared to continue cultivating the indestructible technique. However, upon glancing outside, he noticed the sun had risen high. Never mind. He decided to first master the Zi Xia Lian Ri Jin Jing and let it cultivate on its own. In this demonic sect, possessing an additional technique meant an extra chance at survival. After a brief contemplation, Lu Li turned and exited his cave dwelling. Soon, he arrived at the edge of a cliff behind the cave, seated himself on a stone platform, regulated his breathing, and began to silently recite the mantra of the Zi Xia Lian Ri Jin Jing for meditation and cultivation. A sound chimed. Congratulations, host. You have learned the Zi Xia Lian Ri Jin Jing. Zi Xia Lian Ri Jin Jing. First layer, progress 1. The system promptly notified him. Your Zi Xia Lian Ri Jin Jing has absorbed the essence of the sun, uplifting your spirits and enhancing the cultivation effect by 50. With progress increasing by 1. Your Zi Xia Lian Ri Jin Jing examined your physical form and expressed satisfaction, preparing to accelerate cultivation, enhancing the effect by 150. Excellent. Lu Li nodded in approval upon hearing the system notification. It seems this Zi Xia Lian Ri Jin Jing is indeed a diligent and eager student. Lost in thought, A surge of warmth suddenly rose within his abdomen, releasing a gentle vapor that circulated through the meridians, flowing throughout his body. Instantly, Lu Li felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, dispelling any hunger. Is this what it means to be a practitioner? To feast on the wind and dew? To absorb the brilliance of the sun and moon, without needing to eat? A spark of realization lit up in Lu Li's eyes. Perhaps this could enhance his cultivation speed. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he glanced around, gritted his teeth, and began to remove his clothing. In the blink of an eye, he was left with only a modest covering. Ding! The system notification echoed in his mind. Because you are in complete contact with the essence of the sun. The Zixia Lian Rizhen Jing is invigorated, enhancing the cultivation effect by an additional 100. Progress increases by 1. Indeed, this is the proper way to cultivate this technique. Lu Li chuckled. Thus, he shed his final piece of cloth, embracing the sunlight in its most natural state. Simultaneously, he began to silently recite the Heart Sutra. The indestructible technique continued to resonate. Your Jing Gang Ju has entered a state of enlightenment due to listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures. Progress increases by 2. Progress increases by 3. Progress increases by 1. Time passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, nightfall enveloped the sky. The stars began to twinkle. Lu Li slowly opened his eyes, concluding his practice. The warmth radiating from his body began to flow back into his dantian, coalescing into a sphere of solar energy. It felt as though he had suddenly acquired a perfectly cooked hot egg in his stomach. System. Lu Li summoned the system panel. Host, Lu Li. Realm. First layer of Qi refinement. Jing Gang Ju. Second layer, progress 78. Zixia Lian Rizhen Jing. First layer, 36. Shi Shui Mo Gong. First layer, progress 0. Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhong. First layer, progress 0. Qi Sha Quan. First layer, progress 0. Ling Gue Meiying Bu. First layer, progress 10. Not bad. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction. The Jing Gang Ju is on the verge of another breakthrough. When that happens, his physical body will be further reinforced, capable of withstanding attacks from fully realized Qi refinement artifacts, impervious to water and fire. Additionally, the Zixia Lian Rizhen Jing will likely also break through tomorrow, forming a strand of 5 elements solar energy. His realm would thus elevate to the second layer of Qi refinement. However, this is a demonic sect. Suddenly, Lu Li's smile froze as a thought struck him. Practitioners of the demonic sect can easily discern his cultivation level and the techniques he practices. To cultivate the true teachings of the Fei Tian Guan within a demonic sect, that would be courting death. The Jing Gang Ju is more acceptable as it is merely a body refinement technique, widely circulated, with even altered versions within the demonic sect. But the Zixia Lian Rizhen Jing is the true secret technique of the Fei Tian Guan. Once cultivated, he would be recognized as a true disciple of the sect. According to the rules of the demonic sect, he would be subjected to the lighting of the soul lamp. By the end of the month, it is likely that the demon master would strike him down upon sight. Gasp! The mere thought sent a chill through Lu Li. No wonder the white-haired elder in the library had given him 2 orthodox techniques at once. It was a deliberate trap. Such treachery. Indeed, those of the demonic path harbor ill intentions. How could he have been so engrossed in cultivation that he failed to realize this? Lu Li silently cursed himself. To make matters worse, having reached the first layer now, it would be too late to abandon this technique. It seems this martial art is quite diligent. It would surely break through to the second layer within a month. What to do now? Lu Li frowned, lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered a certain location. The Wangue Ku. The Wangue Ku is a place where the Yin Ming Gue zone raises spirits. Any disciple can enter the Wangue Ku to subdue spirits, nurturing them as spiritual ghosts to fight for them. Naturally, with a multitude of spirits gathered, the Yin energy is extremely dense. The Zixia Lian Rizhen Jing thrives on sunlight. Staying in an area heavy with Yin energy would undoubtedly be uncomfortable, and his cultivation would regress. However, the Wangue Ku is fraught with danger. It houses common spirits like hungry ghosts, big-headed ghosts, long-tongued ghosts, and water ghosts, as well as more formidable vengeful spirits like ghost infants. These vengeful spirits are tragic. They are souls of mortals captured by disciples of the ghost sect, subjected to inhumane torment, and upon death, they transform into fierce souls, filled with resentment. They dwell in the Wangue Ku, consuming one another, their powers fierce. Ultimately, they give rise to ghost kings. Lu Li's master, the demon master, possesses 3 golden core ghost kings, renowned for their ferocity. Therefore, for safety's sake, he must elevate the Jing Gang Ju to the 3rd layer before venturing to the Wangue Ku. With this resolved, Lu Li wasted no time, sitting cross-legged, silently reciting the Heart Sutra, and continuing his cultivation. Then he fell asleep again. Upon awakening the next day, he felt refreshed. In his mind, the system notification resounded. Your Jing Gang Ju, having listened to the supreme Buddhist scriptures, entered a state of enlightenment. Progress increases by 1. Progress increases by 2. Progress increases by 2. After a night of diligent practice, your Jing Gang Ju has advanced to the 3rd layer. Chapter 5, Wangue Ku. With a crackling sound. As the technique broke through, Lu Li's body emitted a sound akin to frying beans. His strength surged once more at an astonishing rate. 13,000 pounds. 15,000 pounds. 20,000 pounds. And it showed no signs of stopping. 22,000 Jin and 24,000 Jin. Ultimately, Lu Li's strength reached an astonishing 24,000 Jin. Feeling the overwhelming power surging within his body, Lu Li could no longer contain himself and struck his fist against the stone bed. With a resounding bang, the 3-foot-thick solid stone bed shattered, sending fragments flying like powder. Excellent. Lu Li retracted his fist and couldn't help but laugh aloud. This mightiest of powers could knock down even the most formidable foes with a single blow. Perhaps he could even wield a Rui Jingu Bang. Excitedly contemplating this, Lu Li approached the mirror and was struck by the sight of his striking features. A pair of sharp eyebrows and bright eyes adorned the face of a remarkably handsome youth standing at 8 feet tall. However, his skin, tinted a pale gold, resembled that of someone coated in golden paint. Lu Li pinched his flesh, finding it even harder. A gentle tap produced a clearer, crisper sound. Grabbing a short dagger, he pierced it lightly, leaving no mark whatsoever. With a stronger strike, a loud bang erupted, sending sparks flying. Truly, the evolved, indestructible body technique rendered him impervious to blades and flames. As he prepared to descend into the Wangue Ku, as long as he exercised caution to avoid encountering the foundational spirits, he should face no danger. However, before heading out, he needed to don a black robe to conceal the unusual hue of his skin and bring provisions. While pondering this, Lu Li began gathering his belongings. Simultaneously, he glanced at the system. Host, Lu Li, Indestructible Body Technique. 3rd layer, Progress 5. Zixia Lianri True Scripture. 1st layer, Progress 40. No advancements in other magical skills, nor any regressions. Lu Li paid little mind to it. Yet, in just one night, the Zixia Lianri True Scripture had progressed by 4 points. In half a month, it would surely break through to the 2nd layer. Time was of the essence. Lu Li felt a heaviness in his heart. Soon, he found a black robe. A low-grade magical artifact. He vaguely recalled receiving this robe from the ghostly master when he became his disciple, valued at 50 low-grade spirit stones, the most basic of artifacts. Its purpose was simple, to obscure one's form and aura. It became evident that the ghostly master was not only ruthless, but also quite stingy. Yet, it was better than having nothing. Wearing the black robe, Lu Li rummaged through his belongings, finding 30 low-grade spirit stones and some provisions. Before promptly exiting his cave and heading towards the back mountain, he remembered that the back of this mountain held a stone passage leading directly into the Wangue Ku. Is that junior brother Lu? Upon arriving at the foot of the back mountain, he encountered a tall young man, Xiao Yan, who practiced the blood-devouring demon technique. The Wangue Ku? Lu Li halted, tightening his black robe and murmuring, "Indeed, junior brother Lu, be cautious. Don't let the spirits within the Wangue Ku devour you." With that, Xiao Yan cheerfully offered him a talisman capable of warding off evil spirits, presenting it in a jade box. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xiao, but I must decline. Farewell." Lu Li politely refused, clasping his hands in gratitude before swiftly departing. As he vanished from sight, Xiao Yan's expression turned cold. Of the 10 new disciples, only 7 remained, yet the ghostly master only accepted 1 disciple at a time. The others must perish. If Lu Li was still alive by the end of the month, he would have no choice but to take action and eliminate him. At this moment, Lu Li was unaware that he had attracted a deathly crisis. He had just entered the underground passage of the back mountain when a wave of cold air enveloped him. Hiss! It was rather chilly, akin to suddenly stepping beneath an air conditioner on a sweltering day. However, the Zixia Lianri True Scripture remained unresponsive. Entering the Wangue Ku, Lu Li no longer hesitated and dashed deeper into the earth. Before long, he beheld a blue luminescent barrier. This was a restriction. Beyond the barrier lay a world shrouded in black mist, teeming with ghostly energy. That was the Wangue Ku. Taking a deep breath, Lu Li retrieved his Sect's jade pendant and stepped forward, crashing into the blue barrier. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold surged from all directions, akin to wandering bare-chested in the winter snow, icy and piercing. Nevertheless, Lu Li's indestructible body technique had already reached the 3rd layer, filled with vigorous blood energy. And he felt no fear. This place resembled a mass grave. He glanced around, somewhat surprised. The Wangue Ku was not the series of caves he had imagined, but rather an underground realm. The sky above was dark and heavy. As he gazed around, it resembled a desolate wilderness, with graves sprouting like bamboo shoots from the ground. The soil was pitch black, sparse ghostly grass growing in patches, accompanied by a few solitary, withered trees. In the distance, towering peaks shrouded in shadows pierced the sky, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura. He extended his tongue to taste the air, finding no trace of wind. Ding! At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Your Zixia Lianri True Scripture has been adversely affected in the gathering in grounds, reducing its cultivation effectiveness by 200. Indeed, it was effective. Hearing this, Luli felt a surge of joy. However, where were the ghosts? Wasn't the Wan Gui Ku a place where the Ming ghost sect raised its spirits? Why was there not a single ghost in sight? Curiosity piqued. Luli cautiously approached a nearby grave and knocked on the tombstone. Hello, is anyone home? There was no response. Suddenly, a melodious laugh rang out above him. Who is it? Hearing the sound, Luli looked up to find a charming young girl standing on a white-boned sword, gazing down at him with a playful smile. Dressed in green. In this dark underground world, she appeared like a vibrant lotus, captivating his attention. I am a patrolling disciple of the Wan Gui Ku. The girl smiled sweetly. Are you the new disciple of the ghostly master? Is this your first time in the Wan Gui Ku? Ah, yes. Luli nodded. Simultaneously, he discreetly assessed the girl's cultivation, estimating her to be at the foundational stage. With his current strength, a single punch from him could easily shatter her. However, her bone sword appeared formidable and could fly. If a confrontation ensued, his chances of victory were slim. This is the outermost area of the Wan Gui Ku, where most of the spirits have been cleared away. If you wish to find ghosts, you must venture deeper into the Wan Gui Ku. Here, take this map. The girl chuckled as she tossed a scroll of parchment in front of Luli. Looking down, Luli noticed that the parchment was adorned with a topographical map. It indeed appeared to be a map. However, could the members of the demonic sect truly be so benevolent? Alright, here is the map. Now you owe me 5 low-grade spirit stones. As expected, the girl's true colors were revealed. Wasn't this outright extortion? Luli remained silent for a moment before clasping his hands and inquiring, sister, what if I don't pay? If you refuse to pay. Then as a patrolling disciple, I must follow the sect rules and take you in as a suspicious character. The girl crossed her arms, looking smug. Please accept this, sister. Before she could finish, Luli wisely produced 5 low-grade spirit stones, offering them with both hands. Smart move. The girl gracefully waved her hand, effortlessly collecting the spirit stones, and smiled triumphantly. Do not be disheartened. With this map, should you encounter trouble in the future, simply present it and invoke my name, Xing He, and you shall remain unharmed. However, if you seek trouble and intrude upon others' territory, I can't assist you. Watch yourself. With that, she turned and transformed into a streak of green light, swiftly disappearing into the distance. How infuriating. He had just been extorted for protection money. Luli retracted his gaze, feeling a weight in his heart. Indeed, within the demonic sect, the law of the jungle prevailed. Once he grew stronger, he would settle this score. Chapter 6. Confronting the Malevolent Spirits. This parchment was indeed trustworthy. After thorough verification, Luli cautiously picked up the map from the ground and examined it closely. Upon finishing, he felt a slight shock in his heart. The area of the Wan Gui Ku actually spanned a staggering 1 million square kilometers. If one were to traverse it on foot, it would likely take years to complete. Turning to the reverse side, he was immediately struck by a design of a green lotus. In addition, there were several small hints. The Wan Gui Ku was divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer consisted of Qi refinement level spirits, followed by foundation establishment level spirits deeper within, and at the very center lay the dwelling and training grounds of the Ghost King. It was said that the innermost layer had transformed into a ghost city, known as Fengdu. A Yuan-Ing level Ghost King ruled over this terrifying realm. Intruders met with certain death. Naturally, Luli was not foolish enough to venture directly into the heart of the Wan Gui Ku. However, he could not wander aimlessly either. As the outer layer was also divided into territories, he was limited to a 5,000 li radius to absorb ghostly energy and capture spiritual ghosts. The so-called spiritual ghosts referred to the Een souls that had developed intelligence. Most of the Een souls here were vengeful spirits, driven solely by a pure desire for slaughter, making it extremely difficult to nurture them into spiritual ghosts. However, naturally born spiritual ghosts were different. Like spiritual beasts, they could be captured and trained for combat. The Green Lotus's ability to occupy a territory within the Wan Gui Ku indicated it possessed some degree of strength. Contemplating this, Luli tucked the map away and began his journey deeper into the Wan Gui Ku. He sought a place of extreme Een to allow his Zixia Lianri Xinjing cultivation to regress, while simultaneously practicing the indestructible Vajra divine art. Before long, he found it. Beside a withered tree, Luli discovered a black stone the size of a water tank, from which wisps of black mist swirled. The surrounding temperature was chillingly cold, and a thin layer of black frost coated the soil beneath the stone. Your Zixia Lianri Xinjing is quite displeased with the surrounding Een energy, becoming extremely agitated, inadvertently leading to a regression in cultivation. The system prompt appeared immediately. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Luli hesitated no longer and sat directly on the black stone. Simultaneously, he began to silently recite the Heart Sutra, keeping his eyes wide open, vigilant, scanning his surroundings as well as the sky. This was the Wan Gui Ku. Many disciples of the Ghost Sect had perished here, and not a few had met their end not at the hands of vengeful spirits, but at the hands of their fellow disciples. Luli naturally had to exercise caution. 3 hours later, he received both bad and good news. The good news was that the progress of the Zhixiao Lianrijinjing had regressed to 36. In less than 5 days, the true transmission of this flying celestial technique would regress completely to 0. However, the bad news was that the progress of the indestructible Vajra divine art had begun to slow. Your indestructible Vajra divine art has gained some insights from listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures. The progress increased by 1. It took 3 hours to increase by 1. Practicing for 9 hours a day would yield only 3. Adding the 2 gained during sleep, the total would be just 5. By this calculation, it would take half a month to break through to the 4th layer. The pace had slowed. It was akin to a woman on a roller coaster. When the speed was fast, she was delighted, but when it slowed down, dissatisfaction set in immediately. Luli was similarly unsatisfied. Let it be. He decided to focus on his training for now. In the future, he would seek out a Buddhist technique to enhance his combat prowess. With the Heart Sutra at hand, he had no fear of a slower cultivation speed for Buddhist techniques. Resolutely, Luli settled his mind and began practicing the indestructible Vajra divine art. Time flew by. The system log had recorded 2 new entries. Progress increased by 1. Progress increased by 1. It was time to return. Luli felt a surge of energy and stood up, preparing to head back to his cave dwelling for rest. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The temperature around him seemed to drop. Danger! Luli swiftly turned around and was astonished to see a mass of black mist, the size of a grinding disc, hurtling toward him at high speed. It was as swift as an arrow. This was a vengeful spirit. A ghost. Sensing the overwhelming resentment surging from the black mist, Luli's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he wanted to flee. However, he quickly realized that he was now a practitioner. Why fear a ghost? It should be the ghost fearing him. In that moment of hesitation, the black mist lunged forward, suddenly halting 3 zhang away, circling Luli ominously. Luli then discerned the true form of the vengeful spirit. It was a large-headed ghost infant. Its half-formed body coalesced from ghostly energy, as dark as ink and small as a cat, merely the size of a palm. Yet, its head was as large as 3 winter melons. Its blood-red eyes, the size of fists, emitted a terrifying crimson glow. Its mouth opened wide, revealing 2 rows of chillingly sharp white teeth, dripping with saliva. Upon closer inspection, its fingernails had turned pitch black, sharp as knives. The gluttonous ghost infant let out a low, mournful moan, circling around Lu Li as it craved the sweet scent of living blood. It appeared exceedingly grotesque and terrifying. This was a vengeful spirit at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement. Lu Li frowned slightly. He deduced that his formidable blood energy had attracted this bloodthirsty ghost infant. This was somewhat troublesome. Lu Li's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the large-headed ghost infant, slowly clenching his fists. Suddenly, the ghost infant emitted a piercing, shrill cry. A visible wave of sound rippled from its mouth, akin to the rapid expansion of ripples in a lake, crashing toward him. Instantly, it struck him. Lu Li's head throbbed painfully, as if pricked by needles. This was the spell attack of a vengeful spirit. By the time he regained his senses, the ghost infant had lunged at him, jaws agape, ready to sink its teeth into Lu Li's head. The frigid, ghostly energy surged toward him. If it managed to bite him, the ghost energy would invade his body, freezing his blood energy and rendering him immobile, leaving him vulnerable to the vengeful spirit's slaughter. Not good. Lu Li had no experience in battling ghosts and momentarily froze. Then, the ghost infant's teeth clamped down on his head. Strangely, in the next moment, the ghost infant let out a piercing and agonizing wail, retreating at an even faster speed. Lu Li emerged unscathed, looking at the ghost infant. Its enormous mouth appeared as if it had been subjected to corrosive acid, melting away and leaving a large hole in its face, making it appear even more terrifying and eerie. It was the blood energy. Lu Li immediately realized. Ordinary ghosts feared sunlight, dread the energy of slaughter, and abhorred masculine blood energy. His physical body, with a strength of 24,000 pounds, emanated overwhelming blood energy, akin to a furnace, blazing with masculine intensity, making him a natural nemesis to Yin souls. Moreover, the indestructible Vajra divine art he practiced was a Buddhist technique that also countered ghosts. With this thought, Lu Li cast aside all fear. His gaze hardened as he began to channel his blood energy. Waves of energy surged throughout his body. He then stepped forward, like a tiger leaping from its cage, leaping toward the ghost infant and delivering a powerful palm strike. This step was the spiritual ghost shadow step. This palm strike was the bone-crushing heart palm. Feeling the blazing sunlight-like blood energy, the ghost infant unleashed another sound wave attack, swiftly dodging to 10 zhang away to evade the blow. However, you are a ghost infant born from suffering and torment, your resentment soaring to the heavens. You should not remain in the mortal realm. Returning to the cycle of reincarnation should be your fate. Go. Lu Li's expression turned icy as he followed closely, delivering another palm strike. With a resounding impact, his palm, shimmering with a faint golden light, struck the ghost infant's head, penetrating through. The ghost infant emitted an ear-piercing shriek. Then, with a crash, an explosion of dark, ghostly energy erupted. In the next moment, The ghostly energy surged toward Lu Li, disappearing without a trace. Simultaneously, 3 system prompts echoed in his mind. Your Zixiao Lianrijinjing has gone completely berserk due to the ghost energy entering your body, resulting in a regression in cultivation. Your Lingui Ming step has absorbed pure ghostly energy, invigorating your spirit and enhancing your cultivation effectiveness by 50. Your Baigu Cuixin Palm has also benefited from your recent victory over an adversary, uplifting your mood and increasing your cultivation effectiveness by 50. Chapter 7. With compassion in my heart, I send you on your journey. Is this permissible? Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on it, he found it reasonable. The techniques he mastered were limited to a few. Having just employed the Baigu Cuixin Palm and the Lingui Ming step to vanquish the Daotu ghost infant, it was only natural that he would gain some experience. Thus, it seemed that he would pass the upcoming technique assessment at the end of the month. Lu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could transform enough vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, these 2 techniques should advance to the 2nd tier, pleasing the ghostly demon master. Excellent. That is settled. However, he decided to return and rest for a while today, to replenish his energy and come back tomorrow. Resolute in his decision, Lu Li turned and departed. The next day, within the cave, Lu Li, who had been sleeping on the ground, awoke feeling refreshed. Your King Kong invulnerable skill has progressed by 2 after a night of diligent practice. Your Zixiao Lianyan scripture has gained insights, advancing by 3 after a night of hard work. Your Baigu Cuixin Palm, eager for you to slay again, has made a progress of 2. Quite impressive. This child is indeed teachable. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the system notifications. It appeared that the Baigu Cuixin Palm was a diligent student, ready to amend its previous shortcomings. In contrast, the Lingui Ming step seemed to have grown somewhat lethargic. System. He silently intoned, summoning the system panel. Host. Lu Li. Realm. Qi refining level 1. King Kong invulnerable skill, level 3, progress 10. Lingui Ming step, level 1, progress 11. Baigu Cuixin Palm, level 1, progress 2. Henceforth, defense shall rely on the King Kong invulnerable skill, evasion from pursuing foes on the Lingui Ming step, and direct attacks with the Baigu Cuixin Palm. Thus it shall be. Energized, Lu Li, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, exited the cave, heading towards the Wanggiku. He arrived at the same location as yesterday. Lu Li appeared. However, he did not immediately venture deep into the Wanggiku, but instead waited beside the blue light barrier. Whoosh. Before long, a streak of azure light zipped through the sky, flickering and appearing before him. It was that senior sister, Qinghe, junior brother. You are here again? You weren't bullied yesterday, were you? This time, the charming young girl half sat on a large white-boned sword, playfully kicking her bare feet and smiling as she spoke. Her delicate little feet were translucent and rosy, resembling exquisite jade carvings, making one unable to resist the urge to play with them. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I was not. Lu Li replied with a respectful gesture. Hee, that is good to hear. By the way, considering how handsome you are, I'll share a little secret. Your master, the ghostly demon master, only accepts 1 disciple at a time. I hope to see you again next month. The charming young girl finished with a grin. Waving her hand. Whoosh. The white-boned sword shimmered and whisked her away into the distance. This woman, was she attempting to frighten him, or was she speaking the truth? Lu Li's expression grew serious. However, even if it were merely a scare tactic, given the ghostly demon master's ruthless nature, one who would obliterate a person for a mere disagreement, failing to meet the standards this month would indeed mean death. He resolved to continue transforming malevolent spirits. With a solemn expression, Lu Li raced towards the location of the gathering from yesterday. Soon, he located the black stone. He then removed his ceremonial robes and began to circulate his vital energy. Since those vengeful spirits were drawn to his blood energy, he merely needed to wait here for them to approach. Yet, to be prudent, Lu Li did not fully channel his blood energy. Sure enough, within the span of a single incense stick's time, a mass of black mist appeared from the west. It approached with the swiftness of the wind, rolling towards him. Lu Li retracted his blood energy, squinting to observe. It was a water ghost. Judging by its aura, it was somewhat weaker than the Daotu ghost infant from yesterday. In mere moments, the black mist surged within Zhang, revealing its true form, a woman with a face twisted with resentment, drenched from head to toe. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her eyes bulging and bloodshot. A handprint was clearly visible around her neck. Lu Li furrowed his brow. This water ghost had evidently been choked to death. The people of the ghost sect are truly heinous. To create vengeful spirits, they inflict such torment and murder. Despicable. Lu Li seethed silently. At that moment, the water ghost launched an attack, darting forward within a meter, opening its mouth to unleash a large burst of black mist toward Lu Li's face. This was the water ghost spell. Once enveloped by the black mist, one would be unable to breathe, succumbing to suffocation. After returning home last night, Lu Li had already researched the relevant information and was prepared. He twisted his body like a swimming fish, suddenly appearing beside the water ghost. Boom. Blood energy erupted. The blazing, yang-infused blood energy surged onto the water ghost. The water ghost let out a pained cry. At that moment, Luli's expression turned grave as he executed the most ruthless move from the Baigu Suishin palm. Baigu grasping heart. Bang! A hand glowing with a faint golden light pierced through the water ghost's chest. With a thunderous explosion, the water ghost disintegrated, transforming into a skyward cloud of ghostly energy. The mortal realm is no longer suitable for you. Return to the cycle of reincarnation. Amitba, may my compassion guide you. Luli withdrew his hand with a sigh, allowing the surrounding ghostly energy to enter his body. Ding ding ding. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. Your Zhixiao Yinyan scripture has gone into a frenzy due to the influx of ghostly energy, causing a regression in your cultivation. Your Lingue Meing step has absorbed pure ghostly energy, invigorating your spirit and enhancing your cultivation effectiveness by 60. Your Baigu Suishin palm has experienced a surge of joy from your victory over an enemy, enhancing your cultivation effectiveness by 80. Continue. Luli did not relent, employing the same method to attract more malevolent spirits. Soon, the second malevolent ghost was drawn by his rich and pure blood energy. This time, it was a long-tongued ghost. Exuding a fierce aura, it appeared to have reached the 9th level of chi refining. Not good, it's a long-tongued ghost. Luli's expression hardened. Long-tongued ghosts excel in long-range attacks and can cast illusion spells. Sure enough, the long-tongued ghost halted 20 zhang away, grinning wickedly, emitting a series of horrifying screeches akin to nails scraping across a chalkboard. Instantly, Luli felt a sharp pain in his head as the surrounding tombstones, withered trees, and stones appeared to twist. Yet, he could not see the long-tongued ghost. He had already fallen under its illusion. Just as he contemplated this, a whoosh sounded by his left ear. Without a second thought, Luli rolled to the right, narrowly dodging the attack. Rising, he caught sight of a dark, long tongue retracting from above his head, vanishing in the blink of an eye. What a formidable long-tongued ghost. Roaring, Luli took a deep breath, channeling his energy into his dantian and unleashing a lion's roar. Simultaneously, an invisible surge of blood energy erupted from him, sweeping outward. Bang! It seemed as if a silent crack had echoed. The surrounding illusions dissipated. Luli once again beheld the long-tongued ghost. Indeed, a person brimming with blood energy could shatter such illusory spells with a single powerful roar. Hiss! Seeing its spell dismantled, the long-tongued ghost let out a menacing growl, rapidly spinning in circles and launching successive long-tongue attacks around Luli. For a moment, Luli could only evade, as the stench from the long tongue was overpowering. An awful amalgamation of rotten eggs and the odor of stone heather wafting toward him. He truly wished to avoid being struck by that tongue. However, merely evading for an extended period was not a viable strategy. Roaring. Suddenly, Luli seized the opportunity, leaping 10 zhang to land near the long-tongued ghost, and unleashed a resounding shout. The long-tongued ghost was momentarily stunned. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Luli wielded his hand like a knife, slicing through the elongated tongue. A hiss resounded as the tongue immediately emitted billowing clouds of black smoke. The Changshi Gui let out a piercing scream, its expression contorted in agony, as if scalded by boiling water. May the compassion of Buddha guide you on your journey, Luli declared solemnly, stepping forward with a ghostly gait. Swiftly appearing before the Changshi Gui, without uttering another word, he unleashed a technique known as Baigu Qoxian. With a resounding crash, the Changshi Gui exploded, transforming into a swirling mass of ghostly energy, which Luli absorbed entirely. Ding ding ding. 3 system notifications echoed in his mind. Your Zhixiao Yin Rizhen Jing has gone berserk due to the infusion of ghostly energy, causing a regression in your cultivation. Your Lingue Meing Bu has absorbed pure ghostly energy, reaching fulfillment. Progress increased by 1. Your Baigu Chui Xian Zhang is quite satisfied with your murderous intent. Enhancing cultivation effects by 150, progress increased by 1. Chapter 8. A great breakthrough in demonic techniques and a surge in combat power upon hearing the system notifications. Luli summoned the panel to inspect his status. Host. Luli. Realm. Chi Refinement First Layer. Indestructible Vajra Technique. Third Layer. Progress 10. Lingue Meing Bu. First Layer. Progress 12. Baigu Chui Xian Zhang. First Layer. Progress 3. The rate of cultivation appeared satisfactory. A look of satisfaction graced Luli's face as he gazed at the system panel. If things continued this way, in less than 10 days, both demonic techniques could reach the second layer. By the end of the month, he should be able to break through to the third layer. This would undoubtedly allow him to pass the test of the Gui Mo Zhenren. However, he could not afford to neglect the progress of the indestructible Vajra technique. As he pondered, Luli began to silently recite the Heart Sutra, simultaneously emanating a faint aura of blood energy to lure vengeful spirits. Before long, a vengeful spirit charged towards him. Luli surged forward. All phenomena are empty. They neither arise nor perish, nor are they tainted or pure, neither increase nor decrease. May the compassion of Buddha guide you to reincarnation. With a thunderous explosion, the vengeful spirit was obliterated, transforming into pure ghostly energy that surged into his body. Thus began Lu Li's monotonous days of guiding vengeful spirits. Time passed swiftly, and 20 days slipped by. In the Wangui Ku, within a valley piled high with white bones, ghostly wails echoed. 5 ghostly figures were emitting piercing shrieks, unleashing various ferocious spells as they besieged a young man clad in black. The youth stood at 8 feet tall, his demeanor cold and sharp, moving with an ethereal grace as he deftly evaded the attacks of the ghostly figures. Suddenly, he halted, employing a ghostly step to appear before a blood-sucking ghost of the 10th layer of chi refinement, his palm akin to an iron door, delivering a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, the blood-sucking ghost was pierced through the heart, convulsing and howling before exploding into oblivion. But that was not the end. The youth shimmered with golden light, resisting the attacks of 3 10th layer ghosts behind him, while his other hand shot upwards, sharp as a ghostly claw, seizing the one-eyed ghost hidden above. With another crash, yet another 10th layer ghost was captured and obliterated, scattering ghostly energy across the sky. May the compassion of Buddha guide you to reincarnation. In the next instant, the youth unleashed a thunderous roar, his hand resembling an eagle's claw as he seized the fleeing 3-headed ghost. He then unleashed 3 ferocious punches. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 heads of the 3-headed ghost exploded in an instant. Its ghostly body was subsequently consumed by the fierce blood energy, reducing it to nothingness. The onslaught was instantly broken. Witnessing the youth's formidable prowess, the remaining 2 ghosts displayed fear on their faces and fled in panic. Amitba, your suffering in the mortal realm is great. You should seek reincarnation. Yet, the youth, with a fierce shout, moved like a ghost, darting 30 feet to catch up with one of the fleeing spirits. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a Baigu Qoxian, sinister and brutal, as though he could pierce through mountains. The vengeful spirit barely had time to emit a cry of despair before the golden hand penetrated its ghostly form, crushing its heart and scattering ghostly energy across the sky. Seeing this, the other vengeful spirit hastened its escape, but the youth did not pursue further, standing still as the dense, pure ghostly energy swirled around him, automatically entering his body. This youth was none other than Lu Li. Yerling Gui Meiying Bu has absorbed a substantial amount of ghostly energy, achieving utmost satisfaction. Progress increased by 5. Congratulations, host. Yerling Gui Meiying Bu has reached the 4th layer. Your Baigu Chui Xian Zhang, due to your continuous slaughters and abundant murderous intent, has increased by 10. Congratulations, host. Your Baigu Chui Xian Zhang has reached the 4th layer. At that moment, the system notifications resonated in his mind. Continuous breakthroughs. Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Truly, the speed of cultivation in demonic techniques was remarkable. However, during these 20 days, he had diligently guided vengeful spirits and cultivated these 2 demonic techniques without pause, so such results were not surprising. Initially, he would attract a single vengeful spirit. As his combat experience grew, he began to entice 2 or even 3 spirits at once, delving deeper into the Wan Gui Ku. By the 10th day, having reached the 3rd layer of Ling Gui Meiying Bu, he attempted to lure 4 vengeful spirits simultaneously for transcendence, further enhancing his combat experience. He had also established a base in this valley of white bones. A few times, he encountered disciples of the Gui Zone. These individuals, seeing Lu Li dispatch spirits with ease, retreated in fear, unwilling to contest for supremacy in this extreme realm of darkness. Another 10 days passed, and Lu Li could now contend with 5 10th layer vengeful spirits simultaneously, effortlessly and unscathed. However, perhaps due to the influence of practicing demonic techniques, his temperament had undergone some changes, appearing somewhat cold-blooded. His emotions no longer manifested on his face. Aware of this psychological shift, Lu Li chose not to correct it. After all, in this perilous realm of demonic teachings, such a shrewd and ruthless demeanor was more conducive to survival. System, Lu Li murmured, summoning the system panel. Host, Lu Li, Realm, Chi Refinement 1st Layer. Baigu Chui Xian Zhang, 4th Layer, Progress 1. Ling Gui Meiying Bu, 4th Layer, Progress 1. Zixia Lian Rizhen Jing, 1st Layer, Progress 0. After 20 days in the Wangui Ku, the cultivation progress of Zixia Lian Rizhen Jing had finally regressed to 0. Now, even celestial beings would find it impossible to detect that he had cultivated the authentic methods of Fei Tianguan. However, his realm remained at the Chi Refinement 1st Layer. Lu Li felt no concern. His combat power was comparable to that of early to mid-stage foundation-building demonic cultivators, and no one beneath the foundation-building realm could contend with him. The only piece of unfavorable news was that the indestructible Vajra technique was stuck at the 3rd layer and could not break through. Indestructible Vajra technique, 3rd layer, progress 99. This sensation was akin to downloading study materials, with the progress bar frozen at 99, leaving one exceedingly frustrated. Yet, Lu Li found himself powerless to alter this circumstance. Your indestructible Vajra technique cannot break through due to your low realm and inadequate spiritual energy. His realm was hindering the breakthrough of the indestructible Vajra technique. Luli had not anticipated that the mutated Vajra method would introduce such a restriction. However, upon reflection, this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. If the indestructible Vajra technique were to break through, the Gue Emo Junran would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Within a month, achieving mastery of 3 techniques? Such talent was implausible. At that point, any soul-searching methods would likely uncover all of his secrets. It was time to return, rest for 3 days, and prepare for the assessment by the Gue Emo Junran. Luli exhaled a breath of stale air, turned, and began his journey back. Soon, he spotted the blue barrier of light, and in a flash, he passed through it, vanishing from the Wan Gue Ku. This boy has finally departed. Just as Luli disappeared, a red-haired man materialized in midair, crossing his arms and squinting. TSK, if this lad doesn't leave, the 10th layer vengeful spirits within a radius of 10,000 miles will be annihilated by him. Meanwhile, a seductive woman cloaked in black silk appeared out of thin air. A mere handful of vengeful spirits? Let them be slaughtered. However, this young man, despite uttering the words Amitba, strikes with a ferocity unmatched by others. Each move a lethal assault. Whose disciple is he? The red-haired man displayed a look of admiration. He is a disciple of Gue Emo Junran. The enchanting beauty replied. Gue Emo Junran? That old fiend actually has such a talented disciple? The red-haired man scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that this old fiend is on the verge of breaking through to the Yuaning stage, I would have snatched this lad to be my disciple. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man's expression turned cold, and he vanished into thin air. Indeed, such a pity. The alluring beauty chuckled softly. He may not be fit to be a disciple, but he could certainly be a husband. At this moment, Luli remained unaware that there were those coveting his talents and appearance. He returned to his cave abode and began to wash up. Just as he finished and prepared to sleep, a system notification echoed in his mind. Your Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhang finds the King Kong Bu Huai Shingong particularly irksome and has provoked it, only to be taught a lesson in return, resulting in a decline in mood and a regression in cultivation. Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhang, 4th level, progress 0. Chapter 9, testing the techniques again. What? Techniques can fight amongst themselves? Luli sprang up from the ground in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed that the progress of Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhang had decreased by 1. Luli felt a pang of regret. That single point of progress would require him to subdue 10 fierce spirits at the 10th level of Qi, refining to recover. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable that demonic techniques and Buddhist techniques, being opposites of righteousness and evil, would not coexist harmoniously. Within the realms of demonic sects, Taoism and Buddhism, many extraordinary talents sought to cultivate both paths simultaneously, yet all met with disastrous fates. Either they succumbed to madness or met their demise through misguidance. Only those truly exceptional geniuses could master the dual cultivation of both paths. Yet such prodigies are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn. Luli was acutely aware of his own limitations. He was not an unparalleled genius. It seems that if he wished to cultivate both paths in the future, he must first seek a supreme technique capable of harmonizing them. Fortunately, although the progress of Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhang had regressed, it remained at the 4th level and had not fallen back to the 3rd. This child, Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhang, truly causes one to worry. Luli furrowed his brow slightly, laid back down, and began to relax his tense nerves, focusing on recuperation. He had spent 20 days in the Wan Gue Ku, perpetually on edge, and was utterly exhausted. Now back in his cave abode, he naturally needed a good rest. Before long, he slipped into a deep slumber. The next day, Luli awoke with the sun high in the sky, feeling invigorated. Your King Kong Bu Huai Shingong cannot break through due to your low realm and insufficient spiritual energy. Your Ling Gue Meiying Bu has made diligent progress, increasing by 1. Your Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhang, spurred by shame, has undergone rigorous training, increasing by 5. As soon as he awoke, the system notifications rang in his mind. Excellent. A smile crept onto Luli's lips upon hearing the news. Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhang truly knows how to surprise one. It seems he should seek out more Buddhist techniques to provoke it. With this thought, Luli stepped out of his cave abode. Soon, he returned with several rabbits. Plucking their fur and cleaning them, he built a fire. Half an hour later, after applying scallions, ginger, garlic, and honey, a fragrant, crispy golden roasted rabbit emerged. As Luli savored the rabbit, he reflected on the battles of the past 20 days and organized the spiritual herbs and poisonous plants he had found in Wan Gue Ku, preparing to sell them for some spiritual stones in due time. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. It was once again the end of the month. The day Gue Emo Junran would assess their techniques. With a rumble, the massive black stone door of the cave at the mountainside slowly creaked open. A chilling voice echoed from within, reverberating through the peaks. You all, come quickly. It was the voice of Gue Emo Junran. Lu Li and the other entry-level disciples did not dare to delay, using their body techniques to hurry towards the mountainside. Along the way, the entry-level disciples eyed each other warily, filled with hostility and suspicion, when they noticed that Lu Li was still at the first level of qi refining. They all wore expressions of schadenfreude. Lu Li's countenance remained indifferent, as calm as a still lake. Who could have known that he had already reached the brink of the second level of Wan Gui Ku, capable of suppressing and purifying 5 fierce spirits at the 10th level of qi refining? Disciples pay their respects to the master. Soon, the 7 entered the black stone cave, encountering Guamo Jinren seated upon a large chair made of bones, and they all bowed in greeting. Good. Guamo Jinren, still shrouded in a black robe, emanated a chilling aura that weighed heavily like a mountain. His blood-red eyes slowly swept over the 7, eventually pausing on Lu Li, narrowing slightly. April has arrived. Today, I shall continue to assess your progress in technique cultivation. Xiaoyan, you may come forth first. Guamo Jinren began to call names. Yes. Xiaoyan confidently stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. As he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and a stream of blood qi, thick as a bowl and over 3 feet long, spiraled around him. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that several vengeful spirits were imprisoned within this blood qi, emitting silent wails. This bloodthirsty demonic qi is fierce. It must have absorbed the blood qi of 10 cultivators, and these vengeful spirits must have been at least at the 8th level of qi refining in life. To kill an 8th level opponent with your 5th level cultivation, not bad. Guamo Jinren's blood-red eyes narrowed as he commented, seemingly quite satisfied. Thank you for your praise, master. Xiaoyan bowed again, his expression quite pleased, as if he could already envision himself as Guamo Jinren's true disciple. You may step aside. Next, Zhou Qingwu. You come. Guamo Jinren commanded. Yes. Xiaoyan retreated to the side, and another entry-level disciple stepped forward. This disciple was a young woman, approximately in her 20s. Charming and alluring. She stepped forward, her voice sweet as she performed her greeting. Disciple specializes in Ling Gui Meiying Bu. Please guide me, master. As she spoke, she took a step forward, manifesting a ghostly shadow in the center of the hall. Little did she know, after merely 3 seconds of demonstration, a massive black serpent emerged from behind Guamo Jinren, extending its long neck and swallowing the woman whole before vanishing in an instant. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Li's pupils contracted slightly. Humph, this flirtatious wretch, neglecting her training to entice others, is tarnishing my reputation. She deserves this fate. At that moment, Guamo Jinren emitted a cold snort, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, instilling fear in many. Some turned pale as a sheet. Lu Li's heart inexplicably raced. He had believed that Guamo Jinren was engrossed in secluded cultivation within the cave and was indifferent to their entry-level disciples. Now it became clear that Guamo Jinren had been observing them all along. Next, Fang Yuan. Guamo Jinren called out again. The gaunt young man named trembled as he stepped forward, his face drenched in beads of sweat, his eyes filled with terror. Bang! He quickly dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Master, please spare me. I only wanted to go undercover with Jiao In Shangran to gather information for you. I didn't genuinely intend to betray you. With your pitiful self, you dare to go undercover? Die. Guamo Jinren seemed enraged, hurling insults. Then, with a boom, a familiar scene unfolded. The kneeling man exploded on the spot, becoming a mist of blood that was promptly absorbed by Guamo Jinren. Witnessing this, the remaining disciples grew pale. Lu Li's heart sank as well. It seems the rumors were true. Guamo Jinren would only accept one disciple at a time. Today, among this group, only one could survive. With this thought, Lu Li's expression turned icy. He subtly exerted force with his right hand hidden in his sleeve, crushing the glass vial he had long held in his palm. Whoosh! Just as he made this small movement, a piercing gaze swept over him. It was Guamo Jinren. This golden core elder had noticed. However, the gaze was quickly withdrawn, and nothing occurred. Next, the voice of Guamo Jinren echoed like that of the grim reaper once more. Bang! The first disciple who stepped forward perished. Then bang bang. The 2 subsequent disciples also met the same fate. The sole reason for their demise, they were dull-witted, as foolish as pigs, and their cultivation progress fell short of the standard. At this point, in the vast cave, only Xiaoyan and Lu Li remained. Lu Li, it's your turn. The chilling voice of Guamo Jinren resounded from above. Beside him, Xiaoyan's lips curled slightly, his gaze cold and filled with resentment, looking at Lu Li as though he were gazing upon a corpse. Yes. Lu Li straightened his expression and took a step forward. In the next moment, he tilted his head slightly and said to Xiaoyan in a nonchalant tone, Xiao Shixiang, please step aside. I am about to show off. Chapter 10. Strike first. This was a blatant provocation. Xiaoyan's expression turned more sinister. Although he did not comprehend the meaning of showing off, it surely was not a good remark. However, upon glancing at Guamo Jinren, who remained silent, he could only force a smile and say, all right, shitty, please. With that, he took a step back, secretly thinking, humph. Let us see how tragically you will die. Just then, Lu Li moved. Whoosh. He swayed in place, seemingly splitting into 2 figures. It was an afterimage. In the next moment, Lu Li moved like a phantom, darting around the hall with lightning speed, rendering his figure nearly impossible to capture. Instantly, a whirlwind swept through the cave hall. Within the whirlwind, Lu Li's 4 afterimages formed, then reappeared, indestructible. Moreover, there were always 4 afterimages, neither more nor less. Ghostly shadows. 4 afterimages. Upon witnessing this astonishing sight, Xiao Yan's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is the phenomenon of the Ling Gui Meiying Bu cultivated to the 4th layer. How is that possible?" He was profoundly shocked, waves of astonishment crashing within him. In just a month, how could Lu Li have cultivated the Ling Gui Meiying Bu to the 4th layer? This was a realm he had not reached even after 3 months of training. How could this be? Was this fellow's talent truly this remarkable? Enough. Suddenly, Gui Mo Zhenren's voice rang out. Hearing this, Lu Li abruptly halted, returning to his original position and bowing respectfully to Gui Mo Zhenren. The 4 afterimages gradually vanished. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Gui Mo Zhenren's face beamed with satisfaction as he praised. Lu Li, I did not misjudge you. Your talent is exceptional. In just a month, you have brought the Ling Gui Meiying Bu to the 4th layer, the realm of ghostly shadows. You are hardly inferior to my eldest disciple. Thank you for your praise, master. Lu Li maintained a composed demeanor, neither sorrowful nor elated. At this moment, Gui Mo Zhenren continued. Xiao Yan, you are impressive as well. I am quite satisfied with you. Thank you for your praise, master. Xiao Yan quickly stepped forward to express his gratitude. The next moment, Gui Mo Zhenren shifted his tone. However, I am currently at a crucial stage of cultivation and do not have the extra energy to accept disciples. Here's the deal. A month from now, I will emerge from seclusion to assess your cultivation. Whoever excels will be accepted as my true disciple. By the way, during this period, I will be in closed-door meditation. So be careful. If you die, I will not bother to collect your corpses or seek revenge. Upon hearing this, both Lu Li and Xiao Yan were momentarily taken aback. This statement seemed to carry an ulterior meaning. You may leave. Gui Mo Zhenren waved his hand. Yes. Lu Li and Xiao Yan bowed once more and exited the cave. Boom. The black stone door closed. Black vines crept up from the ground, sealing the entire stone door. The restrictions had been triggered. It appeared that Gui Mo Zhenren indeed intended to enter a month-long seclusion. Lu Li furrowed his brow slightly and turned to leave. Lu Shidi, wait. At that moment, Xiao Yan spoke up. Before Lu Li could turn around, Xiao Yan exhaled sharply, unleashing a massive, chilling blood energy that shot out like an arrow, aiming directly at Lu Li's back. The speed was so fast that it left no time for reaction. This was bloodthirsty demonic chi. Moreover, this bloodthirsty demonic chi was even thicker than before, as large as a bowl. Once it struck and entered the body, it would likely drain one's blood energy in the blink of an eye. Clearly, he had been concealing his strength. Thud. It hit. The bloodthirsty demonic chi struck Lu Li's back and passed through. It was an afterimage. In the next moment, Lu Li's figure slowly materialized 10 zhang away. His expression cold and unyielding. Xiao Shixiang, what is the meaning of this? You actually attacked me, harming a fellow disciple. Are you not afraid of Master's reprimand? Lu Li's gaze turned icy as he questioned in a deep voice. Damn it, you actually dodged. Xiao Yan's face contorted with malice as he summoned the blood energy back, coldly stating, Lu Li, did you not hear clearly? Master is entering seclusion for a month. If we die, he won't bother to avenge us. Therefore, even if I were to kill you, Master would remain unaware. Even if he found out, I wager he wouldn't care. At that time, I will become Master's true disciple. As he spoke, he flipped his other hand, revealing a snow-white spirit talisman inscribed with 3 twisted blood-red characters. Ghost Control Talisman. This is a low-grade magical artifact, the Ghost Control Talisman, which seals a vengeful spirit at the 10th layer of chi refinement. Lu Li, you can go die now. A sinister smile spread across Xiao Yan's face. Is that so? Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed. Die. Xiao Yan let out a maniacal laugh as he infused his magical energy into the talisman. But in an instant, his expression changed dramatically. His magical energy seemed frozen by frost, sluggish in its flow. Was this the poison of ice spirit ghost grass? When did he get poisoned? Before he could process it further, boom, the ground shook. A wave of heat enveloped him. Xiao Yan looked up and saw Lu Li had already charged before him. Muscles coiled like a serpent, his clothes torn asunder, radiating blood energy, blazing like a furnace. His face bore a chilling, murderous intent, cold as frost. In the next moment, a colossal fist surged forth. The power was so immense that it compressed the air, creating a deafening explosion. This punch could shatter gold and crack stone. How could there be such potent blood energy? Xiao Yan screeched. However, facing life and death, he did not retreat. Instead, swinging his hand to unleash the bloodthirsty demonic chi towards Lu Li's brow. He was determined to perish together. Bang. This was the dull thud of Lu Li's fist striking Xiao Yan's forehead. Clang. This was the crisp sound of the bloodthirsty demonic chi crashing against Lu Li's chest. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's head exploded on the spot. It was as if a watermelon had been smashed by a giant hammer, red and white matter splattering everywhere. In his last moments, what he witnessed was the bloodthirsty demonic chi rebounding off Lu Li's flesh. How could this be? His bloodthirsty demonic chi failed to penetrate Lu Li's body? Lu Li was clearly only at the first layer of chi refinement. Before he could grasp the situation, Lu Li transformed his mighty fist into a claw, diving down like an eagle swooping to catch a rabbit, and seized for Xiao Yan's heart. Bone-crushing grasp. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as his enormous claw struck Xiao Yan's heart. Then, an overwhelming force erupted from his palm, shattering Xiao Yan's internal organs into a puddle of blood mist. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's head burst and heart shattered. He was dead. With a thud, the headless corpse collapsed to the ground, spilling blood everywhere. Lu Li frowned slightly as he retracted his bloodied hand, a wave of nausea washing over him. However, he felt no guilt. Had he not been cautious, it would have been he who lay dead on the ground. The poison he had crushed in the glass vial earlier in the cave was a type of toxic herb discovered within Wan Gui Ku, known as ice spirit ghost grass. The Bingling Gui Chao, when placed in a sealed environment, will rapidly decay, transforming into a colorless and odorless toxic gas. Inhaling this noxious vapor will gradually freeze and constrict one's spiritual energy, causing its flow to become sluggish and impeded. The efficacy is remarkable. However, the onset duration is somewhat protracted. Those with slightly higher cultivation can detect it instantaneously. Yet, Xiao Yan, being merely at the 5th layer of Qi training, remains completely oblivious. He could never have anticipated that Lu Li would take the initiative to poison the cave first. Of course, Lu Li's preemptive poisoning was a precautionary measure. As long as Xiao Yan does not make a move against him, he will not resort to lethal force. Ding. A system notification echoed in his mind. Your Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhang has become exceptionally invigorated due to your first kill of a practitioner, enhancing the cultivation effect by 300. Progress increased by 10. As the voice faded, a tremendous roar resounded. Behind Lu Li, the black stone door creaked open once more. The Gimo Jinren remained seated upon a white bone chair, his blood-red eyes radiating unabashed admiration, reminiscent of Xi Minqing's gaze upon Pan Jinlian. Chapter 11, True Disciple. Come in. The Gimo Jinren's voice resonated. Yes, Lu Li replied with a respectful bow, re-entering the cave, not sparing a glance at the corpse below. Lu Li, you are impressive. With excellent aptitude, an unyielding heart, and most importantly, this foresight to poison in advance, securing an invincible position. Such cunning and depth of strategy, even I, in my youth, could not rival you. The Gimo Jinren praised without reservation from his bone chair. I dare not take such commendation, Lu Li replied with a bow. There is no need for modesty. Just then, the Gimo Jinren's gaze turned icy, his voice heavy. Your formidable blood energy, combined with your mastery of the 4th layer by Gu Chui Xian Zhang and Ling Gui Meiying Bu, has been achieved in less than a month. Such talent. Even I find myself humbled. I wish to inquire how you cultivated so rapidly. A jolt ran through Lu Li's heart. He had long suspected being seen through regarding his cultivation, so he did not panic and responded with a bow. Master. My robust physical training comes from a Buddhist body refining technique called Jin Gang Ju, bestowed upon me by an elder from the scripture repository. I did not anticipate such swift progress in my cultivation. He then produced 2 jade slips from his robes, presenting them with both hands. Jin Gang Ju. The Gimo Jinren expressed surprise. He then raised a hand, and a black mist shot forth, swiftly enveloping the jade slips. Indeed, it is Jin Gang Ju. And also the Xia Lian Ri Jing from Fei Tianguan. Which elder provided you with these slips? He inquired, gripping the jade slips tightly. It was the elder adorned with a necklace of skulls, Lu Li answered sincerely. I had not expected my cultivation in this Buddhist body refining technique to progress so swiftly. At his words, a flicker of interest crossed the Gimo Jinren's eyes. With a flick of his robe, a burst of golden light emerged, landing before Lu Li, revealing its true form, a purple gold bowl the size of a porcelain plate. In the next moment, this bowl emanated pure Buddhist light, illuminating Lu Li. He was taken aback but made no response, allowing the light to wash over him. I thought you were the reincarnated Buddhist child. What a false hope. The Gimo Jinren remarked as he withdrew the golden bowl. Reincarnated Buddhist child? Lu Li felt a sudden unease at the mention. Enough. The Gimo Jinren tossed the jade slips back. Since it was given to you by that elder, keep it well. Yes, Lu Li said, catching the slips and stowing them away. Though your temperament is reserved and lacks the boldness I prefer, your talent is commendable, your schemes are quite astute. And you possess a pleasing appearance, far more so than that grotesque Xiao Yan. Thus, I shall accept you as my disciple. From this day forth, you are my true disciple. Keep this token and choose a cave at the mountain peak for your residence. He then tossed Lu Li a piece of jade pendant. A crystal clear, square black jade. I pay my respects to master. Lu Li exclaimed, hastily catching the pendant and bowing deeply, a hint of joy gracing his features. Though his heart remained calm, even tinged with apprehension, being a disciple of such a capricious and bloodthirsty demon seemed far from advantageous. One could easily be sold or have their essence usurped at any moment. Since you have become my true disciple, it is time I impart to you my profound techniques. Here are 3 techniques that will enable you to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Choose one. The Gimo snapped his fingers, unleashing 3 beams of blood light. The lights halted before Lu Li, transforming into 3 crimson jade slips. May I examine them? Lu Li asked, bowing respectfully. He then extended his hand to pick up one of the crimson slips, pressing it to his forehead to delve into its contents. Before long, he had reviewed all 3 slips, his expression growing solemn. The 3 techniques were titled Shi Shui, Tun Tian Gong, Ji Sha Mo Dao, and Yu Gui Ju, all of which were malevolent arts. Shi Shui Tun Tian Gong absorbed blood to forge a stream of sanguine light, consuming all. Qi Sha Mo Dao entered the path through slaughter, condensing the 7-kill demon qi to annihilate all. Yu Gui Ju cultivated ghostly energy, forming a half-human, half-ghost body to command countless spirits. Truly, these techniques were of the demonic sect, filled with sinister intent, either demanding bloodshed or harnessing ghostly essence. Lu Li found himself in a quandary. Soon, he dismissed Yu Gui Ju, for the reason was simple. He was no Ning Kaichen, unable to navigate the bonds of life and death with a spectral knight. Controlling ghosts was ill-suited to him. Furthermore, ghostly energy would likely hinder his mastery of Jin Gang Ju. Between Shi Shui Tun Tian Gong and Qi Sha Mo Dao, he could only select Shi Shui Tun Tian Gong, for the latter's murderous nature could easily turn him into a mindless monster. Thus, it was discarded. In contrast, Shi Shui Tun Tian Gong did not specify what blood to consume. A bit of deer blood, snake blood, or tiger blood for nourishment could be tolerable. Rumor had it that overseas islands housed dragon serpents, and perhaps he could even drink dragon blood someday. Have you made your choice? The Gimo inquired. I have chosen. I opt for Shi Shui Tun Tian Gong, Lu Li replied, holding a crimson jade slip and bowing respectfully. Excellent. The Gimo flicked his fingers, sending another jade slip his way. This is the annotation for Shi Shui Tun Tian Gong. Take it along. Thank you, master. Lu Li accepted it without hesitation. Then the Gimo proclaimed with a hint of pride, I am not a miserly person. Since you have become my true disciple, I shall reward you with a magical artifact. As he spoke, a stream of black mist wafted from him, transforming into a large black snake that slithered towards Lu Li. It opened its mouth and expelled a small, ominous black tower, no larger than a palm. This ghost-raising tower was once my prized artifact, useful for capturing spirits and training them for battle. When fully activated, it weighs 30,000 pounds. Keep it well, the Gimo stated nonchalantly. An upper-grade artifact worth 5,000 low-grade spirit stones? Quite generous. Lu Li was somewhat taken aback, yet he swiftly grasped the ghost-raising tower. Bowing deeply, I express my gratitude, master. May you enjoy eternal blessings and longevity. He also offered a compliment. Ha ha ha, very good. You are indeed far superior to that foolish, arrogant Xiaoyan. The Gimo burst into laughter, seemingly delighted by Lu Li's words. All right, go now and cultivate diligently. If you have any questions, consult your senior brothers and sisters. Upon choosing your cave, they will likely come to greet you. I pay my respects, master. I take my leave. Lu Li respectfully bowed and withdrew from the Heisher cave. With a thunderous sound, the stone door closed behind him, never to reopen. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had finally passed this trial. However, he knew he must remain vigilant, lest he meet the same fate as Xiaoyan. Glancing at the spot where Xiaoyan had perished, he noticed that the body had vanished without a trace. Not even a drop of blood remained. It seemed that the dark tendrils of energy entwined around the great stone door had devoured him entirely, leaving no remains. The path of cultivation was arduous, and it was even more so within the demonic sect. He reminded himself to stay alert and cautious. Casting a glance at the endless sea of clouds before his mood settled once more, he returned to his own cave to tidy up his belongings before heading up the mountain to select a new dwelling. Chapter 12. The unconventional path of cultivation. The 4 essentials of cultivation are companions, resources, wealth, and land. The land refers to the cave, the dwelling and training ground for cultivators. The highest grade of cave is naturally a paradise, while the next best are the mountains housing the main spiritual veins. The Gue Ma Zhenren-S Ghost Peak Mountain perfectly sits atop a spiritual vein, making it a genuine treasure for cultivation. However, the entire mountain is enveloped in formations that regulate the flow of spiritual energy, preventing the outer disciples and miscellaneous workers residing at the foot of the mountain from enjoying its nourishment. Only above the mid-mountain does the spiritual energy begin to waft out. Yet, powerful restrictions are placed at the mid-mountain, forbidding entry to the outer disciples and workers from ascending to the peak. At this moment, Lu Li, holding the black jade token, traversed the restrictions and finally set foot upon the summit. He beheld lush spiritual trees all around, verdant and flourishing. Cascading waterfalls descended from the peak, a torrent of 3,000 feet, creating vibrant rainbow bridges. Under the sunlight, these rainbow bridges crisscrossed, connecting the exquisite white jade palaces. The scene resembled an ethereal paradise. Standing there, he gazed at the rolling clouds, witnessing the rise and fall of the sun and moon, and felt an instant sense of tranquility wash over him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Li's eyes. Living at the mountain's base, he had assumed the perpetually cloud-shrouded summit was filled with malevolent energy, yet it revealed such breathtaking beauty. Nevertheless, selecting a cave was of utmost importance. Clutching the black jade token, Lu Li leaped into the air, darting between branches toward a magnificent palace brimming with potent spiritual energy. However, as he drew near, an invisible force rebounded him, sending him flying back. Simultaneously, intricate and profound array symbols materialized before his eyes. This cave was already claimed. Not disheartened, Lu Li turned and shot toward another palace. Yet, he encountered another barrier. After a lengthy search, he finally found an 8-story pavilion beside a cascading waterfall in a sun-drenched area on the summit. The pavilion was modest in size, measuring only 30 zhang in length and width. However, upon surveying the surroundings, Lu Li noticed that the waterfall created a small pool below. He jumped from the pavilion's window, landing perfectly in the water. The pond was home to plump fish, making it a delightful spot. Though the spiritual energy was somewhat thin, after a long day of cultivation, he could simply leap out the window for a swim and catch fish to roast for a meal. It was splendid. This would do. Lu Li no longer hesitated. Leaping swiftly to the pavilion's entrance, channeling his power into the black jade token. With a hum, the token vibrated, soaring into the air and spinning, emanating a circle of black light that spread outward. Soon, the pavilion's array was activated, illuminating the entire structure. In the next moment, the doors and windows of the pavilion flew open with a crackle, releasing clouds of dust and scattering the surrounding leaves. Not bad. No need for cleaning. Lu Li beckoned the black jade token back and pressed it to his forehead. Instantly, the layout and functions of the cave became clear to him. The cultivation area was located in the underground level, featuring a gathering array for spiritual energy. The first floor served as a reception hall, the second as a training ground, the third as sleeping quarters, the fourth as a spiritual pet room, and the fifth as an alchemy chamber. The sixth and seventh floors were libraries, while the top floor was an observatory. The entire pavilion was named the Guanxing Lo. Now it belonged to him. Moreover, he also claimed the surrounding area of 100 zhang and the medicinal field behind it. The difference was staggering. Outer disciples resided in stone caves, while true disciples experienced a heavenly existence. Lu Li marveled inwardly. He then ventured inside, inspecting each level, particularly the library. If he could find a Buddhist cultivation method, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The previous occupant had taken everything of value, leaving behind not even a chair or bed. Never mind. It was time to cultivate. Lu Li entered the underground level, stepping into the secret chamber for cultivation. With a thunderous boom, the stone door closed, and the restrictions activated. He then retrieved the black jade token and placed it into the groove in the bluish stone floor. A tremor resonated, and the array patterns on the floor illuminated, radiating a spectrum of colors. Subsequently, wisps of spiritual energy began to rise from the gathering array. Lu Li's expression shifted as he sat cross-legged. System, he silently chanted, and the system panel appeared. Host, Lu Li, Realm, Refining Qi, First Layer. Indestructible Vajra Skill, Third Layer, 99. Bone Crushing Palm, Fourth Layer, 15. Spiritual Ghost Shadow Step, Fourth Layer, 2. The current task was to elevate his realm, advancing the Indestructible Vajra skill to the 4th layer. Then, he would immerse himself in diligent cultivation. Once he reached the Gold Core stage, he could seek an opportunity to escape from Wan Ma Shan. Upon this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in Lu Li's eyes. Ah, the Ghost Nurturing Tower. Suddenly, he recalled the top-grade artifact gifted by Gue Ma Zhenren and decided to refine it first, marking it with his imprint. Thus, Lu Li retrieved the Ghost Nurturing Tower from his sleeve and examined it closely. The tower was small, roughly the size of half a palm, square at the bottom and triangular at the top. It was surprisingly light, weighing no more than a coin. The material was unknown, neither metal, nor stone, nor wood. Would this truly possess 30,000 gene of power? Lu Li pondered, though he quickly dismissed the thought. Gue Ma Zhenren had no need for such elaborate schemes to harm him. Therefore, Lu Li bit his tongue, allowing his blood to flow, while simultaneously infusing the tower with his power, commencing the refinement process. Before long, his power was depleted, and the refinement remained only half complete. The drawbacks of his low realm became immediately apparent. Lu Li had no choice but to circulate spiritual energy and absorb spiritual stones to continue the process. Finally, after 2 hours, the refinement of the Ghost Nurturing Tower was complete. A faint connection formed between him and the tower. With continued blood offerings, he would soon achieve a level of mastery. However, to fully unleash the tower's potential, he would need to reach the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refinement. More cultivation was necessary. Lu Li's expression hardened as he took out the Shi Xue Tuan Tiangong along with its annotations, beginning to recover his power while simultaneously studying it. After a cup of tea's time, his power fully restored. Luli comprehended the advantages and disadvantages of cultivating the Shi Xue Tuan Tiangong. This demonic technique was an advanced version of the blood-devouring art, capable of condensing a blood-devouring demonic light that could consume the primordial energy of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the five elements. Naturally, it could also devour human blood. As one delved deeper into its cultivation, nothing was beyond consumption. However, to expedite the process, one had to ingest spiritual blood, preferably from powerful cultivators or formidable demons. Yet, over time, the consumption of blood would lead to the accumulation of toxins within, resulting in a bloodthirsty addiction. In essence, the more one excelled in the Shi Xue Tuan Tiangong, the greater the craving for blood became. In the end, bloodshed is inevitable. This dark art seems ill-suited for my cultivation, Luli mused with a slight frown. However, to elevate my realm, I must rely on this sinister technique. To advance through self-cultivation and absorb spiritual energy would likely take 1 or 2 months to break through to the second layer of chi refinement. Too slow. Wait, that is not right. To devour the primordial essence of heaven and earth? A sudden realization illuminated Luli's eyes as he sprang from the cultivation chamber and ascended to the apex of the Zhaixing Tai. With practiced ease, he shed his garments and reclined upon a colossal jade bed. He then began to channel the techniques of the Zi, Xia, Lian Ri Jin Jing, absorbing the sunlight. The system promptly chimed. Due to your complete immersion in the essence of the blazing sun, the Zi, Xia, Lian Ri Jin Jing has gained tremendous vigor, enhancing cultivation effectiveness by an additional 100. Progress increased by 1. As the sound faded, a wave of heat surged from his dantian, coursing throughout his body. Subsequently, Luli concluded this phase and shifted to the cultivation of the Shi Xue Tun Tiangong. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the Shi Xue Tun Tiangong. In that instant, a chilling and domineering aura coalesced from the dantian. Without waiting for Luli's command, this frigid energy instinctively pursued and consumed the wave of heat, augmenting its own power. Your Shi Xue Tun Tiangong has absorbed the essence of the five elements, bringing you joy and enhancing cultivation effectiveness by 100. Progress increased by 1. Chapter 13. A new neighbor, is that truly possible? A hint of delight graced Luli's countenance. Henceforth, he could directly cultivate the Zi Xia Lian Ri Jin Jing, allowing the Shi Xue Tun Tiangong to absorb its energy, indirectly cultivating the dark art. This method not only accelerated his practice of the sinister technique, but also spared him from the need to draw blood. Naturally, he would not develop any bloodthirsty tendencies and become akin to a vampire like Wei Bat Wang. It seems that the dichotomy of righteous and sinister techniques has its advantages. As Luli pondered this, he began to practice the Zi, Xia, Lian Ri Jin Jing. Yet, before long, a crimson streak of light pierced through the air, halting 30 zhang away from the pavilion. It was a young man in white, seemingly around 21 or 22 years old. He wore golden boots, had a tall and slender figure, and possessed striking features, adorned with a white jade hair crown, his face illuminated by a sunny smile. He appeared to be a righteous practitioner, evoking a sense of goodwill. His cultivation level seemed to be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Due to the restrictive formation, Luli could clearly observe outside, yet those outside could not see the unclothed Luli. Is my junior brother at home? The young man in white called out, cupping his hands toward the pavilion. I am the 8th senior brother, by Jean Fei, wishing to befriend you. 8th senior brother? Luli's gaze deepened as he pondered, then replied aloud, please hold on, senior brother. He quickly donned his garments, grasped his jade pendant, and infused it with spiritual energy. With a resonant hum, the pavilion's formation dissipated. Luli cupped his hands toward the young man in white, saying, your arrival is a great honor. I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Haha, we are all brothers here. There's no need for excessive courtesy, Bai Jean Fei responded with a smile. His gaze fixed on Luli, suddenly expressing surprise. Junior brother, you are merely at the first layer of chi refinement? Is there something wrong with that? Luli inquired calmly. Nothing at all. However, with such cultivation, you manage to pass Master S tests and become a true disciple, which must signify exceptional talent. Bai Jean Fei remarked, a look of astonishment and admiration gracing his features. You flatter me, senior brother. Please, come down, Luli replied with composure. All right. Bai Jean Fei nodded with a smile, then gracefully descended to Luli's side. His demeanor exuded elegance and propriety, akin to that of a refined gentleman. Utterly unlike a true disciple of a dark sect. I must apologize, senior brother. I have just moved in, and I have yet to prepare any tables or chairs, nor find tea or wine. I am remiss, Luli explained, glancing around and noting the absence of any furnishings. Haha, no need for formality. I had anticipated this. Your 5th senior brother took everything with him before leaving nothing behind, Bai Jean Fei chuckled, shaking his head. 5th senior brother? Luli raised an eyebrow. He was the previous master of this stargazing pavilion, but sadly, he had perished. Master has taken in a total of 13 disciples, now only the 1st senior brother, 2nd senior sister, 3rd senior brother, 6th senior sister, and I remain. The others have either died or gone missing, Bai Jinfei lamented. Luli fell silent. It seemed that being a disciple of the Gui Mo Zhenrin indeed carried significant risks. Junior brother, see that magnificent cave abode? That's mine. The resplendent Bai Yu Bingong not far from you belongs to the second senior sister, and the distant stone giant hall is the first senior brother's. Bai Jinfei gestured as he spoke. Second senior sister? Luli glanced toward the Bai Yu Bingong, a palace partially crafted from white jade and ice, exuding an extraordinary aura. The closer he approached, the more frigid the air became. Currently, only the two of us remain in the sect, along with you as our new junior brother. By the way, may I ask your esteemed name? Bai Jinfei inquired with a smile. Luli, without parents. Fortunate to be recognized by master and accepted as a true disciple, Luli answered succinctly. Given his uncertainty about Bai Jinfei's character, he preferred to reveal little. Haha, there is no need for such wariness, junior brother. Although we belong to the Gui zone, infighting among comrades is common once you become a true disciple. You are regarded as a seed of the Sect's legacy and are protected by the Sect's rules. Any unprovoked harm to another must be avenged with one's life. In this respect, we take it more seriously than righteous sects. Bai Jinfei seemed to perceive Luli's apprehension and explained with a smile. I understand now. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, Luli replied, expressing gratitude. Though his heart remained skeptical. Alas, our dark sect is suppressed by the righteous and Buddhist sects, confined to the Wanmog Mountain. If we do not find a way to grow stronger, we will eventually face extinction, Bai Jinfei sighed. This statement bore a certain truth. Nevertheless, such matters were not for lowly individuals like them to ponder. Junior brother, do you require any assistance at present? Bai Jinfei inquired with a friendly demeanor. What do you mean, senior brother? Luli furrowed his brow, his caution heightened. Hee, junior brother Lu, I imagine you are not overly affluent at the moment? Bai Jinfei asked with a grin. Indeed, Luli nodded. His current assets consisted solely of 22 low-grade spirit stones and a ghost-raising tower. By the way, Bai Jinfei continued, the most demanding aspect of cultivation is spirit stones. If you lack them, I can lend you some. Oh, is senior brother truly so benevolent? Surely that cannot be, Luli surmised vaguely. Junior brother, you've misunderstood. We are all brothers here. How could I covet anything of yours? However, if you find yourself in dire need and require funds, I can lend you spirit stones without interest, but you will need to write a collateral note. Bai Jinfei concluded, his eyes narrowing like a fox wagging its tail. A collateral note? Luli's expression turned cold. Yes. Just a simple statement indicating that should you be unable to repay or if any misfortune befalls you, your possessions will belong to me. Of course, aside from spirit stones. If you desire any other magical artifacts, dark arts, spiritual ghosts, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or even exquisite women, I, your senior brother, can procure them for you. As he spoke, Bai Jinfei wore a knowing smile. It appeared he was a cunning merchant. Luli felt a tinge of disdain within, yet he concealed it, merely cupping his hands and shaking his head, saying, I appreciate the kind offer, senior brother, but I currently have no pressing needs. What? You are but 18, brimming with vitality, and you do not desire women? Do you prefer a male partner? Bai Jinfei expressed surprise. Not at all, Luli replied, shaking his head and stating calmly, I am a hero of the wilderness. Bai Jinfei, upon hearing this, immediately grasped the implication and gasped in astonishment. Junior brother, a snake demon capable of transforming into human form must be at least a golden core level monster. I cannot possibly acquire one. Wait, junior brother, you cannot be serious. Can you? At this moment, he realized that Luli was merely jesting. Luli chuckled softly, offering no explanation. Haha, junior brother, you truly are amusing. Would you care to visit my cave abode? I have exquisite spiritual fruits and fine wines, along with many talented and enchanting beauties. Bai Jinfei extended an invitation with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I have yet to complete my cultivation for today, so I must decline. Luli replied, shaking his head. Very well, we shall converse another time. Bai Jinfei, perceiving Luli's indifference, was unperturbed and waved his hand before soaring into the sky, swiftly returning to his resplendent palace. Once Bai Jinfei departed, Luli immediately activated a barrier to envelop the loft, shielding it from prying eyes. His expression darkened. It seemed that this group of senior brothers and sisters were not to be trusted. He needed to focus on his cultivation. Thus, Luli skillfully shed his garments and immersed himself in the state of meditation. Chapter 14. The demonic arts of departure. Before long, night fell. Luli, resting on his jade bed, opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within. Blood-devouring heaven art, level 1, progress 2. After 2 hours of arduous practice, he had gained a mere 1 in progress. This meant that a full day of cultivating the Zixia Yin Ri True Scripture would yield 6 in progress for the blood-devouring heaven art. Furthermore, with the addition of automatic cultivation in the evening, he could expect an additional 3 in progress. In roughly 10 days, he would be able to advance to level 2 of the blood-devouring heaven art, allowing him to also break through to the second level of Qi refinement. This art consisted of 20 levels, with the first 10 corresponding to chi refinement and the latter 10 to foundation establishment. However, progress felt rather sluggish. Luli furrowed his brow slightly. At this pace, it would likely take 3 years to reach full chi refinement. Yet, according to the notes provided by the ghost demon real person, directly devouring powerful spiritual blood could amplify cultivation speed 100-fold, allowing for rapid elevation in realm. At the quickest, one could attain full chi refinement in less than half a year. Although his current method was effective, it merely offered a 3-fold increase in cultivation speed. Was he truly required to procure powerful spiritual blood with spirit stones? After pondering for a moment, Luli shook his head. He was but a solitary wanderer, lacking spirit stones, possessing only untapped talent and strikingly handsome features. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Leeching off others? This seemed feasible. However, recalling the terrifying rumors surrounding the furnace cauldrons and medicinal dregs of the demon sect, he quickly dismissed the notion. Never mind. I shall focus on diligent cultivation. With that, Luli calmed his mind and returned to the underground cultivation chamber, sitting cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and continuing his practice of the blood-devouring heaven art. The next day, upon waking, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Your blood-devouring heaven art has consumed the true chi of the sun, and with satisfaction, you have diligently cultivated, gaining 5 in progress. Excellent. Luli was quite pleased. At this rate, he would likely break through to the second level of chi refinement in about 7 or 8 days. Then, the system's melodious voice chimed again. Because you have cultivated another powerful demonic art, the white-bone heart-crushing palm feels invigorated and has diligently cultivated, gaining 4 in progress. The white-bone heart-crushing palm, bolstered by the prowess of the blood-devouring heaven art, attempted to challenge the indestructible diamond technique once more, only to suffer a crushing defeat, leaving it dejected and causing its progress to regress by 8. In a fit of vengeance, the white-bone heart-crushing palm fervently cultivated, gaining 10 in progress. Why does the white-bone heart-crushing palm seem somewhat endearingly foolish? Luli mused, his expression slightly bemused. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as the cultivation progress increased more than it regressed, no matter how many times it wavered, a breakthrough in realm was inevitable. With this thought, Luli disregarded the matter and rose, commencing a new day of cultivation. Thus, his days fell into a remarkably regular pattern. Each morning, he embraced the sun, practicing the Xia Lian Ri true scripture for an entire day until the evening glow faded and the stars and moon ascended. Following this, he would shift to the blood-devouring demonic arts, devouring the recently cultivated 5 elements true chi of the sun. Afterward, he would enter the spirit-gathering array, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to continue his training. When fatigue set in, he would simply retire for the night. The next day, with the rising sun, he would recommence his practice of the Xia Lian Ri true scripture. His days were monotonous and drab. On the 9th day, within the cultivation chamber, a chime resonated. Congratulations, host, your blood-devouring heaven art has broken through to level 2. With the system's notification, a chilling aura surged forth from his dantian, erupting like a torrent, sweeping through Lu Li's limbs and bones. An invisible bottleneck shattered instantaneously. He had broken through. Chi refinement level 2. Lu Li opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze as he summoned the system panel. Host, Lu Li, realm, Chi refinement level 2. Indestructible diamond technique, level 3, 99. Blood-devouring heaven art, level 2, 1. White-bone heart-crushing palm, level 4, 75. Spirit ghost shadow step, level 4, 6. Compared to 9 days prior, the progress of the white-bone heart-crushing palm had increased by 60. This was a diligent and studious child. Although he had not ventured to the abyss of 10,000 ghosts to exorcise vengeful spirits, his automatic cultivation yielded a progress of 67 daily. In contrast, the spirit ghost shadow step had only seen an increase of 4 over the 9 days, proving to be rather lazy. Luli resolved to seek a more industrious technique when the opportunity arose. For now, he would continue to cultivate. His aim was to swiftly elevate the indestructible diamond technique to level 4. With a focused gaze, Luli gradually closed his eyes once more. Dimly, he thought he heard the voice of his 8th senior brother, Bai Jinfei, but he paid it no mind. 21 days later, with a rumble, the stone door of the underground cultivation chamber slowly opened. Within the spirit-gathering array, Luli sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, joy illuminating his expression. After a full month, he had finally broken through to Chi refinement level 3. Host, Luli. Realm, Chi refinement level 3. Indestructible diamond technique, level 3, 99. Blood-devouring heaven art, level 3, 1. White-bone heart-crushing palm, level 4, 99. Spirit ghost shadow step, level 4, 16. The blood-devouring heaven art had finally reached level 3. The white-bone heart-crushing palm remained in a state of discontent due to its lack of exorcising vengeful spirits, oscillating between level 4. but it should be able to break through once it undertook that task. The spirit ghost shadow step retained its lethargic demeanor. This was the result of a month of seclusion and arduous practice. Overall, Luli was satisfied. He nodded inwardly and began to sense the changes within his body. His internal power had grown several-fold. The power of Qi refinement level 1 felt like a small cup of water, whereas Qi refinement level 3 felt akin to a basin of water. Now, he could unleash 30% of the power of the ghost nurturing tower. Moreover, the blood-devouring heaven art's blood-devouring demon light had also been refined. Concentrate. Luli formed a peculiar seal with one hand, simultaneously channeling the demonic art. Swiftly sketching a magical symbol before him, a gentle breeze swept through. At the tip of his index finger, a faint, almost imperceptible bloodlight coalesced, flickering and emanating a chilling aura. The temperature around him began to plummet rapidly. The intricate patterns of the array etched upon the ground crystallized with frost, spreading toward the stone walls. This was the blood-devouring demon light of the blood-devouring heaven art. In the future, as long as he frequently devoured spiritual blood to nourish the demon light, it would grow rapidly, becoming silent, invisible, and intangible, capable of striking unseen. With a resonant hum, the bloodlight shattered and vanished. Luli's power was exhausted, and the seal dissipated. This blood-devouring demon light was indeed formidable. Yet its consumption of power was excessively fierce. In merely 3 breaths, it had completely drained his energy. In his pursuit of breaking through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he had to pay a certain price. The next moment, Luli reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 inferior green spirit stones, his brow furrowing slightly. In his quest for rapid advancement, he had consumed a total of 19 inferior spirit stones during his cultivation. Now, he was left with only 3, unable even to afford the most basic storage ring. In a word, he was impoverished. Fortunately, as Luli progressed to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he sensed a subtle loosening of the bottleneck of the indestructible Vajra skill. He estimated that once he reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he could break through that barrier. Would it take 3 months to reach the 5th layer? Luli's brow tightened further. 3 months could be considered neither long nor short. However, if the Master of Ghosts emerged from seclusion and observed his slow progress, he would likely be displeased and erupt in fury. What might ensue was unpredictable. Contemplating this, Luli's expression grew solemn. It seemed he would have to make another trip to the Sanjing Pavilion, hoping to find a solution there. Resolutely, Luli closed his eyes and began to absorb spiritual energy to restore his magical power. The following day, at the moment the sun rose, Luli opened his eyes precisely on time. With a chime, 3 system notifications echoed in his mind. Your blood-devouring skill has increased its appetite due to a breakthrough in your realm and must venture out to consume food. Your blood-devouring skill has devoured the extreme Yin energy in the Wangu cave, becoming well-fed and significantly enhancing your cultivation, increasing progress by 5. Your blood-devouring skill has discovered an inferior spirit ghost in the Wangu cave. Chapter 15. Lu He, Green Tea. The blood-devouring skill ventured out? It even found an inferior spirit ghost? Upon receiving the system notifications, Luli felt invigorated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A spirit ghost, born with intelligence through a twist of fate, was exceedingly rare. Rarity equated to value. An inferior spirit ghost was essentially worth an inferior spiritual artifact. The lowest grade spiritual artifacts were valued at 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Thus, an inferior spirit ghost was worth at least 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Luli was genuinely surprised that the blood-devouring skill, while cultivating, had also discovered an inferior spirit ghost. System log. Luli silently chanted and promptly opened the system records for a detailed examination. With a single glance, he spotted the last 2 entries. Your blood-devouring skill has discovered an inferior spirit ghost in the Wangu cave. Location of the spirit ghost, 720 miles southeast of the Sanqing Valley, within a 7-foot-tall soul burial tree. Sanqing Valley was the site where he previously battled to transcend the fierce ghosts. He had to hurry. If he delayed, the inferior spirit ghost might be captured by someone else. Luli's expression turned serious as he seized the jade pendant on the ground and dashed out of the cultivation chamber. Suddenly, he halted. No. Charging in directly to seize the spirit ghost would easily raise suspicions. Perhaps the Master of Ghosts was secretly observing him. A month without stepping outside. Yet he knew about the spirit ghost in the Wangu cave and its precise location. There was definitely something amiss. Thus, Luli calmed himself, his expression returning to a cool indifference as he stepped out of the stargazing tower at a measured pace. He then activated the ghostly shadow step, gliding towards the underground passage of the back mountain. Once inside the tunnel, he maintained a leisurely pace. Soon, he ventured deeper, and the blue light barrier of the tunnel came into view. Luli stepped through, and the familiar underground realm reappeared before him, a chill enveloping him. The sky of the Wangu cave remained overcast. Luli glanced towards the direction of the spirit ghost, but did not rush. Instead, he chose to wait in place. He awaited the arrival of Lu He. Sure enough, within a few minutes, a glimmer of green light flickered on the distant horizon, swiftly approaching. The green light danced several times before materializing before Luli. Indeed, it was her. It had been a long time. Perched atop a skeletal greatsword sat a girl clad in green, vivacious and charming. Upon seeing Luli, her eyes instantly sparkled like crescent moons, radiating joy. This lively girl was none other than Lu He, the one who had aggressively sold maps and collected protection fees. Greetings, senior sister Lu He. Luli said with a wooden expression, offering a slight bow. No need for formalities. You are now a true disciple of the Yiming Ghost Sect. And in terms of status, you are on par with me. Here, take these 5 inferior spirit stones back. Luli giggled, waving her small hand to present 5 inferior spirit stones to Luli. Senior sister, why do you? A hint of confusion appeared on Luli's face. You know by Jinfeng, right? He is my subordinate, and since you are his junior, you are also my subordinate. Since we are on the same side, I shall not accept your spirit stones. Lu He playfully kicked her dainty foot and smiled brightly. This innocent and warm smile instantly endeared her to him. However, Luli's heart tightened. Lu He was undoubtedly a formidable figure among the true disciples of the Yiming Ghost Sect. Returning the spirit stones likely served to curry favor. What? Are you afraid I might poison those spirit stones? At this moment, Lu He lightly huffed, her expression seemingly displeased. Then I shall thank you, senior sister. Luli responded promptly, no longer being polite as he accepted the spirit stones and bowed in gratitude. Seeing this, Lu He revealed her smile again, resting her chin on one hand as she scrutinized Lu Li with a grin. I am genuinely curious. How did you, with merely the cultivation of the first layer of Qi refinement, manage to pass the Master of Ghost examination and successfully become a true disciple? Could you share your secret? It was merely luck. Lu Li naturally refrained from giving an honest answer. Oh, Lu He raised her eyebrows, suddenly changing the subject. I heard by Jinfeng mention that you have been diligently cultivating this month. Yes, since my master passed down the technique, I naturally dare not be negligent. Lu Li replied nonchalantly, feeling a sense of urgency within. Why was this woman so talkative? Why wouldn't she leave? Although Lu Li felt quite vexed, he did not show it on his face. TSK, typically, when a young man full of vigor becomes a true disciple, he often uses his newfound power to gather beautiful women from the outer sect for his own enjoyment. Yet you, junior brother, not only refrained from doing so, but even rejected by Jinfeng's offer of a stunning beauty? That truly impresses me. Lu He gazed at Lu Li with evident interest. To meet a senior sister is to change one's life. Henceforth, all women appear to me as mere frivolous adornments. Lu Li's eyes twinkled as he maintained a stoic demeanor, engaging in a bit of flattery. Upon hearing this, Lu He burst into a blossom of laughter. You know, you really ought to take lying more seriously. But I do appreciate this particular lie. With a giggle, she waved her delicate hand, presenting him with an item, a rolled-up sheepskin map. This is a map of the entire Wangu Cave. With this map, you can roam freely within the Wangu Cave, visiting any of the marked places for cultivation. Lu Li's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. I'm giving it to you, so just take it. I have no further use for it. Lu said generously. Lu Li's brow furrowed. Did this woman truly have feelings for him? Nevertheless, in order to expedite her departure, he clasped his hands together. Then I shall gratefully accept it. Thank you, senior sister. After saying this, he received the sheepskin map. All right, I shall take my leave now. Until next time. By the way, I usually cultivate in the very center of this map, so feel free to come find me if you have the time. Lu He winked playfully at Lu Li. With that, she raised her hand and swiftly flew away on her sword. Watching the green light disappear, Lu Li's expression turned slightly cold. This woman was quite adept at manipulation. First, she offered something, then she flattered and ingratiated herself, followed by small favors, and finally, as she departed, she extended an ambiguous invitation, seemingly employing some form of charm to significantly enhance her appeal in his eyes. As this series of events unfolds, one might expect an ordinary youth to succumb to the stirrings of youthful passion, with fervent emotions surging forth and fantasies taking flight. However, Lu Li is decidedly not an ordinary boy. His heart remains guarded, rendering the seductive charms of the green lotus ineffective. Furthermore, he has perused countless scenes of allure, rendering the straightforward demeanor of this green lotus girl utterly unremarkable in his eyes. No matter, such matters can be addressed at a later time. For now, he must capture the spirit demon. Without hesitation, Lu Li grasped the sheepskin map, and with a swift motion, transformed into a shadow, gliding towards Sangsingu. In a short while, he arrived at the valley, where sounds of a struggle echoed. Cloaked in his ceremonial robe, Lu Li drifted closer and observed a burly man in black, wielding a soul-collecting banner, attempting to subdue a vengeful spirit. After a cursory glance, he turned away, heading southeast. Before long, he found himself 750 li from Sangsingu, gazing upon a series of uneven black earth hills, where flickers of green, ghostly flames danced aimlessly. These flames, pure ghost fire, were laden with toxicity, capable of inflicting harm upon one's foundation upon entry into the body. Surrounding the hills, each bore a solitary withered tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like skeletal fingers emerging from the earth. The scene exuded an eerie, chilling ambience. These were the Zonghuan trees. Pure Een trees that only grow in places of extreme Een, typically utilized in the crafting of magical artifacts. Avoiding the ghostly flames, Lu Li floated forward leisurely, feigning a casual passerby while casting his gaze around the landscape. Suddenly, his heart raced. He had found it. A Zonghuan tree standing 7 feet tall, perched upon a nearby hill. The low-grade spirit demon lay concealed within that very tree. The Zonghuan tree remained intact, indicating that the spirit demon was still inside. A flicker of joy surged within Lu Li. However, instead of rushing to sever the Zonghuan tree and extract the spirit demon, he deemed such an action too conspicuous and likely to raise suspicion. An idea struck him. The blood-devouring heaven technique could consume anything. Might it also absorb the pure Een energy within the Zonghuan tree, thereby elevating his own cultivation? Pausing momentarily, he spoke to himself. Without further ado, he leaped forth, resembling a specter, and alighted upon the nearest hill, standing before a 3-zhong-tall Zonghuan tree. He then unleashed a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, the tree was shattered at its base, collapsing in an explosive manner. In that instant of the tree's destruction, a surge of icy, white, cold energy erupted from within, sweeping across the vicinity. This was the pure Een energy that the Zonghuan tree had accumulated over the years, chilling to the very marrow. With a deep breath, Lu Li leaned in, inhaling deeply. All the pure Een energy was drawn into his abdomen, subsequently devoured by the blood-devouring heaven technique. To his dismay, such a large tree yielded only a meager amount of pure Een energy. Could it be that smaller Zonghuan trees accumulated more? His expression soured as he scanned his surroundings. The next moment, his gaze fell upon the Zonghuan tree harboring the spirit demon. Lu Li sprang into action, soaring down the slope towards the hill where the spirit demon resided, swiftly reaching the summit. Standing before the 7-foot Zonghuan tree, he wasted no time. Extending his hand to grasp the trunk, which was as thick as a bowl, and with a forceful twist, he snapped it cleanly in two. As he tossed aside the upper half, he leaned closer, eager to absorb the pure Een energy that would erupt from the trunk. To his surprise, instead of the anticipated white pure Een energy, a swirling mass of black mist emerged from within. This mist, the size of a fist, was composed of pure black, ghostly energy, slowly rotating. Amidst the ghostly aura, flickers of golden light shimmered. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a plump, white infant soul curled within the mist. This was indeed the spirit demon. A surge of elation filled Lu Li. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the spirit-raising tower and channeled his energy into it, fervently pouring in his power. With a resonant hum, the dark spirit-raising tower levitated, emanating beams of golden light that entwined around the spirit demon, attempting to draw it into the tower. At that very moment, the spirit demon seemed to awaken, its eyes snapping open, blood-red and fierce. Suddenly, an invisible sound wave erupted from the misty mass, shattering the golden light surrounding the tower. This was the innate ability of the spirit demon. Immediately, the ghostly mist enveloping the infant's soul soared into the sky. It sought to escape. Want to flee? Stay right there. Lu Li had anticipated this moment. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a thunderous roar. This lion's roar resounded with such might, akin to thunder, reverberating through the air. The visible sound waves, like rippling waves, struck the ascending misty mass, causing it to tremble violently and disperse, becoming exceedingly thin. The infant's soul within seemed to be momentarily stunned by the force of his roar, hesitating to flee. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Li commanded the spirit-raising tower to ascend, radiating golden light as it formed a large net, enveloping the spirit demon. In an instant, the golden light flickered, and the spirit demon vanished, pulled directly into the confines of the spirit-raising tower. Huh, what a delightful surprise. I have indeed caught a low-grade spirit demon, Lu Li exclaimed, summoning the spirit-raising tower back with a wave of his hand, a smile spreading across his face. However, his expression quickly turned serious. Without a word, he turned and fled, clearly wary of anyone attempting to seize his spirit demon. Remarkable luck indeed, mused a red-haired man who appeared in the gloomy sky as Lu Li turned to leave. Isn't that even better? I have always had a penchant for fortunate men. In an instant, a charming beauty materialized beside him, playfully brushing back her hair, and chimed in with a sweet laugh. Moreover, the way this little fellow hurriedly departed reminds me so much of how my husband used to escape through the window when pursued by that old demon next door. Truly nostalgic. Old Demon Wong, dear husband, do you not agree? As she spoke, she suddenly lowered her gaze to caress her abdomen. Witnessing this, the red-haired man's expression shifted dramatically, as if recalling some dreadful memory, and he vanished in an instant. He had no desire to become a vengeful soul, trapped eternally within the belly of this toxic widow. Meanwhile, Lu Li had returned to the star observation tower, ascending to the topmost level. Bathed in the sunlight, he settled upon the grand jade bed and began to channel the Zixia refining sun true scripture while cradling the spirit-raising tower, attuning to its essence. Within his perception, the once empty interior of the tower now contained a faintly glowing mist of ghostly energy, a low-grade spirit demon. This spirit demon appeared to be quite startled, huddled timidly in a corner of the tower, utterly motionless. Its surrounding ghostly energy was faint, as if it might dissipate at any moment. However, at that moment, wisps of black ghostly energy began to rise from the base of the spirit-raising tower, merging into the mist of the low-grade spirit demon, nourishing and revitalizing it. Gradually, the mist coalesced, solidifying. Luli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the spirit-raising tower could assist the injured soul in recovering and growing stronger. Otherwise, should the mist dissipate, the spirit demon, having gained sentience, would succumb to the overwhelming forces of heaven and earth, resulting in the loss of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, Luli resolved to sell this low-grade spirit demon. The reasons were straightforward. Firstly, he was utterly impoverished and lacked the time, energy, and resources to nurture the spirit demon. Secondly, he was still impoverished. He requires a substantial quantity of inferior spirit stones to swiftly elevate his cultivation and prowess. Most importantly, the mature child of the Shirshiwa Gong is also adept at assisting in locating spirit ghosts to supplement household expenses. Perhaps next time he will directly find a medium-grade spirit ghost, or even a high-grade one. Spirit ghosts are categorized into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Inferior spirit ghosts can only cultivate up to the foundation establishment stage at most. Medium-grade spirit ghosts have a slight chance of advancing to the golden core stage. Superior spirit ghosts possess a significant likelihood of reaching the golden core stage, and there is even a faint possibility of ascending to the nascent soul stage. As for the legendary exceptional spirit ghosts, it is said that they can cultivate to the transformation stage, or even higher realms. The classification of spirit ghosts is quite simple. The higher the quality, the more intense the golden radiance surrounding the spirit ghost. It is rumored that once an exceptional spirit ghost appears, its golden light can illuminate 100 miles, shaking the heavens and the earth. Naturally, the higher the quality, the rarer it is. In the 3,000 years since the establishment of the Yinming Zone, only 3 exceptional spirit ghosts and about 20 superior spirit ghosts have emerged. It is hoped that the next outing of the Shirshiwa Gong will yield a medium-grade spirit ghost, which would be splendid. Luli is not greedy and silently prays for this. A medium-grade spirit ghost equates to a magical treasure possessed by a golden core master, approximately worth 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Converted, that amounts to 1 million inferior spirit stones. If he truly finds a medium-grade spirit ghost, he can cultivate to the golden core stage without worrying about spirit stones. However, to whom should he sell this inferior spirit ghost? Luli furrows his brow. 2 figures immediately surface in his mind: a girl in green, Lu He, and a young man in white, Ba Shi Xiao, by Jin Feng. Alternatively, should he present it to the real person of ghosts and demons to gain greater benefits? But in the next moment, Luli swiftly dismisses this thought. This is a demonic sect. The members of the demonic sect are ruthless and self-serving. If the real person of ghosts and demons were to take his spirit ghost without offering anything in return, he would be left with nothing. At that point, he would have lost a spirit ghost for no reason. That woman, Lu He, is too scheming and powerful. Seeking her assistance could lead to being deceived. Thus, it is better to sell it to Bai Jinfeng. After all, they are fellow disciples, and he seems to have some connections. Perhaps he could procure a few Buddhist texts from him. After weighing his options, Luli resolves to head directly to Bai Jinfeng's palace, clutching the spirit ghost-raising tower. Chapter 17. I am a member of the demonic sect. Bai Jinfeng's palace is not far, nestled within a tranquil bamboo grove. Soon, Luli arrives at the entrance of the palace. It is a lavish structure, with walls of pure gold and tiles of jade, reflecting a dazzling light in the afternoon sun. As he approaches, a beautiful girl stationed at the palace gate greets him with a bow, saying sweetly, "This servant has seen young Master Lu. Is there something you seek from my master?" This must be Bai Jinfeng's maid. Luli nods. "Yes, please convey my message." "Please wait a moment, young Master Lu," the girl replies with a gentle nod. She then produces a small bell from her sleeve and gives it 3 delicate shakes. The clear ringing resonates throughout the surroundings. Shortly after, with a rumble, the palace's red door slowly opens, and Bai Jinfeng strides out with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Junior brother Lu, congratulations." What is there to congratulate about? Luli is taken aback. Since junior brother has emerged from his month-long seclusion, it must mean your cultivation has made significant progress. Is that not worthy of congratulations? Bai Jinfeng continues, "Ah, junior brother, have you broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refining? Such talent is astonishing." This statement, however, sounds somewhat sarcastic to Luli. Frowning slightly, he replies coolly, "Brother Bai, it took me a month to reach the 3rd layer of qi refining. My pace is likely among the slowest in the entire Yinming Zone. Why must you mock me? If you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave." With that, he turns to depart without hesitation. Bai Jinfeng, seeing this, quickly steps forward to block his path, bowing and smiling. "Junior brother, you misunderstand. Why not come inside, enjoy some wine, watch the graceful dance of the beauty? And let me explain." "Very well." Lu Li concedes after a moment of contemplation. He is indifferent to the wine, primarily wishing to enjoy the beauty that would lift his spirits. Haha, junior brother, please. Bai Jinfeng laughs, leading Lu Li into the palace. Upon entering the grand doors, a magnificent white jade wine pool comes into view. This wine pool spans 30 yards, immense in size, with thick mist rising from it. A single breath of its intoxicating aroma, mixed with the alluring scent of women, fills his lungs. Through the dense white mist, he can vaguely see some graceful figures within the pool. With a clap of his hands, Bai Jinfeng summons a gentle breeze that disperses the fog. Instantly, the 20-odd figures in the pool become visible to Lu Li, revealing an array of stunning women, each enchanting and alluring, their garments clinging to them as if kissed by the spring breeze. Upon seeing Lu Li, some of the women shyly cover their faces and dive into the pool like mermaids, while others sway gracefully towards him, their captivating gazes enchanting and soul-stealing. Junior brother, what do you think of my wine pool and flesh garden? Bai Jinfeng asks, a hint of pride evident on his face, his gaze sharp as an arrow, keenly observing Lu Li's reactions. Most people would be overwhelmed by such a breathtaking scene. However, Lu Li maintains his composure, surveying the beauties and frowning slightly. Brother, this wine pool and flesh garden are acceptable. However, I have a question. Oh, please, junior brother, go ahead. Bai Jinfeng responds with curiosity. What if they were to secretly relieve themselves in the wine pool or expel gas? Do you think others would notice? Would the wine in the pool still be drinkable? Lu Li inquires solemnly. Bai Jinfeng's smile freezes on his face, his eyes widening in shock. Is that the point? He had intended to showcase his exquisite beauties, not to delve into such unseemly thoughts. The women in the pool also bite their lips, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and anger, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lu Li falls silent. Bai Jinfeng merely sought to use this scene to intimidate him psychologically and test his character. However, for Lu Li, this was merely a trivial matter, one he had long since grown accustomed to. Ahem, let us not dwell on these minor issues. Junior brother Lu, please. Bai Jinfeng quickly regains his composure. Very well. Lu Li agrees, and the two proceed through the wine pool into the main hall of the palace. This hall is resplendent and opulent, adorned with silver white stone pillars and jade-carved murals depicting celestial maidens, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and elegance. Junior brother Lu, please take a seat, Bai Jinfeng invites. His smile warm. Lu Li, without hesitation, occupies the prominent position on the left side of the jade chair. With another clap, Bai Jinfeng summons a procession of beauties from behind the beaded curtains of the side doors, all clad in black silk embroidered with gold, their faces veiled in snow-white fabric. With a graceful flick of their sleeves, they begin to dance in the hall. Simultaneously, the sound of zither and flute fills the air, melodious and enchanting. Maidservants present fragrant tea and spiritual fruits, while others fan the air with jade fans. The scene is nothing short of imperial indulgence. Junior brother, try this tea. It has been personally crafted by the Yunying maiden, imbued with a delicate fragrance, Bai Jinfeng offers, lifting his teacup with a smile. I shall give it a try. Lu Li replies as he raises the jade cup, seemingly about to take a sip, but suddenly remembers something and sets it down, asking, brother, you have yet to explain your earlier remarks? Junior brother, I was genuinely praising you. Bai Jinfeng insists. You have indeed cultivated the Shishua Gong, have you not? Within the span of a mere month, you have remarkably ascended to the third level of this technique without consuming any spiritual blood. Such talent is truly unparalleled within the sect. Bai Jinfei raised a thumb in admiration. How do you know I haven't consumed any spiritual blood? Lu Li countered. Haha, junior brother, you have remained indoors all day, and your resources are limited. A single portion of spiritual blood costs at least 10,000 spirit stones. How could you possibly afford it? Therefore, you must rely solely on your diligent practice to forcibly elevate your cultivation. I must commend you for this approach. It is indeed more righteous than the righteous path itself. Were it not for your low cultivation level, I would suspect you to be an undercover agent sent by the righteous sect, Bai Jinfei extolled. Words spoken without intent can resonate deeply. Lu Li's heart suddenly sank. Indeed, he was an upstanding individual, compassionate and non-confrontational, adhering to the righteous path in his cultivation. What if the Yinming Guizhong conducted an investigation for undercover agents in the future? Would he not be the first to be suspected? Given the ruthless nature of the demonic sect, his fate would be dire. A single remark awakened him from his reverie. Lu Li suddenly grasped the situation, a chill coursing down his spine. Thankfully, he recognized this in time. Therefore, he must now disguise himself as a member of the demonic sect. What does it mean to be a member of the demonic sect? Lu Li's mind whirled, and a phrase emerged in his thoughts. Act according to one's whims. I alone am supreme. Those who oppose me shall perish. Those who comply shall meet the same fate. With this thought, Lu Li leaned back slightly in his chair, smiled at Bai Jinfei, and said, Senior brother, you must not speak carelessly. I was taken in by our master. If I were an undercover agent for the righteous sect, would not our master also be an agent? Upon hearing this, Bai Jinfei's expression shifted, and he forced a laugh. Haha, I was merely joking. Junior brother, You are overreacting. Such jesting should not be taken lightly. However, you are correct. My progress in cultivation has indeed been slow, which is why I sought to acquire some spiritual blood. Luli wasted no time and got straight to the point. Oh, you wish to borrow spirit stones to purchase spiritual blood? Bai Jinfei's eyes brightened. No, Luli said, producing the Yingwei tower from his robe and placing it upon the jade table. I am here to sell something. Sell something? Is this not the Yingwei tower used by our master during the qi refinement stage? Are you truly considering selling it? Do you not fear our master's wrath? Bai Jinfei's expression revealed his surprise. Of course not. I would not dare sell our master's Yingwei tower. I am selling the spiritual ghost within it. Luli channeled his power into the tower. With a hum, the Yingwei tower radiated a golden light, slowly spinning upwards. Through the small openings of the tower, one could clearly see a mass of ghostly mist shimmering with golden hues, nestled in the corner of the tower. Indeed, it was a low-grade spiritual ghost. Is it truly a spiritual ghost? In an instant, Bai Jinfei appeared beside the Yingwei tower, his gaze fervently fixed upon the spiritual ghost. Luli leisurely munched on a crisp spiritual fruit, remaining silent. What a pity. This low-grade spiritual ghost has a golden hue. If given 200 or 300 years to absorb pure ghostly energy, it could likely ascend to a mid-grade spiritual ghost. Bai Jinfei circled the Yingwei tower, expressing his regret, his demeanor akin to a wayward youth peeking at a beauty bathing through a window. With a clap of his hand, Luli brought the Yingwei tower down upon the table and calmly inquired, Senior brother, are you satisfied with this low-grade spiritual ghost? Very satisfied. Bai Jinfei nodded vigorously, his smile radiating warmth. He then waved his hand, and the beautiful attendants in the hall retreated, the music ceasing. Junior brother, where did you acquire this spiritual ghost? Bai Jinfei asked, glancing back at the Yingwei tower with a hint of reluctance, as he returned to his seat. Naturally, I captured it in the Wangwaku. Luli replied candidly. Junior brother, you are truly fortunate. I have spent at least 10 years in the Wangwaku, yet encountered not a single spiritual ghost, Bai Jinfei remarked. His expression filled with envy. I was merely lucky as well. However, this is just a low-grade spiritual ghost, worth at most a spiritual artifact. Why are you so excited? Is there some significant use for this low-grade spiritual ghost? Luli, twirling the Yingwei tower in his hand, asked with a sidelong glance. Upon hearing Luli's question, an unusual glint flickered in Bai Jinfei's eyes, his smile instantly turning friendly and amiable. Haha, junior brother, you think too much. A low-grade spiritual ghost has no other uses. However, rest assured, since you trust me so much, I will certainly offer you a fair price. Excellent. Senior brother. That sounds agreeable. I will accept that amount. Luli raised his right hand, forming a fist, then extended 2 fingers. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. That is not out of the question, Bai Jinfei said, his brow furrowing slightly, before suddenly bursting into laughter. However, we are all brothers. Merely 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Senior brother, you have miscalculated, Luli interjected coolly. I meant 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. What? 200,000. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinfei leapt from his jade chair, his eyes bulging as if they were eggs. Indeed, Luli affirmed with a leisurely nod. Junior brother, what do you mean by this? You must understand that a low-grade spiritual ghost is only worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Bai Jinfei's expression darkened considerably. He suddenly sensed that he could not fathom this new junior brother. Senior brother, while we may be of the same sect, you cannot take advantage of me. If you do not wish to buy, then I shall seek out Sister Lu He. Thank you for your hospitality. I take my leave. Luli shook his head, stowed the Yingwei tower, and bowed before preparing to depart. Lu He? Junior brother, wait. Bai Jinfei's expression changed, and he forced a smile. Let us discuss this calmly. We are all brothers of the same sect. We are family, after all. Oh, family you say? Since we are all family, should you not assist your impoverished junior brother? Surely, this 200,000 cannot be reduced? Luli raised an eyebrow, coldly retorting. Bai Jinfei's smile froze once more, leaving him momentarily speechless. Soon after, he suddenly burst into laughter, his demeanor brightening as he gazed upon Luli with admiration. Junior brother Lu, what a brilliant tactic. In this contest, I concede. I am entirely convinced. This display of candor and grace elicited goodwill from those present. Luli was somewhat taken aback. Brother, since you have seen through my ruse, I shall speak plainly. A typical low-grade spiritual ghost is indeed worth only 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, a certain elder has recently been fervently seeking low-grade spiritual ghosts to have his mid-grade spiritual ghosts consume, thus promoting them to high-grade spiritual ghosts. Bai Jinfei reclined back in his chair, leisurely lifting his jade cup. Oh, then how much can a low-grade spiritual ghost fetch in low-grade spirit stones now? Luli inquired with keen interest. 5. Bai Jinfei extended a hand, his eyes gleaming. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Very well. Thank you. I take my leave. With those words, Luli swiftly tucked the Yingwei tower into his robe, sprang to his feet, and offered a bow, preparing to depart. Junior brother, wait. Did you not say you would sell the spiritual ghost to me? Bai Jinfei called out in haste. Senior brother, have you made an error? We are members of the demonic sect, cunning and treacherous. Dishonesty is our daily routine. Your honesty is quite unusual. Are you not an undercover agent sent by the righteous sect? Luli halted his steps, retorting. Bai Jinfei's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. As he saw Luli truly preparing to leave, Bai Jinfei sighed helplessly. Junior brother, allow me to speak one last truth. The price for low-grade spiritual ghosts has surged to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones last night. I shall give you 100,000 low-grade spirit stones if you sell me this low-grade spiritual ghost. Really? Lu Li's eyes brightened. Absolutely. Bai Jinfei declared earnestly. I swear by the Yiming ancestor that if I utter a single falsehood, may heaven and earth condemn me. To think that even the founder of the Yiming Gui sect would be summoned to swear an oath, it appears to be genuine. Transforming 10,000 into 100,000 is indeed a delightful surprise. After pondering for a moment, Luli ultimately shook his head. Junior brother, even a lion's demand must have its limits. In this transaction, I have gained nothing from you. Bai Jinfeng's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Senior brother, while you may not have profited from me, by reselling this spirit ghost to that elder, you would be fulfilling an urgent need and earning his favor. Luli stood at the entrance of the hall, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The radiant sunlight illuminated him, casting a halo that made Bai Jinfeng squint. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice icy. Junior brother Lu, I must admit, I have underestimated you. I did not expect someone so young could possess such insight into human nature. No wonder you have been accepted as a true disciple by our master despite your low cultivation level. Very well, I shall not purchase this spirit ghost. Go and earn your 100,000 spirit stones and the elder's favor. He gestured for the attendants to escort Luli out. Senior brother, you have misunderstood. I never said I wouldn't sell it to you. At that moment, Luli suddenly sprang back, seated himself, and smiled. Bai Jinfeng narrowed his eyes. What do you mean, junior brother? Nothing much. This spirit ghost may appreciate in value in the future, but I will still sell it to you for 100,000. The premium on this spirit ghost, along with the elder's favor, will also belong to you. Luli smiled. Why? Bai Jinfeng seemed puzzled. It's quite simple. The elder's favor, no matter how substantial, has its limits. At most, it will help me with a small task in the future. However, those in the demonic sect are often indifferent and may not even bother to assist. It is better to sell it to you. In this way, you benefit, I benefit. And we maintain harmony. Isn't that a win-win? Luli explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinfeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he gazed at Lu Li for a moment before clasping his hands and saying, Junior brother Lu, your thoughts are truly exquisite. I am genuinely impressed. There was a hint of sincerity in his words. Senior brother need not be so polite. Lu Li replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. By the way, do you happen to have any Buddhist techniques? My cultivation method, the modified Vajra technique, has reached a bottleneck, and I wish to utilize some Buddhist techniques for enlightenment. Perhaps it will allow me to break through. Lu Li inquired casually. The modified Vajra technique? How fortuitous. I have practiced it as well and have collected some Buddhist scriptures and techniques. Here, take a look. Bai Jinfeng waved his hand, and a pile of jade slips and ancient texts appeared on the ground. Lu Li's gaze fell upon one particular book, and he reached out to grasp it. Upon opening it, he was met with illustrations of unclad figures. Ah, this is the Huanqi Dajian method, unsuitable for righteous cultivation. Yet, Lu Li was acutely aware of his identity as a disciple of the demonic sect, so he looked at it disdainfully and set it aside. This Huanqi Dajian method was incomplete and could not be learned. Subsequently, Lu Li picked up another ancient book and began to flip through it. It was a Buddhist scripture. However, at the moment he finished reading, a chime resonated, and the system prompt echoed. You have perused the Daluo Dahonkan Jing and discovered a hidden Buddhist seal technique. Congratulations. Host, you have learned Daluo Fan. Chapter 19, Daluo Fan evolves. Daluo spell. As the system's voice faded, a new technique filled Lu Li's mind. Daluo Fan. The scripture for this Daluo Fan was a lengthy passage of golden text, totaling over 100,000 words. Beside the text, a golden arhut demonstrated the seal technique continuously. There were 8 types of seals: Vajra seal, Tianlong seal, Shumi seal, Bodhi seal, Dakian seal, Wuliang seal, Wisdom seal, and Nirvana seal. It appeared remarkably powerful. However, when Lu Li summoned the system panel and scanned the text's conclusion, his brow furrowed. As a disciple of the Buddha, one who practices the Daluo Fan with diligence will surely attain enlightenment and become a Buddha. This is a technique for attaining Buddhahood? Lu Li was astonished. He quickly scanned it once more to confirm. Indeed, it was solely a supreme technique for cultivating Buddhahood, lacking any formidable martial skills. It would not enhance his physical form or elevate his cultivation level. Wait, perhaps this Daluo Fan can evolve like the Vajra technique. Lu Li's spirit sword. Junior brother, is there something wrong with this Buddhist scripture? At that moment, Bai Jinfeng noticed Lu Li's peculiar expression and inquired. Not at all. I was merely reflecting on the Huanqi Dajian method we discussed earlier, Lu Li replied, setting the Buddhist scripture aside with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinfeng burst into laughter. Ha ha, I thought you were indifferent to women. It turns out you fancy the 3,000 Buddhist nuns. No wonder you overlook the beauties here. This was a misunderstanding. Lu Li instinctively opened his mouth to explain, but, recalling his identity as a disciple of the demonic sect, merely nodded and said, "Senior brother. You are correct. Haha, when the opportunity arises, I shall take you to Wan Macheng to broaden your horizons. Not only are there the 3,000 Buddhist nuns, but also Taoist maidens." Bai Jinfeng offered a knowing smile. Lu Li felt a stirring in his heart. Wan Macheng is the largest demonic city in Wan Mashan, and the only one with a teleportation array leading away from the mountain. However, for ordinary individuals, accessing that array was nearly impossible. One must cultivate to the golden core stage. Contemplating this, Lu Li smiled. "Senior brother, let us discuss the Taoist maidens and nuns later. For now, I must return to my cultivation. Please hand me the spirit stones, and may I borrow these Buddhist scriptures and techniques for a while?" "Certainly." Bai Jinfeng replied with alacrity. He then gently waved his right hand. A flash of white light appeared, and five colored storage rings materialized on his fingers. "Junior brother, this ring contains 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Please count them. Additionally, this storage ring is a gift for you." Bai Jinfeng removed a yellow jade storage ring and presented it to Lu Li. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones? And a gift of a storage ring? Lu Li was somewhat astonished. He reached out to take the storage ring and probed its contents with his spiritual sense. It was a beginner storage ring with a space of approximately 100 cubic feet, neatly filled with 1,000 orange-yellow square spirit stones, each measuring 1 inch wide, 1 inch thick, and 2 inches long. They were indeed mid-grade spirit stones. "Senior brother, you are being rather generous. The exchange from low-grade to mid-grade spirit stones incurs a loss. Aren't you letting me take advantage?" Lu Li inquired with a smile. "Junior brother, you are astute and diligent in your cultivation, and most importantly, you are fortunate enough to find low-grade spirit ghosts in the Wan Gui Ku. Individuals like you will go far on the path of cultivation. I hold great expectations for you, thus I sincerely wish to befriend you. Such a trivial advantage is of no concern to me." Bai Jinfeng spoke with sincerity. "You flatter me, senior brother. Thank you. I shall accept it without hesitation." Lu Li smiled in gratitude, although he did not entirely believe Bai Jinfeng's words. He then placed the yellow jade storage ring on his left pinky finger, feeling a sense of relief within. Finally, he had acquired some funds. With these spirit stones, he would undoubtedly achieve the 5th layer of Qi refinement within 2 to 3 months. "Senior brother, you may take the spirit ghost now, please." Lu Li retrieved the Yang Gui Ta and activated it. With a hum, the Yang Gui Ta flashed with golden light, releasing the spirit ghost. As soon as the spirit ghost emerged, it instinctively sought to flee. Not so fast. Bai Jinfeng swiftly grasped the fleeing spirit ghost and captured it within his sleeve. "Thank you for your hospitality, senior brother. I take my leave." Lu Li retrieved the Yang Gui Ta, gathered the Buddhist scriptures and techniques, and bid farewell. He needed to return to his cultivation and see if the Daluo Feian could evolve. "Take care, junior brother. Let me see you off," Bai Jinfei said, rolling up his platinum flying robe and putting away the flag, smiling. "Haha, there's no need to trouble senior brother for just a few steps. You should spend your time with your beauty," Lu Li teased, waving his hand and darting out, reaching the entrance of the hall. "Junior brother, wait." Suddenly, Bai Jinfei called out. Lu Li halted and turned around. "Senior brother, is there something else?" "Indeed." Bai Jinfei's expression turned exceedingly serious. "It pertains to a matter of utmost importance." "Oh?" Lu Li raised an eyebrow. "Our master is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to Yuaning. Given his strength, he is likely to succeed. Once he does, our status within the Yinming Gui zone will undoubtedly soar." Bai Jinfei furrowed his brow. "This is joyous news." "Why the frown, senior brother?" Lu Li inquired, puzzled. "Yes, it is indeed joyous. However," Bai Jinfei sighed helplessly, "our master has quite a few enemies." "Quite a few? In what sense?" Lu Li felt a sense of unease creeping in. "The demonic sect has countless golden elixirs, and half of them bear animosity towards our master. This is a widespread rumor within the demonic sect. In truth, that figure is still an understatement. Our master has enmities with at least 70% of the golden elixirs." At this point, Bai Jinfei's expression turned grim. How could this happen? How could our master have enmities with so many golden elixir cultivators from the entire demonic sect? Lu Li was astonished. How did this come to pass? Alas, it is not truly a grave enmity. It stems from our master's previous amiable disposition. Often inquiring about the parents of others, Bai Jinfei left his sentence hanging. "So, you mean to say, with the title of disciple of Gui Mo Zhenren, he could easily fall into a trap? He might not even realize how he met his end? No wonder the disciples of Gui Mo Zhenren are replaced so frequently." Lu Li realized the gravity of the situation. Once our master breaks through to Yuaning, there will undoubtedly be those who come to congratulate him, including his former adversaries. Those foes are exceptionally talented, and many have already attained Yuaning. Naturally, they would not confront our master directly. However, it is highly likely they will send juniors to provoke us, humiliating our master, Bai Jinfei said, his brow furrowed. "Will there be casualties?" Lu Li immediately sensed the underlying implications and asked. Yes. Bai Jinfei's expression grew increasingly grave. Not long ago, after our master broke through to the late stage of golden elixir and hosted a small banquet, some came to disrupt it, resulting in the deaths of 2 senior brothers and the injury of a senior sister. The reason I invested heavily to acquire your spirit blood was to curry favor with that elder and borrow a treasure for self-protection. Just then, Bai Jinfei's expression suddenly shifted, and he smiled. So, junior brother, would you like to purchase a portion of spirit blood? I have a vial of spirit blood from the golden elixir Qi Yanjiao, which can help you reach the peak of Qi refinement in a remarkably short time. It is available for the limited price of 999 mid-grade spirit stones. Purchase now and receive 10 exquisite beauties as a gift. Offer expires soon. Senior brother Bai, were you just joking? Lu Li's eyes widened slightly. No. Everything I just said is true. I can swear it before our ancestors. So, will you buy the spirit blood? Bai Jinfei narrowed his eyes, revealing a fox-like smile. Humph. So this fellow has been plotting all along. Lu Li scoffed inwardly. Yet, he maintained his composure, pondering for a moment before clasping his hands. Senior brother, please allow me some time to consider. Very well, junior brother. Bai Jinfei gestured for him to go ahead. Lu Li nodded and swiftly exited the palace. Soon, he returned to his observatory tower. As the restrictions of the observatory tower activated, a chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your De Luo Fa Yin has evolved into De Luo Fa Zhou due to profound insights gained from listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures. Chapter 20. Great Strength Vajra. Great Might Heavenly Dragon. De Luo Fa Zhou. Upon hearing this, Lu Li wasted no time and rushed into the cultivation chamber, sitting cross-legged to enter meditation. At that moment, the golden scriptures in his mind melted together, writhing and swirling, resembling a boiling liquid of gold. It seemed on the verge of giving birth to something miraculous. Indeed, under Lu Li's consciousness, a golden Buddha statue emerged from the golden liquid. It depicted a bald-headed arhat, muscles bulging, with a fierce glare, exuding immense power. One hand was raised to his chest, thumb pinching the middle finger, while the other 3 fingers stood upright, poised to unleash a devastating force upon the world. The entire golden arhat seemed to embody all the strength in the universe, a force capable of annihilating anything. 2 words, overwhelmingly fierce. At that moment, another golden Buddha statue separated. It was a bodhisattva. This bodhisattva bore a solemn and majestic visage, palms pressed together, standing upon a white elephant, surrounded by swirling golden dragons, emanating an awe-inspiring presence that intimidated demons and spirits. There were no less than 8 golden dragons. Simultaneously, 2 sacred and solemn incantations resounded, abruptly jolting Lu Li out of his meditative state. System. Lu Li immediately thought to summon the system records for review. Congratulations, host. Your De Luo Fa Yin has evolved into De Luo Fa Zhou due to profound insights gained from listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures. One of the 8 Buddhas, the Great Strength Vajra Arhat, has been fully manifested. You have learned the Great Strength Vajra incantation, currently at the first layer, progress 0. The second of the 8 Buddhas, the Great Might Heavenly Dragon Bodhisattva, has been fully manifested. You have learned the Great Might Heavenly Dragon incantation, currently at the first layer, progress 0. Due to missing materials, the manifestation of the remaining 6 Buddhas has failed. You have not acquired the incantations of the other Buddhas. Your Great Strength Vajra incantation resonates deeply with the indestructible Vajra technique, sharing insights and enhancing cultivation progress by 5. Your Great Might Heavenly Dragon, enraged by your practice of demonic techniques, has increased in power, enhancing progress by 5. Great Strength Vajra incantation. Reciting it summons the Great Strength Vajra manifestation, empowering oneself with unparalleled strength. Incantation. Great Strength Vajra, De Luo Buddhas, World Honored Amitabha, Prajna Permitha. Current layer, first, progress 5. Great Might Heavenly Dragon incantation. Reciting it summons the Great Might Heavenly Dragon manifestation, subduing demons and exterminating spirits. Incantation. Great Might Heavenly Dragon, De Luo Buddhas, World Honored Amitabha, Prajna Permitha. Current layer, first, progress 5. Excellent. Upon reading the final entry, Lu Li couldn't help but smile with delight. Without further ado, he sprang up from the cultivation chamber, moving like a specter as he ascended the stairs. Soon, he arrived at the training ground on the 2nd floor. Standing before a solid black steel stone, Lu Li took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and swiftly recited the incantation. Great Strength Vajra, De Luo Buddhas, World Honored Amitabha, Prajna Permitha. As he finished, a flash of golden light appeared on the back of his right hand, and a small Great Strength Vajra Arhat manifestation emerged. Immediately, boundless strength surged forth from the manifestation like a tidal wave, flooding into Lu Li's body. Huh! Lu Li let out a mighty roar as he struck with his fist. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash that echoed through the air, the 3-foot-thick black steel stone shattered into pieces, scattering debris in all directions as if it had been struck by an explosive shell. This punch bore a force of 50,000 pounds. What a remarkable great strength Vajra incantation. The first layer already allowed him to unleash double the strength. Luli retracted his fist, his face radiating exhilaration. The great strength Vajra incantation consists of 8 layers. The first layer doubles strength, the second quadruples it, the third octuples it, and the 8th layer yields 256 times the strength. Once cultivated to its peak, wouldn't he be able to shake the very earth with a stomp? It was utterly ferocious. The only drawback was the rapid consumption of spiritual energy. Unleashing a single punch drained a third of his energy. However, compared to the power unleashed, it was a small price to pay. The first incantation of Dali Jingguang was so formidable. One cannot help but wonder how powerful the second incantation of Dawai Tianlong truly is. Lu Li, filled with anticipation, pinched the Tianlong seal and recited the spell, Dawai Tianlong. De Luo Zhu Fo, Shizuan Umitba, or Bamahong. A thunderous roar erupted as his internal energy surged forth like a dam bursting, while a wave of heat surged from his back and golden light flashed, as if a golden dragon were about to emerge from his back and soar into the sky. Yet, in that very instant, Lu Li felt his body weaken and collapse to the ground. His entire reserve of spiritual power had been completely drained. Not a single drop remained. The Dawai Tianlong manifestation remained uncalled forth. The second incantation required an immense amount of spiritual energy. At least the foundation stage was necessary for its invocation. Rising to his feet, Lu Li's expression bore signs of fatigue, yet it was overshadowed by the brightness of joy. In this demonic sect, the majority consisted of practitioners of the demonic path. The Dawai Tianlong manifestation could vanquish demons and eliminate evil spirits, serving as a nemesis to those who tread the path of darkness. With the Dawai Tianlong manifestation safeguarding him, his odds of triumph against malevolent foes would significantly increase. Moreover, this incantation has 8 layers, and with each ascension, he could summon an additional Dawai Tianlong. At its pinnacle, the 8 celestial dragons could sweep away all manner of malevolent creatures, rendering them powerless. Furthermore, there are still 6 more incantations to master. Although the Buddha manifestations of these 6 incantations have not yet materialized, they should surpass even the Dali Jingguang and Dawai Tianlong manifestations in power. Alas, it seems that these 6 incantations require specific materials for their manifestation. Glancing at the system, Lu Li found no elucidation on this matter. What is this pattern? Upon noticing the Dali Jingguang manifestation on his hand, Lu Li suddenly had a revelation. He procured a mirror and glanced at his back, discovering a soaring 5-clawed golden dragon insignia adorning it. Upon perfecting the De Luo incantation, would he not possess the Dali Jingguang Luohan on his hand, the Dawai Tianlong Bodhisattva on his back, Guanyin on his left, Maitreya on his right, and the Buddha of burning lamp at his waist, with the Buddha himself upon his chest? A peculiar thought emerged in Lu Li's mind. This notion feels quite extravagant. Never mind, one cannot be too greedy. It is best to first master these 2 incantations. System. Lu Li cast aside distracting thoughts and summoned the system panel. Host. Lu Li. Realm. Qi Refinement Level 3. Dawai Tianlong Incantation. First layer, 5. Dali Jingguang Incantation. First layer, 5. Indestructible Vajra Skill. Third layer, 99. Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing Skill. Third layer, 1. White Bone Crushing Palm. Fourth layer, 99. Spirit Ghost Phantom Step. Fourth layer, 16. His realm is still too low. With such low standing, even the finest incantations cannot be utilized. Other martial arts cannot be enhanced either. Time to cultivate. Lu Li's mood settled into tranquility as he resolved to swiftly return to the underground training chamber and commence his rigorous meditation. Of course, before diving into his arduous training, he perused the Buddhist scriptures and techniques gifted by Bai Jinfei. Fortune seemed to have run dry. These scriptures did not conceal any spells, and the techniques were all incomplete, rendering them unlearnable. Subsequently, Lu Li set the scriptures and techniques aside, lightly waving his hand. A flash of yellow light surged forth. On the Spirit Gathering Array's stone slab, 100 medium-quality spirit stones appeared. In the next moment, Lu Li gritted his teeth and placed all 100 medium-quality spirit stones into the grooves of the Spirit Gathering Array. With a resonant rumble, the Spirit Gathering Array activated, emanating concentric circles of colorful light, enveloping all the medium-quality spirit stones as it began the transformation process. Soon, an abundance of rich spiritual energy seeped forth from the array's intricate patterns. Within moments, the entire training chamber was suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy. This is all money. Although Lu Li felt a pang of regret, he could not dwell on it any longer. He activated the blood-devouring sky swallowing skill and began to absorb the surrounding dense spiritual energy. A crisp chime rang out in his mind. Your blood-devouring sky swallowing skill has absorbed highly pure spiritual energy, leading to a euphoric state, enhancing cultivation effects by 2,000. Indeed, financial capability is the ultimate cheat. Lu Li mused, gradually closing his eyes and commencing full-speed cultivation. all the while reciting the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. Continuous system notifications echoed. Your Dali Jingguang incantation has gained insight due to listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures. Progress increased by 1. Your Dawai Tianlong incantation has gained insight due to listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures. Progress increased by 1. Progress 1. Progress 1. Your White Bone Crushing Palm attempted to teach the newly arrived Dali Jingguang and Dawai Tianlong incantations a lesson, but instead was met with a mixed onslaught, leading to existential doubt and regression in cultivation. Chapter 21. Qi Refinement Level 4, Thunder Tribulation. The next day, Lu Li awoke, brimming with vitality. A series of system notifications promptly resonated in his mind. Your Dali Jingguang incantation has advanced considerably. After a night of arduous training, progress increased by 3. Your Dawai Tianlong incantation, having been idle, continued to impart lessons to the White Bone Crushing Palm, gaining some insights. Progress increased by 2. Your Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing skill, having consumed a large volume of spiritual energy, is highly satisfied. Progress increased by 5. Your Spirit Ghost Phantom Step, having spent all day in the cave dwelling, has grown increasingly lazy and fortuitously comprehended the slow path of martial arts. Progress increased by 100. A quadruple delight. Upon hearing the system notifications, Lu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unexpectedly, the Spirit Ghost Phantom Step had directly increased by 100 in progress. He had directly broken through to the 5th layer. At the 5th layer, his speed was as swift as lightning, allowing him to split into 5 ghostly figures, significantly enhancing his ability to escape and confuse enemies. It seems that laziness has its merits. Regrettably, the Blood-Devouring Sky Swallowing skill, having feasted to satisfaction, no longer ventured out, thus unable to discover any spirit ghosts. However, spirit ghosts do not appear readily. At least 1 or 2 months must pass before even a single one manifests. With this thought, Lu Li felt less concerned. Oh, the poor White Bone Crushing Palm has endured a night of beatings from the Dawai Tianlong incantation. Its cultivation should have regressed significantly. System. Lu Li suddenly recalled something. Silently invoking the system panel. Host. Lu Li. Realm. Qi Refinement Level 3. Dawai Tianlong incantation. First layer, 15. Dali Jingguang incantation. First layer, 14. Indestructible Vajra skill. Third layer, 99. Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing skill. Third layer, 11. Spirit Ghost Phantom Step. 5th layer, 66. White Bone Crushing Palm. 4th layer, 84. How tragic. It has regressed by a full 15 points. Moreover, the White Bone Crushing Palm has now become the lowest ranked. Lu Li felt a twinge of sadness for this unfortunate child. However, time is of the essence. He can only wait until he reaches Qi Refinement Level 5 to exorcise the malevolent spirits in the Wangu dungeon and break through the White Bone Crushing Palm's realm. Now, to cultivate the Zixia Lianri True Sutra, Lu Li picked up the control jade pendant beside him and directly activated the array mechanism. A resounding rumble ensued. The entire stargazing tower trembled. As the mechanisms within the tower shifted, a straight skylight passage opened from the roof directly down to the underground training chamber. In the next moment, the brilliant sunlight was drawn down, enveloping Lu Li and illuminating him like a radiant bulb. With a swift motion, Lu Li tore off his garments and cast them aside. He then fully activated the Zixia Lianri True Sutra, beginning to absorb the essence of the sun, condensing the 5 elements Heori, True Qi. The surrounding spiritual energy, in tandem with his inhalation and exhalation, melded into his being. The system notifications immediately chimed. Your Zixia Lianri True Sutra has thrived due to your wholehearted communion with the essence of the sun. The cultivation effect has increased by 100. Your Zixia Lianri True Sutra, immersed in the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, feels exceedingly comfortable. Cultivation effects increased by 2,000. Indeed, regardless of whether they are righteous or demonic techniques, they all yield to my financial prowess. Lu Li felt a profound sense of tranquility as he began to silently recite the Heart Sutra of Prajna. The system log continued to flood the screen with notifications. The progress of Zixia Lianri Jinjing was at 1. Progress 1. Progress 1. The progress of Dali Jinggang Fa Zhou was at 1. The progress of Dawei Tianlong Fa Zhou was at 1. Thus, Lu Li entered a state of seclusion once more, devoting himself to intense cultivation. Oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, days turned into weeks, and the passage of time became a blur. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed within the cultivation chamber. The 233rd mid-grade spirit stone fractured, transforming into a gray stone. Lu Li slowly opened his eyes. A low rumble reverberated within him. Spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, breaking through the invisible barriers, and he finally ascended to a new realm. Realm, Qi Refinement 4th layer. In just 8 days, he had advanced from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of Qi Refinement, a pace exponentially swifter than his previous solitary efforts. Lu Li sensed the immense magical power within his dantian, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He then raised his right hand, forming a hand seal. and traced a spiritual symbol in the air. Condense. With a sharp command, a thread of blood light instantly materialized at his fingertips. The blood light was strikingly vibrant, emanating a chilling aura that was chilling to the bone, resembling a piercing, icy arrow. Clearly, having reached the fourth layer of chi refinement had significantly enhanced the potency of this blood-devouring magic light. When unleashed, it could instantly drain the blood of a tiger or leopard, leaving behind nothing but skin. If a ghost in the 7th or 8th layer of weapon refinement were struck by this magic light, it would likely have half its ghostly energy devoured, causing its ghostly form to collapse and dissipate. At last, he possessed a form of long-range attack spell. Of course, other martial skills had also seen remarkable improvements. Lu Li promptly brought up the system panel. Realm, Chi Refinement 4th layer. Da Wei Tian Long, Fa Zhou, 1st layer, 92. Da Li Jin Gang, Fa Zhou, 1st layer, 90. Jin Gang Bu Huai Shen Gong, 3rd layer, 99. Shi Shui Tun Tian Gong, 4th layer, 1. Ling Gue Meiying Bu, 5th layer, 88. Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhong, 4th layer, 99. The expenditure was truly worthwhile. Observing the significant enhancements in 6 martial skills on the system panel, Lu Li felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Both spells were on the verge of breaking through. The only disappointment was that after a day of reciting the Heart Sutra of Prajna, the spells could at most increase by 3 in progress. To achieve a breakthrough, several more days of effort would be necessary. The only skill that remained stagnant was Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhong. This unfortunate technique had become the target of Da Wei Tian Long Fa Zhou, receiving constant beatings that caused its cultivated power to diminish daily. Lu Li could only mourn for it silently for 3 seconds. As long as Da Wei Tian Long did not target Shi Shui Tun Tian Gong, all would be well. Seizing the moment, he resolved to continue his cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Li prepared to dive back into his arduous training. But upon noticing the heap of gray stones around him, he found them somewhat bothersome. Additionally, he detected a slight, unpleasant odor emanating from himself. Perhaps it would be best to step outside for some grilled fish, soak in the pond, stretch his limbs, and take a break. Lu Li stood up and stretched lazily. Crackling sounds erupted throughout his body, reminiscent of popping beans. With a swift movement, he dashed out of the stargazing tower. Then, he leaped into the adjacent large pond, allowing the waterfall to wash away his fatigue. He also dove to the bottom of the pond, catching 2 plump, white spirit fish and 3 large crabs. Soon after, he built a fire by the pond, creating a grill and skewering the spirit fish to roast. In between, he wandered off to gather a plethora of spirit fruits. Thus, Lu Li leaned against a stone, roasting fish, savoring spirit fruits, relishing crab roe, and basking in the sun, utterly content. Stealing a moment of leisure from the bustling life was truly delightful, though he lamented the absence of a bottle of refreshing drink. Lu Li tore off a piece of tender fish and placed it in his mouth, filled with nostalgia. If only he could enjoy this life in another place instead of within the clutches of the demon sect. The thought of it made it difficult to feel at ease. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Perhaps he should have a cup of tea. Why is it suddenly dark? As Lu Li stood up to prepare tea, he looked up and was startled to see a dense mass of dark clouds rolling in, obscuring the sun. Immediately, a terrifying aura, vast and boundless, descended from the heavens. Destruction, annihilation. It instilled fear in all living things. This cloud was unusual. Lu Li's expression shifted slightly, and he sprang to his feet. In that instant, a blinding flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Boom. A colossal thunderclap resonated, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Lu Li felt as though his very spirit was on the verge of shattering. He had never heard such a fearsome thunder. Junior brother, run. Master is about to undergo the Yuan-Ing thunder tribulation. Outside the stargazing tower, Bai Jin Fei soared in a massive flying vessel, racing toward them while shouting. If we don't flee, when the thunder tribulation strikes, we may not even leave behind ashes. Chapter 22. The 5th layer of Bai Gu Chui Xian Zhongha? Thunder tribulation? Why so soon? Lu Li's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he dashed back into the cultivation chamber, collected the spirit stones, grasped the jade pendant, and swiftly shot out of the stargazing tower. Bai Shixiang, what exactly is happening? Why has the thunder tribulation suddenly descended? Lu Li inquired solemnly. Junior brother, get on the ship. There is no time for explanation. Bai Jin Fei's expression was grave as he gestured urgently. Understood. Lu Li ceased his inquiries, leaping 3 zhong onto the vessel. In the next moment, the vessel's spiritual light flickered, whistling away as it swiftly departed from Gue Feng Mountain. Boom. At that moment, an even more terrifying thunderclap erupted, echoing through the heavens and earth. The entire golden and jade vessel trembled violently, its spiritual light shaking fiercely. Not good. The thunder tribulation is coming. Bai Jin Fei exclaimed in alarm, his composure shattered. Lu Li looked up and saw the dark clouds roiling ominously above. Countless silver serpents dancing wildly, as if ready to strike down and obliterate everything within Gue Feng Mountain. The sight was utterly terrifying. For the first time, Lu Li felt the overwhelming might of heaven and the utter insignificance of humanity. As the thunderbolt was about to crash down, a cold snort emanated from the depths of the Yinming Gui zone. Instantly, streams of dark, ghostly energy erupted from the earth and mountains, thick as pillars, soaring into the sky, dispersing like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, a dome of ghostly energy shaped like an eggshell formed, enveloping the heavens and earth. The destructive aura of the thunderbolt above Lu Li's head immediately weakened. Thankfully, a powerful figure from the sect intervened, activating the supreme magic formation. Junior brother, we are safe. Bai Jinfei sighed in relief beside him. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's heart regained its calm, and he asked, can we return to Guifeng Mountain? I fear it is not possible. Bai Jinfei shook his head, gazing at the thunderclouds above. This Yuaning thunder tribulation has a vast coverage area. At least 1,000 li. Remaining at Guifeng Mountain puts us at risk of being caught in it. This is troublesome. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Lu Li furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to cultivate directly to the 5th layer of qi refinement within the cave, never expecting that the Gui Mo Zhenren would suddenly ascend to Yuaning. Now, his aspirations to break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement would be delayed yet again. Junior brother, I will go to Wan Mo City to prepare a congratulatory gift for our master. Would you like to accompany me? Bai Jinfei asked with a smile. Huh? Shouldn't we wait here for master to complete the tribulation? Lu Li was somewhat puzzled. It is not yet time. The powerful figures of the sect have already acted, summoning the supreme magic formation to shield against the heavenly Tao's perception, allowing master to prepare for the thunder tribulation. This will take at least 5 days, during which we must ascertain the type of thunder tribulation and prepare the necessary treasures for crossing it. After 5 days, we will return to witness master endure the thunder tribulation. Bai Jinfei explained, his smile betraying unwavering confidence in the Gui Mo Zhenren. I see. Lu Li nodded slightly, having gained some understanding. The Yinming Ghost Sect's ability to infiltrate the 10 sects of the demon cult indeed demonstrates its considerable strength, as it can even isolate the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation. Shitty, the city of 10,000 demons. The revered nun you often think of, the little novice, and even the serpent demon are all present there. However, it is rather expensive, costing a fortune daily. Hee hee. Bai Jinfei revealed a knowing smile that all men would understand. With these 2 sleeves of clear wind, how could I mislead a beauty? Shi Xiao, I shall not go. I prefer to remain in the cave of 10,000 ghosts, hoping to find another inferior spirit ghost. Lu Li feigned a hint of interest, but ultimately declined. What a pity. I had hoped to compete alongside you, Shitty. Bai Jinfei shook his head, his face displaying regret. Goodness. Truly, one cannot underestimate the disciples of the demon sect. They revel in their freedom. Lu Li felt a slight tremor in his heart, and ceased further chatter, clasping his hands. Shi Xiao, I shall head to the cave of 10,000 ghosts now. I wish you much enjoyment in the city of 10,000 demons. Farewell. With that, he leaped down. Bang. He plummeted over 30 meters, crashing into the earth with a force that created a deep pit. In the next moment, Lu Li sprang from the pit, unscathed. The indestructible body technique indeed proved its worth. He dusted off the dirt from his clothing and dashed away, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he sped towards the underground passage of the back mountain. On the ornate boat, Bai Jinfei withdrew his gaze and turned to inquire. TSK, second Shiji, our Shitty possesses many secrets. Not only has he swiftly cultivated to the 4th layer of qi refinement, but his formidable martial prowess surpasses even your transformation of the dragon. As his words fell, a large white python emerged from behind the beaded curtain of the boat. A flash of spiritual light passed by. The python transformed into a tall woman clad in white, her figure statuesque and her garments elegantly draping. Her delicate features gleamed like carved jade. Barefoot, she moved with an elegance akin to a serpent gliding through water, approaching the edge of the boat. Her golden serpent-like eyes narrowed slightly, fixating on Lu Li, who was skillfully traversing the forest. Without uttering a word, an aura of danger emanated from her. Bai Jinfei dared not inquire further. He promptly commanded the boat to soar into the sky. At this moment, Lu Li had already passed through the blue light barrier and entered the cave of 10,000 ghosts. Initially, he intended to visit the scripture pavilion. However, he was wary of the scheming elder with the skeletal necklace there, concerned that the elder might discern the mutation of his indestructible body technique. He opted for the cave of 10,000 ghosts, aiming to upgrade his bone-crushing heart palm, lest he become stagnant at the 4th layer. Furthermore, the absence of a gathering spirit array in the cave meant he could not employ numerous spirit stones for cultivation, and the blood-devouring heavenly art would be insufficient, likely compelling him to venture out. Perhaps he might indeed find another inferior spirit ghost. Where's that green lotus? Lu Li waited for a moment and noticed that the green lotus had not appeared. This was fortuitous, as it spared him entanglement with her. He relished the new variety of tea but was not fond of green tea, except for particularly beautiful ones. Lu Li drifted forward slowly, examining the sheepskin map in his hand. There were numerous locations of extreme ease nearby, the closest being 520 miles to the north. After a brief contemplation, he made his way there. Before long, He arrived at the extreme Een location, a small blackwater lake. Pure and dense Een energy emanated from the lake, chilling to the bone. The lakeshore was surrounded by a dense forest of burial trees, with several stone houses positioned by the pond, all secured with magical arrays to prevent observation. However, one stone house had a jade bamboo fishing rod extending out, with a silvery line dropping into the lake. A fisherman. Lu Li's eyes brightened. He floated forward, swiftly reaching a distance of 10 zhang from the stone house, clasping his hands in greeting. Xixiao, have you caught anything? May I see your catch? None, just caught a turtle. You arrived at a good time. If I fail to catch even a single fish, I might lose my temper and go mad. This spot is yours. A deep voice emerged from the stone house as a burly man with a fierce countenance stepped out. He casually set aside the fishing rod, gestured to Lu Li, and then leaned by the lake, gulping down a mouthful of the murky water. Rising, he wiped his mouth, and with a flash of his figure, he shot away like a black bolt of lightning. Indeed, a fisherman never returns empty-handed. Thank you. Lu Li bowed to the departing man, unfazed, and entered the stone house. A glance at the fish basket revealed it to be completely empty. This location had good feng shui, it would suffice. Lu Li surveyed his surroundings and decided against seeking another place. He sat cross-legged, casting the fishing rod with bait, and began to fish while circulating his qi and blood to attract spirits. Before long, a malevolent ghost infant at the 7th layer of qi refinement drifted from the woods, stealthily attempting to ambush. Go. Lu Li, having sensed the presence, swiftly drew a talisman and unleashed the blood-devouring demonic light, which shot forth. A piercing scream erupted as the ghost infant was struck in the forehead by the blood-devouring demonic light, resulting in a small hole punctured like a needle. Bloodlight swirled within, ferociously consuming the ghost infant. The ghost infant felt intense agony, its body trembling violently as it turned to flee. Yet, at that moment, Lu Li charged forward like a tiger unleashed, his hand clawing out with the ferocity of an eagle's talon. Bone-crushing heart. Bang! The fierce ghost exploded, dissipating into a cloud of ghostly energy. A series of system prompts echoed in his mind. Your spirit ghost phantom step has experienced a surge in vitality due to the absorption of pure ghostly energy, enhancing cultivation efficiency by 50. Bone-crushing heart palm's hunger has finally been sated, resulting in a significant boost in cultivation, progress increased by 20. The bone-crushing heart palm has advanced to the 5th layer. With the elevation of his realm, the bone-crushing heart palm's confidence soared, leading it to seek vengeance against the indestructible body technique, but instead received a harsh lesson, suffering a great setback. Defeated, the bone-crushing heart palm reflected deeply and resolved to join the Buddhist faction. Chapter 23. Another inferior spirit ghost found. Join if you cannot win. Lu Li regarded the final system prompt with a peculiar expression. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the name of the bone-crushing heart palm had changed to Compassion Palm. Compassion Palm, 5th layer, progress 1. How intriguing. It even changes its own name. Lu Li was delighted. Since the bone-crushing heart palm joined the Buddhist faction, does that mean it could mutate and evolve after listening to the Heart Sutra of Prajna? Lu Li felt a stirring in his heart. It was worth a try? Thus, Lu Li retracted his qi and blood, once again sitting cross-legged in the stone house, and began to recite the Heart Sutra of Prajna. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva perceives that the 5 aggregates are empty, thus attaining the ultimate wisdom. At the moment he finished reciting the sutra, a clear prompt rang out. Your compassion palm has entered a state of enlightenment due to listening to the supreme Buddhist scripture, enhancing progress by 4. Immediately, another system prompt appeared. Congratulations, host. Your compassion palm has gained profound insights from the supreme Buddhist scripture and has evolved into the great compassion palm. It truly works. Lu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. How fascinating. The fierce and ruthless bone-crushing heart palm has transformed into the great compassion palm. Henceforth, could he not freely cultivate demonic techniques? Then unleash the grand spells to mercilessly strike them, thereby converting demonic practices into Buddhist techniques, allowing the Heart Sutra of Prajna to facilitate its metamorphosis and evolution. With this realization, Lu Li finally felt at ease. His cultivation of demonic techniques always carried a hint of anxiety, fearing that he might become bloodthirsty and malevolent. However, this hidden danger had now been wholly eradicated. No more worries. First, let us test the power of the bone-crushing heart palm and see how much its might has increased after transforming into the great compassion palm. Lu Li rose, unleashing a surge of qi and blood. The powerful essence surged like a pot of delectable fish soup, its sweet aroma wafting far and wide. What a delightful scent of blood. Soon, a one-eyed malevolent spirit charged out from the forest, surrounded by swirling serpents of ghostly energy, fierce and menacing. Its aura was formidable, indicating it had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. With a swift motion akin to lightning, it lunged forward, letting out a shrill cry as a multitude of ghostly serpents shot towards Lu Li like a hail of arrows. Unfazed, Lu Li swiftly evaded the serpents, creating 5 afterimages of himself. With a single step, he closed the distance to the one-eyed spirit, his palm striking down fiercely upon its visage like a fan of sunflower leaves. This technique, known as the Great Compassionate Palm, was more ruthless than the bone-grabbing heart technique, seemingly capable of flattening the very ocean. With a resounding crash, his palm, imbued with fiery, masculine energy, struck the spirit, resulting in an explosive detonation that scattered ghostly energy in all directions, leaving no time for a scream. Splendid. The power had at least doubled. Luli thought with satisfaction as he retracted his palm. A chime rang out. Your Great Compassionate Palm has transformed a malevolent spirit, feeling an immense sense of virtue, resulting in a 500 increase in training effectiveness. Excellent. Lu Li's satisfaction deepened. Thus, he resolved to further enhance the Great Compassionate Palm in preparation for the impending crisis in 5 days. He began to recite the Heart Sutra, summoning malevolent spirits to undergo their transcendence. The Great Compassionate Palm and the ethereal spirit shadow step began to display progress. Your Great Compassionate Palm, having absorbed the supreme teachings of the Buddha, has entered a state of enlightenment. Progress increased by 2, then 3, then 2 again. Your ethereal spirit shadow step absorbed pure ghostly energy, invigorating its effects by 50. Your Great Compassionate Palm, through the transcendence of a malevolent spirit, felt its virtue multiply, resulting in an additional 200 increase in training effectiveness. Thus, an entire day of cultivation passed. Lu Li returned to his stone chamber, seated in meditation, and accessed his training results. Realm, 4th layer of Chi refinement. Great Might Heavenly Dragon spell, 1st layer, 94. Great Strength Vajra spell, 1st layer, 92. Indestructible Vajra technique, 3rd layer, 99. Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing technique, 4th layer, 3. Great Compassionate Palm, 6th layer, 97. Ethereal Spirit Shadow Step, 5th layer, 95. The results were gratifying. The Great Compassionate Palm had directly ascended to the 6th layer and would soon break through to the 7th. The Ethereal Spirit Shadow Step was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Moreover, after a day of reciting the Heart Sutra, both the Great Strength Vajra spell and the Great Might Heavenly Dragon spell were close to breakthroughs. Unfortunately, the Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing technique had not consumed a substantial amount of spiritual energy nor absorbed the true energy of the 5 elements, resulting in a notably sluggish training speed. To reach the 5th layer would likely take a considerable amount of time. Oh well, patience is key. He decided to rest for a while and see what the Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing technique might yield that evening. Lu Li exhaled a breath of stale air, picked up his fishing rod, and began to relax, all while continuing to silently recite the Heart Sutra. The Great Compassionate Palm continued to progress. 2, 3, 2. The next day, Lu Li opened his eyes wide. A system notification echoed in his mind. Your Great Compassionate Palm has broken through to the 7th layer. Your Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing technique, having achieved a breakthrough in realm, has developed an insatiable appetite, compelling you to venture forth to consume nourishment. In the depths of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, your Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing technique has feasted on extreme energy, resulting in a significant enhancement of your cultivation, with progress increasing by 5. Additionally, your Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing technique has discovered a highly toxic spirit snake grass. Spirit snake grass? Lu Li raised an eyebrow. This was a highly poisonous herb, capable of being refined into a deadly pill that could instantly kill a Foundation establishment cultivator upon ingestion. Valued at 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, it was certain that a toxic spirit snake would be guarding it. After a moment's thought, Lu Li decided against pursuing it. He would continue his cultivation. Thus, he embarked on a new day of training. Again, he recited the Heart Sutra, emanating blood energy, summoning malevolent spirits for transcendence. Nothing particularly noteworthy occurred during this time. The disciples of the Ghost Sect in the other stone chambers remained focused on absorbing pure energy within the array's constraints, undisturbed by one another. The only regret was that Lu Li had not caught a single fish. The fish in this dark lake were astute and would not bite. As night fell, Lu Li returned to his stone chamber, preparing to rest. He noted that the Great Compassionate Palm had already reached the 7th layer, and the Ethereal Spirit Shadow Step had also attained the 6th layer. His combat prowess had significantly increased. Both spells were on the verge of breakthroughs, which he anticipated would happen tomorrow. Lu Li felt a surge of excitement. The 2nd layer of the Great Strength Vajra spell could unleash 4 times the power. Currently, his physical strength was around 24,000 pounds, and a quadruple enhancement would yield nearly 100,000 pounds of force. With a single punch, he could likely send even a top-quality spirit weapon flying. Alas, his realm still lagged behind. Shaking his head, Lu Li calmed his mind and began to enter a state of relaxation. Another day had passed. The following day, Lu Li's eyes fluttered open, and the familiar sound of the system notification resonated in his mind. Your Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing technique has ventured forth to consume nourishment. Progress increased by 5. Your Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing technique has discovered a low-grade spirit ghost. Excitedly, Lu Li sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He couldn't have misheard. He had found another low-grade spirit ghost? Without hesitation, he accessed the system log to confirm. Indeed, he had located another low-grade spirit ghost. Splendid. His heart soared as he quickly scanned for the spirit ghost location. The spirit ghost was positioned 20 miles to the northwest, within a 3-foot-tall, square black steel stone. Without delay, Luli set off. He wasted no time, discarding his fishing rod and swiftly departing. However, he suddenly turned back, retrieving a few heart-shaped stones from the water before soaring away. A fisherman never returns empty-handed. Moreover, these stones would make splendid gifts for his future beloved. Chapter 24. Forceful capture. Clutching the heart-shaped stones, Luli soon arrived at the stone forest 20 miles away. This was an artificially carved stone forest, filled with thousands of black steel stones of various sizes and shapes. Some were sculpted into lifelike dragons, snakes, tigers, and leopards, while others took the form of bizarre flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Most were carved into fearsome spirits and terrifying figures, resembling the infernal depths of hell beneath the darkened sky, instilling a chill of fear within. Yet, Luli felt exhilarated, unconcerned as his gaze swept across the stone carvings. This place was ideal for testing his palm techniques. He muttered to himself, then stepped forward, letting out a mighty shout as he struck the imposing black tiger statue with a powerful palm. With a resounding explosion, the incredibly hard black steel stone shattered into fragments, scattering everywhere. This was, of course, to divert attention. If he were to head directly to the stone harboring the spirit ghost, it would likely raise suspicions. Hence, Luli used the pretext of practicing his palm techniques to shatter all the stone carvings, hoping to inadvertently discover yet another low-grade spirit ghost. Though this seemed somewhat redundant, he had recently discovered a low-grade spirit ghost, and finding another so soon would undoubtedly raise suspicions, making others wonder if he possessed some artifact capable of detecting the presence of spirit ghosts. Those from the suspicious and cunning demonic sect would be even more wary. For the sake of caution, Luli decided to proceed slowly, without the necessity of directly capturing that spirit ghost. Thus, he commenced practicing the palm technique, shattering numerous stone sculptures, while simultaneously searching for the black steel stone that concealed the spirit monkey. The sound of crashing stones reverberated endlessly. Luli resembled a relentless stone-crushing machine, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Within the span of a brief time, hundreds of sculptures lay in ruins at his hands. Yet, the coveted black steel stone remained elusive. Luli remained unperturbed, his movements ferociously precise, as his palms summoned gusts of wind that struck the sculptures, obliterating them with an awe-inspiring force. He harbored a slight concern that other disciples of the Gui Zone might arrive to intervene. Fortunately, no one obstructed him, nor did he encounter any other disciples. Thus, Luli continued to shatter the sculptures while persistently searching. Eureka! The black steel stone was located at the far left corner of the stone forest, on the edge. A flicker of excitement coursed through Luli's heart. Though his expression remained impassive, his actions accelerating slightly. One sculpture after another was reduced to rubble. Unintentionally, Luli began to move towards the upper left corner. Finally, after a brief moment, he stood before the 3-foot-tall square black steel stone. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. A resounding thud echoed as a 3-inch deep palm imprint was etched into the stone, which then exploded violently, scattering debris in all directions, leaving behind a swirling mist of ghostly essence that shimmered with a faint golden light. Upon closer inspection, a miniature spirit monkey curled within the mist was revealed. Ah, a spirit ghost. Luli feigned surprise, extending his palm to grasp the spirit ghost. To his astonishment, it was a low-grade spirit ghost. At that moment, an icy voice suddenly echoed from the side. Accompanied by a sharp whoosh, a glimmering silver cold needle shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, aimed directly at the spirit ghost. Had Luli continued to reach out, his hand would undoubtedly have been struck by the cold light. An ambush. Luli felt a fleeting shock, yet he remained composed. With a swift motion, he flicked his wrist, causing a dark, small tower to tumble out from his sleeve. Without uttering a word, he gripped the Yao Gui tower, channeling his energy into it, and retaliated against the cold light. Clang! The Yao Gui tower collided with the silver needle, producing a crisp sound as sparks flew. The cold needle was sent hurtling back, landing in the hands of a young man. It turned out to be a 3-inch-long silver cold needle. Seizing the opportunity, Luli swiftly caught the low-grade spirit ghost that attempted to flee. However, upon retracting the Yao Gui tower, his expression shifted slightly. He noticed a small hole had formed on the tower, its spiritual light dimmed, indicating it had sustained damage. "Who are you?" Luli inquired coldly, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the man in green robes standing 6 zhang away. This individual appeared to be around 20 years old, with a hawk-like nose, long hair cascading down his shoulders, and a sinister demeanor that radiated an unsettling aura. He exuded a formidable presence, signifying a perfected stage of chi refinement. The silver needle in his grasp was undoubtedly a superior magical artifact. "Hand over the spirit ghost, kid." The man in green intoned ominously, his gaze fixed upon the spirit ghost in Luli's hand. "On what grounds?" Luli narrowed his eyes. This spirit ghost is my discovery. The green-robed man scoffed disdainfully. This spirit ghost belongs to me. I have lingered in this stone forest for an eternity, awaiting its emergence. Is that so? Then why did you not reveal yourself until I shattered the black steel stone and unearthed the spirit ghost? Luli countered. It was evident that this man was lying. He must have been lurking nearby, drawn by the commotion, observing Luli's practice. When the spirit ghost appeared, he could no longer restrain himself and emerged to seize it. Kid, do you not recognize your own insignificance? With your 5th layer of chi refinement, you dare question me? Do you know who I am? The green-robed man's eyes glinted with menace, his words laced with a threat. Who you are is of no concern to me. Luli replied, unperturbed. Humph. The green-robed man snorted derisively, his arrogance palpable. I am a direct disciple of the Hua Shui Jinren. And my brother is a closed-door disciple of the Huang, Quan Jinjun. You are but a mere entry disciple of some Zhenren. Your cultivation at the 5th layer of chi refinement is laughable. Should you continue to be so obstinate, do not blame my Pahun needle for being merciless. Oh, are you preparing to seize it by force? Luli's gaze turned icy as he spoke coldly. Brother, to harm fellow disciples is a grave sin. Are you truly willing to act? I dare not, the green-robed man replied, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he glanced toward the west. Noticing this, Luli furrowed his brow and followed suit. At that moment, a brilliant golden light surged from the western mountains, flashing and soaring through the sky. Crossing dozens of miles in the blink of an eye, a young man clad in golden attire appeared, tall and elegant, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Riding a sword with remarkable grace, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the green-robed man, almost 7 parts alike. His cultivation was formidable, comparable to that of the late stage of Foundation establishment. I am a patrolling disciple. What has transpired? The golden-clad young man inquired coldly, his gaze sweeping over the scene. Brother, this man has destroyed my stone forest, stolen my spirit ghost, and even injured me. You must uphold justice for me. The green-robed man cast a sidelong glance at Luli, his voice dripping with malice. This rogue was turning truth into falsehood, a villain crying foul. Luli was about to refute when the golden-clad man interjected sharply. What? Such a thing has occurred? His piercing gaze fell upon Luli. Without further ado, he swung his sleeve, summoning a ghostly hand that materialized from thin air, large enough to seize a house, and aimed it downwards towards Luli. Luli's expression shifted. The two were undoubtedly in cahoots. Without hesitation, he flickered, leaving behind 6 afterimages. Bang! The ghostly hand crashed down, obliterating the 6 afterimages and slamming into the ground of the stone forest with a thunderous roar. Luli's figure materialized 20 zhang away. What? Still daring to evade? The golden-clad man's eyes glinted with a ferocious light as he beckoned with his thumb, causing the golden flying sword beneath him to radiate with blinding brilliance. Ready to shoot forth. At that moment, Luli took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, Help! The Dao Alliance is invading. Chapter 25. Please allow me to duel with him. The Dao Alliance is invading. Luli's voice rang out, resonating for miles. Upon hearing this, the golden-clad man's expression changed dramatically, and the green-robed man appeared alarmed as well. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura, vast as a mountain, descended upon them, instilling dread in every heart. It was the pressure of a golden core. Following that, from the heavens above, a towering, red-haired man appeared, accompanied by an enchanting woman draped in black gauze. Who dared shout such chaos? Do you seek death by claiming the Dao Alliance is invading? The red-haired man's fierce gaze swept over the scene, emanating an intimidating presence. The alluring woman beside him remained silent, her enchanting eyes glimmering through the black gauze. Lingering on Luli, Jin Chuan of the Huang Quan Jinjun, Li Jing, greets the Red Jinren. Upon witnessing the appearance of 2 golden cores, the golden-clad man sheathed his flying sword and cupped his hands in respect. Disciple was patrolling when I discovered this individual suspected of harming fellow disciples. I was about to apprehend him, but unexpectedly, he shouted that the Dao Alliance is invading, a heinous crime. Before he could finish, Luli interrupted disdainfully. You. Hearing this, the golden-clad man, named Li Jing, felt rage boiling within him, his eyes flickering with fury. Had it not been for the presence of the golden core, he might have already resorted to violence. However, Luli remained unfazed by the murderous gaze of the man before him. He produced his jade token and gestured towards the 2 individuals of Jin Dan in the sky, clasping his hands respectfully. Respected sirs, I am Luli, a true disciple of Gui Mo Zhenren. Just now, while practicing in this stone forest, I inadvertently shattered a piece of black steel and discovered a low-grade spirit ghost within. Yet, this man concealed himself nearby, launched a surprise attack, and forcefully seized my spirit ghost. I implore you to render justice. What? A true disciple of Gui Mo Zhenren? The man clad in blue and the one in gold, Li Jing, exchanged solemn glances. They had initially assumed this lad was merely a novice disciple of some Zhenren, easily manipulated, but they had not anticipated he was a true disciple. Moreover, he was a true disciple of Gui Mo Zhenren. who was on the verge of advancing to Yuaning. This situation had become rather troublesome. However, given the commotion, should they admit guilt, they would surely face dire consequences. Even if they did not perish, their cultivation would be irreparably damaged. With this thought, Li Jing cast a knowing glance at the man in blue. The man in blue immediately understood and responded with solemnity. Respected sirs, this lad is lying. The spirit ghost in this stone forest is clearly mine. He took advantage of my absence to steal my spirit ghost. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Yet after being caught, this scoundrel did not flee, but brazenly attempted to seize the spirit ghost. Such an offense is utterly unforgivable. I have witnesses and evidence to prove it. Witnesses and evidence? The red-haired man inquired. My witness is this patrolling disciple, Senior Brother Li Jing. My evidence is the stone carvings in this forest, all of which I sculpted. The man in blue replied. How dare you? Lu Li's expression turned icy as he retorted sharply. Interrupting, you claim they are yours just because you say so? I could just as easily assert that the gravestone at your mother's grave was sculpted by me. Do you believe that? You little brat. You are utterly shameless. At these words, the blue-clad man's face contorted with rage, his teeth grinding together in fury. Li Jing beside him also wore a grim expression, his murderous intent palpable. You dare speak so brazenly? Lu Li cast a disdainful glance at him and turned back to the two men. Respected sirs, my purpose for coming to Wangueku was to seek low-grade spirit ghosts to present as a gift to my revered master. My master has treated me with immense kindness, and I am determined to honor him. I cannot allow anyone to snatch away the gift I have prepared. I beseech you to see the truth. The red-haired man remained silent, turning to observe the alluring woman beside him. This lad, even without the jade token in his hand, could be identified as a true disciple of Guemo Zhenren simply by his audacious words. Now that he mentioned Guemo Zhenren, the situation had indeed become complicated. After all, the patrolling disciple, Li Jing, had a master who was a mid-yuan Ing-level Huang Quanjinjun. Offending either side would be unwise. At that moment, the enchanting woman playfully tossed her hair and smiled. This matter can be easily resolved. Whoever speaks the truth and whoever lies can be revealed before the heart mirror in the punishment prison. It will be clear as day. Furthermore, the elder in charge of the punishment prison today is my esteemed uncle. He is known for his impartiality and unwavering integrity. Li Jing coldly responded, very well. Meanwhile, the man in blue cast a venomous glare at Lu Li, his eyes filled with malice and unmasked intent to kill. This is troublesome. Lu Li furrowed his brows. The punishment prison functioned like a law enforcement hall, governing the ironclad rules of the Yinming Ghost Sect and meting out severe punishments, its reputation for ruthlessness well known. Entering the punishment prison made it exceedingly difficult to emerge unscathed. With such formidable backgrounds on their side, they could easily twist the truth to their advantage. He, the accuser, could easily become the accused. Lu Li, do you wish to clear your name in the punishment prison? It is not a place from which one can easily escape. The red-haired man said meaningfully. Humph. The man in blue scoffed, his expression brimming with arrogance, as if victory were already assured. Of course I shall go. However, in the next moment, Lu Li, undeterred, declared with pride, I, Lu Li, have found 2 low-grade spirit ghosts in less than a month, favored by destiny. Yet this scoundrel has dared to harm me. I suspect he is an undercover agent of the Dao Alliance, deliberately attempting to kill me and undermine our ghost sect's fortunes. I demand to see the sect master for justice. His last proclamation echoed loudly. Instantly, the expressions of the blue-clad man and Li Jing shifted to panic as they feared the sect master might truly be summoned. In contrast, the red-haired man and the alluring woman exchanged glances of admiration. This lad had escalated a trivial matter into a significant one, showcasing himself as a remarkable talent of the demonic path. Very well. At this juncture, the red-haired man spoke. Li Jing, you shall compensate this Lu Li with 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Regen run this. Li Jing's brow furrowed, his expression sour. Li Jing, you brothers have engaged in underhanded dealings countless times. I have turned a blind eye out of respect for your master. Do you truly wish to bring this petty matter before the sect master? The red-haired man shot him a glance, communicating through thought. Li Jing's heart sank, and he shifted his gaze, bowing slightly to the red-haired man. Disciple obeys. Hold on. At that moment, Lu Li interjected. What is it? The red-haired man turned to inquire. 100 mid-grade spirit stones is insufficient compensation. Lu Li's voice rang out with conviction. You little brat, do not push your luck. 100 mid-grade spirit stones equate to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, enough for you to squander for a lifetime. The blue-clad man hissed through clenched teeth. At this point, he realized that he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, after being insulted so harshly, his anger still burned fiercely, and he was eager to retaliate. Rest assured, your father may be dead, but I am still alive. Lu Li retorted coldly. Those 100 mid-grade spirit stones are for me to purchase burial clothes for your father. Furthermore, you owe me for the damages to my ghost-raising tower. Additionally, there are my medical expenses, emotional distress, nourishment, travel costs, refreshments, hair washing fees, and so forth. This total must be compensated. The blue-clad man's fury reached new heights, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. You little brat, how much do you want? Casually. 2,800 mid-grade spirit stones should suffice. In total, that amounts to over 208,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is hardly excessive. Luli replied nonchalantly. Infuriating. Hearing this, the blue-clad man could no longer contain himself. He abruptly turned and clasped his hands. Respected sirs. This lad is truly insufferable and far too arrogant. Please grant me permission to challenge him to a duel. A fight to the death. Chapter 26. Your magical artifact is impressive. A fight to the death? Those present were taken aback by this proclamation. Luli, too, was somewhat surprised. He then scoffed derisively. Me, a fourth layer of chi refinement, engaging in a fight to the death with you, a perfected chi refinement cultivator? What nonsense are you spouting? You. The blue-clad man was instantly enraged, his eyes bulging as he seethed with fury. You little brat. I shall suppress my cultivation to match your fourth layer and only use the powers of that level. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Apologies, but I must decline. Luli replied succinctly. What a joke. Winning offers no reward, yet losing could mean death. Such a gamble is for fools to accept. Besides, truth be told, you seem quite formidable, and I suspect you possess many treasures. If we truly engage in combat, the outcome is uncertain. I would be a fool to take such a risk. Shameless, cowardly scum. You speak such vile words yet cower in fear. Surely your mother did not give you the courage to confront me, only a foul mouth? The blue-clad man spat through gritted teeth. Your provocation does not work on me. Moreover, I, Luli, am an orphan in this world. My parents have likely already reincarnated. You cannot insult them, Luli replied with a blank expression. Infuriating. The blue-clad man's fury reached a boiling point. Before he could utter another word, Li Jing, with a dark expression, coldly declared, You little brat, you have insulted my parents. This matter is far from over. If you dare to accept the challenge, I will immediately pay you 100 mid-grade spiritual stones. And I can swear to the ancestors that I will not pursue this matter. If you refuse to fight, I will trouble you every day, ensuring that you find no peace within the Gui zone. Indeed, young man, you may evade the initial confrontation, but you cannot escape the inevitable. If you do not compete with me today, you will find it impossible to navigate within the Gui zone in the future. Even the Gui Mo Zhenren cannot protect you. The voice of the man in the green robe was chillingly fierce. A direct threat? Luli furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that things would escalate to this extent, leaving him in a predicament. It was impossible to back down now. Once he showed weakness, that esteemed Gui Mo Zhenren would undoubtedly abandon him, resulting in a swifter demise. However, to accept the challenge. System. Luli silently called forth the system panel. Host. Luli. Realm. Chi Refinement Level 4. Great Wei Tian Long Spell. First Layer, 98. Great Power Vajra Spell. First Layer, 98. Indestructible Vajra Technique. Third Layer, 99. Blood Devouring Sky Swallowing Technique. Fourth Layer, 14. Great Compassionate Palm. Seventh Layer, 8. Spirit Ghost Shadow Step. Sixth Layer, 5. His greatest reliance was the indestructible Vajra Technique. The third layer of the Vajra formula could withstand attacks from typical upper-grade magical artifacts. The indestructible Vajra Technique, evolved from the Vajra formula, offered even greater defense, capable of withstanding any artifact attack from Chi Refinement cultivators. Coupled with the seventh layer of the Great Compassionate Palm and the sixth layer of the Spirit Ghost Shadow Step, he should be invincible below the Foundation establishment stage. His only fear was that the opponent possessed some unpredictable demonic secret arts or sinister artifacts. Little fellow, let me tell you secretly. Li Jing and his brother are the most scheming of all. At this moment, a sultry voice entered his ear. It was the enchanting woman. The implication was clear, regardless of whether he agreed or not. Li Jing and his brother would seek vengeance afterward. In light of this, Luli's expression turned cold as he nodded. Very well. I accept your challenge. Let us settle this matter of life and death. Upon uttering these words, an uproar erupted around him. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd of Gui Zong disciples had gathered, drawn by the commotion in the stone forest. Although they were unaware of the initial events, a fight was about to ensue. This fool truly knows no bounds, daring to challenge Senior Brother Li Fei? Does he not know that Senior Brother Li Fei practices the Huang Quan True Scripture, with power several times that of his peers? Someone scoffed. Immediately, many began to echo. Is this brat a newly accepted true disciple of the Gui Mo Zhenren? He looks weak, his attire is still of low quality, and his storage ring is the most basic kind. How dare he accept the challenge? Does he seek to hasten his own demise? Senior Brother Li Fei is at the pinnacle of Chi refinement. Although he suppresses his power to the 4th level, his combat strength is at least 10,000. This lad's physical prowess may be decent, but his combat strength is at most 3,000. It's clear he will lose. At this moment, a red-haired man frowned and turned to Lu Li to confirm. Do you truly accept this challenge? Indeed. Lu Li nodded decisively. Hearing this, the green-robed man smirked. a sinister smile spreading across his face. Beside him, Li Jing's gaze turned cold as he regarded Lu Li as though he were a corpse. Very well. Since you have determined a life-and-death duel, I, as the witness, must ensure fairness and justice. Thus, I will place a restriction on you. Is that acceptable? The red-haired man pondered briefly before turning to the green-robed man. Please. The green-robed man clasped his hands and continued to gaze at Lu Li with an unmasked murderous intent. In the next moment, the red-haired man snapped his fingers, releasing a beam of yellow light that struck the green-robed man, vanishing into him. Now, I have placed a restriction on you. Should you exert power exceeding the 4th level of Qi refinement, your energy will go out of control, rendering you completely immobile. The red-haired man declared, waving his hand. A fierce wind suddenly swept through, clearing away all debris from the stone forest, creating a vast open space. Others retreated. The red-haired man turned his gaze to the golden-robed man, Li Jing. Brother, this is for you. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Jing produced a purple-black banner that exuded a chilling aura. He handed the purple-black banner to the green-robed man and drifted out of the stone forest. In an instant, only Lu Li and the green-robed man remained in the open area. The green-robed man, clutching the purple-black banner, glared at Lu Li ominously. The Wan Gui banner. This is an ancient artifact discovered by the Huang Quan Jinjun in the ruins of antiquity. It nurtures an army of a myriad of vengeful spirits, unmatched in power. This seems rather unscrupulous. Outside the arena, the all-knowing audience began to comment immediately. A wave of gasps ensued. Once the vengeful spirits from the Wan Gui banner are unleashed, wouldn't Lu Li be doomed? Lu Li's expression turned solemn, his gaze piercing, lost in thought. In his left hand, he tightly grasped the ghost nurturing tower. With a casual flick of his right hand, he tossed the low-grade spiritual ghost to the edge of the stone forest. Clearly concerned about the fragile spirit's safety amidst the impending battle. Young man, have you prepared your final words? The green-robed man glanced at the spirit, his face a mask of malevolence as he inquired. Channeling all his energy, he began to infuse it into the purple-black banner. Dark and sinister energies began to emanate from the banner, and faintly, the terrifying wails of countless vengeful spirits could be heard. It seemed as though thousands of vengeful spirits would soon claw their way from the depths of hell, wreaking havoc upon the world. Boom. At that instant, the ground trembled. Beneath Lu Li's feet, the stone slab erupted, his blood energy surging forth as he launched himself like a cannonball, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. You overestimate yourself. The green-robed man scoffed disdainfully, flicking his other hand. Whoosh. A silver-cold needle shot forth, transforming into a white beam aimed directly at Lu Li's brow. Simultaneously, dark clouds erupted from beneath the green robe, enveloping a radius of 10 zhong, instantly obscuring his figure. The dark clouds emitted a nauseating stench. The rancid miasma of the Huang Quan true scripture, highly toxic. It is over. Lu Li is doomed. Once the army of vengeful spirits emerges from the Wan Gui banner, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would perish. The crowd could almost envision Lu Li being torn apart by the vengeful spirits. Just then, with a clang, Lu Li shockingly used his face to absorb the incoming needle, his figure unyielding as he charged through the dark clouds. With a flick of his hand, he hurled a sphere of golden light. It was the ghost nurturing tower. The seemingly dark tower now radiated with a brilliant light, its energy rapidly expanding with terrifying heat. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the ghost nurturing tower detonated, its blazing golden light swelling like a balloon, instantly growing to the size of a house, sweeping across the area. The dark clouds dissipated like morning mist under the scorching sun. The green-robed man was immediately revealed, his face one of shock and terror as he beheld Lu Li charging toward him, extending a massive hand. The great power Vajra spell. The great compassionate palm. Bang! A head exploded like a firecracker, scattering debris everywhere. Subsequently, the powerful wind generated by Lu Li toppled the headless corpse to the ground with a dull thud. Lu Li seized the Wan Gui banner, glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, and remarked expressionlessly, "Your artifact is commendable. However, it now belongs to me." Chapter 27, Great Power Vajra. Level 2. Is he dead? As they gazed at the headless body on the ground, the crowd fell into stunned silence, astonished. They had expected a one-sided massacre, never anticipating they were mistaken. Oh, they were correct. However, it was Lu Li, at Qi Refinement Level 4, who effortlessly crushed and annihilated Li Fei, who was at the pinnacle of Qi Refinement. Hiss! What audacity! In the next moment, a gasp of astonishment shattered the silence. Exclamations of admiration arose. Indeed, what audacity! A top-tier, magical artifact self-destructs at will. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Li Fei's underestimation has led to his own demise. Indeed, however, this Lu Li possesses a formidable physique. He astonishingly withstands the assault of a top-tier magical artifact. With power as robust as a dragon, truly fierce. Lu Li, you say? I shall remember that name. Waves of appreciative glances swept over Lu Li, even from the crimson-haired giant in the sky. Simultaneously, he regarded Lu Li with immense satisfaction. tinged with a hint of regret. Why do I not have such a gifted, audacious, dutiful, and handsome disciple? Beside him, a captivating beauty, draped in black silk, gazed dreamily at Lu Li, licking her lips. You dare to kill my brother? At this moment, a gaze filled with profound hatred pierced through Lu Li. Li Jing gritted his teeth, forcing a statement through clenched jaws, his eyes a deep crimson, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce. It was your brother who proposed a battle to the death. He sought death with all his heart. And I merely fulfilled his request, Lu Li replied coldly. By the way, thank you for your Wan Gui fan. He raised a purple-black banner in his hand. A flash of yellow light signaled its absorption into the storage ring, vanishing from sight. You. Li Jing's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, his robes billowing without wind as his power surged, ready to strike. His brother was dead. His ancient artifact was gone. The vast army of Wan Gui he had painstakingly nurtured was lost. 2 treasures lost. This enmity must be avenged. Li Jing, bound by his oath, prepared to act. Just as he was about to strike, the crimson-haired giant spoke up, calmly stating, I will report this matter to the Sect today. The Sect leader may take notice. Do not act recklessly. Also, you swore an oath. Upon hearing this warning, Li Jing's chest heaved in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his heart racing, speechless, as if he were on the verge of exploding. But in the next moment, his expression turned icy. He flicked his wrist, casting out 100 spirit stones. Kid, my brother was outmatched. I concede for him. This is your compensation. I will not seek revenge against you. He then gestured to retrieve the corpse of a man in blue. With a hum, the sound of a sword rang out. A yellow light burst forth from his sleeve, carrying Li Jing into the sky. He departed. Watching the direction of his departure, Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, a sense of wariness rising within him. This Li Jing, having experienced the pain of losing a loved one and a precious item, was able to regain his composure in an instant. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Trouble was likely ahead. Lu Li, you are impressive. Would you be interested in joining my faction? At that moment, the crimson-haired giant descended, a smile gracing his face as he inquired. Lu Li paused, realizing, and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Jinren Shi, for your recognition. However, my master has treated me with great kindness, and I cannot be ungrateful. What nonsense about great kindness? Do you think I do not understand how the demon lord takes on disciples? It's akin to raising a puppet. If you come to my side, it will be different. I currently have no disciples, and you would be my sole true disciple, inheriting my legacy, Jinren Shi unabashedly revealed, continuing to tempt. This was indeed somewhat enticing. However, even a fool would know it was impossible to agree. Once he did, the demon lord would undoubtedly strike him down for betraying his master. Lu Li felt tempted, yet he maintained a facade of indifference, proclaiming with righteous indignation, Jinren Shi, while I hold you in high esteem, I will never allow you to speak ill of my master. My master has bestowed upon me supreme techniques, granted me top-tier artifacts, and taught me the virtues of grace, benevolence, and moral conduct. My admiration for my master is as boundless as the flowing river, unceasing and overwhelming. Enough. Truly, you are indeed the disciple of the demon lord. Speaking as though a sow were nursing, Jinren Shi interrupted with a look of exasperation. A soft, charming laugh resonated as the alluring beauty draped in black silk approached. Her lips slightly parted, exhaling an enchanting fragrance. Jinren Shi, do you not fear the demon lord seeking retribution after you so openly poach a disciple? Upon hearing this, Jinren Shi's expression shifted. Forget my previous words. I shall take my leave to report this matter. With that, he vanished in a flash of blood-red light. Lu Li did not have time to express thanks. His victory was thanks to Jinren Shi's timely intervention. Moments ago, he had self-destructed the magical artifact, charging toward the man in blue. The latter, sensing the threat of death, instinctively unleashed all his power to defend himself, only to be restrained by the countermeasure, rendered immobile. Lu Li then delivered a fatal strike, ending his life on the spot. Otherwise, the battle could have taken many unforeseen turns. Thank you, Jinren, Lu Li said, turning to the beauty in black silk to express his gratitude. Oh, why do you thank me? She blinked, her voice soft and alluring. Thank you for your guidance, which solidified my resolve to fight, Lu Li replied solemnly. The man in blue was clearly treacherous. If he did not confront him, retaliation would be akin to a persistent fly buzzing in his ear. Lu Li harbored a profound disdain for such nuisances, thus he resolved to strike decisively. Even though he had thoroughly offended Li Jing, the situation had escalated significantly, rendering him somewhat secure. And how will you repay me? Is great kindness unacknowledged? At this moment, the enchanting beauty's voice, full of allure, reached his ears. What does that mean? Unacknowledged kindness. Repay? Unacknowledged? Shoot. Lu Li felt a stir within. This woman was enticing him. Upon closer inspection, the beauty before him had a figure that was exquisite, and her gaze was captivating. Her aura resembled that of a ripe fruit, exuding a heady fragrance that intoxicated the senses. Perhaps this was not so bad. However, Lu Li clasped his hands, feigning ignorance, and stated, I, Lu Li, am one to repay kindness. Please rest assured, once I cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, I shall present you with a token of my gratitude. TSK, you little one are somewhat dull, yet your good looks redeem you. The alluring beauty chuckled. I appreciate your recognition, Jinren. Luli continued to play the fool. Alas, do you not understand what I am saying? Am I truly so unappealing that you wish for me to leave? The beauty feigned a pitiful tone. Something was amiss. Why would a golden core Jinren be so courteous to a chi refining cultivator? Luli immediately felt a surge of caution. Yet he did not reveal it on his face. Jinren, you are a paragon of beauty. How could you be deemed unattractive? However, if you have matters to attend to, I would not dare to intrude. Ha. The demon lord has indeed taken on a formidable disciple, ruthless, resolute, and unfazed by beauty. I find you even more appealing. However, the demon lord will likely seek trouble with me upon realizing my interest in you, so I shall return to my cultivation. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I will come to find you. The enchanting beauty's expression shifted, and she laughed sweetly. With that, she transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. With her departure, Luli exhaled a sigh of relief. He then waved his hand, collecting the 100 medium-grade spirit stones on the ground into his storage ring. Immediately thereafter, he swiftly retrieved the inferior-grade lingue he had tossed aside. He silently invoked the system log. Your Dci de Bay Palm has shown great compassion, transcending a demonic cultivator, resulting in satisfaction and an increase in cultivation progress by 1. Your great strength Vajra spell has achieved its first kill against a demonic cultivator, exorcising demons and delighting your heart, resulting in an increase in cultivation progress by 5. Congratulations, host, your great strength Vajra spell has advanced to the second layer. Current realm, second layer, progress 3. Chapter 28, The Beauty's Invitation. At last, I have reached the second layer. A surge of joy welled up in Lu Li's heart as he gently clenched his fist. With the enhancement of the Da Li Jin Gang FA spell, he could unleash a force of 100,000 pounds with a single punch, capable of obliterating any demon or monster. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure floated towards him. It was a petite young girl clad in yellow, her appearance sweet and charming, with a cultivation level at the late stage of foundation establishment. Junior brother, congratulations. The girl in yellow clasped her hands behind her, smiling sweetly, revealing 2 small dimples, which made her appear quite adorable. Thank you. May I ask who you are, senior sister? Luli inquired with a smile. I am called Ling Ji, the girl in yellow replied, her clever eyes sparkling. Junior brother Lu, after your intense battle, you must be weary. Why not accompany me back to my cave dwelling for a brief respite? I can prepare a meal for you. Luli thought to himself, surprised by the directness of a demonic sect woman. Just as he was about to decline, a flash of green light zipped past him. It was a girl in green, charming and lively, none other than Lu He. Upon her arrival, Lu He exclaimed in astonishment, Oh, Ling Ji, what are you doing here? That senior brother Lan, who is over 100 years older than you, has been searching for you everywhere. I heard he obtained a secret formula for childbirth and has already refined a pill, intending for you to consume it, so he can have children with you. Why are you here flirting with junior brother? Hearing this, the girl in yellow's complexion turned pale. With a huff, she spun around and vanished beyond the stone forest. Luli perceived that there was some old grudge between the two. Junior brother Lu, do not be deceived by that woman. She is notorious for forming partnerships with dying cultivators, only to devour their inheritance upon their demise. Lu He gently warned. Oh, so, this senior sister Ling Ji is rather wealthy? Luli raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Lu He replied knowingly with a smile. However, Ling Ji has long been forced to accompany an old man, and her psyche is somewhat twisted. Many entry-level disciples have perished under her torment. If you wish to become her companion, you may have to endure some hardships. Senior sister, you jest. Thank you for the warning. Luli said solemnly as he cupped his hands in gratitude. Hee, no need to be so polite. I have long sensed that you are extraordinary. I did not expect you to have such audacity. Self-destructing a superior-grade magical artifact is truly impressive. Lu He gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling as if she were a girl smitten by her crush. Most would be flattered by such praise, but Luli remained vigilant and calmly replied. Senior sister exaggerates. I am merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. Naturally, I must exert myself to survive. Lu He chuckled, neither confirming nor denying his statement. She then gestured with her delicate hand, summoning a long stone slab and placing it aside. Come, let us sit and talk. She rolled up her sleeves, gracefully wiped the stone slab, and smiled. You flatter me, senior sister. Luli thought to himself, his expression suddenly becoming serious, as his guard was instantly raised to the highest level. This woman was acting so low-key. Surely she had some ulterior motive. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Sit, for I have important matters to discuss with you, Lu He said with a gentle smile. Very well, Luli conceded, taking a seat. Lu He then adjusted her skirt and sat beside him with perfect poise, resembling a refined young lady of a noble house. The unique, subtle fragrance of youth wafted through the air, quite pleasant indeed. Buzz. In the next moment, a green light floated in her palm, revealing a crystal-clear green lotus. The size of a palm, translucent and radiant. The jade lotus spun gracefully, emitting a circle of green light that enveloped the surroundings, shielding them from prying eyes. Junior brother, I will be direct. Will you be mine? Lu He slightly tilted her body, her bright eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Goodness, are those in the demonic sect so straightforward? Lu Li was momentarily taken aback and promptly refused. Senior sister, my heart already belongs to another. Oh, who is it? Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It is that woman in a black veil, the golden core true person from earlier, Lu Li replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. In truth, he could not name anyone offhand, so he used that alluring woman as a shield. So, junior brother has feelings for that veiled lady. Lu Yi nodded in realization, tilting her head with a smile. But do you know that she already has a partner? Oh, is that so? So, the golden core true person has a husband. My thoughts have multiplied. Lu Li's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Then, she burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped as she looked at Lu Li and remarked, when I first met you, junior brother, I thought you were somewhat simple-minded. I did not expect you to be so cunning. However, you misunderstood me when I said I wanted you to be mine. I meant to recruit you to stand in the same camp with me. Recruit? Lu Li's face showed a hint of bewilderment. Indeed, Lu Yi said, gazing at the ominous sky above the Wanhua pit. You must be aware that the Buddhist sect and the Tao Alliance are preparing to attack Wanhua Mountain. This world is about to descend into chaos. Such a thing is occurring? Lu Li's spirit was instantly invigorated. If the Buddhist sect and Tao Alliance launched an assault on Wanhua Mountain, could he not escape without hindrance? Wait, no. He was now a member of the demonic sect. Encountering those righteous disciples would likely lead to his demise before he could explain. At that moment, Lu He continued. This presents both a crisis and a significant opportunity for the demonic sect. What opportunity? Lu Li asked, intrigued. The chance for the demonic sect to unify. Lu Yi's voice rang with excitement. What does this have to do with your recruitment of me? Lu Li was puzzled. Of course it does. I wish to become the first female demon empress of the demonic sect. Lu Yi's voice was clear and forceful, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Upon hearing this unexpected declaration, Lu Li was momentarily stunned, gazing at the young girl before him with astonishment. This woman, though not grand in stature, harbored great ambitions. Thus, I must recruit the talents of the Yinming Ghost sect and ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I aim to become the first female demon empress of the demonic sect. Lu He clenched her delicate fist, her voice filled with unwavering determination. Senior sister, you possess great ambition. Lu Li gave her a thumbs up. So, junior brother, will you allow me to recruit you? Will you be mine? Lu He turned to him, her eyes sparkling like the crescent moon along the riverbank. Her words stirred the imagination. Lu Li hesitated momentarily, frowning as he replied, Senior sister, with such lofty aspirations, I am but a humble individual with limited strength. I fear I cannot assist you. The demonic sect is a treacherous pit. Being entangled within guarantees no good outcome. Moreover, with his system as an advantage, he could cultivate in seclusion and eventually reach the golden core stage. At that point, he could simply flee and need not involve himself in the struggles of the demonic sect as a subordinate or lackey. More importantly, he did not trust Lu He. This was the reason for Lu Li's refusal. Junior brother, why be so modest? Lu He chuckled. As you said, you are destined for greatness. And you will achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the future. That is merely flattery and should not be taken to heart. Lu Li shook his head. No, it is the truth. The average person may not find a single spirit ghost in 10 years, yet you found 2 in less than a month. Is this not destiny? Lu He gazed intently at Lu Li, her eyes brimming with desire, as if she were looking upon a precious gem. That was merely luck. Lu Li continued to refuse. To this, Lu He seemed to have anticipated his response, smiling as she pulled out a glass vial from her sleeve. Junior brother, within this vial is a blood-fooling dan. Once consumed, it will elevate your cultivation by 1 level, safe and without side effects. Should you agree, this pill shall be yours. Moreover, should I indeed ascend to become the first female demon empress of the Mo Men in the future, you would be the man behind the world's foremost female demon empress. Chapter 29, The Onset of the Heavenly Tribulation. The man behind the female demon empress? Upon hearing this, Lu Li lost all interest. As the saying goes, those who do not share the same path do not conspire together, no matter how formidable a female demon may be. He held no affection for such a character. I am immensely grateful for your affection, senior sister. However, my current desire is solely to diligently cultivate, seeking the path of the golden core before contemplating other matters. Lu Li clasped his hands together and graciously declined. Very well. Upon hearing his words, Lu He nodded gently, stowed away her medicine bottle, and with a playful smile declared, Then I wish you an early breakthrough to the golden core. To which Lu Li cheerfully replied, And I wish for you to become the first female demon empress of the Mo Men soon. I shall accept this blessing graciously. Lu He rose, her eyes sparkling with mirth, and said, Lu Shidi, please take your time to cultivate. I shall not disturb you any longer, as I must return to my patrol. By the way, Let this be our little secret. Do not disclose it to others. With that, she winked at him. Rest assured, senior sister. I am known for my discretion. Luli nodded earnestly. Excellent. I trust you. I have enjoyed our conversation today. See you next time. As Luli spoke, she waved her hand and summoned back the Jade Lotus. Safe travels, senior sister. Luli subsequently rose and bowed to send her off. Luli waved her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, a great white bone sword soared from her sleeve. With a hum, the sword vibrated, flashing with green light, enveloping her as she ascended into the sky. At last, she has departed. Luli quietly exhaled, contemplating for a moment before preparing to return to the banks of the Heishui pool to continue his cultivation. He intended to also check on the Wangui fan and deal with the low-grade spirit ghost concealed within his sleeve. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Shitty, it seems you are not only fortunate, but also blessed in matters of romance. Luli halted his step, turning to see the newcomer. It was Bai Jinfei. Brother, what brings you here? Were you not in Wanma City? Luli inquired, somewhat astonished. Huh. Someone sent me a message via flying sword, informing me of your quarrel with Li Jing, so I rushed back immediately. Tell me, has my sudden return disrupted your budding friendship with senior sister Luhi? Bai Jinfei remarked with a knowing smile. You jest, brother. Luhi and I are merely new acquaintances. Our bond is not profound. Luli shook his head. I understand. New friends indeed. In time, your relationship will deepen. Bai Jinfei winked and flashed a knowing smile, the kind that only men understand. He then floated over, casually waving his hand to produce 2 jars of wine. Here, this is the Baixian brew I acquired in Wanma City. Do give it a try. Bai Jinfei generously offered 1 jar of wine, settling down. It appeared he had something to discuss. Thank you kindly. Luli pondered briefly, accepting the jar of wine and sitting down beside him. With a snap of his fingers, Bai Jinfei easily popped the lid off the jar. He then inhaled deeply, drawing forth a transparent stream of liquid from the jar into his mouth. Gulp, gulp. After a few swigs, half the jar was emptied. Luli mimicked his actions, opening the jar and tilting his head back to drink. It feels akin to drinking Sprite spiced with a touch of the Grim Reaper-esque pepper. The flavor is rather delightful. At this moment, Bai Jinfei produced a black jade array plate. With a hum, the round black jade plate soared upward, emanating black light and transforming into a colossal black barrier that enveloped the 2 of them. Inside the barrier, specks of silver stars glimmered, casting a soft glow around them. Shitty, you have stirred up significant trouble this time. Bai Jinfei's expression turned serious, his words startling. What do you mean by that, brother? Luli inquired, maintaining his composure. You have slain Li Jing's brother. He will undoubtedly seek revenge. He is a direct disciple of the Huangquan Jinjuan, holding great prestige among the true disciples. Second only to Lu He, Bai Jinfei stated gravely. Oh, please elaborate, brother. Luli took another sip of wine. It seems he was still not entirely clear about the situation with the Yining Guizhong, not even knowing the surname or appearance of the sect leader. Within the entire sect, the leader holds the highest status, being at the Lianshu realm, followed by a host of supreme elders, all of whom are at the Huashan level. Subsequently, there are numerous elders, typically at the Yuanying and Jindan levels. Generally, those with actual power among the elders are at the Yuanying realm, while those at the Jindan level possess only nominal titles. Below the Jindan realm are us, the true disciples of the Juji level, roughly divided into 5 factions. Bai Jinfei spoke in a low voice. 5 factions, so many? Luli was slightly taken aback. It truly is a case of many turtles in a shallow pond. A mere cluster of Juji true disciples has formed 5 factions? These factions have existed for a long time, deeply intertwined, making them difficult to explain clearly. Shitty. You only need to know that the current most powerful faction is Lu He's. Lu He could break through to the Golden Core at any time. Yet she deliberately refrains, intending to gather more supporters and bolster her own position as the chief disciple for the next decade. Bai Jinfei's words seemed to contain a hint of admiration. In an instant, Lu Li's heart stirred. Could it be that what Lu He mentioned earlier was indeed true? Is she genuinely striving to ascend to the highest position and become the first female demon empress of the Mo Men? Brother, who exactly is this senior sister Lu He? Is she the daughter of the sect leader? Luli asked curiously. Not at all. Lu He is merely a disciple of a Yuanying elder. However, she is exceptionally skilled in manipulation and possesses extraordinary talent, even earning the sect leader's commendation, thus becoming the chief disciple of our Yining Guizhong. Bai Jinfei explained. And what of Li Jing? Luli inquired further. Li Jing's master is the Huangquan Jinjuan, above whom is a supreme elder at the Huashan stage. Additionally, he comes from a wealthy background and is quite generous, attracting many followers. He too covets the position of chief disciple. After finishing his words, Bai Jinfei gulped down the remaining wine from the jar. The chief disciple? Lu Li's heart raced. This position represents the face of our Yining Guizhong. Within the Wanma Mountain, the top 10 demon sects frequently engage in exchanges, and it is the chief disciple who represents us. A casual gift from a powerful figure could save decades or even centuries of arduous cultivation, and each year the sect provides abundant resources for cultivation. along with guidance from the supreme elders and even the sect leader. Truly, the advantages are plentiful. As he spoke, a hint of envy flickered across Bai Jinfei's face. So that is how it is. No wonder Lu He is so keen on recruiting, even lowering her own status to attract someone as insignificant as me. Lu Li realized with clarity. It seems that Li Jing is indeed pursuing her quite fervently. Shitty, you have slain Li Jing's brother. If he does not take action, he will be looked down upon by others, and his reputation will suffer greatly. At that point, the position of chief disciple will no longer belong to him. Bai Jinfei waved his hand and produced another jar of wine, tilting it back to drink heartily. Li Jing is the sort who would even covet a spirit ghost. How could he possibly befit the chief disciple? I would be a far better choice. Lu Li frowned, expressing his disdain. Haha, shitty, we are members of the demon sect. In the demon sect, the one with the mightiest fist, the one with wealth, and the one whose words are heeded shall be the leader. Bai Jinfei wiped his mouth and laughed heartily. Lu Li found himself at a loss for words. After pondering for a moment, he asked, so does this mean I was wrong to kill Li Jing's brother? Should I hand over the spirit ghost? No. Bai Jinfei shook his head, a sharp glint shining through his slightly intoxicated eyes. You did not err. We are of the demonic path. If we do not submit, we fight. Fear him for what? Shitty, you have done well this time. With both courage and strategy, Master will certainly commend you upon learning of this. By the way, Lu He has approached you. You did not agree, did you? He then quickly inquired. No, I did not. Lu Li shook his head. Good. Shitty. Do not be deceived by Lu He's apparent affection for you and her various hints. In her eyes, all men in the world are filthy and vile. She is merely acting. In truth, she is inclined towards her own gender. Bai Jinfei concluded with a resigned sigh. Inclined towards her own gender? Female by gender. Attracted to females? Lu Li raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. Xiao, how did you know? It's a long story. Bai Jinfei shook his head, filled with deep emotion. His expression revealed a hint of melancholy, suggesting a sorrowful tale. Lu Li was eager to hear it, hoping it would lighten her mood. Just then, a thunderous roar split the sky, reverberating through the air. Lu Li felt her entire being shake, her blood and bones vibrating. What is happening? Bai Jinfei exclaimed, hastily putting away the formation plate. To their shock, the heavens themselves seemed to crumble. The oppressive sky of Wangue-ku shattered like broken biscuits, large chunks falling downwards. Blinding silver lightning, akin to sharp blades, tore through this underground realm. A terrifying aura of destruction loomed, as if heralding the apocalypse. Seeing this, Bai Jinfei's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. It's the tribulation. The tribulation has come early. Shizuan is beginning to undergo his tribulation. Chapter 30. The evolution of the blood-devouring heaven technique. The ghostly figure of the demon is about to face his tribulation? Lu Li was taken aback. The ferocity of the tribulation was so overwhelming that it pierced through Wangue-ku. Was the ghostly demon destined to perish beneath this wrath? At that moment, a colossal hand of black mist appeared in the sky, effortlessly sweeping away the silver lightning. The sky above Wangue-ku was restored to its former state. Let us go elsewhere to witness Shizuan's tribulation. Bai Jinfei said gravely, waving his hand. With a rush, a torrent of black, ghostly energy erupted from his sleeve, enveloping both himself and Lu Li, propelling them southward. After a swift journey, they arrived at an entrance, passing through a blue light barrier and emerging from the subterranean passage. A tremendous rumble echoed in their ears as they appeared beneath a perilous peak south of Guifengshan, gazing at the mountain 100 miles away. At that moment, Guifengshan was shrouded in a thick, swirling black mist, roiling like a tempest and generating towering waves of dark energy. Above, a massive vortex of thunder swirled, unleashing bolts of silver lightning as thick as towering pillars, crashing down and rending the heavens, annihilating all in its path. The blinding light of the lightning dazzled the eyes, while powerful currents surged through the air, causing hair to stand on end. This was the supreme tribulation thunder. As Lu Li watched, the thunderbolts descended with incredible force, effortlessly shredding the black mist on Guifengshan, causing it to visibly thin. The situation appeared perilous. Just then, a beam of white light approached, revealing a tall woman in white robes, her delicate face strikingly beautiful. She appeared to be around 23 years old, radiating a formidable aura, a Jindan cultivator. Second Shiji. What has transpired? Why has the tribulation arrived early? Has the Sect's powerhouses withdrawn the supreme demonic array? Bai Jinfei immediately inquired upon seeing her. Second Shiji? Lu Li's heart stirred as she scrutinized the woman, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the elegant robes. However, being a man of principle, he quickly averted his eyes. Sensing an oddity, he felt that this second Shiji was not entirely human. It's nothing. Shizuan requested this himself. He wishes to face the tribulation early. The woman replied coldly, her gaze settling on Lu Li, her eyes narrowing slightly, hinting at hostility. Lu Li's heart raced. In that fleeting moment, he thought he saw her black and white pupils transform into golden vertical slits, reminiscent of snake eyes. It was eerie, yet it returned to normal in an instant. Too swift to ascertain if he had truly seen it. Requested by Shizuan? Bai Jinfei paused, somewhat taken aback. Lu Li too felt astonished. Was the power of the ghostly demon so formidable that it could disregard the tribulation thunder? Boom. Suddenly, the thunder erupted. The silver lightning in the sky fell like dumplings, crackling down. The might of the thunder was overwhelming. The unparalleled power of heavenly lightning was on full display at that moment. Lu Li's heart tightened. Would he also have to endure such terrifying tribulation when he ascended to Yuaning? It seemed he would need to visit the Western Buddhist sect after leaving the demonic cult to find the second half of the Diamond Sutra, cultivating an indomitable diamond body to withstand such fearsome heavenly thunder. As he pondered, the ghostly energy on Gui Fengshan became increasingly sparse under the relentless assault of the thunder. Eventually, it vanished entirely. The black stone cave halfway up the mountain was fully revealed beneath the vortex of tribulation thunder. It's coming. Bai Jinfei bit his lip, his expression tense. Lu Li's gaze sharpened. Boom. A silver pillar of lightning, adorned with countless forked bolts, descended from the sky, striking toward the black stone cave in an instant. Its immense power seemed poised to level Gui Fengshan. With a resounding crash, the entrance of the black stone cave exploded open. A torrent of black mist surged forth, rushing upwards fearlessly, charging toward the silver lightning pillar. They collided. In an instant, an astonishing brilliance ignited as the lightning blazed forth, obliterating the black mist without a trace. Yet, in the aftermath, a round black stone remained where the mist had been. It was as large as a water vat. The black stone slowly rotated, emanating a crimson glow that formed a blood net, ensnaring the silver lightning pillar. What is this, a magical artifact? Lu Li wondered, astonished. Boom. At that moment, the thunder vortex seemed to sense a challenge and spun violently, unleashing another silver lightning pillar. This bolt was even thicker, as if it aimed to pierce the very earth. Its might was formidable. In a flash, the lightning struck the blood net, tearing it apart with ease, annihilating it completely. Then, it descended upon the stone. With a faint crack, the stone split open, fragments falling away like a tortoise shedding its shell. Was this stone an egg? As Lu Li watched in wonder, the stone shattered completely, revealing its contents. It was a small fish, entirely blood red and no larger than a finger. Yet, this tiny blood red fish exhaled waves of crimson light, staunchly resisting the two bolts of heavenly thunder, preventing them from descending. With a roar, an immense torrent of pure, thick blood energy surged forth from the black stone cave. Rising skyward like a tidal wave, the blood-red fish opened its mouth wide, swallowing this energy as if it were a great whale drinking water. Then, the fish's body began to expand rapidly, inflating to hundreds, then thousands of feet. In the blink of an eye, the small fish transformed into a colossal fish spanning 3,000 feet, its form stretching across the mountains. Its fins extended to 500 feet. An ancient aura emanated from it, filling the air. Subsequently, this blood-red, thunderous fish swirled its massive body, leaping into the air like a whale breaching the surface of the ocean. The giant fish soared into the sky, amidst the dazzling silver lightning. The crimson fins of the great fish rapidly elongated and transformed into an astonishing pair of expansive wings of thunder. In an instant, the great fish metamorphosed into a magnificent silver thunderbird, soaring through the winds and ascending to a height of 90,000 miles. It then opened its vast beak and devoured the entire thunder vortex in one gulp. In that moment, the thunder ceased and the clouds dispersed. The azure sky appeared as if cleansed, revealing only the thunderbird, its colossal wings spreading across the heavens, surveying the world with an imposing gaze. The scene was profoundly awe-inspiring. Was this the magical art of Kunping cultivated by the master? Beside him, Bai Jinfei gazed in astonishment and admiration, murmuring a phrase. Lu Li finally comprehended why the ghostly master had offended so many golden elixirs, yet thrived so well. This was, after all, his true trump card, the Kunping magical art, an unparalleled sorcery capable of consuming even the heavenly tribulations. Just then, a clear system notification resonated in his mind. Your blood-devouring heavenly art has gained enlightenment from witnessing the Kunping devour the heavenly thunder. Evolving into Kunping devouring heaven magical art. The realm level has risen to 30. Progress increased by 80. Current progress, 4th level, 94. Chapter 31, The Mutated Millennium Red Fruit. The realm has risen to 30 levels? Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Lu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. The blood-devouring heavenly art originally only had 20 levels, limited to the completion of foundation establishment. Now, at 30 levels, he could cultivate to the perfection of the golden elixir. Moreover, progress had surged by 80. What a delightful surprise. With a couple of days of intensive practice, he could likely break through to the 5th level. His realm would consequently advance to the 5th level of chi refinement. The revered, indestructible Vajra art could also be upgraded. Lu Li's heart surged with eagerness. He yearned to return to his stargazing tower for cultivation. However, that was not yet possible. Above, the thunderbird that had consumed the heavenly thunder soared through the sky before suddenly diving down, swiftly shrinking until it transformed into a chubby little figure, no larger than a fist. Its features unmistakably mirrored those of the ghostly master. It was the Yuaning. In an instant, the Yuaning darted into the cave, vanishing from sight. Ha ha ha. Master has successfully transcended the tribulation and ascended to Yuaning. Quickly, senior sister, let us return to congratulate Master. Bai Jinfei exclaimed joyfully, laughter echoing in his voice. The second senior sister maintained her cool demeanor, elegantly waving her white sleeve, stirring up a gust of demonic wind. Whoosh! The wind howled past, and the three of them appeared before the ruined entrance of the black stone cave. Without hesitation, they stepped inside, immediately spotting the ghostly master seated majestically on a skeletal chair, his eyes closed. At that moment, the ghostly master emanated an overwhelming aura, his presence akin to towering mountains, giving the impression of an unfathomable vast ocean. Behind his head, a halo of black light flickered, and a small crimson fish swam leisurely within it, exhibiting remarkable agility. Congratulations, Master, on transcending the thunder tribulation and achieving the rank of true monarch Yuaning. May your longevity match the heavens. Lu Li and the others bowed in unison, their voices resonating in harmony. The Yuaning transcends the limits of Pingzu's 800 years, living a millennium, akin to a dragon emerging from a serpent, a ruler among men. Upon hearing their voices, the ghostly master slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, sparks of electricity flickered within his gaze, powerful currents sweeping across the surroundings. Lu Li and the others felt a sharp sting as if struck by lightning, their bodies trembling with a sensation of weakness. Do not be afraid. I have just consumed the heavenly thunder and have yet to fully refine it, hence the residual thunderous energy. The ghostly master spoke, waving his hand to dispel the electrical energy enveloping the cave. The strange sensations in Lu Li and the others' bodies dissipated instantly. However, Lu Li's expression still bore a hint of peculiarity. The ghostly master's voice now carried an electric resonance, a tone that felt somewhat unsettling. At that moment, the cold and elegant second senior sister stepped forward, presenting a 3,000-year spirit herb, wishing Master eternal prosperity in the demonic path and an early transformation into divinity. As she spoke, she revealed a jade box adorned with golden talismans and seals in her snowy palms. Oh, the ghostly master extended his hand, seizing the jade box, and with a flick of his finger, he opened it to take a glance, nodding in approval. Not bad. This is a 3,000-year-old wanling flower, quite rare. Perfect for refining the Yuan Ying's divinity pacifying pill. Yao Yao, you are thoughtful. After speaking, the blood-red fish within the black halo darted toward the white-clad girl, opening its mouth to release a golden, round pearl into her palm. Yao Yao, this dragon pearl is a gift from me. Refine it well and strive to awaken your bloodline, transforming into a demonic dragon. The ghostly master declared. Thank you, Master. The white-clad girl's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she cradled the golden pearl and bowed deeply. This second senior sister is named Yao Yao? She truly is a demonic entity? Lu Li pondered, realizing why Bai Jinfei was so eager to find congratulatory gifts. This was indeed a rare opportunity to exchange small for great. As he contemplated, Bai Jinfei stepped forward, retrieving a wooden box from his sleeve and proclaiming loudly, I present a hairpin, wishing Master longevity and unparalleled strength. This box? The ghostly master observed the beautifully adorned wooden box, his expression turning serious. In the next moment, he raised his hand, drawing the box toward him, opening it to reveal a hint of nostalgia on his face. An item of an old acquaintance. Jinfei, you are thoughtful. The ghostly master nodded, accepting the wooden box. Subsequently, the blood-red fish approached Bai Jinfei, opening its mouth to expel an ancient, yellowed tome. This is the ghost manipulation sword technique you desired. Cultivate it to the 3rd level, and you shall break through to the golden elixir realm. The ghostly master stated. Thank you, Master. Bai Jinfei's face lit up with excitement as he bowed deeply in gratitude. Now it was Lu Li's turn. Taking a deep breath, Lu Li stepped forward and declared loudly, I present a low-grade spirit ghost and an ancient artifact, wishing Master boundless power, a cultivation that reaches the heavens. Striking down the Tao alliance of Zhongzhou and trampling the Western Buddhist sect, dominating the islands overseas, unifying the 10 major demonic sects, and standing unrivaled. As he spoke, he produced the low-grade spirit ghost and the Wan Gui banner. As soon as he finished speaking, both Yao Yao and Bai Jinfei cast him strange glances. How could he utter such words? This Lu Shidi truly had a thick skin. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. However, the ghostly master seemed quite taken with this display, laughing heartily as his gaze shifted to Lu Li's hands, expressing mild astonishment. A low-grade spirit ghost? Where did it come from? By sheer luck, I found it. Lu Li responded respectfully. Master, Lu Shidi has extraordinary fortune. Within a month, he has consecutively found 2 low-grade spirit ghosts, Bai Jinfei interjected. Oh, really? Upon hearing this, the ghostly master's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze scanning Lu Li as if attempting to see through his very essence. Lu Li replied with utmost seriousness, yes. Perhaps it is because of my extraordinary handsomeness that heaven favors me, allowing me to serendipitously find 2 spirit ghosts. At this, Bai Jinfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at Lu Li, Yao Yao beside him also widened her cold eyes slightly. The ghostly master seemed momentarily speechless, before finally saying, "By the heavens. This is the first time I have encountered someone so unabashedly shameless. Thank you, master, for your praise." Lu Li replied calmly. Suddenly, the ghostly master appeared to sense something. His expression turning cold. What about the ghost-raising tower I bestowed upon you? Why is it missing? And why does this flag resemble the Wan Gui banner of that fellow from the Yellow Springs? In response, Lu Li replied, "Master, it is indeed the Wan Gui banner." Lu Li's expression grew solemn as he clasped his hands in response. Not long ago, I discovered a spiritual ghost for my master in Wan Gui Ku, only to be ambushed by someone seeking to seize it. That individual was none other than Li Jing, the younger brother of Huang Chuanjin, Jun's disciple. Following a fierce dispute, I was compelled to engage him in a life-and-death battle. In desperation, I resorted to self-destructing the Yang Gui Ta, ultimately securing a hard-fought victory. Is that so? The expression of Gui Ma Jinren darkened, his gaze shifting to Bai Jinfei. Master, indeed it is true. Moreover, that younger brother of Li Jing spoke disrespectfully towards you. I had no choice but to accept his challenge to uphold your dignity, Bai Jinfei replied. This statement evidently favored Lu Li. Just as I suspected. Gui Ma Jinren snorted coldly. That old fool Huang Chuan always looks down upon others. His disciples and descendants deserve their fate. Lu Li, you have done well this time. Your actions display both ruthlessness and courage, and I must say, it reveals a sense of filial piety. As he spoke, a small red fish swam to Lu Li, opening its mouth to expel a vibrant red fruit into his hand. This fruit, resembling a lychee, had a pockmarked skin and emanated waves of heat, quite warm to the touch. This is the mutated Qian Yanzhugua, Gui Ma Jinren declared. The path of demonic arts progresses swiftly through shortcuts, leading to unstable foundations. Thus, one should refrain from consuming spiritual fruits or elixirs that hasten cultivation, lest one fall into madness from excessive speed. However, this mutated spiritual fruit from the secret realm can elevate one's cultivation by a level while stabilizing one's foundation. I bestow it upon you. Thank you, master, Lu Li exclaimed, his expression brightening. Without hesitation, he consumed the mutated jugua, hardly savoring its flavor. Yet, the effects were profound. A clear sound resonated in his mind. You have consumed the mutated Qian Yanzhugua. The Kuan Peng Tuan Tian Ma Gong is now in the process of refinement. Expected completion in half a tea time. Progress. 1. Chapter 32. Refining Qi Level 5. Unbreakable Breakthrough. A surge of excitement blossomed within Lu Li as he realized he was on the brink of a breakthrough to refining Qi Level 5. Very well. I must consolidate my realm. At that moment, Gui Ma Jinren waved his hand, instructing, Yao Yao, you shall handle the congratulatory banquet in 3 days. Jinfei, go and send out the invitations. As for you, Lu Li, having stirred trouble, it is best you remain in the cave to cultivate diligently. In 3 days, trouble may find you. Off you go. As he spoke, the red fish spat forth a cascade of golden invitations that landed beside Bai Jinfei. Disciple obeys. Lu Li and the others bowed before turning to exit the cave. With a thunderous roar, silver lightning flashed, sealing the cave door. Junior brother, it seems master truly holds you in high regard this time. Not only did he grant you the mutated jugua for your cultivation, but he also did not take back your congratulatory gift, Bai Jinfei remarked, clutching a pile of invitations with envy. In the realm of demonic arts, such mutated spiritual fruits that consolidate one's foundation are exceedingly precious, and they can also elevate cultivation levels. This single mutated jugua could fetch no less than 300 medium-grade spirit stones. Master's generosity is monumental. I am profoundly grateful. By the way, I must also thank you, senior brother, for speaking up for me earlier, Lu Li said, stowing away the Wan Gui fawn and the spiritual ghost. No need for formality. Next time we visit Wan Machung, treat me to a drink, and in return, I shall take you to an unconventional place to broaden your horizons. The enchanting beings there will surely captivate you. Bai Jinfei laughed like a rascally matchmaker. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort accompanied by a chilling presence swept through, as the second senior sister, Yao Yao, passed by Lu Li and Bai Jinfei, casting them a frosty glare without uttering a word before gliding away. The animosity was palpable. Senior brother Bai, why does it seem like the second senior sister harbors some disdain towards me? I do not recall having offended her, Lu Li inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Hee. Junior brother, spare the pretense. The second senior sister is a snake demon. If she dislikes anyone, it must be you. Bai Jinfei chuckled, his expression gleefully mischievous. A snake demon? Disliking me? Lu Li paused, then the realization dawned on him, rendering him speechless. Clearly, Bai Jinfei had intentionally leaked his reputation as a brash hero. Wait, Lu Li suddenly thought of something, a playful smile gracing his lips. Senior brother, did you intentionally reveal my fondness for snakes to eliminate potential rivals? Do you secretly harbor feelings for the second senior sister? Bai Jinfei was taken aback, panic flashing across his face as he shook his head vigorously. I am not. I don't. Do not say such things. It is getting late. I must deliver invitations for Master. We shall talk later. With that, he soared into the sky, disappearing behind a cloud shaped like a dog. Clearly, he was feeling guilty. It seemed there was unrequited affection at play. How intriguing. Lu Li chuckled softly, then transformed into a wisp of shadow, darting towards his observatory tower. In no time, he returned to the familiar loft, heading straight into the cultivation chamber. I am finally back. Lu Li reclined against the jade wall of the chamber, feeling utterly at ease. The events of the past few days had been quite numerous, but thankfully, the outcomes were favorable. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. System. Lu Li silently summoned the system log. At that moment, the recently evolved Kuan Pengtuan Tian Ma Gong was filling the screen. Your Kuan Pengtuan Tian Ma Gong has absorbed the spiritual energy of the mutated Qian Yin Zhugua. Cultivation elevated. Progress. 1. Your Kuan Pengtuan Tian Ma Gong has absorbed the spiritual energy of the mutated Qian Yin Zhugua. Cultivation elevated. Progress. 1. Your Kuan Pengtuan Tian Ma Gong has absorbed the spiritual energy of the mutated Qian Yin Zhugua. Cultivation elevated. Progress. 1. Progress. 1. Next, he checked the panel. Kuan Pengtuan Tian Ma Gong. 4th layer. Progress. 98. Suddenly, another system record refreshed. 99. Lu Li sat upright, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, silently counting down. 10. 9. 8. 1. Breakthrough. A clear sound resonated. The system announced in his mind. Your Kuan Pengtuan Tian Ma Gong has absorbed the spiritual energy of the mutated Qian Yin Zhugua. Cultivation elevated. Progress. 1. Congratulations. Host. Your Kuan Pengtuan Tian Ma Gong has reached the 5th layer. As the message concluded, a chilling aura surged forth from his dantian, crashing like tidal waves through his limbs and channels. An invisible barrier shattered, refining Qi level 5. In that instant, Lu Li distinctly felt his power swell, becoming robust and formidable. If his previous power was likened to a small basin of water, now it resembled a vast water tank. With a wave of his hand, a blood-colored magical light, as thick as chopsticks, shot forth, swift as an arrow. This magical light possessed enough force to obliterate a malevolent spirit at refining Qi level 10. Lu Li gazed on with immense satisfaction. He then sat cross-legged, beginning to recite the Heart Sutra. Before long, another clear sound resonated. Your Jingangbu Huai Divine Art has absorbed insights from the supreme Buddhist scriptures. Progress increased by 1. Congratulations, host. Your Jingangbu Huai Divine Art has reached the 4th layer. As the system notification concluded, an astonishing power surged from his dantian, fierce as a dragon, radiating through his entire skeleton. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the crisp sounds of bones cracking, Lu Li's physique swelled rapidly, expanding to a towering height of 2 meters and 45 centimeters, his muscles bulging, and veins twisting like vines across his body. As the blood surged within him, the veins appeared to come alive, resembling serpents coiling around his body. A faint golden light seeped through his skin. At first glance, he resembled a mighty warrior, emerging from an ancient temple, skilled in subduing dragons and serpents. Lu Li distinctly felt his strength surging. 24,000 Jin, 28,000 Jin, 35,000 Jin, 43,000 Jin, 48,000 Jin, 50,000, a full 50,000 Jin. At this moment, Lu Li sensed the terrifying power coursing through him as he clenched his fist, feeling as if a single punch could shatter mountains and split cities. Indeed, the notion of moving mountains and parting seas was no longer far-fetched. This, of course, was an illusion. Such feats belonged solely to those practitioners of the Golden Core stage, wielding immense power. With his current strength, he likely could not achieve that. However, with 50,000 Jin of might, coupled with the quadrupled enhancement from the 2nd level of the Great Strength Vajra Mantra, a single punch would be enough to obliterate any Foundation establishment cultivator. They would perish on the spot. 3 days hence, should anyone dare to provoke him, he would be more than ready. But first, he needed to test his power. With this thought, Lu Li retracted his blood and energy, his physique shrinking back to its original form, before stepping out of the training chamber and into the martial arts arena on the 2nd floor. Facing a 3-foot slab of black steel, he wasted no time, unleashing a full-force punch. Bang! The black steel exploded, shattering into countless fragments, debris flying everywhere. Is this the sensation of true power? Lu Li withdrew his fist, his eyes gleaming with intensity. In the next instant, he flashed to another 3-foot thick slab of black steel. Great Strength Vajra Mantra. Lu Li abruptly activated the mantra, his hand wide open, striking downwards. A dazzling golden light instantly manifested on the back of his hand, coalescing into the image of a Great Strength Vajra Buddha. This strike was light as a feather, reminiscent of a bodhisattva's compassionate gaze. Thud! With a muffled sound, Lu Li's golden-tinged palm imprint met the radiant black steel surface. There was no immediate sign of damage. But in the next moment, Lu Li gently exhaled. With a breath, the 5-foot thick black steel suddenly cracked, collapsing into a pile of black powder, reduced to the finest dust. This was the true power of 50,000 gene of physical strength combined with the second level of the great strength Vajra mantra. Luli was immensely satisfied. Moreover, with the evolution of his blood-devouring heaven-swallowing technique into the Kunping heaven-swallowing demonic technique, his magical power had significantly intensified. Even though the second level of the great strength Vajra mantra consumed twice as much energy, he could withstand it, delivering 10 full strikes compared to the mere 3 he could manage before. The indestructible Vajra technique had advanced to the 4th level, and his defensive capabilities should have increased correspondingly. He wondered if he could withstand attacks from high-grade spiritual artifacts. Luli clenched his fists and struck them together. The sound resonated like the tolling of a great bell, echoing crisply around him. Unfortunately, he currently lacked any spiritual artifacts to test his newfound strength. The Wangue banner. Luli suddenly recalled something, his storage ring glowing with a yellow light, revealing a purple-black banner before him. Chapter 33. The completion of the compassionate palm. The dragon soars in the sky. This was a sinister and malevolent demonic banner. Grasping the Wangue banner, Luli immediately sensed the terrifying and ominous energy hidden within. Faintly, he could hear the howls and roars of countless vengeful spirits contained within the banner. Clearly, this was an evil artifact of the demonic path. Luli frowned slightly. He was not accustomed to using demonic artifacts. Moreover, the army of vengeful spirits within the Wangue banner required the blood and life force of the living to sustain them, necessitating human sacrifices to maintain their viciousness. This was against the natural order. Should he sell it? As Luli toyed with the Wangue banner, a thought crossed his mind. But then he reconsidered. If he sold it, it could very well end up back in Li Jing's hands. If that happened, it would be disastrous if Li Jing used this demonic banner against him. How should he deal with it? Luli fell into contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he radiated determination. Selling it was not an option. If it fell into the hands of those from the demonic path, it would only lead to more innocent lives suffering. Instead, he would directly redeem the vengeful spirits within, simultaneously enhancing his great compassionate palm and the spectral ghostly shadow step. Thus, Luli made up his mind. Without hesitation, he activated his magical power, infusing it into the banner. Buzz. A light sound echoed. The surface of the banner shimmered with purple-black light, and a fierce vengeful spirit materialized in the center of the arena. It was a headless ghost, at the 10th level of Qi refinement. As soon as the headless ghost appeared, it let out a piercing scream and charged at Luli. You should not be trapped within a demonic banner, suffering endlessly. It is time for you to reincarnate. Luli sighed softly and struck out with his palm. The compassionate palm. Bang. The powerful strike directly obliterated the vengeful spirit, dispersing it into a cloud of dark, ghostly energy. Before Luli could even activate his mantra, the Kunping heaven-swallowing demonic technique within him stirred, and with a fierce inhalation, he devoured the pure ghostly energy. Ding ding ding. 3 system notifications immediately chimed. Your spectral ghostly shadow step has absorbed pure ghostly energy, invigorating your spirit, enhancing training effectiveness by 50. Your great compassionate palm has redeemed a vengeful spirit, filling you with boundless merit, enhancing training effectiveness by 500. Your Kunping heaven-swallowing demonic technique has consumed pure ghostly energy, alleviating your hunger, enhancing training effectiveness by 100. Not bad. Luli nodded in satisfaction upon seeing these results. Without pausing, he activated his magical power again, releasing another vengeful spirit. Bang! A palm strike sent it to its next life. Then, he continued to summon vengeful spirits. This time, 2 appeared. Bang bang. 2 explosive sounds rang out as the vengeful spirits shattered into pure ghostly energy, which he absorbed into his body. Thus, Luli relentlessly summoned and redeemed vengeful spirits, transforming them into ghostly energy. While in a trance, he silently recited the Heart Sutra, enhancing the progress of his indestructible Vajra technique. Continuous transformation into ghostly energy. Reciting the Heart Sutra. Transformation and absorption. Transformation and absorption. This series of actions repeated over and over. The system began to display notifications. Progress of spectral ghostly shadow step. 1. Progress of great compassionate palm. 1. Progress of Kunping heaven-swallowing demonic technique. 1. Progress of indestructible Vajra technique. 1. He continued until his magical power was completely depleted. Once his magical power was exhausted, Luli immediately returned to the underground training chamber, activating the spirit gathering array to absorb the spiritual energy from mid-grade spirit stones and restore his magical power. Soon, his magical energy was fully replenished. Luli ascended once more to the martial arts arena on the 2nd floor, continuing to redeem vengeful spirits, tireless and energetic. He felt as though he could go 3 days and nights without sleep. This must be one of the benefits of breaking through the indestructible Vajra technique. Luli decided against sleeping, determined to redeem every last vengeful spirit within the Wangue banner. Thus, night fell. Daylight returned. Night fell again. Daylight returned once more. On the 2nd floor, in the martial arts arena, Luli unleashed his final palm strike. obliterating the last vengeful spirit into a cloud of ghostly energy. He then inhaled deeply, drawing all the ghostly energy into himself, dividing it into two parts. One portion absorbed by the Kuanping heaven-swallowing demonic technique, and the other merged with the spectral ghostly shadow step. Finally, after redeeming thousands of vengeful spirits, Luli let out a long sigh of relief, casually stowing away the Wan Gui banner, now dim in spiritual light. His expression somewhat fatigued, yet he was predominantly filled with joy. By directly redeeming these thousands of vengeful spirits, his cultivation realm had significantly advanced. However, before anything else, he needed a bath. Luli stretched his limbs, yawning widely. He then leaped out of the window. Bang! He plunged into the pond, creating a towering splash of water. Under the cascade of the waterfall, his mental fatigue was instantly swept away. Luli ascended to the riverbank, his body pulsating with vitality, instantly drying his clothes and hair. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a beam of crimson light, striking a branch of a towering fruit tree. With a resounding thud, 2 spiritual fruits fell to the ground. Channeling his magical energy, Luli extended his hand and effortlessly drew the fruits into his palm. Subsequently, he leaped gracefully, his toes lightly tapping, arriving at the pinnacle of the Guanxing Lo. Reclining upon the jade bed, he basked in the midday sun, savoring the spiritual fruits while commencing the cultivation of the Zixia Lian Rijinjing. At the same time, he silently summoned the system panel. Host, Luli. Realm, Qi refining 5th layer. Dawei Tianlong Fazhou, 2nd layer, progress 9. Dali Jin Gong Fazhou, 2nd layer, progress 12. Jin Gong Bu Huaishan Gong, 4th layer, progress 20. Kuan Peng Tuan Tian Ma Gong, 5th layer, progress 86. Datsi Da Bei Zhang, 10th layer, perfection. Lingue Meiying Bu, 10th layer, perfection. This is the remarkable outcome of transcending the legion of malevolent spirits. Exceedingly gratifying. Both Datsi Da Bei Zhang and Lingue Meiying Bu have reached perfection. Furthermore, the progress of Kuan Peng Tuan Tian Ma Gong has astonishingly reached 86. Soon to break through to the 6th layer. This success can be attributed to the mutated Millennium Red Fruit, which at least contributed 20 to the progress. It must be said that Gui Ma Jinren has truly been generous this time, not only refraining from taking back the inferior spirit ghost and the Legion banner, but also gifting a mutated red fruit. The only regret is that I have nearly forgotten the entirety of the recited Xiao Yao Yo. Otherwise, if I could memorize it, this Kuan Peng Tuan Tian Ma Gong would undoubtedly undergo further evolution. If I could also memorize the Dao De Jing, I would surely soar to great heights. Reflecting on this, Luli felt a pang of regret. The inferior spirit ghost. Suddenly recalling, he remembered he still possessed an inferior spirit ghost. After some contemplation, he decided to place it in the Legion banner for nurturing, intending to sell it to Bai Jinfei later in exchange for a flying sword artifact. With his current robust magical energy, he should be able to soar through the skies. Over the past few days, witnessing others flying while he could only float on the ground was truly disheartening. In the future, if he encounters enemies and cannot catch up, it would pose a significant problem. Moreover, since Datsi Da Bei Zhang has reached perfection, perhaps it is time to seek a new Buddhist palm technique to integrate with it. Or perhaps find a demonic palm technique to transform Dawei Tianlong Fazhou into a Buddhist technique. Luli gazed at the system panel, once again falling into contemplation. His offensive methods were quite straightforward. In close combat, he utilized Datsi Da Bei Zhang. For ranged attacks, he employed Shishue Ma Guang. Beyond that, he had little else. In one-on-one combat, he should be fine. However, should he encounter a group assault, with opponents attacking from a distance while shielding one another, he would likely find himself in grave peril. If only he could learn a remote palm technique to unleash a palm strike from afar, obliterating his enemies. A remote palm technique. Rulai Shinzhong. A divine technique sprang to mind, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. This celestial palm technique is extraordinarily sharp, capable of piercing a towering wall with ease, leaving behind a massive palm imprint a zhang deep in the earth, showcasing immense power. If he could acquire such a formidable palm technique, what worries would he have about being besieged? Luli felt a surge of exhilaration and resolved to inquire with Gui Ma Jinren the following day, or perhaps directly visit the Cangjinga. For now, it was time to sleep and rest. Taking a deep breath, Luli closed his eyes, fatigue washing over him like a tide, and he promptly fell into a deep slumber. He was unaware of how long he slept. Suddenly, 3 entries appeared in the system log. Datsi Da Bei Zhang has reached perfection and can no longer advance. Thus it has decided to venture out in search of opportunities for a breakthrough. Before departing, Dawei Tianlong Fazhou imparted to it a technique. Fei Long Zai Tian. You have learned Fei Long Zai Tian. Chapter 34. A conspiracy unfolds. Night enveloped the Yinming Gui zone, bathed in starlight. On Huangquanfeng, 1,000 miles distant from Gui Fengshan, a clandestine meeting targeting Lu Li was underway. Within the Jin Shidongfu, Li Jing occupied the central seat, flanked by 2 men and a woman, all of whom possessed the cultivation of foundation establishment perfection. Have you brought what I requested? Li Jing, adorned in a golden robe, cast a cold gaze over the trio. "Rest assured, it is all prepared," replied the young man in green, fanning himself with a jade fan. A smile gracing his lips as he produced a small die, placing it upon the table. The die appeared to be crafted from black iron. Its 6 faces adorned with gilded dots. "What is this?" Li Jing inquired with a furrowed brow. "A concealed weapon," the young man in green replied with a sly grin. "This is a dark tool I borrowed from a disciple of the demon god temple. Once thrown, it can unleash thousands of poison needles, each derived from the tail stinger of a golden-winged venomous bee, sharp beyond compare, capable of piercing through all, with a poison so potent it seals the throat upon contact, rivaling the power of an inferior spiritual artifact. This dark weapon bears a poetic name, Li Huakai. Excellent." Li Jing's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he reached out to claim the black iron die. His gaze then shifted to the red-clad girl beside the young man in green. The girl in red, perched with her legs crossed, was delicately trimming her nails with a silver dagger. Sensing Li Jing's penetrating gaze, she looked up, revealing a face that was both enchanting and eerie. As she expelled a long, strip-shaped blood-red jade talisman from her mouth. The talisman bore the carving of a fearsome tiger's head. "The soul-consuming tiger talisman," she declared. "Once activated, it releases a strand of golden core tiger soul that lunges into the enemy's consciousness, instilling fear in their very soul." After speaking, she returned to her nail grooming. "Good." Li Jing's eyes burned even brighter with malice, dismissing any disdain as he swept away the blood-red talisman with a flick of his hand. His gaze then shifted to the elder in yellow robes seated to his right. The elder, slightly rotund and exuding a genial aura, resembled a kind neighbor. "Li Shixiao, is such a grand scheme truly necessary for dealing with a mere chi-refining fourth-layer brat?" he inquired, stroking his goat-like beard with a jovial smile. "Humph. Blood for blood. He killed my brother. Naturally, I must take his life. Lin Lao Gui, what about your item?" Li Jing retorted, his murderous intent palpable and growing impatient. "He, right here," the yellow-robed elder said, gently waving his hand. A pure silver pellet materialized on the jade table. The pellet was perfectly round, resembling a longan, its surface smooth and embedded with shimmering silver stars. "What is this?" Li Jing squinted. The young man in green and the girl in red also instantly lifted their heads, fixated on the pure silver pellet. "Indeed, it is a sword pellet," the elder replied with a smile, lifting a jade cup to sip his tea leisurely. "I stumbled upon this sword pellet during my search in Wanmacheng. It should have originated from the Tianhe sword sect." The expressions of Li Jing and the others turned solemn. The sword cultivators of the Tianhe sword sect were unparalleled in the world. Furthermore, within the Zhongzhou Daomeng, the Tianhe sword sect was the most fervent in eliminating demons and safeguarding the righteous path. Whenever a sword cultivator from the Tianhe sword sect encounters disciples of the demon sect, they charge in like rabid dogs, fighting to the death. Over the past century, at least 100,000 disciples of the demon sect have perished at the hands of Tianhe sword sect disciples. This had its reasons. Centuries ago, the then leader of the Tianhe sword sect was deceived by a female disciple of the demon sect, not only losing his heart, but also his wealth. It is rumored that she even absconded with several supreme sword techniques from the Tianhe sword sect. Most tragically, the leader of the Tianhe sword sect likely did not even manage to hold her hand. Since then, the Tianhe sword sect instituted a rule to slay all who are affiliated with the demon sect. This sword pellet is a one-time use. Once activated, it transforms into a beam of pure silver sword light, wielding power comparable to a Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator unleashing a full-force strike with a mid-grade spiritual artifact, capable of cleaving through gold and stone, and no object can withstand it. For those below Foundation establishment, death is assured. Li Shixiao, with this sword pellet, your revenge shall be fulfilled, the yellow-robed elder said with a beaming smile. Excellent. Li Jing seemed to envision the scene where Lu Li was cleaved in two by a beam of sword light, gritting his teeth as he uttered a single word. Then, with a swift motion of his hand, he drew the sword pellet towards him. Following that, he flicked his sleeve, casting out 3 black cloth bags that landed on the jade table beside the 3 individuals. Everything you desire is within. Upon hearing this, the young man in green, the girl in red, and the old man in yellow immediately picked up the bags and opened them, their faces revealing expressions of satisfaction. Senior Brother Li is indeed generous. Magnificent. So lavish. The 3 praised in unison as they tucked the black bags away. However, one must ponder, at the congratulatory banquet of the Ghost Demon Master tomorrow, would it not be somewhat embarrassing to slay his true disciple? Surely, the Ghost Demon Master would intervene to save him, right? The old man in yellow stroked his beard, pondering aloud. Rest assured, my master, Huang Quanzhenjuan, will intervene, Li Jing scoffed. Humph. The Ghost Demon Master has just ascended to the Yuanying realm and already desires to take control of the Punishment Palace. Such greed is excessive. Moreover, one of his true disciples, Bai Jinfei, is affiliated with Green Lotus. Do you not yearn to occupy the position of chief disciple? Li Jing's cold gaze swept across the 3. Upon hearing this, the trio fell into contemplation. Subsequently, the young man in green waved his jade fan and grinned wickedly. Indeed, Green Lotus has held the position of chief for so long. It is our turn now. That woman is flirtatious and promiscuous. Simply looking at her is nauseating. The girl in red remarked coldly. Indeed, I have long gazed at that position, nearly longing to the point of tears. The old man in yellow's eyes also revealed a hint of desire. Then it is settled. With the three of you supporting me, I shall surely replace Green Lotus and ascend to the position of chief disciple. 10 years hence, the position will be passed on to the three of you. I swear to our ancestor. Li Jing declared firmly. Good. Agreed. Then let it be settled. Come, let us drink. Soon, the atmosphere became lively as cups were exchanged. Before long, as the silver moon descended, the clandestine meeting of the four concluded and dispersed. Once they departed, Li Jing's expression turned icy, and he snorted, "Umph. With your three unremarkable appearances, you wish to become chief disciple? Venturing outside would only tarnish the reputation of my Yinming ghost sect. Li Jing, you are mistaken. They know they cannot take the position. They merely wish to extract more benefits from you and Green Lotus," a calm voice interjected. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the center of the hall, a middle-aged man in blue robes, wielding a white sword, his eyes sparkling like stars, exuding an ethereal presence. I pay my respects to my master. Li Jing's demeanor became solemn as he stepped forward to bow. This figure was none other than Huangquan Jinjuan. He raised his hand, assisting Li Jing, and remarked coolly, "Rest assured, you are of utmost importance to me. I will not allow your brother's vengeance to become a barrier to your breakthrough in the Jindan realm. Tomorrow, someone will test Lu Li's strength for you. When the moment is ripe, your people shall strike and eliminate Lu Li without a trace." "Thank you, master." Li Jing expressed immense gratitude, bowing once more. At the same time, a chilling killing intent surged within him. This time, he desired Lu Li to be utterly annihilated, leaving no remains to honor his brother's spirit. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke the darkness, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the myriad mountains of demons. Casting their glow upon the star observation platform, Lu Li awakened spontaneously. A notification from the system echoed in his mind. The great compassionate palm has reached its perfected state and cannot be cultivated further. Thus, the decision to seek opportunities for a breakthrough has been made. Before departing, the Dawei Tianlong spell imparted to him the technique Flying Dragon in the Sky. "You have learned Flying Dragon in the Sky." With a leap, Lu Li sprang up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "So, the great compassionate palm has produced an external technique? Flying Dragon in the Sky?" He accessed the system log, Flying Dragon in the Sky, a secret technique of the Dawei Tianlong spell, condensing magical energy and blood qi to unleash a golden dragon force that obliterates all in its path. This was indeed a delightful surprise, enhanced with a realistic energy doll. Lu Li's expression brightened. "Let me test it out." Without hesitation, Lu Li floated into the air, transforming into a ghostly figure. With a few flashes, he arrived at the martial arts arena on the second floor. He then activated the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demonic art and aimed a palm forward. Roar! Accompanied by a low dragon's roar, a semi-transparent golden dragon, as thick as an elephant's leg, erupted from his palm, fierce and formidable, lunging forward 10 zhang. Crashing against the black steel stone with a deafening impact. It penetrated right through. Then, with a resounding crash, the 3-foot-thick black steel shattered, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Chapter 35. The banquet begins indeed. There truly is a dragon. How magnificent. What incredible power. Lu Li blinked, waving away the stone dust that clouded his vision. He stepped forward to the spot where the black steel had once stood. It was gone. The entire block of black steel had indeed been reduced to dust, utterly non-existent. This technique, Flying Dragon in the Sky, possessed power not inferior to the full force attack of the second-tier Great Strength Diamond spell. Remarkably formidable. Lu Li was overjoyed. With this technique, he no longer feared distant attacks from enemies. Let me see how far it can reach. He retreated slightly, taking a deep breath and raising his palm towards a black steel stone in the corner of the training ground. Roar! The low dragon's roar echoed again. In his palm, the semi-transparent golden dragon surged forth, darting swiftly like the wind, arriving in front of the black steel stone in an instant. Then, it struck fiercely against it. With a loud crash, the incredibly hard black steel also exploded into a cloud of dust. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. So fast. Lu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he calculated. However, when the golden dragon force struck, it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. "It appears the current limit for my attack is 30 zhang, approximately 100 meters. That is sufficient. More importantly, the magical energy consumption is minimal, less than 1/10. What consumes more is the masculine blood qi. After unleashing these 2 palms, I felt a slight depletion in my blood qi, as though I had just fought fiercely with a female demon. A hearty meal should replenish it." Sensing the subtle changes within his body, Lu Li felt reassured, his eyes glinting with determination. "Let me test the limits of my power." In the next moment, he moved swiftly, gathering several blocks of black steel, spacing them 1 meter apart, and lined them up. He aimed to see how many blocks of black steel he could shatter with a single palm. Boom. Luli stood before the row of black steel, channeling his blood chi. He felt ablaze with energy. Then, he activated his full magical power and struck out with a palm. Flying dragon in the sky. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated. A blood-eyed golden dragon, as thick as a century-old tree, burst forth from his palm, roaring ferociously, shining with golden light as it collided with the first block of black steel. It pierced right through. The second block, the third block, and the fourth. Boom, 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 boom. The black steel exploded in succession, sending clouds of dust billowing, swirling like fog. The entire scene resembled a series of detonations from landmines, utterly terrifying. Amidst the continuous explosions, the blood-eyed golden dragon suddenly disintegrated, erupting into the sky, filled with black stone dust. The entire martial arts arena was enveloped in a haze of black steel dust. At this moment, Luli staggered, his complexion turning pale, resembling the state of a drained young master. He retrieved a jade pendant and waved it. Buzz. The formation of the Star Observation Tower activated, opening its doors and windows, dispersing all the stone dust. Luli focused his gaze, immediately beginning to count the remaining black steel blocks. They were all gone. All 30 blocks of black steel had been obliterated. This meant that his full force strike of Flying Dragon in the sky had directly destroyed 33-foot-thick blocks of black steel. 30 times 30 meters. With this single palm strike, he could obliterate 10 meters of solid black steel. The black steel, known for its hardness and resilience against ordinary explosives, could not withstand his technique, Flying Dragon in the sky. The terrifying might of this force, when unleashed upon a person, would likely obliterate them entirely. 1 word, formidable. 2 words, exceedingly formidable. 3 words, explosively formidable. Luli was unable to contain his excitement. If a single move, the Flying Dragon soaring in the sky, was this ferocious, one could only imagine the true prowess of the great, might heavenly dragon incantation. It might well be capable of reducing a mountain to rubble. However, Luli felt that something was amiss. After careful contemplation, he finally realized what was lacking: sound. If this Flying Dragon soaring in the sky maneuver were to be accompanied by sound, its power could potentially be doubled. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice echoed from outside the stargazing tower. Junior brother Lu, the banquet is about to commence. The master has summoned you to the main hall. Upon hearing this, Luli responded affirmatively and leapt through the window, gracefully exiting the stargazing tower. Hey, junior brother, why does your face look so pale? I've spent days in the 10,000 Demon City playing the invincible whirlwind with a few Fox Clan ladies, and I don't look as worn out as you do. You haven't hidden a few secrets in the stargazing tower, have you? Bai Jinfei inquired with surprise upon seeing Luli. Brother, don't misunderstand. I merely overexerted myself in my training and drained a bit of my vitality, Luli explained. Is that so? Bai Jinfei chuckled, sensing that his companion was about to make a lewd remark. Luli quickly changed the subject. Brother, since the banquet is starting, do you not need my assistance? No. The second sister has prepared everything. I only need to greet the guests at the demon welcoming platform. You simply need to remain in the main hall and stay by the master's side. Do you know why? Bai Jinfei replied with a grin. Is it because I possess unparalleled handsomeness? Luli tilted his head and answered. Bai Jinfei was left speechless. Junior brother, I've just realized you are indeed the most brazen one on Gui Feng Mountain. In truth, you are the master's recently accepted disciple, blessed with exceptional talent. The master wishes for you to make an appearance, and when the guests come to congratulate him, friends of the master will naturally present you with gifts. Isn't the master known for having few friends? Luli questioned. That does seem to be the case. Bai Jinfei paused, realizing the implications. Humph. Just then, a cold snort pierced their conversation. What are you two babbling about? Hurry over. It was the voice of the demon master. Instantly, Luli and Bai Jinfei stiffened, refraining from further conversation as they swiftly departed. Soon, Luli arrived at the hall of the cave halfway up the mountain. The sight before him was breathtaking. A small path of white jade extended from the cave, winding elegantly towards a smooth platform atop a distant peak. That was the demon welcoming platform. Bai Jinfei, accompanied by several beautiful maidens, awaited there to receive the guests. Flanking the jade path were towering, Tuzhong-high rainbow trees, known for their stunning ability to refract sunlight into vibrant rainbows. Legend has it that the founder of the Yinming Ghost Sect once attained enlightenment beneath these trees. As Luli entered the cave hall, he immediately spotted the second sister, Yao Yao, standing by the door. Clad in white, she exuded an icy beauty, her gaze still tinged with indifference. In front of her, the demon master donned a lavish robe, a 7-star crown upon his head, a pure black halo shimmering behind him, and a small blood-red fish swimming within it, exuding an air of dominance. Disciple pays respects to master. Luli stepped forward, cupping his hands in reverence. May master's power be boundless, blessings eternal, and lifespan equal to the heavens. Your vitality is so depleted? What happened? The demon master nodded, narrowing his eyes. A powerful pressure, akin to thunderous destruction, enveloped Luli, nearly suffocating him. I inadvertently comprehended a technique from the diamond art, and just practiced it, hence the depletion of my vitality. Luli offered an explanation with cupped hands. Oh, if that is the case, then take this Millennium Red fruit to restore your vitality, so you do not embarrass your master later, the demon master said, waving his hand to toss a crimson fruit to Luli. Thank you, master. Gratitude flickered across Luli's face as he caught the fruit and consumed it in one bite. Then, he floated over to stand beside the bony chair, where he began to circulate his energy and absorb the essence of the fruit, rapidly restoring his vitality. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from afar. The true monarch of Yellow Springs, the true monarch of Flying Fox, and the true monarch of Blood Transformation have arrived. Luli's heart raced as he turned to gaze at the cave's entrance. Bai Jinfei led a group of people, gliding towards them. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, around 35 or 36, with a fair complexion, elegant demeanor, donned in azure robes, bearing a white sword on his back. His eyes twinkling like stars, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Beside him was a purple-faced elder, exuding a fierce aura, also a Yuan-ing true monarch. Following them was a throng of individuals. Among them was Li Jing. Luli immediately recognized Li Jing, and their eyes met in a silent exchange. Junior brother Li, congratulations. The middle-aged man in azure casually offered his congratulations. True monarch of Yellow Springs. No need for formality. Please take a seat, the demon master replied with narrowed eyes, casually gesturing without rising to greet them. At that moment, Luli realized that the demon master's surname was Li. The azure-clad man before him must be Li Jing's master, the true monarch of Yellow Springs. Next, the purple-faced elder beside the true monarch of Yellow Springs cupped his hands. Li the old ghost, I never expected you to cultivate to Yuan-ing and still be alive. Congratulations. The hostility in his words was unmistakable. The true monarch of Flying Fox, you wretched scoundrel, if I am alive, naturally, you cannot perish. The demon master replied coldly from his bony chair. You. The purple-faced elder's eyes widened, his face flushed. However, he soon huffed, when time permits. I shall experience your Cultivation demon art. I am always at your service. Please, take a seat. The demon master remained indifferent, a hint of disdain in his demeanor. Humph. The purple-faced elder waved his sleeve and swiftly took a seat in a position to the upper left. The true monarch of Yellow Springs followed suit and sat down. Li Jing and the others were led by the maidens to another table. Meanwhile, the second sister began to announce the gifts. The true monarch of Yellow Springs presents a low-grade magical treasure. The true monarch of Flying Fox presents 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and the true monarch of Blood Transformation presents 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, wishing master boundless blessings. As her voice fell, the hall fell silent. The expression on the demon master's face darkened considerably. These three gifts were, in 2 words, pitiful. Did he lack medium-grade spirit stones? Furthermore, it was common knowledge that low-grade magical treasures were for chi refining, spirit tools for foundation establishment, magical treasures for golden core, and spiritual treasures for Yuan-ing and above. Presenting a low-grade magical treasure as a congratulatory gift was nothing short of disrespectful. Subtly, the demon master's face turned icy, emanating a chilling aura. Li, standing beside him, instantly felt the oppressive atmosphere. Yet, he maintained his composure, observing with a calm demeanor, as if he were an ancient well, undisturbed. Now was not the time for him to take the stage. Before long, another guest arrived. The earth-shaking demon king has arrived. With Bai Jinfei's loud declaration, a towering figure, a giant of a man, strode in, each step causing the ground to tremble. Following him was a purple-clad Taoist boy. Oh, Li the old ghost, you're still alive. Congratulations. The giant man smirked, greeting them as he casually tossed a piece of spirit-rich white jade. The second sister continued with the announcements. The earth-shaking demon king presents a high-grade spirit stone, wishing master eternal longevity. The demon master's expression darkened once again. A single high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This gift was hardly impressive. Take a seat. Someone, bring this giant a larger stone stool. The demon master ordered with a scowl. Understood. The maid responded and began to fetch a new stool. Subsequently, the earth-shaking demon king settled down beside the true monarch of Yellow Springs and the true monarch of Flying Fox, engaging in lively conversation. From time to time, a cacophony of laughter erupted, entirely disregarding the presence of the protagonist, Gue Mo Zhenren. The atmosphere was exceedingly stiff, with Gue Mo Zhenren's countenance dark enough to seem as if water might drip from it. Luli, observing from the side, felt a pang of embarrassment on his behalf. It appeared that Gue Mo Zhenren genuinely had no friends within the Yinming Gue zone. At that moment, another guest arrived, a Jindan Zhenren. Upon entering, he formally extended his congratulations and presented a gift, a high-grade magical artifact, which was somewhat commendable. Subsequently, Gue Mo Zhenren engaged in awkward small talk with this guest, alleviating the tension to some extent. Before long, guests began to trickle in, most of whom were Jindan Zhenren. After delivering their gifts, these Jindan sensed the discomfort in the atmosphere and, not wishing to offend anyone, seized the opportunity to make their discreet exit. Thus, an hour passed, and the sun was high in the sky, nearing noon. In the main hall, only about 20 individuals had gathered, scattered and far from lively. Among them were 3 Yuan Jun, who had come from other demonic sections. Their gifts were pitifully inadequate, even failing to amount to 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Clearly, they had come merely to observe and mock. Lu Li stood beside Gui Mo Junren, feeling the cold, murderous aura emanating from him, as if it might solidify into a tangible form. Additionally, he had stood for nearly an entire morning without receiving a single gift. The poor social standing of Gui Mo Junren was laid bare. Lu Li thought, should anyone provoke us, I shall deal with them decisively. Suddenly, a chilling whisper echoed in his ear, filled with malice. Lu Li's heart tightened, his expression turned serious, and he clasped his hands. Disciple understands, please rest assured, master. Just then, a voice rang out, Hong Lu Jinjun has arrived. At that moment, Bai Jin Fei called out loudly, leading 2 women into the room gracefully. One appeared to be around 30, clad in a blue robe, exuding an enduring charm, while the other, in her youth, donned a green dress, radiating vibrancy. It was the lovely Lu He. Li Shidi, congratulations on your ascension to Yuaning. This spirit treasure, known as the soul-devouring rod, is my gift to you. Wishing you an early transformation into Shun, the blue-robed woman said, her voice soft and delicate. While she spoke, Lu He produced a long wooden box wrapped in red silk, cradling it with both hands and presenting it to the young man. Thank you, Lady Hong Lu. Please take a seat. Gui Mo Junren's expression softened slightly as he rose to greet her, simultaneously instructing, bring the finest tea. Thank you for your trouble. The blue-robed woman slightly inclined her body in acknowledgement, her smile enchanting. She then took her seat at the upper right, nodding and smiling at Huang Quan Jinjun, Fei Hu Jinjun, and Zhen Tian Mo Wang. The trio reciprocated with nods. It seemed that Lady Hong Lu held a significant position within the Yinming Gui zone, Lu Li mused. Just then, his peripheral vision caught Lu He behind Lady Hong Lu, winking at him, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Lu Li returned her smile. This exchange did not go unnoticed by the guests in the hall, who wore varying expressions. Several sharp, hostile glares were directed at Lu Li, as if he were a rival suitor. Who knew this woman had so many admirers? Lu Li raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he felt a gentle gaze upon him. It was the alluring Lady Hong Lu, who scrutinized him from head to toe. Lu Li felt as though his very essence was laid bare before her, devoid of any concealment. In the next instant, Lady Hong Lu voiced her surprise, as if she had uncovered something. A flicker of curiosity danced in her gentle eyes. Li Shidi, is this young man your newly accepted disciple, Lu Li? Lady Hong Lu inquired softly. Yes, Lu Li, come forth and pay your respects to Lady Hong Lu. Gui Mo Junren turned to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Li stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. Junior Lu Li greets Lady Hong Lu, wishing you eternal youth and beauty, boundless magical prowess, surpassing even the celestial beings. The moment these words were spoken, all eyes turned towards him. Even Lu He, who was massaging Lady Hong Lu's shoulders, paused momentarily in surprise. You little rascal, your words are quite sweet, Lady Hong Lu remarked with a warm smile. Her fair hand elegantly waved, revealing a 3-inch-long golden sword. This is the Lu Jin sword, a high-grade spiritual weapon, and consider it my gift for our first meeting. Lu Li turned to Gui Mo Junren. Accept the esteemed gift from the Jinjun, Gui Mo Junren urged, a rare smile gracing his features. Thank you for the generous gift, Jinjun, Lu Li exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he extended his hands to receive the sword. Just then, Lady Hong Lu delicately placed the golden sword into Lu Li's palm. Whether by design or coincidence, her slender fingers brushed against his hand, soft as silk. In that instant, an imperceptible surge of true energy coursed through Lu Li's entire being. Ding! A system notification resonated in his mind. Your Zixia Lian Rijin Jing has sensed the presence of supreme Taoist energy, igniting admiration and exhilaration, resulting in a 10,000-fold increase in cultivation speed. Almost instantaneously, the Zixia Lian Rijin Jing began to operate autonomously, its progress skyrocketing. Chapter 37, A Lack of Martial Ethics. Supreme Taoist Energy? An undercover agent of the Taoist sect? Lu Li's heart jolted as he scrutinized Lady Hong Lu, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Lady Hong Lu regarded him with a smile, her expression seemingly imbued with deeper meaning. The next moment, Lu Li nodded slightly in gratitude and returned to Gui Mo Junren's side, maintaining his focus as he silently activated the Kuan Peng Tun Tian Mo Gong to absorb the recently refined 5 elements rising sun true energy. Enough, Gui Mo Junren declared. Most guests have arrived. Let us commence the meal, and you may all depart afterward. Just then, Bai Jin Fei's voice resounded. The guardian elder of the scripture pavilion has arrived. Following this, an elderly man with snow-white hair, adorned with a necklace of human skulls, flashed into the room. It was the elder from the scripture pavilion. Lu Li's expression turned solemn. Greetings, guardian elder. Upon the appearance of the white-haired elder, all the Zhenjun present, including Gui Mo Zhenren and Lady Honglu, rose in respect. Clearly, this elder held a high position, likely a formidable figure of transformation into Shun. No need for excessive courtesy. Li, my boy, I had high hopes for you back in the day. I never imagined you would ascend to Yuaning so quickly. Congratulations. This spirit treasure shall serve as your gift. The elder's voice boomed like thunder as he revealed a black demon-slaying staff from his palm. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of ferocity enveloped the room. Such a terrifying presence could only belong to a spiritual treasure. The Hei Emoju? Thank you, Guardian Elder. Gui Mo Zhenren exclaimed, his expression brightening as he quickly bowed in gratitude. Nearby, Huang Quan Jinjun, Fei Hu Zhenjun, and Zhen Tian Da Mo Wang displayed expressions of envy. The next moment, the guests invited the Guardian Elder to take a seat at the upper right of Lady Honglu. The Elder made himself comfortable, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on Lu Li. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he scrutinized Lu Li, a peculiar golden gleam shining forth, clearly activating his divine sight. Lu Li maintained his composure, offering a respectful nod as a gesture of greeting. Bring forth the dishes. Gui Mo Zhenren commanded, having accepted the Hei Mo Zhu and returned to his grand chair. Hold on. At that moment, Fei Hu Zhenjun, seated at the upper left, interjected. Fei Hu, what do you intend to do? Are you attempting to disrupt the gathering? Gui Mo Zhenren inquired with a displeased frown. Li, this banquet is dreadfully dull. There is nothing happening. Not even a beauty to dance for us. Is this all there is? What a waste of the gift I bestowed. Fei Hu Zhenjun, harboring ill intentions, casually cast his gaze over Lu Li. Here it comes. Lu Li's heart tightened, fully alert. Bah. You think your mere 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones can impress me? Should I dig up your mother and have her dance for you? Gui Mo Zhenren retorted without hesitation. You. Fei Hu Zhenjun's eyes widened, his purple face turning crimson in an instant. At that moment, a senior elder in charge of the scriptures spoke up, his tone calm. Fei Hu, you know very well that Li Xiaozi is notoriously sharp-tongued. You're not going to gain any advantage by trading barbs with him. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Upon hearing this, everyone understood the elder's purpose for being there. He had come to maintain order. Clearly, the sect valued Gui Mo Zhenren and did not wish for his banquet to become a spectacle of embarrassment. Fei Hu Zhenjun snorted coldly, skipping the pleasantries, and stated directly, Gui Mo Zhenren, I have heard that you have recently taken on a rather arrogant disciple. Coincidentally, I have also taken in a disciple. Why not compare and see whose disciple excels more? As soon as this was said, all eyes turned to Lu Li's face. Lu Li remained unperturbed. Good. To everyone's surprise, Gui Mo Zhenren readily agreed, narrowing his eyes as he coldly replied, Where is your disciple? Have him come out and meet his demise. Who dies is still uncertain. Hu Fei, come forth. Fei Hu Zhenjun called out to a nearby table. Yes. A young man draped in a snow-white mink coat rose and respectfully responded. Floating to the center of the hall, his cultivation level was at the 6th layer of qi refining. Lu Li, go entertain him. Gui Mo Zhenren ordered coldly. Understood. Lu Li cupped his hands and slowly walked to the center, facing the young man in the mink coat. The young man also regarded Lu Li. Junior brother Lu, I see you are at the 5th layer of qi refining. I shall only use the powers of the 5th layer during our spar. However, swords and blades are indiscriminate. If any harm comes to you, do not blame me. This young man, named Hu Fei, wore a slight smile, his demeanor exuding an aura of mischief akin to a cat toying with a mouse. How could that be? Lu Li responded with a hint of a smile. To spar with senior brother who is a privilege for me as a junior. Even if I were to perish at your hands, I would accept it. Excellent. Hu Fei laughed lightly. His robes billowed without wind. Beneath his sleeves, a flicker of dark light shimmered ominously. He was preparing to strike. Meanwhile, Li Jing's gaze turned icy. Several true monarchs frowned slightly. It was evident that the concealed items in Hu Fei's sleeves were talismans, treasures forged by compressing the powers of spiritual artifacts into talismans. To use such items in a qi refining competition was rather unorthodox. However, Gui Mo Zhenren remained silent. Naturally, the other true monarchs did not speak either, while some watched with ill intent, awaiting Lu Li's demise. Senior brother, wait. Suddenly, Lu Li called out. Oh, junior brother Lu, what is it? Hu Fei was momentarily taken aback. Before we begin, I wish to remind senior brother Hu of something. Lu Li stated with righteous seriousness. My recent cultivation has surged, and I find it difficult to control my strength. If I'm not careful, I might inadvertently injure you. Are you sure you want to compete with me? This was a blatant insult. Upon hearing this, a flicker of malice crossed Hu Fei's face. Certainly. The moment he affirmed his decision, the ground trembled as if a volcano had erupted. Fiery, masculine energy surged forth like scalding magma, enveloping him. Hu Fei felt the scorching heat wave wash over him. As if his eyebrows and hair were singed, the acrid stench of burnt feathers wafting into his nostrils. When he blinked and focused his gaze, he found Lu Li had lunged forward like a tiger leaping from its cage, already in front of him. A mighty palm descended like a dragon, crashing down. You wish to kill me? Seeking your own death. Hu Fei's murderous intent surged, without another word. He intended to activate the talisman in his sleeve to obliterate Lu Li before him. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his master, Fei Hu Jinjun, wearing a grim expression. In the depths of Fei Hu Jinjun's pupils, he saw himself surrounded by 8 ghostly figures, closing in from all directions. Ling Gui Maying step. The phantoms were numerous. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in Hu Fei's mind, and he instinctively attempted to retreat. But just then, the Lu Li before him seemed to dissolve like a bubble. Behind him, a remnant shadow solidified. Lu Li's face bore an expression of compassion, his palm, as if blessed by the heavens, gently descended, resting upon Hu Fei's crown. Immortal touch is my summit. Bound for longevity. How detestable. A sneak attack. Unrighteous combat. I wasn't prepared. The last unwilling thought flickered in Hu Fei's mind. In the next instant, a resounding explosion echoed. Red and white substances scattered everywhere. Hu Fei's head vanished. His life extinguished in an instant, ascending to eternity. As the surrounding phantoms shattered one by one, a tempest swept through the hall. Thud. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground with a muffled thud. Only Lu Li's tall figure remained standing in the hall. This familiar scene was reflected in Li Jing's eyes. It was also mirrored in the gazes of the guests present. Instantly, all eyes widened in shock at this spectacle. Is he dead just like that? Hu Fei, who held the talisman and was confident of victory, perished in such a manner, without even being able to defend against a single strike. He lost his head and died utterly. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Just then, Lu Li's storage ring flashed with yellow light, and a stack of yellow paper money appeared in his hand, which he casually scattered. Amidst the fluttering paper money, Lu Li shook his head and sighed. Senior brother, I warned you that you would die. Why did you not listen? Fortunately, I am benevolent and charitable. Take this paper money with you for your journey on the road to the underworld. After saying that, he pulled out another stack of paper money and scattered it over the corpse. The crowd. Chapter 38. You can kill me in an instant? Ha ha. In the silent hall, a burst of triumphant and unrestrained laughter suddenly erupted. It was Guillermo Zhenren. He sat boldly in a skeletal chair, casting a sidelong glance at Fei Hu Jinjun with a mocking tone. Fei Hu, my apologies. My incompetent disciple was reckless and inadvertently killed your disciple. You wouldn't be angry, would you? Upon hearing this, Fei Hu Jinjun's purple face turned a deep shade of red with rage. This was an accident? This was clearly intentional. Humph. Li Lao Gui, I must concede that your disciple is formidable. However, Fei Hu Jinjun, having lived for over a millennium, snorted coldly, his expression returning to its icy demeanor. As he spoke, he prepared to retrieve the corpse. Boom. In that instant, a surge of black, ghostly flames erupted from the stone floor of the hall, incinerating Hu Fei's corpse completely, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Li Lao Gui, you. Fei Hu Jinjun's eyes widened in disbelief, rising to his feet, ready to explode with anger. Fei Hu, there is no need for thanks. We are all fellow disciples. It was merely a small effort to help clear your disciple's remains. Guillermo Zhenren chuckled darkly. Behind him, a halo of dark light pulsated violently. A terrifyingly powerful aura radiated from the halo, enveloping the surroundings. A small, blood-red fish darted back and forth, its crimson light dazzling, as if ready to transform into a kunpung and devour the heavens and earth. A fight was about to break out. Just then, an elderly figure adorned with a necklace of human skulls spoke up. Enough. We are all hundreds or even thousands of years old. Why quarrel? Upon hearing the words of this powerful being, Fei Hu Jinjun had no choice but to restrain himself, cupping his hands and sitting back down. Beside him, Huang Quan Jinjuan remained remarkably composed, surveying Lu Li with a discerning gaze. He remarked nonchalantly, that last palm strike was undoubtedly the Baigu Suixing palm. Amidst its ferocity, there lies a hint of the Buddha's compassion. Furthermore, the palm's force reached an astonishing 50,000 jin, vigorous and unyielding, indicative of one who has mastered the authentic Jingang Ju, at least to the 4th level. How intriguing. Instantly, curious glances were cast in Lu Li's direction, particularly from the lady in red, whose eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. You dare to cultivate the Buddha's Jingang Ju within the demonic sect? Speak. Are you an undercover agent of the Buddha? A thunderous voice echoed, erupting from the blood-robed elders seated beneath Fei Hu Jinjuan. Is this merely an excuse to confront me? Lu Li raised an eyebrow, surveying the crowd before turning to clasp his hands in gratitude, saying, I must thank the elder from the Songjing Pavilion. The assembly was momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting to the elderly man with white hair. The Jingang Sutra was imparted to him by me. One day, this lad visited the Songjing Pavilion seeking techniques, and finding him agreeable, I passed on the Jingang Ju to him. The elder nodded in explanation, though a flicker of confusion crossed his features. How has he progressed to the 4th level of the Jingang Ju in such a short time? Moreover, his physical form appears to surpass even that of the Jingang Ju. A murmur of uncertainty rippled through the crowd. Could it be that Lu Li shared a connection with the elder responsible for safeguarding the scriptures? An illegitimate son, perhaps? Facing their dubious stares, Lu Li maintained his composure, bowing slightly before retreating towards Guimo Jinren. Wait. At that moment, the blood-robed Huaxue Jinren seethed. You have slain my true disciple. I demand vengeance. Lu Li paused, realizing the connection. Li Jing was Huang Quan Jinjuan's disciple, and Li Jing's brother was indeed Huaxue Jinren's apprentice. This pursuit of revenge was, therefore, quite justified. Huaxue, are you attempting to bully the weak? Guimo Jinren retorted coldly, narrowing his eyes. Of course not. Dan, you shall avenge your senior. Huaxue Jinren turned to a nearby table. Yes, a melodious voice chimed in. A black-clad woman with hair as dark as clouds rose gracefully, her form lithe as she glided to the center of the hall. Her cultivation level was still at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Junior Lu, under my master's instruction, I seek to spar with you. I hope you will show mercy, cherishing beauty. Upon finishing her words, her storage ring gleamed brightly. A series of black armor pieces materialized around her, and with a dazzling display, a formation illuminated the space. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad woman was encased in dark azure armor, perfectly molded to her shapely figure, leaving only her enchanting eyes visible. Spirit armor. Armor with formations, Lu Li observed, noting the armor's exceptionally smooth surface reflecting a cold metallic sheen, with delicate white threads connecting the joints. It appeared to be extraordinary. Is this the demon spirit armor? The boisterous giant, Jindian Demo Wang, exclaimed in surprise. Lu Li furrowed his brow slightly. While he was unaware of the specifics of the demon spirit armor, it was surely a highly defensive piece of equipment. He turned to inquire, may I ask, Master, how much palm force can this demon spirit armor withstand? I shall answer. Approximately 150,000. Only a foundation-building cultivator could possibly breach it. Boy, if you lack confidence, yield now. Your master has conceded several times in the past. And on one occasion, he surrendered as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Ha! Jindian Demo Wang roared with laughter. As his words echoed, Huang Quan Jinjuan, Feihu Laogui, and Huaxue Jinren joined in the mirth. Guimo Jinren's expression darkened. It's vexing to have one's secrets laid bare before so many. On the other side, Er Shiji Yao Yao and Bajin Fei wore solemn expressions. 150,000, you say? Lu Li pondered momentarily, then smiled and declared, very well. I accept this sister's challenge. Such bravery? The crowd was momentarily stunned, including Guimo Jinren, who was taken aback. It was evident that Lu Li's strength lay in his physical prowess. How could he possibly breach the defenses of the demon spirit armor and secure victory? All right, I shall witness how you shatter this demon spirit armor. If you succeed, I shall eat this table on the spot. Jindian Demo Wang slammed the table, laughing heartily. At his words, Lu Li simply smiled, turning to the woman clad in the demon spirit armor, gently warning, Sister, are you certain you wish to engage in battle with me? Junior, let us begin. The black-clad woman's sweet voice emanated from within the armor, imbued with confidence. With the protection of the demon spirit armor, do you believe you can annihilate me? Furthermore, I have heard that this lad has only recently begun his cultivation. I shall exhaust his mana and wear him down. Boom. At that instant, Lu Li leaped into action, akin to a great dragon surging forth, his fist striking with ferocity. Reminiscent of a comet colliding with the sun, aimed squarely at the woman's chest. The immense power compressed the air, generating a thunderous sonic boom. The woman stood unmoving. A hum resonated as a blue light flickered across the demon spirit armor. The white threads at the armor's joints suddenly shot forth razor-sharp blades of pure white, each over 3 feet long, slicing and cleaving with relentless precision. Any approaching adversary would be instantaneously reduced to mere remnants. Just as Lu Li reached the woman, he was engulfed by the onslaught of the razor blades. Such a mechanism exists. The crowd gasped in astonishment. However, contrary to the anticipated scene of Lu Li being dismembered, a series of crisp clanging sounds rang out, sparks flying amidst tattered fabric. Then, a thunderous explosion erupted as Lu Li's fist propelled the woman into the air, sending her hurtling toward the hall's entrance. How is this possible? The black-clad woman was stunned within her armor. This Lu Li could withstand the onslaught of the demon spirit armor's blades? Fortunately, the armor's formation was intricate, capable of absorbing the force of attacks. Thus, her injuries were minimal. Yet, in that moment, Lu Li surged forward, his foot shattering the ground as he pursued, his palm lunging like an eagle's claw, seizing her ankle. With a twist of his waist akin to a dragon, he swung her down with tremendous force toward the center of the hall. The black-clad woman felt the world spin. And by the time she regained her bearings, the floor loomed large in her vision. Boom. Her face slammed against the ground. Before she could summon her mana, she was lifted once more by Lu Li, who hurled her down again with tremendous force. Boom, 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 boom. Thus, Lu Li held her ankle, swinging her left and right with brutal intensity. In a matter of 3 breaths, she was slammed down 18 times. With the final crash, the black-clad woman was forcefully driven into the floor. Lu Li, seizing the moment, raised his golden fist, bending low before delivering a powerful blow to her chest. The sheer force of the strike dented the demon spirit armor, Crimson blood began to seep from the eye holes and the joints of the armor, pooling beneath her. As Lu Li slowly rose, withdrawing his fist, he scattered a pile of yellow paper across the hall, coldly declaring, "I possess plenty of this yellow paper. Is there anyone else? Moreover, elder over there, you may begin to consume the table now," he added. Jindian Damo Wang and the crowd were left in stunned silence. The vast hall echoing with an eerie stillness, as if a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 39, The Final Match. 50-50. None could have anticipated that Lu Li would truly pierce through the demon spirit armor. He had emerged victorious. Furthermore, this battle could only be described with one word: ferocious. What difference did it make if one wore powerful armor? One could still be brutally beaten to death. It was utterly savage. A true embodiment of the demonic path. A thirst for blood. After the crowd finished watching, they were subtly shaken. Curious and astonished glances swept over Lu Li, especially from Madame Hong Lu and her disciple, Lu He, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Such overwhelming power manifested in a mere chi refinement practitioner? How was this possible? What was the golden light emanating from his fist? The elder responsible for safeguarding the scriptures observed with a glint in his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, the expressions of Jinjuan Huangquan, Jinjuan Feihu, Jinjuan Huaxua, and the formidable Zhentian de Mo Wang darkened. Li Jing's countenance fell, his demeanor turning grim. Two had died, and so swiftly. Without even a scratch on Lu Li. It felt like a significant loss. Undoubtedly, the most delighted among them were Bai Jinfei and the ghostly Jinren. Their faces alight with smiles. Bai Jinfei was equally astonished. When had his junior brother Lu become so formidable? Ha ha ha. At that moment, the laughter of the ghostly Jinren echoed again. Bring forth the table, cut it into 10-pound chunks, and the rest into smaller pieces. Let this Zhentian de Mo Wang relish it, and fetch some water, lest he choke. His voice brimmed with uncontainable pride. Zhentian de Mo Wang's face instantly turned dark. The giant man seemed to regret his earlier bravado, awkwardly smiling as he retorted, "Haha, I was merely jesting. What? Do you wish to retract your words? You should be called Wang Ba de Mo Wang instead. Ha, a shrinking turtle. You are all bark and no bite." Before he could finish, the ghostly Jinren scoffed mockingly. Zhentian de Mo Wang's face darkened again as he slammed the table, gritting his teeth. Humph. Is it just eating the table? I shall show you. With that, he grasped the jade table beside him, opened his mouth wide to reveal 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and bit down. With a crunch, he actually bit off a large piece of the jade table, chewing a few times before swallowing it down. Then, with a series of crackling sounds, within moments, Zhentian de Mo Wang had devoured the entire table, leaving not a trace behind. "Li Laogui, are you satisfied now?" Zhentian de Mo Wang remarked coldly. "Not at all. This jade table was purchased from the Taoist sect for 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones." The ghostly Jinren replied with a frosty expression, before suddenly shifting his tone. "However, witnessing the mighty Zhentian de Mo Wang eat a table is indeed worth it. Ha ha ha. By the way, I used a recording stone to capture the moment you devoured the table. I plan to enjoy it whenever I have the time." His laughter was boisterous and overflowing with arrogance. Zhentian de Mo Wang's expression instantly soured, his forehead veins throbbing. Lu Li observed quietly, his expression cold. He glanced at the lifeless woman on the ground, waves of emotion stirring within him. Another life had been taken by his hands. Yet, to establish his authority and instill fear in others, to forge a ruthless image of himself, he had no choice but to act thus. Most importantly, if he refrained from killing, it would be him lying on the ground. Suddenly, a plume of inky black flames erupted from the floor, incinerating the remains completely, turning them to nothingness. Lu Li exhaled inwardly, turning to return to the ghostly Jinren's side. "Hold on." At that moment, Jinjuan Huangquan called out. His gaze fixed on Lu Li, his eyes narrowing as he slowly spoke. "Li Shidi, your true disciple is quite impressive. Shall we have another contest?" Another round? A wheel battle?" Lu Li's brow furrowed. The ghostly Jinren sensed a hint of conspiracy and shifted his gaze. "Jinjuan Huangquan, after 2 rounds, are you still not satisfied?" "Certainly not," Jinjuan Huangquan replied with a slight smile. The previous 2 rounds ended too swiftly. It wasn't fulfilling, and there was no reward, making it less enjoyable. "Here's the deal. For this final round, I will wager a drop of Kunping's true blood as the stakes. What do you think, Li Shidi? Kunping's true blood?" Upon hearing these words, the ghostly Jinren's eyes sparkled with excitement. Behind him, the blood-colored fish within the dark halo stirred, seemingly agitated. "Is this true?" the ghostly Jinren inquired after a moment's contemplation. Once spoken, the words cannot be retracted, Jinjuan Huangquan replied with a calm smile. The ghostly Jinren furrowed his brow, glancing at Lu Li, lost in thought. At that moment, Jinjuan Feihu raised his hand and conjured 3 pristine white feathers. Placing them on the table, "I too shall add to the wager. Li Laogui, these 3 Tianhu feathers can be forged into a doppelganger, indistinguishable from the original. They are exceptional treasures for escape. Do you dare to wager against me?" The ghostly Jinren's expression shifted again, revealing a flicker of interest. Before he could finish, Zhentian Wang let out a thunderous snort, flipping his palm to reveal a piece of pitch-black wood. Li Laogui, this is a millennia-old spiritual herb. A rare divine fungus. I too wish to join in this wager. The moment those words left his lips, whispers erupted among the crowd. The Yuaning Jinjuan's expressions shifted slightly as they gazed at the black wood in Zhentian Wang's hand, their eyes filled with fervor. Even the elder responsible for safeguarding the scriptures couldn't remain composed, casting several glances. Clearly, this millennia-old spiritual herb was extraordinary. The ghostly Jinren was evidently tempted, his demeanor shifting. But he did not immediately respond. Instead, his gaze turned to Lu Li, and he transmitted a message. Lu Li. The previous two were only at the 6th level of qi refinement. Jinju and Huangquan's group specifically brought them to target you. They are clearly testing your strength with cannon fodder. The ones coming out next will be the true lethal threats. If you do not wish to proceed, then it is best to refrain. Surprisingly, the ghostly Jinren handed the decision to Lu Li. It seemed he had developed a measure of fondness for the talented disciple. To fight or not? Lu Li too fell into contemplation. This final round was extremely perilous. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. Even if the ghostly Jinren intervened, Jinju and Huangquan's group would undoubtedly obstruct him. However, upon glancing at Madame Honglu and the white-haired elder adorned with a necklace of skulls, a resolve formed in his heart. Soon after, Lu Li nodded. Very well. The ghostly Jinren's expression brightened, and he transmitted, Lu Li, if you win this round, I shall bestow upon you a drop of my treasured Qiao Long True Blood. Additionally, I will impart the Kuanping magic technique to you. You need not worry. I have already asked the elder responsible for safeguarding the scriptures to protect you. You will not be in danger. Qiao Long Blood. A single drop of Qiao Long Blood should be sufficient for him to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Lu Li felt a surge of excitement and nodded. Then, the ghostly Jinren's eyes turned steely as he addressed Jinju and Huangquan. You are willing to wager the Kuanping True Blood, Tianhu Feathers, and Divine Fungus, clearly eyeing something of mine. Speak. The Kuanping magic technique, Jinju and Huangquan revealed with a smile. What? The ghostly Jinren's expression turned icy, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Among practitioners, nothing was more taboo than inquiries regarding cultivation techniques, especially those of primary focus. Merely half of the Kuanping magic technique. What, Li Shidi, do you lack the courage? Jinju and Huangquan taunted with a calm demeanor. This was clearly a provocation. Humph. The ghostly Jinren's gaze turned frigid as he looked at Lu Li, transmitting a message. Lu Li, do you have any trump cards left? Lu Li nodded. How confident are you? The ghostly Jinren continued to inquire. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Li extended 2 palms. 50-50. The ghostly Jinren's brow furrowed, but the next moment, his eyes glowed with determination. Very well. I agree to this final contest. Release your man. Let him meet his end. Upon hearing this, the Yuaning Jinjuan present were taken aback. Were they truly wagering the Kuanping magic technique? Jinju and Huangquan and his companions exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. The ghostly Jinren had surprisingly agreed so readily. Humph, merely bluster. Feihu Jinjun let out a cold snort and turned to call out to the table behind him. Nantian, come out. Yes, accompanied by a steady voice. A slender black-clad man rose to his feet. He subtly nodded at Li Jing, whose expression was cold and filled with murderous intent. In the next moment, the diminutive figure began to stride purposefully toward the hall. Concealed within his sleeves were a black iron die, the Li Hua Kai in his left hand, and the Hu Piu Fu in his right, while a pure silver sword pill rested in his mouth. As he reached the center of the hall, he unleashed 3 deadly strikes in an instant, aiming to eliminate Lu Li in one blow. Chapter 40. Apologies, but I must win this contest. This slender black-clad man was formidable. Upon the appearance of this new opponent, Lu Li's expression changed, though he too was at the 6th level of qi refinement. An ominous sense of danger began to permeate the air. This final battle could very well lead to his demise. Wait. As the black-clad man approached the hall, Lu Li's demeanor turned serious, and he called out, Boy, are you attempting to flee the battlefield? If you dare to run, I will be the first to strike you down, roared the Zhentian Wang with fierce eyes. Of course not, Lu Li replied coolly. I have expended considerable energy and vitality in the previous 2 battles. Allow me a moment to recover and change my attire. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Zhentian Wang was left speechless. Huangquan Jinjun and the others furrowed their brows, but did not voice any objections. Thus, Lu Li returned to the side of Guamo Zhanrun, clasping his hands together. I humbly request a Zhu Gua from my master, so that I may restore my energy. Good. Be cautious. Guamo Zhanrun waved his hand, tossing him a crimson fruit, and sternly reminded, you must be careful. I will be cautious, Lu Li nodded, catching the Zhu Gua and consuming it in a few bites. Simultaneously, he waved his right hand and retrieved a new outfit from his storage ring, changing out of the tattered garments that had been torn by blade energy. The entire process was deliberate, seemingly meant to buy time. In the hall, the black-clad man's gaze flickered with cold light, his expression unchanging, showing no signs of urging. Meanwhile, Li Jing, seated at the table, wore a dark expression, gripping the armrests of his chair with impatience. Others looked on with astonishment, questioning whether this young man, surnamed Liu, had some hidden cards up his sleeve. Bai Jin Fei, along with their second senior sister, Yao Yao, shared the same curiosity, though their concern was more prominent. They recognized that this slender black-clad man was the trump card arranged by Huang Quanjun and his companions. Liu Shidi was in danger. At this moment, Liu Li had finally donned a blue robe, his vitality restored and his energy fully replenished. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone focused intently on him, including the elder in charge of the protection. After all, the stakes behind this battle were exceedingly high. All right. In the next moment, Liu Li turned to face the slender black-clad man, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, "Brother, to ensure fairness, I will count down from 3. When I reach 1, we shall begin. How does that sound?" "Very well." The black-clad man nodded, his voice deep and resonant, as if laden with significance. Within him, energy surged, channeling into the Li Hua Kai and Hu Piu Fu in his hands. Simultaneously, the pure silver sword pill began to glow, silver sword patterns manifesting on its surface. Once the contest commenced, the Hu Piu Fu would be fired, paralyzing Liu Li's soul and rendering him immobile. Then, the Li Hua Kai and sword pill would be unleashed simultaneously. Regardless of how formidable this boy's golden body was, he would be cleaved in half, turned into a sieve. Good. 3. Liu Li's countdown echoed. The slender black-clad man focused intently, fixated on Liu Li's lips, already anticipating the moment to strike as soon as Liu Li uttered 1. At that instant, he was certain the boy would be caught off guard and promptly slain. Humph. How dare you offend Li Shixiang and Huang Quanjun, seeking death. 1. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated 2 did not escape Liu Li's lips. Instead, a singular word rang out, clear and resounding. The black-clad man was momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of confusion, boom, the ground trembled violently. Vitality surged, fiery and explosive, as Liu Li's figure flickered, manifesting into 10 distinct silhouettes. Ling Gui Meiying Bu, ghostly shadows. The black-clad man found himself momentarily disoriented, unable to lock onto a target. In the next instant, he witnessed the 10 figures soaring skyward, rushing toward him. Concurrently, the 10 afterimages raised enormous hands toward him. What is this? A descending palm technique? Instinctively, the black-clad man looked up, only to be taken aback once again. Roar. 10 dragon roars suddenly erupted within the hall, shattering eardrums. Accompanied by the resounding roars, the black-clad man discovered to his shock that from the palms of the 10 silhouettes emerged golden dragons. 10 in total. Each golden dragon measured a length of 10 feet, as thick as ancient trees, partially solid and partially ethereal, shimmering with golden light as they swirled and roared toward him. Their eyes were crimson and ferocious, exuding an aura of menace. Flying dragons in the sky. Seeing the golden dragons charging at him, the black-clad man was startled, finally snapping back to reality. He could no longer afford to hesitate, and with a flick of his hands, he unleashed a roar. Suddenly, a thunderous tiger's roar echoed through the forest as a solid black tiger, ethereal in form, pounced forth with fierce ferocity. Alongside it, a massive Li Hua bloomed in his hands, releasing countless golden razor-like needles in all directions. From his mouth, a pure silver sword beam erupted, akin to divine light cleaving through water, striking forward with tremendous force. One of the golden dragons was cleaved in 2. However, the other toxic needles and the ethereal black tiger passed through the golden dragon without causing any harm. In the next moment, 9 blood-eyed golden dragons collided violently with the black-clad man. His eyes bulged wide, trembling violently as he felt the impact of the 9 golden dragons tearing through him. Then, the 9 golden dragons burst forth from his body, dissipating into flecks of golden light, vanishing into thin air. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion. A massive blood blossom erupted in the center of the hall, vibrant and striking. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the overwhelming stench of blood swiftly filled the entire hall. Where the slender black-clad man had once stood, only a pool of deep crimson blood, torn remnants of a blue robe, a black iron die, a shattered jade talisman, and a black jade storage ring remained. He had simply vanished. At the entrance of the cave hall, Liu Li landed gracefully, his complexion slightly pale. Yet his posture remained upright. "I apologize, but I have won this contest." His gaze sharpened as it swept across the room, coldly declaring his victory. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of yellow paper that danced in the wind. Everyone watched in astonishment as the yellow paper fell, staining the blood red. Even Gue Mo Zhenrin found it hard to believe. Liu Li had won once more. In an instant, the black-clad man, armed with numerous deadly techniques, had met his end at Liu Li's hands, without even lasting 3 breaths. Such a swift demise. On the other side, Huang Quanjun's calm demeanor finally shattered, a shadow of cold unease creeping across his face. Beside him, Fei Hu Zhenjun and Zhentian Daimo Wang stared wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend the situation. The one most affected was undoubtedly Li Jing. His face shifted from iron gray to pitch black, then to a ghostly pallor, cycling through emotions as he clenched his teeth, as if on the verge of shattering them. His carefully prepared trump card had met its end just like that, without even leaving a scratch on Lu Li. Then, to implicate the master, as well as Fei Hu Jinjun and Zhentian Daimo Wang, in the loss of an unparalleled treasure? Humph. Just thinking about this made Li Jing's pupils constrict, and a mouthful of old blood gushed forth in anger. I refused to accept this. At that moment, with a resounding bang, Zhentian Daimo Wang smashed the newly moved table with a single slap, standing up abruptly, his face aflame with fury as he bellowed. This brat clearly said to count down 3 numbers, yet he only counted 2, jumping from 3 straight to 1. This boy is acting unreasonably. I refuse to accept this. Upon hearing these words, everyone snapped back to reality. Indeed, it was clearly stated to count down 3 numbers. Yet only 2 were counted, a blatant act of deceit. All eyes turned towards Lu Li. I did not act unreasonably. Lu Li maintained a calm demeanor. Speaking slowly, Zhentian Daimo Wang, think carefully about what I just said. I stated that to ensure fairness, I would count down 3 numbers, and upon reaching 1, the competition would commence. Precisely. Boy, I remember it vividly. You only counted 2 numbers. Zhentian Daimo Wang gripped the Qi Shenmu tightly, his gaze sharp and frigid. Senior, please reflect once more. Lu Li smirked slightly, revealing a hint of mischief. After that deceased man in black agreed. What did I say? You said, all right, 3-1. Then you immediately made your move. Isn't that acting unreasonably? Zhentian Daimo Wang declared with murderous intent. As these words left his mouth, the expression of Huang Quan Zhenjun darkened. Hong Lu Fu run, Lu He, and Gue Mo Zhen run, as well as Elder Hu Jing and second senior sister Yao Yao, all brightened with realization. Senior, it appears your faculties may not be in top form. At this moment, Lu Li raised 3 fingers, bending them one by one, grinning wickedly. Well then, 3, 1. Doesn't that total 3 numbers? I indeed counted to 1 before making my move. Therefore, this contest, I win resoundingly. Chapter 41. Infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Resoundingly. The phrase was delivered with conviction and clarity by Lu Li. Zhentian Daimo Wang was left speechless, unable to find any grounds for rebuttal. His complexion shifted from pale to flushed, a sight to behold. Finally, he glanced down at the Qi Shenmu in his hand, gritting his teeth. Nonsense. You're pulling a trick, boy. It doesn't count. Humph. Lu Li laughed openly. Senior, we are members of the demon sect. Isn't it reasonable to employ cunning? Moreover, if you cannot see through such a minor stratagem, how will you fare against the clever and resourceful righteous practitioners in the future? Ah, senior, you wouldn't be thinking of denying the loss, would you? Surely not. After hearing this, Zhentian Daimo Wang's face turned even redder. Disciple, what nonsense are you spewing? At this moment, Gue Mo Zhen Ren reprimanded. Zhentian Daimo Wang's name is well known. Would he be the sort to deny a loss? If so, he might as well be a son without a backside or a daughter for others to toy with. You lot. This barrage of taunts left Zhentian Daimo Wang seething with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. However, he could muster no retort. A bet is a bet. At that moment, Huang Quan Jinjun stood, his expression indifferent. Li Shidi, your disciple's skills surpass the rest, I concede. With that, he waved his sleeve, and a flash of spiritual light revealed a jade box that floated towards Gue Mo Zhen Ren. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Huang Quan Xixiao. Gue Mo Zhen Ren laughed heartily as he seized the jade box. Humph. Accompanied by a cold snort, Fei Hu Jinjun also rose, casting a frosty glare at Lu Li. Boy, you've proven your prowess. It seems you are preparing to depart. Gue Mo Zhen Ren was unceremonious, directly extending his hand to snatch the 3 Tian Hu feathers from the table beside Fei Hu Jinjun. Then, turning his gaze towards Zhentian Daimo Wang. Zhentian Daimo Wang, your Qi Shenmu is quite commendable, but it now belongs to me. Hurry and hand it over. Gue Mo Zhen Ren declared triumphantly. Damn it, you can have it. Zhentian Daimo Wang gritted his teeth, a pained expression marking his face, ultimately flinging the dark wood away in reluctant surrender. Thank you. Gue Mo Zhen Ren caught the black wood, grinning widely. Farewell. Clearly, Huang Quan Jinjun and the others had no desire to witness Gue Mo Zhen Ren's smug demeanor. They clasped their hands and turned to leave. On the other side of the table, Li Jing and the others stood and promptly followed suit. Yao Yao, shouldn't you see off our esteemed guests? They have offered such valuable gifts today. We must not be remiss. Gue Mo Zhen Ren ordered with a sly smile. Yes. Second senior sister Yao Yao responded and gracefully floated out to bid farewell. As the group exited, they all cast cold, piercing glances at Lu Li. The murderous intent was palpable. Lu Li retreated to the side of the door, smiling brightly as he clasped his hands. Esteemed seniors, safe travels, no need for formalities. Humph. Boy, we shall meet again. Do not fall into my hands. Zhentian Daimo Wang threatened without reservation. Lu Li smiled without a trace of fear. Soon after, Li Jing passed by him, his gaze as frigid as ice. His expression was filled with resentment, as if he had lost several fathers at Lu Li's hands. Li Shixiang. Wait a moment. At that instant, Lu Li seemed to recall something, calling out. Li Jing halted, his murderous gaze sweeping over. Alas, Li Shixiang. I deeply regret that I accidentally killed your brother in the Wangwaku last time. I have been plagued with guilt and have been offering incense daily for your brother, seeking to alleviate my conscience. Indeed, do not be deceived by my merciless demeanor. I possess a kind heart, honest and sincere. I would never harm even an ant, nor would I carelessly harm moths drawn to the light. I am truly a good person, Lu Li expressed with a face full of remorse. Upon hearing this, everyone cast sideways glances. You have a kind heart, honest and sincere, a good person? It's as if the old Wang in the cupboard is pretending to be blind. Speaking nonsense. What are you trying to say? Li Jing's face darkened like ink, gritting his teeth as he forced out a sentence. In truth, it's nothing significant. I merely feel that offering daily incense for your deceased brother may be insufficient. Therefore, I wish to inquire if your brother has a wife and children at home. If so, I could assist in caring for them, ensuring he has peace of mind in the afterlife. Lu Li spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, everyone trembled, their eyes widening in shock. This is a heartless act. Not only is he reopening old wounds, but he is also sprinkling salt, chili powder, and pepper on them. Utterly outrageous. You. Li Jing's eyes widened in fury, pointing at Lu Li as if he wished to say something. Yet the next moment, his complexion paled and flushed alternately, his body swaying. Spit. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. Lu Li swiftly sidestepped behind second senior sister Yao Yao, peering out with a face full of concern. Oh dear, Li Shixiang, why are you spitting blood? Are you all right? Would you like me to take you to see a doctor? Or perhaps you are reminiscing about your deceased brother? Upon hearing this, second senior sister Yao Yao slightly tilted her head, her lips parting coldly. Lu Shidi, be a person and stop talking. She feared that if this disciple continued to speak, Huang Quan Jinjun would strike him down on the spot, dragging her down with him. Thus, she directly intervened. Meanwhile, Li Jing, upon hearing this, swayed once more, his complexion as pale as paper, glaring with a face twisted in resentment. His entire being was seething with fury. He was on the verge of spitting blood again. At that moment, Huang Quan Jinjun grasped Li Jing's shoulder, and with a flash of yellow light, Li Jing vanished, seemingly taken away by him. Li Shidi, you have accepted a commendable disciple, but be wary, he may meet an early demise, just like your fourth disciple. Huang Quan Jinjun stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Gui Mo Zhen Ren's smile faltered, a chilling glimmer flashing in his eyes. The next moment, with a whoosh, everything unfolded. A figure transformed into a radiant beam of white light, soaring away into the heavens. The esteemed Fei Hu Jinjun, the formidable Jintian Damo Wang, and the formidable Hua Shui Jinjun cast ominous glances at Lu Li before swiftly departing. The hall once again fell into a profound silence, with the onlookers regarding Lu Li with peculiar expressions. Lu Li's smile faded as he gracefully approached the revered Guillermo Zhenren, cupping his hands in respect, and declared, Master, your disciple has fulfilled his duty. Excellent, excellent. Ha! My dear disciple, take this mutated Zhu Gua to replenish your vitality. The Guillermo Zhenren displayed a satisfied grin, tossing a mutated Zhu Gua into Lu Li's hands. Thank you, Master. Lu Li exclaimed joyfully, catching the fruit, wiping it clean, and beginning to devour it. This time, he savored each bite, finally relishing the flavor of the mutated Zhu Gua. It was exquisitely sweet, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened mango, with a subtle hint of peach. Ding! A clear chime resonated in his mind. You have consumed a mutated 1,000-year Zhu Gua. Your Kuanpeng swallowing heaven demon technique has absorbed the spirit energy of the spiritual fruit, advancing by 2. Your foundation has become more stable. Instantly, Lu Li felt his vitality surge back with remarkable speed. His magical powers seemed to strengthen, becoming more robust, and flowed with newfound ease. Beside him, Bai Jinfei regarded him with an expression of intense envy. I must take my leave. Alas, it seems rain is imminent, and I must return to gather my clothes. My wife is about to give birth to our 108th child. Farewell. At this moment, the guests began to rise, bowing their hands in farewell. Those who had grievances with the Guillermo Zhenren naturally did not wish to linger and witness his triumphant demeanor. The Guillermo Zhenren, indifferent to their departure, instructed his second disciple, Yao Yao, to see them off. In the end, only the protecting scripture elder, Lady Hong Lu, and Lu He remained in the hall. Suddenly, applause rang out. The protecting scripture elder, an elderly man with white hair adorned with a skull necklace, clapped his hands, his face alight with admiration for Lu Li. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. 3 consecutive battles, all won with decisiveness. You have exhibited both valor and cunning. A splendid victory indeed. Thank you for your praise, Elder, Lu Li replied, bowing his hands in gratitude. The Guillermo Zhenren chuckled. Elder, you flatter him. My disciple possesses a modicum of cleverness, nothing more. Winning with a little cleverness is still winning. I hold you in high regard. The protecting scripture elder smiled faintly. pausing for a moment before producing a jade slip from his sleeve and tossing it to Lu Li. Earlier, Lady Hong Lu bestowed upon you a flying sword spirit tool. I shall grant you a sword technique. This technique is known as Tian Mo Er Shi Sanjian. I hope you will not squander it. Tian Mo Er Shi Sanjian? Such a renowned sword technique? Both the Gui Mo Zhenrun and Lady Hong Lu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Li caught the jade slip, momentarily taken aback. Could this sword technique be extraordinarily powerful? A technique capable of moving even the Yuaning Zhenjun must be remarkable. Lu Li was astonished. The elderly man was willing to impart such a formidable technique to him. Could it be another trap? A chill ran down his spine. The white-haired elder stroked his long beard and sighed. This Tian Mo Er Shi Sanjian was created by the brother of our founding master. Initially, it comprised only 13 swords. But after numerous modifications by talented sword practitioners in the sect, it has now expanded to 23 swords. Ah, I see. Lu Li's eyes sparkled with realization. With this alone, the power of the sword technique would undoubtedly suffice. Even if it were a trap, so what? He could learn it and set it aside for future cultivation. Who knows when it might save his life? Thank you, elder. Lu Li did not hesitate to accept the jade slip, bowing his hands in gratitude. There is no need for thanks. The white-haired elder waved his hand dismissively. This Tian Mo Er Shi Sanjian relies heavily on talent. If your swordsmanship is lacking, you may not even master the first sword. In that case, the jade slip will self-destruct. No wonder he was so generous. Lu Li understood now. However, with the assistance of the system, he should be able to manage. Well then, it is time for me to return to the Songjing Pavilion. With that, the white-haired elder rose to depart. I shall escort you, elder. The Gui Mo Zhenren also stood to see him off. No need. The white-haired elder waved his hand. And in an instant, he vanished at the door. Just then, he paused, seemingly recalling something, and turned back to Lu Li, beckoning him closer. Young man, come here. I have a few words of caution for you. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the Gui Mo Zhenren. The Gui Mo Zhenren nodded slightly, indicating for him to go. With no reason to refuse, Lu Li stepped forward, following the white-haired elder out of the hall. They walked a few paces and stopped beneath a rainbow tree. With a gentle wave of his hand, the white-haired elder conjured a golden light that enveloped them in a protective barrier. This is a barrier. Lu Li's heart raced, and he cupped his hands, inquiring. May I ask, elder, what further matters do you wish to address? Young man, that technique you used to ascend, releasing a wave of golden dragon energy, is certainly not a move from the Jingangju. Moreover, you are not practicing the authentic Jingangju, but rather a more formidable body refinement technique. It rivals the first-rate body refinement techniques of the Dalian Temple, such as Jingong Luan Shan. Tell me, what body refinement technique is this? And who imparted it to you? The white-haired elder's eyes widened, exuding an imposing authority that filled Lu Li with dread. In an instant, Lu Li felt his spirit stifled, engulfed by an overwhelming fear. It was as if he stood in a den of serpents, surrounded by venomous creatures poised to strike. The elder's words carried an undeniable, commanding force that nearly compelled Lu Li to reveal the secret of the system. Just then, a chime echoed in his mind, dispelling the fear that had gripped him. Lu Li regained his composure. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly responded, Elder, this matter pertains to my master, and I cannot disclose it. Oh. The white-haired elder's brow furrowed as he pondered. Your master? Could it be that your master unearthed the treasures of several bald monks and bestowed upon you a body refinement technique? That is classified information, Lu Li maintained, bracing himself against the immense pressure. As soon as he spoke, the oppressive force dissipated. The white-haired elder clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, Very well. Since it was passed down by your master, I shall refrain from pressing further. Finally, Lu Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, the white-haired elder furrowed his brow once more, contemplating for a moment before stating, I have one more question for you. If you answer correctly, I shall provide you with the cultivation secrets of the Tian Mo Er Shi Sanjian. Please, elder, do inquire, Lu Li replied respectfully. The white-haired elder gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, lost in thought amid the boundless expanse of sunlight and clouds. I have a friend. A friend from nothing? Lu Li's senses heightened, and he cautiously probed. Elder, is this friend you speak of actually yourself? Young man, sometimes one should not be overly clever. The white-haired elder retorted, his expression stern. Your wisdom is duly noted, elder. Lu Li promptly fell silent, adopting an attentive demeanor. At this moment, the white-haired elder continued. I have a friend who fell head over heels for an extraordinary beauty at first sight. Yet, how often does love at first sight occur? It is merely lust for her physique. Lu Li silently mused to himself. However, this breathtaking beauty had many suitors, and the elder's friend was not particularly distinguished at the time, remaining inconspicuous among the throng of admirers, as the white-haired elder lamented. Oh, a tale of a toad pursuing a swan? Lu Li's mind raced, recalling the previous inquiry, and he began to piece together the underlying implications. At this moment, the elderly man with white hair spoke again. However, after much effort and by chance, My esteemed friend has finally captured the affection of that beautiful lady. Has the devoted admirer ascended in status? Lu Li instantly discerned the truth and clasped his hands in congratulations, saying, "Congratulations to the elder, or rather, congratulations to your esteemed friend." Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder shot Lu Li a glance of reproach, but refrained from reprimanding him, continuing instead with his tale. One day, my esteemed friend was invited by the beauty, under the moonlight, on the sandy beach by the boundless sea, where they conversed freely throughout the night. As he spoke, a faint smile graced the elder's lips, reflecting a hint of joy, a smile that revealed the uncontainable happiness of seeing one's beloved. Lu Li observed in silence. Although he felt no sympathy for the devoted admirer, witnessing him receive his due made Lu Li feel joy on his behalf. At that moment, the white-haired elder let out a bitter laugh. Initially, in a situation where a man and woman are alone together, feelings should naturally blossom. Unfortunately, at this, the elder abruptly cursed. It was that stunning beauty who posed a sudden question. What question? Lu Li's curiosity was piqued. She asked, if a man and a woman are mutually attracted, how close should they be to one another? The elder furrowed his brow and uttered a phrase. This is a simple question. Lu Li's eyes sparkled, and he immediately inquired, how did you respond, elder? The elder replied, if a man and woman are mutually attracted, the closest distance should be the woman's shoulder resting against the man's embrace. Two souls intertwined until the ends of the earth. The elder's eyes, reflecting the boundless sea of clouds, revealed a tinge of regret. You answered incorrectly on a simple question? Lu Li felt a pang of disappointment. Elder, your answer lacks substance. I fear that the beauty was not pleased. Indeed, the beauty shook her head and departed into the heavens. To this day, I cannot fathom where I went wrong. The white-haired elder frowned. Under normal circumstances, when feelings are mutual, such a declaration of affection poses no issue. However, your friend, being a devoted admirer, should have expressed something more assertive and bold in that solitary setting to win her over, Lu Li countered. I know what you are implying. But that beauty detests vulgarity. Should she be angered, it is likely there will never be another chance to meet. The elder huffed. Elder, you misunderstand. I am not suggesting any coarse expressions of proximity. In truth, if you merely exchanged 2 words in your response, it would have been the correct answer, Lu Li explained. Oh, do tell. The elder's eyes lit up. It is quite simple. The correct answer is that the nearest distance in this world should be the woman's legs resting upon the man's shoulders until the ends of the earth. Lu Li articulated his answer. The elder was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes gleamed brightly. By heavens! To have such a talent as your disciple under the tutelage of the Gimo Jinren is indeed a fortunate find. As he spoke, he casually tossed over a jade slip. The cultivation secrets of the 23 swords of Tianma are contained within. Practice diligently. Furthermore, strive to advance to foundation establishment swiftly, so you may become the chief disciple. Once you attain that status, the likes of Huangquan Jinjuan will no longer dare to threaten you. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished into thin air with a thunderous sound, leaving behind ripples that spread outward. His retreat was so swift it felt as if he had left behind a breathtaking beauty draped in mere scraps of clothing, awaiting his return. Chapter 43, Godmother, Snuff Bottle. And Qingjiao blood, may this esteemed elder rekindle old affections. Glancing in the direction where the white-haired elder had vanished, Lu Li stored the jade slip and shook his head, turning back towards the hall of the cave dwelling. Instantly, 2 gazes turned towards him. It was the Madame Honglu and LV He. The 2 rose, preparing to depart as well. Congratulations, Li Shidi. Your true disciple has garnered the favor of the elder in charge of the scriptures, and the teachings of the 23 swords of Tianma shall be imparted to him. His future is limitless, Madame Honglu remarked gently, her eyes sparkling with warmth. You flatter me, Madam. He is still merely at the qi refinement stage. Such trivial matters do not warrant praise, Gimo Jinren replied humbly. Though his expression betrayed a pride he could not conceal. This is no trivial matter. Tomorrow, it is likely that the entire sect will know that your disciple, Li Shidi, is about to rise, becoming a new star of the Yiming Guizhong. Madame Honglu continued to extol. I do not dare to accept such praise, Lu Li interjected promptly. Oh, you were so arrogant just now, yet now you are humble? Madame Honglu observed him with a smile, her fondness for him growing stronger. Suddenly, she sighed gently. No wonder I felt such joy upon first seeing you. You bear a resemblance to my deceased son. Why not consider me as your godmother? Godmother? Lu Li was momentarily stunned, his heart tightening. What kind of scheme is this from the seemingly undercover agent, Madame Honglu? Ah, master. LV's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her gaze flitting between Lu Li and Madame Honglu. On the other side, Bai Jinfeng and second sister Yao Yao wore expressions of shock, even a hint of envy flickering in their eyes. This was akin to an unexpected windfall. Madame Honglu, a potential breakthrough candidate for the transformation stage, taking him as her godson would be a meteoric rise. Yet Gimo Jinren narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening slightly. Though he did not voice any objections, simply observing Lu Li silently. Under the scrutiny of everyone's gazes, Luli pondered for a moment before bowing respectfully. I am deeply grateful for the esteemed elder's kindness. However, I must decline. Oh, why is that? Madame Honglu inquired curiously. Once a disciple, forever a son. Luli stood tall, his expression serious as he declared, though I, Luli, am an orphan without father or mother, my master treats me with the utmost kindness, akin to a rebirth of my parents. While I may be a practitioner of demonic arts, I understand the weight of gratitude. Until I repay my master's kindness, I cannot rest in peace. Therefore, I wish to serve my master wholeheartedly, and I truly cannot bear the weight of your esteemed affection. These heartfelt words rang true and resonated deeply, evoking strong emotions from those present. Immediately, Guillemot Jinren displayed a satisfied smile. He knew Luli spoke falsehoods, yet sometimes, even falsehoods could be endearing. On the other hand, Bai Jinfeng, Yao Yao, and LV were all astonished, never expecting Luli to refuse. At that moment, Madame Honglu smiled gently. I see. Li Shidi, you have indeed taken in an excellent disciple. Very well, since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Thank you. Esteemed elder, Luli expressed his gratitude. However, given your deep sense of loyalty and righteousness, it would be remiss of me not to reward you with something. With that, Madame Honglu produced a white jade round bottle and handed it over. This bottle was palm-sized, as white as sheep's fat jade, adorned with intricate carvings of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, appearing quite exquisite. Is this a snuff bottle? Luli stared in astonishment. Indeed, Madame Honglu nodded gently with a smile. Though this snuff bottle is merely a spiritual artifact, it possesses the ability to store magical energy, making it a rare treasure. Luli hesitated, glancing towards Guillemot Jinren, uncertain whether to accept it. Since it is a gift from the Jinjuan, you should accept it, Guillemot Jinren encouraged with a smile. Then I shall gratefully accept the esteemed elder's gift, Luli responded without hesitation, bowing in thanks. He then took the white jade snuff bottle and stored it in his spatial ring. Well then, it is getting late, and I must return. Shitty, farewell. Madame Honglu said with a gentle smile as she turned to leave. I shall see you off, esteemed elder, Guillemot Jinren immediately offered. It is but a short distance. Li Shidi is being overly courteous. Madame Honglu smiled gently, gracefully turned, and proceeded towards the entrance of the cave dwelling. Green Lotus cast a wink at Lu Li, sending an invitation. Lu Shidi, do remember to visit me when you have the time. Certainly next time, Lu Li responded with a knowing glance. Soon, Guillemot Jinren and Madame Honglu exchanged pleasantries, escorting their guests directly to the welcome demon platform. Lu Li, Bai Jinfeng, and Yao Yao naturally followed suit. Li Shidi, farewell. Madame Honglu spoke softly, nodding with a smile. Safe travels, Jinjuan, Guillemot Jinren offered with a cupped fist. Very well, Madame Honglu replied with a slight smile, preparing to ascend into the heavens. However, at that moment, as if recalling something, she turned back, extending her snow-white hand to tap 3 times on Lu Li's forehead. Following this, without uttering a word, she swept her sleeves and floated into the sky, disappearing beyond the clouds. What does this mean? Lu Li looked bewildered, touching his forehead. Perplexed, Guillemot Jinren also appeared slightly surprised but said nothing, vanishing back into the cave with a flicker. The 3 of them hurriedly followed. Upon returning to the cave, Guillemot Jinren sat in a skeletal chair, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Today, Yao Yao, Jinfeng, and Lu Li, you all performed exceptionally well. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them stood respectfully, refraining from speaking out of turn. Guillemot Jinren continued. Yao Yao, you managed today's banquet with remarkable organization, without a single mishap, preserving my dignity. For your diligence, I shall reward you with a treasure, the Mountain Sea Mingyue Pearl. As his words concluded, he flicked his robe, and 24 glistening pearls shot forth, spiraling in midair to form a necklace that landed in Yao Yao's hands. Thank you for your generous reward, master. Yao Yao, typically cold-faced, could not suppress her excitement upon receiving the treasure, expressing her gratitude with a bow. Clearly, this treasure was extraordinary. Jinfeng, you contributed both financially and in effort, assisting Yao Yao in organizing the banquet, receiving and sending off guests without a single error, maintaining decorum and dignity. For your commendable service, I shall grant you a broken treasure, the Fun Mountain Rome. Guillemot Jinren declared, flicking his hand once more. A hum resounded. A flash of silver light appeared before Bai Jinfeng, revealing a silver short spear that spun incessantly, emanating a chilling brilliance. Thank you for the bestowed treasure, master. Bai Jinfeng exclaimed joyfully, grasping the silver short spear and playing with it affectionately. Though the Fun Mountain Rome was a broken treasure, its power surpassed that of any spiritual tool. Lu Li. At this moment, Guillemot Jinren's gaze shifted to Lu Li. Yes. Lu Li immediately clasped his hands in response. Yao Yao and Bai Jinfeng exchanged knowing glances. Clearly, the greatest merit today belonged to their junior brother, who had decisively defeated 3 formidable foes, upholding the master's reputation. Otherwise, the banquet could have turned into a spectacle of embarrassment, perhaps even a subject of ridicule in the future. What reward might he receive for such a significant contribution? Luli, you have obtained Madame Honglu's Lujin sword. So you lack for nothing in terms of treasures. Therefore, I shall grant you a drop of Qingjiao blood. Guimo Jinren concluded, a dark halo shimmering behind his head. Following this, a small crimson fish darted out, swiftly swimming to Luli, opening its mouth to release a green pearl. Thank you for the reward, master. Luli immediately expressed his gratitude, extending his hands to receive the green pearl. It felt light and cool. Upon holding the green pearl, Luli sensed a refreshing chill, akin to cradling a handful of icy well water. Upon closer inspection, the green pearl was the size of a pigeon's egg, shrouded in a layer of misty green fog, swirling and coiling as if a green dragon roared around it. Instantly, two fiery gazes fell upon him, Yao Yao and Bai Jinfeng. The two looked at the green pearl with unmistakable desire, feeling as if their own treasures had lost their charm. Lu Shidi, after consuming this drop of Qingjiao blood, you might once again augment your strength, achieving the terrifying might of a dragon, equivalent to 100,000 jin of physical power. Bai Jinfeng could not help but express his envy. What? 100,000 jin? Lu Li's expression brightened, and without further ado, he summoned a flash of yellow light, directly stowing the green pearl into his storage ring. Chapter 44, Departing with Abundant Gains. Lu Li mentally tallied his harvest. Realizing he had acquired 5 treasures today, the Liuguang sword, a white jade snuff bottle, the Tiangmo 23 swords, the accompanying cultivation manual, and a drop of genuine Qingjiao blood. An absolutely bountiful haul. Lu Li felt immense joy within. Regrettably, the Liuguang sword was a top-tier spiritual tool, and with his current magical power, he could not yet wield it. Mastering sword flight would have to wait a while longer, but not too long. Once he refined that drop of Qingjiao blood, his Kunpeng swallowing heaven magic would soon break through to the 10th level. At that point, he would establish his foundation. Lu Li mused. Just then, Guimo Jinren spoke from the skeletal chair. Yao Yao, Jinfeng, you must be exhausted from today. Go and cultivate for now. Understood. Yao Yao and Bai Jinfeng bowed in acknowledgement. Turning to exit the cave. Before leaving, Bai Jinfeng shot Lu Li a glance filled with envy. With a thunderous rumble, the cave's entrance shimmered with silver lightning, forming a barrier to prevent eavesdropping. The hall of the cave fell into a profound silence. Lu Li, your physical training and that technique you employed to unleash the golden dragon chi, I do not recall having taught you. Where did you learn it? Guimo Jinren's icy voice shattered the silence, resonating downwards. Simultaneously, a colossal and terrifying pressure enveloped the space, reminiscent of a sovereign demanding answers from a subject guilty of grave transgressions. A slight misstep in response could lead to irrevocable consequences. Here it comes. Lu Li's heart tightened. He had anticipated that Guimo Jinren would press him on this matter when he prepared to unleash the flying dragon in the sky, so he had already devised a response. Thus, Lu Li remained composed, a hint of difficulty appearing on his face as he clasped his hands, saying, Master, this matter pertains to the privacy of the elder from the Cangjing Pavilion. I wish to speak, but cannot disclose details. I hope for your understanding. Is that so? Guimo Jinren narrowed his eyes, his voice cold as he inquired. I would not dare to lie. I swear before the ancestor that if what I just said is false in any way, may I be struck by 5 thunderbolts and meet a terrible end. Lu Li straightened his posture, seriousness etched on his face as he swore. This oath came from the heart. Of course, he did not fabricate anything. His indestructible diamond skill evolved from the Diamond Sutra, and he only obtained the Diamond Sutra after answering the elder's question. That question indeed pertained to the elder's private affairs. From this perspective, there was absolutely no issue. It was entirely reasonable. Thus, Lu Li spoke without a hint of guilt. I see. Noting Lu Li's demeanor, Guimo Jinren nodded, a smile breaking through. Since it is the elder who passed on your technique, I shall not pry further. Now, I shall impart to you the true Kunpeng demon technique. Listen closely. Yes. Lu Li's expression grew solemn, his form standing straight. In the next moment, a mantra flowed into his ears, resonating in his mind. Ding. Just as the mantra ceased, a system notification rang out. Your Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon technique has received the cultivation secret, completing the great Tao laws, allowing for unimpeded cultivation. You are filled with joy, and your cultivation speed has increased by 500. Excellent. The cultivation speed has directly increased 5-fold. This means that the time to break through to foundation establishment will be reduced. Lu Li felt a surge of happiness within. Have you memorized it? Let me repeat it once more. Guimo Jinren's voice echoed again. With that, the mantra flowed once more into his ears. Naturally, Lu Li feigned a diligent appearance, pretending to be engrossed in memorizing it. As he listened halfway through, suddenly, the incantation was interrupted, and a voice of irresistible allure resonated in his ears. Lu Li, are you an undercover agent? No, Lu Li instinctively replied. The moment the words escaped his lips, he immediately realized that it was the Guimo Jinren employing the soul-capturing magic sound to extract his innermost secrets. Indeed, you are not an undercover agent. I can rest easy now, Guimo Jinren remarked, revealing a hint of a smile. I assure you, I am no undercover agent. Please, master, see for yourself. Lu Li responded solemnly, clasping his hands in reverence. Within, he was suddenly awakened, fully alert. The Gimo Jinren, having lived for centuries as a practitioner of the demonic arts, possessed profound cunning and intellect. Had he truly been an undercover agent, he would have likely revealed himself and met a tragic end on the spot. The law must not be lightly transmitted, especially as this is my principal cultivation method. Therefore, I merely took precautionary measures to test you. You need not take offense. Now, let me impart the incantation to you once more. Be sure to memorize it well. Gimo Jinren waved his hand and resumed the transmission of the spell. This time, no unforeseen incidents occurred. After a cup of tea, the second iteration of the incantation was completed. Thank you, master, for imparting the teachings. Lu Li's face immediately lit up with gratitude and excitement as he bowed deeply. Rise, Gimo Jinren chuckled. You possess a handsome appearance, commendable talent, and considerable resilience. You also exhibit significant cunning and strategy, which I appreciate greatly. Thus, I have chosen to pass on the Cultivation demonic art to you. You flatter me, master. My modest intelligence pales in comparison to your brilliance. My appearance is but a fraction of yours, Lu Li replied, praising Gimo Jinren. Should you emerge from seclusion, I fear that the female immortals of the Dao Alliance would abandon their sects and flock to our Yinming zone. Ha! Gimo Jinren could not help but laugh heartily. Young man, are quite direct in your flattery, yet I find it delightful. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, flattery remains unscathed. Lu Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully navigated this challenge. Now let me instruct you on how to refine that drop of Qingjiao true blood. Gimo Jinren added. Please guide me, master. Lu Li responded, bowing respectfully. Channeling his magical energy, he began to traverse the meridians, performing the minor circulatory technique. Gimo Jinren wasted no time and directly began imparting the secrets of refining the true blood. Lu Li's expression grew serious as he followed Gimo Jinren's guidance. Mobilizing his magical power, soon, a wisp of bloodthirsty demonic light coalesced in his palm, swirling incessantly. Quickly, channel your consciousness and compress your magical power. Gimo Jinren's sharp voice urged. Lu Li hastily summoned his consciousness. With a crisp sound, the blood-colored demonic light in his palm shattered. Failure. No worries, try again. Your magical power is quite pure, but your consciousness is too slow. Gimo Jinren remained calm, continuing to provide guidance. Understood. Lu Li nodded seriously, focusing intently as he activated his magical power once more. At that moment, the hall was filled solely with Gimo Jinren's voice and the low hum of Lu Li's magical energy in motion. Waves of bloodthirsty demonic light gathered in his palm, exploding and causing a thin layer of blood-colored frost to form on the surrounding floor. The temperature in the air plummeted. In this moment, the two truly resembled a genuine master and disciple. One taught earnestly, while the other learned with utmost diligence. Finally, Lu Li forcefully summoned his soul's power, compressing the bloodthirsty demonic light in his palm. With a soft pop, the bloodthirsty demonic light solidified, transforming into a small, blood-colored fish, 1 inch long and the thickness of chopsticks, swimming playfully in his palm, exuding vitality. This is the advanced version of the bloodthirsty demonic light, the blood spirit fish. Excellent. Your comprehension is indeed remarkable, and your consciousness is twice as powerful as that of an average person. It seems I was correct in selecting you as an outer disciple. Gimo Jinren observed, looking at the blood-colored fish in Lu Li's palm with evident satisfaction. Thank you for your guidance, master. Lu Li sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude with a smile. Now that you have manifested the blood spirit fish, you shall gradually absorb and refine the Qingjiao true blood with it, striving to advance to the foundation establishment stage within a month. Gimo Jinren stated, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, cold light. Dare I ask, master, why a month? Lu Li inquired cautiously. A month from now marks the commencement of the new round of chief disciple selection. At that time, any true disciples at the foundation establishment level may compete for the position of chief disciple. Gimo Jinren replied, narrowing his eyes coldly, a hint of frost in his tone. Even if I reach the foundation establishment stage within a month, I may still not qualify for the competition, given the exceptional talents within the sect, Lu Li remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Do not fret. From the beginning to the end of the competition, the entire process spans a full month. With the supreme Cultivation demonic art I have imparted to you, along with this drop of Qingjiao true blood, combined with your physical training, 2 months will be more than sufficient for you to dominate the foundation establishment stage and sweep away all rivals. At this point, Gimo Jinren's expression turned fierce. During the competition, there will be a contest among several candidates. Seize the opportunity to eliminate Li Jing utterly. Make it so he is unrecognizable to his own mother. Lu Li's brow furrowed even deeper. Humph. You have now become Li Jing's heart demon. He cannot break through to the golden core stage without eliminating you. Thus, in his eyes, you must die? Gimo Jinren declared with a cold snort. Master, you misunderstand. Lu Li replied earnestly, shaking his head. What I mean is, How about I directly exhume Li Jing's brother's ashes and toss them into the latrine to infuriate Li Jing? That way, we could avoid a bloody confrontation altogether. What do you think, master? Guimo Jinren took a long moment before slowly raising a thumb. Lu Li, you have truly mastered the art of being a practitioner of the demonic path. Chapter 45. I want to be chief ultimately. Guimo Jinren rejected Lu Li's proposal for a simple reason. If he were to actually exhume Li Jing's brother's ashes and throw them into the latrine, it was unlikely that Li Jing would merely be infuriated. He would probably go mad and come knocking with 2 bloody knives. Such brutality did not align with the harmonious and supportive atmosphere of the Yinming Guizhong. Lu Li expressed his regret over this. Additionally, your 4th senior brother was defeated by Li Jing in the past and suffered considerable humiliation, ultimately leading to his demise. You must avenge him and ensure Li Jing does not die too easily. Guimo Jinren stated coldly. I understand, master. You can rest assured, Lu Li replied solemnly. Accepting the task, it was evident that this was a mission assigned by Guimo Jinren that could not be refused. Should he decline, Guimo Jinren might retract the Qingjiao True Blood and the Kuanping demonic art just imparted to him. In a fit of rage, Guimo Jinren might even eliminate this disobedient disciple. He had no choice but to accept the task. Here are 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a gift from me to facilitate your cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Return and cultivate diligently. If you have any uncertainties, come to find me directly, Guimo Jinren said, waving his hand. The blood spirit fish behind his head opened its mouth and spat out a considerable amount of mid-grade spirit stones that fell onto the hall floor. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones? That is quite generous. Thank you, master, Lu Li exclaimed, swiftly collecting the spirit stones with a flick of his hand. A flash of yellow light indicating their storage in his spatial ring. He clasped his hands together and said, I shall return to cultivate now, and I will not disappoint your expectations. Very well, go. Guimo Jinren waved his hand. With a thunderous roar, the thunderous barrier at the cave entrance dissipated. I take my leave, master, Lu Li bowed and turned to leave. Wait. Just as he reached the cave entrance, Guimo Jinren suddenly called out. Does master have further instructions? Lu Li felt a jolt in his heart, but maintained a calm demeanor, turning to bow respectfully. The blood of the Jiao is inherently lustful. Once you refine the Qingjiao True Blood, your yang energy will surge, necessitating a balance of yin and yang. Therefore, I shall grant you 2 beautiful maidens to serve as your concubines, Guimo Jinren stated. Oh, such a benefit was unexpected. Lu Li nearly blurted out his agreement, but paused. Falling into contemplation. Could this be a ploy by Guimo Jinren to monitor my actions? What could this mean? As Lu Li's expression revealed his inner conflict, the esteemed Guimo Jinren inquired with a hint of bewilderment. Could it be that 2 are insufficient? If so, I shall bestow upon you 20. Is that sufficient? 20? Upon hearing this, Lu Li felt a twinge of discomfort in his waist and shook his head, promptly declining. Disciple is grateful for Master's generosity, but I dare not overstep the bounds with Master's maidservants. If I require assistance, it would be more prudent to seek out Senior Brother Ba. He has no shortage of beauties in his company. Very well, but do not become overly enamored with the fairer sex. Go now, Guimo Jinren advised, waving his hand dismissively. Disciple understands. I take my leave, Lu Li responded with a respectful gesture, turning to float out of the cave residence. As he gazed at the fiery clouds stretching across the horizon, Lu Li exhaled softly, his expression brightening as he drifted towards the star-gazing tower atop the mountain. Yet, a shadow of unease lingered in his heart. He needed to make his escape. Otherwise, one could only imagine the perilous tasks Guimo Jinren might assign him. Lost in thought, Lu Li soon encountered Bai Jinfei in the stone pavilion at the fork in the path. Upon spotting Lu Li, Bai Jinfei swiftly approached, wearing a beaming smile. Congratulations, junior brother. Today you have made quite the impression. Soon your name will echo far and wide. I dare say, countless female disciples will be vying for your attention. Congratulations, congratulations. Senior brother, please refrain from jesting. This is merely a trivial matter in the Qi refining stage, hardly deserving of acclaim, let alone widespread recognition, Lu Li chuckled. Come now. Junior brother, do not be so modest. Your prowess in the Qi refining stage is already unparalleled. Even some foundation establishment cultivators, should they cross paths with you, may find themselves in dire straits. But tell me, when did you become so formidable? Bai Jinfei's curiosity bubbled over. It is quite simple. I have been practicing an unparalleled divine skill. Would you care to know more? Lu Li replied with a mysterious smile. Oh, junior brother, do not keep me in suspense. Pray tell, what divine skill have you mastered? Is it one of the 3 great techniques of our Yinming Guizhong? Bai Jinfei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not quite. This divine skill is indeed powerful, Lu Li said, shaking his head with a grin. However, there is a rather peculiar prerequisite for its cultivation. What condition? Bai Jinfei inquired. Intrigued. It is colloquially referred to as self-castration, rendering oneself impotent, becoming a eunuch, severing one's roots, Lu Li replied, leaving Bai Jinfei momentarily speechless. It dawned on him that he had been playfully deceived. Yet, The next moment, Bai Jinfei raised an eyebrow and asked with a sly grin. Junior brother, did Master give you the true blood of the Qingjiao? Did he suggest that you prepare a few beauties for future use? Indeed, Lu Li nodded. Do you wish to assist me, senior brother? Whether they be from the Tao Alliance, the Buddhist sect, or various spirits and demons, those who soar in the skies or swim in the waters, my senior brother can procure them all. This fellow has such extensive connections. Lu Li felt a flicker of temptation but ultimately shook his head, smiling. Senior brother, let us set this minor matter aside for now. Were you waiting here for a specific purpose? Indeed. Bai Jinfei's expression turned serious. Junior brother Lu, Master has bestowed upon you the true blood of the Qingjiao to expedite your cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, intending for you to compete for the position of chief disciple, is it not? Ah, so you have discerned my intentions, Lu Li mused, slightly surprised, before nodding. Senior brother has indeed guessed correctly. Master wishes for me to vie for the position of chief disciple. This was not difficult to deduce. After all, you have offended Jinjuan Huangquan, Jinjuan Feihu, and the great demon King Jintian, all formidable figures. As cultivators of the demonic path, we are inherently cautious. They will undoubtedly seek revenge. Only by competing for the chief disciple position will they hesitate to strike against you, Bai Jinfei asserted. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. So, the competition for chief disciple serves as a protective talisman? At that moment, Bai Jinfei continued. Our Yinming Guizhong has been established for over 3,000 years, with 9 successive leaders, 7 of whom have held the title of chief disciple. Thus, the sect holds great significance in selecting the true inheritors for this position, ensuring that they are safeguarded from any harm during the month of the competition. I see. It appears that the rise of the Yinming Guizhong is indeed not solely attributed to luck. If junior brother truly intends to compete for the chief position, there is one critical point you must keep in mind, Bai Jinfei said earnestly. Please, senior brother, enlighten me, Lu Li urged, paying close attention. On the day of the competition, all disciples will gather. Any true inheritor with foundation establishment cultivation may participate. However, not everyone can attain the title of chief disciple. Once you step onto the stage, there will undoubtedly be those who question your qualifications and challenge your strength, Bai Jinfei explained. Are you implying that there will be challenges on the day of the competition? Do I have to fight? Lu Li's brow furrowed. His nature was gentle. He preferred to persuade through virtue. Why must there always be those eager to engage in combat? This is the demonic sect. Is it not the norm for disputes to be settled through combat? Bai Jinfei chuckled. That is a fair point, Lu Li conceded, regaining his composure. Though I harbor doubts about whether I can truly attain the title of chief disciple, I shall nonetheless extend my congratulations to you, wishing you success in claiming the title. Bai Jinfei offered a formal salute. Thank you. By the way, senior brother, does becoming the chief disciple guarantee one a pardon from death? Lu Li inquired with curiosity. Absolutely. As long as you do not commit acts of betrayal against the sect, even if you were to seduce the sect leader's wife and daughter, you would not face execution. Furthermore, if you need to borrow money, you may do so freely without the burden of interest. As he spoke, Bai Jinfei's eyes gleamed with the allure of wealth. Such benefits exist? Lu Li was taken aback. Indeed. However, you are aware of the Tama sect. The foremost among the 10 great demonic sections one year, the chief disciple of the Tama sect, who also bore the surname Lu, borrowed several billion spirit stones from the sect, and then fled back to the Tao Alliance. It turned out he was an undercover agent for the Tao Alliance. Ha! Bai Jinfei exclaimed with evident schadenfreude. Yet he failed to notice the unprecedented glimmer in Lu Li's eyes at that moment. In the next instant, Lu Li's gaze sharpened, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you for the guidance, senior brother. I shall return to my cave residence to refine the true blood of the Qingjiao. We shall meet again in a month. With that, he turned and vanished in a flash, like a fleeting shadow. Why has junior brother suddenly become so motivated? Bai Jinfei murmured, watching Lu Li's departing figure. He then shook his head and soared back towards his own golden palace. By now, Lu Li had reached his stargazing tower, his eyes gleaming with an intense determination. I shall cultivate. I shall become the chief disciple, and then I shall elude with my lovely companions. Returning to the stargazing tower, Lu Li entered the secret chamber for cultivation. With a thunderous sound, the stone door to the chamber closed behind him. Lu Li licked his lips, waved his hand, and a multitude of treasures floated forth, landing upon the floor before him. He began to tally his assets. 1,760 medium-grade spirit stones, a soul-gathering banner, a flowing gold sword, a white jade snuff bottle, and the true blood of the Qingjiao. Ah, and I also possess a spirit ghost. I can directly refine the true blood of the Qingjiao now. Without further ado, Lu Li placed 100 medium-grade spirit stones into the spirit-gathering array. With a resonant hum, the array activated, shimmering with azure light. In an instant, rich spiritual energy seeped from the array's intricate patterns, enveloping the surroundings. Lu Li sat cross-legged within the array, one hand cradling the true blood of the Qingjiao, while the other formed a hand seal. With a single focus, a blood-red soul-devouring fish materialized. Under his mental command, the fish swam forth, coiling around the true blood of the Qingjiao. Then, as if it were feeding, it consumed a wisp of the azure mist emanating from the true blood. In a heartbeat, this fish, which had been the width of a chopstick, swelled to the size of a fist, transforming into a large golden fish, its form now quite rotund. It leisurely swayed its tail, gliding towards Lu Li. Suddenly, it lunged. It dove straight into Lu Li's brow. Instantly, Lu Li felt as if his forehead had been stung by a mosquito, swelling into a small bump, both warm and itchy. Yet, he paid it no mind. Once this small package wilts, it signifies that a trace of the blood essence from the Qingjiao has been completely refined and absorbed by the Shilingjiu, transforming it entirely into cultivation, thereby elevating the realm of the Kunping Tunshin Magong. At that moment, a clear chime resonated in his mind. You have absorbed a trace of Qingjiao blood essence. The Kunping Tunshin Magong is now refining. It is expected to conclude in the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Your Kunping Tunshin Magong has been greatly satisfied due to the absorption of powerful spiritual blood, enhancing your mood immensely and increasing the cultivation effect by 800. Such a remarkable effect, Lily couldn't help but feel a slight shock. No wonder Guillemot Jinren had the confidence to allow him to reach the foundation building stage within a month. This was indeed the correct method to cultivate the Kunping Magong. A flicker of joy ignited within Lu Li's heart. However, upon further reflection, he considered that while the improvement in demonic techniques was rapid, an unstable foundation could easily lead to problems and result in a deviation from the path. System. Lu Li called out solemnly in his mind. With a swish, the system panel instantly appeared before him. Host. Lu Li. Realm. 5th layer of Qi refinement. Dawei Tianlong Fazhou. 2nd layer, progress 10. Dali Jingong Fazhou. 2nd layer, progress 13. Kunping Tunshin Magong. 5th layer, progress 88. Jingong Bu Huaishin Gong. 4th layer, progress 20. Datsi Da Beizhong. 10th layer, full. Lingue Meiying Bu. 10th layer, full. Progress 88. Lu Li's expression brightened with joy. He would soon attain the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, the status of the Kunping Tunshin Magong had also risen, now ranking 3rd, just beneath 2 other spells. This indicated that this demonic technique was exceedingly powerful, surpassing even the Jingong Bu Huaishin Gong. Excellent. Lu Li nodded to himself. Shifting his gaze to a jade slip before him, Tianma Jian. He wondered how formidable this sword technique would be. With a gleam in his eyes, Lu Li reached out and grasped the jade slip, pressing it directly to his forehead. Instantly, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. A powerful consciousness force intrusively invaded his sea of awareness, manifesting as a figure of an elderly man in green robes, surveying the world with disdain. The Tianma Jian is of the path of the celestial demon, consuming the 7 souls and 7 emotions of humanity, condensing supreme sword energy, severing souls, and obliterating foes. Killing invisibly. The voice of the elderly man resonated like the grand sound of heaven, reverberating through his consciousness. Soon after, a chime sounded. A system notification followed. Congratulations, host. You have learned the Tianma Jian. You have acquired the first sword technique, Shuin Jian Shu, with current progress at 0. As the voice faded, the jade slip disintegrated into powder, falling from his fingers. He actually learned it just like that? Moreover, it was such a sinister sword technique. It turns people into celestial demons? Lu Li was taken aback. The celestial demon refers to the extraterrestrial demons, formless and omnipresent. Any cultivator harboring inner demons would attract the gaze of these extraterrestrial entities. With a slight misstep, one could easily fall into madness, leading to self-immolation. Typically, these extraterrestrial demons lurk around cultivators, feeding off the 7 emotional powers generated from their 7 souls to grow stronger. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, and the 7 emotions arise from the 7 spirits. The 7 emotions consist of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. The Tianma Jian is designed to mimic the celestial demon, absorbing the emotional power of others to condense one's own supreme, celestial demon sword energy. The more one absorbs from others, the purer and more formidable the sword energy becomes. What a genius idea. This is undoubtedly beyond the imagination of an ordinary human. Lu Li couldn't help but exclaim. In the next moment, his brow furrowed. This was clearly a path of evil. It was simple. Those who gaze into the abyss will find the abyss gazing back at them. Absorbing others' emotional powers so recklessly, how is it different from the celestial demons? It would surely draw the attention of numerous extraterrestrial demons. Moreover, this emotional power cannot be absorbed indiscriminately. It must be derived from the feelings others have towards him. This is both challenging and straightforward. With his handsome appearance, he should easily evoke desire in many women. Additionally, eliciting joy, anger, fear, and hatred is also relatively simple. However, to make others feel sorrow for him, or even love him, would be exceedingly difficult. Forget it. This sword technique is too perilous, and I shall not cultivate it. I will search for a slightly more conventional sword technique in the future. After weighing the options repeatedly, Lu Li decided to forego this sword technique. But just then, a clear chime sounded. Your Tianma Urshizen Jian has absorbed the 7 emotions of anger and hatred, and your mood is exceptionally exhilarated. The celestial demon awakens, and the cultivation effect increases by 20,000, with current progress at 1. Lu Li's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. How did it start cultivating automatically? And at a staggering 200 times the speed? Furthermore, where did the 7 emotions of anger and hatred come from? Lu Li was utterly perplexed. At Huangshuan Peak, within a cavern of gold and stone. Ah, Lu Li, I will kill you. I shall sever my heart demons and break through to the golden course stage. For the vengeance of my brother. Li Jing's eyes were blood red, gritting his teeth as he spat each word with venomous hatred. Each syllable seemed to carry a millennium of resentment and a curse eternal. In the cultivation chamber, Lu Li frowned slightly. Fine, let it be. I will cultivate. After all, he wouldn't actively pursue it, and this sword technique should not progress quickly. Moreover, with the Da Luo Fajo weighing down, it wouldn't cause any upheaval. With this thought, Lu Li felt relieved. His gaze then shifted to the Liujin Jian and the white jade snuff bottle before him. What a fine sword. Lu Li picked up the Liujin Jian, scrutinizing it closely, unable to suppress a compliment. This 3-inch golden sword glimmered brilliantly, neither metal nor stone nor wood, being remarkably light. Its material was unknown. The entire blade exhibited a perfect streamlined shape, devoid of any carved patterns, yet it appeared to be a work of art at first glance. Even without the activation of magical energy, the Liujin Jian emanated a sharp brilliance. Lu Li plucked a hair from his head and placed it upon the blade. With a gentle breath, the hair was severed in two. One must realize that with his current Jingong Bu Huaishan Gong, his hair was harder than steel wire. Thus, this single breath severing it demonstrated the sword's sharpness. Lu Li was quite satisfied with this. Next, Lu Li picked up another treasure given to him by the Red Lu Foreign, falling into contemplation. The Red Lu Foreign appeared to be an undercover agent of the Dao Alliance. Before leaving, she gifted him this snuff bottle, which felt laden with ulterior motives. Moreover, she had also tapped his forehead 3 times before her departure. What did that mean? Was she implying for him to find her in the dead of night? That seemed implausible. Lu Li pondered, channeling his magical energy into the white jade snuff bottle. Nothing particularly remarkable occurred. This white jade snuff bottle was indeed a rare treasure capable of storing magical energy, to be utilized in critical moments. Suddenly, Lu Li's eyes brightened as if a thought struck him. In the next moment, his expression turned solemn as he altered the magical formula within him, transforming it into the Zixia Lianrijinjing. After a round of spiritual energy inhalation and exhalation, a trace of Wuxing Heori true energy was refined within him. Without hesitation, he activated this trace of Wuxing Heori true energy and infused it into the white jade snuff bottle. Still, no unusual occurrences manifested. Had he miscalculated? Lu Li held the white jade snuff bottle, his brow furrowed. His gaze flickered to the Liujin Jian beside him, and understanding dawned upon him. Subsequently, he grasped the Liujin Jian and inserted it into the mouth of the white jade snuff bottle, then infused another trace of Wuxing Heori true energy into the snuff bottle. Afterward, he flicked the bottle 3 times with his fingers. With a hum, the white jade snuff bottle trembled, emitting a brilliant azure light, and a plume of white smoke immediately billowed forth from the mouth of the bottle, coalescing into a human figure. 300 years. 300 years and more. Do you know how I have spent these 300 years? As soon as the figure appeared, it tilted its head upwards at a 45-degree angle, tears streaming down its face, exuding overwhelming grievance. Then, as she lowered her head, her pair of excited and beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Li, her voice quivering slightly as she said, "You are my subordinate, are you not?" Chapter 47. I wish to request your assistance in my cultivation. The white smoke curled and danced, creating a hazy visage. Yet, Lu Li recognized her at once. This person was none other than Hong Lu Fu Ren. At this moment, her eyes shimmered with a glimmer of tears, floating in midair as she leaned down, gazing at Lu Li with immense anticipation. You are indeed my subordinate? Upon hearing these words, myriad thoughts swirled in Lu Li's mind. Is it true? Is it not? To deny it would mean instant demise at the hands of Hong Lu Fu Ren, perishing in this secluded chamber of cultivation, with no one the wiser. Conversely, if he affirmed it, and she inquired about the secret code, he would be utterly ignorant and meet the same fate. Thus, whether he faced death sooner or later, death was inevitable. Lu Li chose to delay his demise. Consequently, he nodded. Good, good, good. Indeed, the Dao Alliance has not forsaken me. Do you know? I have been trapped in this Yinming Gui zone for 3 centuries. 3 centuries. If the Dao Alliance does not send someone soon, I would have become the sect leader myself. Can you fathom my anxiety? Hong Lu Fu Ren exclaimed with tremendous excitement. Her gaze upon Lu Li was akin to that of a family member, imbued with warmth. This was undeniably genuine. Hong Lu Fu Ren was indeed an undercover agent of the Dao Alliance. Moreover, she was on the verge of becoming the leader of the operation. Lu Li was secretly astonished. Ding! At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Your Tian Mo23 swords have absorbed the joy of the 7 emotions, resulting in an extraordinary excitement that enhances your cultivation effect by 10, 10,000. Another one? Luli was startled. Where did this joy of the 7 emotions come from? Looking up, he saw the elated and excited expression on Hong Lu Fu Ren's face, and he understood. Fortunately, this time the system prompt did not mention Tian Mo awakening, and the cultivation speed merely increased 100-fold. How exactly does the absorption of the 7 emotions work? Luli furrowed his brow. However, what mattered most now was why Hong Lu Fu Ren in front of him believed he was an undercover agent. May I inquire, true monarch, how did you discern this? Luli respectfully asked. You bear the traces of having cultivated the Zi, Xia, Lian Rizhun, Jing multiple times. Hong Lu Fu Ren explained with a smile. If you were not a disciple of Fei Tianguan, who would repeatedly cultivate the Zi, Xia, Lian Rizhun, Jing, although you are quite clever, using demonic techniques to devour the true energy of the Zi, Xia, Lian Rizhun, Jing, your body still retains the remnants of the scripture. In short, your physical form has already conformed to that of the Zi, Xia, Lian Rizhun, Jing. Lu Li's eyes widened slightly. So that is how it is. This was indeed a coincidence. Moreover, hearing such audacious words from the gentle and dignified woman before him was truly unexpected. My apologies. Hong Lu Fu Ren's oval face flushed slightly. I have spent quite some time in the demonic sect, and naturally, I have been influenced somewhat. I see. Lu Li nodded in realization, secretly lamenting. Had he known that cultivating the Zi, Xia, Lian Rizhun, Jing would lead to such complications, he would have refrained from doing so. Yet, on another note, could that elder responsible for protecting the scripture also be an undercover agent? A hint of doubt arose in his heart. In an instant, Lu Li sensed the atmosphere within the Yinming Gui zone growing increasingly treacherous, rife with hidden dangers. Under such circumstances, practicing the Tian Mo 23 swords was imperative. The first sword technique, Shun Jian Shu, wielded immense power, perfectly suited for self-defense. Shun Jian Shu. In an instant, a sword spans 50 zhong, claiming the heads of men. In a fleeting moment, a mere 0.36 seconds propels it 165 meters, surpassing the speed of sound. I will practice it. Only the first sword. Lu Li resolved within his heart. Pray tell. Who sent you? What is your mission? Has my task been completed, allowing me to withdraw? At this moment, amidst the white smoke, Hong Lu Fu Ren, her face beaming with joy, inquired. Hearing her voice, Lu Li's heart stirred. Let us test the absorption of the 7 emotions with this Yuan Ing true monarch. Thus, Lu Li shook his head and uttered 3 words. I do not know. What does I do not know imply? Hong Lu Fu Ren's smile faltered momentarily. Someone merely entrusted the Zi Xia Lian Rizhun Jing to me for cultivation. Beyond that, I am entirely ignorant. I seek your understanding, true monarch. Lu Li responded with a bow. Hong Lu Fu Ren's expression momentarily blanked as she hurriedly pressed. Who entrusted you with the Zi Xia Lian Rizhun Jing? It was an elderly man with white hair, likely in disguise. Lu Li's reply was half truth and half lie. Upon hearing this, Hong Lu Fu Ren did not harbor suspicion. Lightly biting her lip as she asked again, Are you truly unaware of anything else? I do not know. Lu Li continued to shake his head. In an instant, the light in Hong Lu Fu Ren's eyes dimmed like a shooting star fading from the sky. She was immensely disappointed. Ding! At that moment, the system prompt chimed. Your Tian Mo 23 swords have absorbed the sorrow of the 7 emotions, resulting in an extraordinary excitement that enhances your cultivation effect by 10,000. As the system prompt resonated, Lu Li felt an intangible essence drawn into his body. The sorrowful emotion, the Hong Lu Fu Ren before him, due to his response, experienced sadness, disappointment, and despair. Indeed, it proved effective. Now, the cultivation effect of the Tian Mo 23 swords had accumulated to 400 times, and the progress was accelerating rapidly. Observing this, a spark of inspiration flashed in Lu Li's mind, and he added, however, that elder will likely continue to seek me out. Indeed, upon hearing this, Hong Lu Fu Ren's expression brightened, a smile gracing her face. In an instant, Lu Li sensed another intangible essence drawn into his body. This time the emotion of joy. The system prompt refreshed once more. The cultivation effect surged by another 100-fold. Lu Li gazed at Hong Lu Fu Ren, then shifted his tone. Regrettably, the Gui Mo Zhen Ren wants me to become the chief disciple. When that time comes, I will be the center of attention. Even the head of the Yinming Gui zone will take notice of me. That elder will likely conceal himself and refrain from seeking me out. Hong Lu Fu Ren replied. However, there should be a few other pieces like me within the Yinming Gui zone. They should be able to rendezvous with you soon. True monarch. That is indeed true. However, I recently heard that the sect is searching for a reincarnated Buddha child. Could it be that all those undercover agents will be exposed and eliminated? Yet, it is unlikely that they will all perish. Those capable of being undercover agents are not ordinary individuals. Some will surely survive. Thank goodness for that. But will they delve even deeper and refrain from contacting you? This posed a dilemma. Thus, Lu Li engaged in a back-and-forth conversation, eliciting a roller coaster of emotions in Hong Lu Fu Ren, alternating between immense joy and sorrow. On the system panel, the cultivation effect of a Tion Mo23 swords had reached an astounding 900 times, progressing at a rapid pace. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Li aimed to elevate it to 1,000 times. Today, he would strive to perfect the Shun Jianshu. Just as Lu Li prepared to speak again to evoke further joy and sorrow, Hong Lu Fu Rin waved her hand, her expression turning somewhat unwell as she frowned. Hold on, I feel a bit nauseous. Does absorbing the 7 emotions make one feel nauseous as if pregnant? Lu Li was somewhat astonished. However, he refrained from speaking, patiently awaiting her next move. In the next moment, a blue light flickered from Hong Lu Fu Rin, restoring her to normalcy, her eyes clear and bright. Lu Li observed this, and a chill ran down his spine. The mind of this Yuan Ying true monarch must now be as clear as a mirror, making deception difficult. In the following moment, Hong Lu Fu Rin waved her hand, sending forth a red light that penetrated Lu Li's brow. True monarch, what is this? Lu Li was taken aback. Do not panic. This is merely a protective barrier I crafted using demonic secrets, designed to shield you from soul-searching and spirit-refining by others. Of course, you must not carelessly reveal that I am an undercover agent. Should you do so, you will face instant obliteration. Hong Lu Fu Rin's gentle voice resonated, laced with an undercurrent of coldness. The venerable Yuanying Jinjuan, who has lurked within the demonic sect for centuries, began to reveal the calmness and wisdom characteristic of those immersed in the dark arts. Rest assured, Jinjuan, I shall never disclose any secrets, Lu Li solemnly declared, bowing respectfully. Indeed, Madame Hong Lu replied with a slight nod. Since you are unaware of anything, let us consider today's events as if they never transpired. I shall take my leave. And should any significant matters arise in the future, do summon me. Her voice conveyed a sense of distance. Yes, I will certainly report to Jinjuan should anything occur. Lu Li responded earnestly with a bow. Very well, Madame Hong Lu nodded again. As her words faded, the ethereal white mist retracted, returning to the jade snuff bottle. Her figure also diminished, on the verge of vanishing into the vessel. Jinjuan, please wait. At that moment, Lu Li suddenly recalled something and called out. What else is there? The white mist billowed forth as Madame Hong Lu re-emerged, frowning in inquiry. I have a humble request. Lu Li hesitated. Speak. I wish to request Jinjuan's assistance in my cultivation. What do you mean? Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Madame Hong Lu's expression shifted slightly, revealing her displeasure. It is as follows, Lu Li stated earnestly. My Zixia Lianri true scriptures, when I cultivate to the point of generating the 5 elements Hui true qi, are devoured by demonic energy, rendering my efforts futile. Therefore, I seek Jinjuan to impart a strand of true energy to aid my cultivation of the Zixia Lianri true scriptures. This way, I shall not forget that I am a disciple of the Fei Tianguan. The final statement resonated with strength and conviction. Instantly, Madame Hong Lu's expression softened. A glimmer of appreciation in her eyes as she nodded gently. Very well. It is rare to see such determination. I shall grant your request. As she spoke, she leaned forward, extending her snow-white arm towards Lu Li. Lu Li also raised his right hand to meet hers. In the next moment, his fingertip lightly brushed against her delicate fingers. As their fingers made contact, an immense surge of true energy flowed into Lu Li's body, akin to an electric shock. Lu Li shivered, feeling a delightful tingling sensation throughout his being. Ding! A system notification chimed. Your Zixia Lianri true scriptures have sensed the presence of supreme Taoist energy, inspiring admiration and invigorating your spirit, increasing your cultivation speed by 10,000. Progress, 111. The Zixia Lianri true scriptures began to operate at an astonishing pace. Are you done? Madame Hong Lu withdrew her hand, inquiring softly. I am ready. Thank you. Jinjuan, Lu Li expressed his gratitude with a look of appreciation. Madame Hong Lu nodded. With a breath, the surrounding white mist retracted, disappearing back into the jade snuff bottle, along with her figure. Once she left, Lu Li wasted no time and directly activated the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demonic art, devouring the 5 elements Hui true qi he had cultivated through the Zixia Lianri true scriptures. With a sound, ding, the system notified him. Your Kunpeng swallowing heaven demonic art has experienced tremendous joy from consuming the 5 elements Hui true qi, enhancing its cultivation effect by 1000. Upon hearing the system prompt, a smile crept onto Lu Li's lips. This is quite splendid. However, this method is still somewhat slow. If only the Kunpeng demonic art could directly consume Madame Hong Lu's supreme Taoist energy. Wouldn't that be akin to the Biming divine art? Lu Li's eyes brightened, a wave of regret washing over him. Had he known, he would have diligently memorized the texts. If he had mastered the Xianyu, he might have been able to develop a formidable technique like the Biming divine art. Enough of this, let us cultivate. Lu Li suppressed his distracting thoughts, adopting a serious demeanor as he sat cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, beginning to absorb the dense spiritual energy surrounding him. Meanwhile, he silently recited the Heart Sutra, observed the Bodhisattva of compassion. A night passed without incident. On the following day, Lu Li opened his eyes. And immediately a system notification echoed in his mind. Your instant sword technique harbors a profound disdain for your Buddhist methods, directly provoking them. The result was an overwhelming defeat at the hands of the great might heavenly dragon, the mighty Vajra, and the indestructible Vajra art, leading it to run away in frustration. What a troublesome child. Luli frowned slightly. However, the next system notification brought a smile to his face. Your instant sword technique has absorbed a considerable amount of 7 emotions power within the demonic sect, transforming it into Tianma sword chi, greatly enhancing its cultivation and increasing progress by 7. Excellent, excellent. Although the instant sword technique is rebellious, it has proven itself capable of self-cultivation, displaying a degree of obedience. Subsequently, 3 more system notifications arrived. Your great might heavenly dragon spell and mighty Vajra spell have felt the threat of the 23 Tianma swords and are diligently cultivating, increasing their progress by 3 and 6 respectively. Joyous news indeed. Luli's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. The 23 Tianma swords have acted as a catalyst, activating the Buddhist methods. It seems that cultivating the 23 Tianma swords has indeed turned misfortune into fortune. At that moment, the final 2 system prompts sounded. Your Kunpeng swallowing heaven demonic art has consumed highly pure spiritual energy, gradually elevating your spirits and enhancing its cultivation effect by 2,000. Your Kunpeng swallowing heaven demonic art, during your slumber, secretly ventured out and infiltrated Huangquan Peak to absorb spiritual energy, causing a slight enhancement in cultivation and increasing progress by 5. Instantly, Luli's expression grew serious. Stealing is wrong. Oh, but it was merely the spiritual energy from Huangquan Peak. Oh, then it is inconsequential. Next time, I shall increase the intensity. Huangquan Peak is the mountain where Jinju and Huangquan and Li Jing reside. Let the cultivation commence. But first, let me check how long until I reach the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Lu Li silently murmured, summoning the system panel. Host Lu Li. Realm, 5th layer of Qi refinement. Great might heavenly dragon spell, 2nd layer, progress 15. Mighty Vajra spell, 2nd layer, progress 18. Instant sword technique, 1st layer, progress 16. Kunpeng swallowing heaven demonic art, 5th layer, progress 99. Indestructible Vajra art, 4th layer, progress 30. Great compassionate palm, 10th layer, complete. Lingue phantom steps, 10th layer, complete. Very well. Lu Li immediately noted the progress of the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demonic art, 99. He would soon break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Now, to examine the newly acquired instant sword technique. After a day of cultivation, coupled with its autonomous training, it has reached a progress of 16. At this rate, in less than 7 days, I shall perfect this demonic sword technique. Then, let us begin our cultivation. Lu Li, filled with determination, sat cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, preparing to activate the formation for a new day of training. Wait, something is amiss. Suddenly, Lu Li recalled something and checked the panel. He discovered that the various cultivation effects accumulated from yesterday had vanished. First, let me refresh the cultivation effects. Immediately, Lu Li retrieved the Lu Jin's sword and the jade snuff bottle, inserting them directly. He then tapped 3 times. Ding ding ding. The sound rang clear, akin to metal clashing. Buzz. Instantly, the jade snuff bottle emitted a quavering sound, radiating azure light, and a cloud of white mist wafted out, enveloping the surroundings. A graceful blue figure materialized in midair. It was Madame Honglu. What brings you here? Madame Honglu inquired with a frown, her voice cool and tinged with languor, her displeasure evident on her face. This Jinjuan certainly awoke on the wrong side of the bed. Lu Li, adopting a respectful demeanor, bowed and said, Jinjuan, I suddenly recalled something last night regarding that white-haired elder. Oh, Madame Honglu's beautiful eyes brightened. Speak. It is as follows. When the white-haired elder bestowed upon me the Zixia Lianri true scriptures, he also gave me another item, stating it was meant for a suitable person. Lu Li replied, maintaining his composure and lying without a flicker of an eye. Hurry, present it. Upon hearing this, Madame Honglu's expression brightened with anticipation. However, I seem to have forgotten where I placed that item. Lu Li shifted his tone. What? Such an important item, and you carelessly discarded it? Madame Honglu's eyes widened in disbelief. Fortunately, I awoke just in time. It turns out it was all just a dream, and the item is not lost. However, after a meticulous search, I found nothing. Later, I revisited the cave of the Qi refinement stage and eventually discovered it. How nauseating. The Madame Honglu finally felt sick to the stomach. Are you all right, Jinjuan? Could it be that you are pregnant again? Lu Li feigned concern, a hint of guilt lurking beneath. Nevertheless, in this demonic sect, crises could arise at any moment, and he did not wish to miss any opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Thus, he resolved to repay this lady properly in the future. Pregnant? My Yuan Yin is still intact. Enough chatter. Bring out the item, Madame Honglu retorted coldly, her complexion suddenly returning to normal with a flash of blue light. Very well. Lu Li nodded, flipping his palm, a flash of yellow light illuminating the air. An object emerged from his storage ring, resting quietly in his palm. Madame Honglu focused her gaze. Her finely arched brows knitted together instantly. In Lu Li's hand lay a black heart-shaped stone. She extended her jade-like hand, lifting the stone for a closer inspection. After a long while, she raised her gaze, frowning as she inquired, "This is merely an ordinary ghost stone, which can be found everywhere in the Wanggiku. I too harbor some doubts." However, the elder did not elaborate further. Lu Li replied, shaking his head. Madame Honglu's brows furrowed tighter, lost in contemplation. "Jinjuan. The Zixia Lianri Jinjing I painstakingly cultivated yesterday has been devoured by the demonic arts. Could you possibly?" At this moment, Lu Li made his request. Upon hearing his voice, Madame Honglu nodded and extended her hand. In the next instant, Lu Li also reached out. Their fingertips met, and true energy flowed between them. Lu Li shivered momentarily, regaining his composure and expressing his immense gratitude with a cupped fist. "Thank you, Jinjuan. There's no need for such formality. You are my junior. And it is only right that I look after you," Madame Honglu replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall return now. Call for me should you recall anything." With that, she withdrew the heart-shaped stone back into her snuff bottle, and the white mist dissipated. Once she departed, Lu Li promptly summoned the system records. Excellent. The training effect of the instant sword technique has now increased to 500-fold. The Kuanpeng devouring the heavens demonic art absorbed the true blood of the Qingjiao. With a training effect of 80 times, compounded by an additional 20 times from the excess supply of spiritual energy and 10 times from the Zixia Lianri Jinjing, resulting in a remarkable cultivation speed of 110 times. Commence cultivation. Charge towards foundation establishment. Chapter 49. Commencement of foundation establishment. The path of cultivation knows no bounds. Thus, Lu Li commenced his arduous retreat. Each morning, the first thing he did upon waking was to rouse Madame Honglu, subsequently replenishing his energy. He also took the opportunity to gather emotions of joy and sorrow. Naturally, he understood that bothering others without cause would eventually irk anyone, no matter how patient they might be. Therefore, Lu Li concocted a new excuse every day, such as Jinjuan. "My Zixia Lianri Jinjing has vanished again, or last night, I nearly fell into demonic madness. Would you care for some chicken soup, Jinjuan?" Initially, Madame Honglu's ethereal form would emerge from the bottle and exchange pleasantries with Lu Li. However, as time passed, she would appear, merely tap Lu Li on the forehead, and retreat back to slumber, no longer bothering to engage in conversation. Lu Li began to collect the negative emotions of aversion. The Jinjuan had started to grow weary of him. Lu Li understood this, for after all, they were cultivating immortality, yet had to rise at 6 or 7 each day to clock in. Anyone would find it irksome. The fact that Madame Honglu had not eliminated him outright could be considered an act of great mercy. Thus, Lu Li promptly ceased this self-destructive behavior. He refrained for 7 days, a duration simple to comprehend. As with all women, there are those 7 days each month when moods may not be at their best. Although this lady had slain the Qilong, she would still likely be affected. Indeed, on the 7th day, when Lu Li once again roused Madame Honglu, she remained silent, merely charging his energy before returning to sleep. However, he did not collect any feelings of aversion this time. Lu Li smiled, secretly marking the day in his mind. At the same time, he mused that he had encountered a benefactor on his journey. No, a benefactor merely lends a hand. This Madame Honglu had uplifted him multiple times. She was truly a great benefactor. With boundless gratitude swelling within him, Lu Li awakened Madame Honglu before dawn the following day to continue receiving her energy. Eventually, whenever she heard his call, she would groggily awaken, send out a projection into the jade bottle, tap his head, and slip back into a drowsy state. It felt like a fleeting dream. Upon awakening, she began to question herself. Did I not bestow true energy upon that lad today? How peculiar. Why am I accustomed to this? Madame Honglu gazed with wide eyes, slightly bewildered. Yet, witnessing Lu Li's cultivation steadily rising, she felt a sense of satisfaction. From the 6th layer of qi refinement to the 7th, then the 8th, and finally the 9th layer. Within less than 20 days, Lu Li had already achieved the 9th layer of qi refinement. Without a doubt, she played a significant role in his progress, though she was awakened daily, which was quite displeasing. Seeing Lu Li's diligent cultivation made it hard for Madame Honglu to harbor resentment. She understood the difficulty of being an undercover agent, especially within this demonic sect. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation, leaving no chance for resurrection. Lu Li's dedication to his arduous cultivation, striving to enhance his strength, was all for the Tao Alliance. After all, with this thought, Madame Honglu's displeasure dissipated, and her admiration for Lu Li grew. Lu Li, however, remained unaware of the change in her mindset. Yet, he vaguely sensed that her demeanor towards him had shifted. Each time he awakened her, she wore a more amiable expression, no longer the icy visage of before. Lu Li found himself perplexed, but chose not to delve into the intricacies of a woman's heart, for he had reached the 10th layer of qi refinement. Kuanpeng devouring the heavens demonic art, 10th layer, progress 50. Once he breaks through to the 11th layer, he can directly ascend to foundation establishment. Lu Li's heart brimmed with excitement and determination as he sat within the spirit-gathering array, fervently absorbing the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. Simultaneously, he recited the Heart Sutra in his mind. A small bulge formed on his brow, pulsating rhythmically. It was the spirit-devouring fish consuming and refining the true blood of the Qingjiao. Ding. Your Kuanping devouring the heavens demonic art has absorbed powerful spiritual blood, enhancing cultivation. Progress 1. Progress 1. Progress 1. Progress 1. The system panel displayed a steady increase in the progress of the Kuanping devouring the heavens demonic art. 55667788. 99. Qi refinement completion. In an instant, Lu Li perceived a bottleneck looming ahead, a gateway as wide as a great river. Crossing it would usher in a transformative rebirth. Stepping into the innate foundation establishment realm. With a sigh of relief, Lu Li's eyes sparkled with determination as he ceased his cultivation. He resolved to take a day for proper rest before making a breakthrough into innate foundation establishment. Of course, before that, he needed to consult Madame Honglu, the Yuan Yingjinjuan, and request her protection, just in case. With this in mind, Lu Li exited the cultivation chamber, leaped into the pool for a refreshing bath, and basked in the sun throughout the afternoon while gazing at the stars and moon during the night. The following morning, within the cultivation chamber, he tapped the white jade snuff bottle at the appointed time. Ding ding ding. The white jade snuff bottle emitted a slight tremor, radiating azure light. A wisp of white smoke wafted forth, and soon, the ethereal figure of Madame Honglu materialized from the mist. Oh, you have reached Qi refinement completion? Madame Honglu's beautiful eyes swept over him, astonished. Indeed. Lu Li wore a faint smile, bowing respectfully. This is all thanks to you, Xinjuan. Without your assistance and guidance in my cultivation, I fear I would not have progressed to Qi refinement completion so swiftly. Do not mention it, as my junior. It is only fitting that I offer you some guidance, Lady Honglu said with a gentle smile, waving her hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Li was about to request her protection when he raised his head and was taken aback. Ah, Xinjuan, you seem a bit unusual today. Unusual? In what way? Lady Honglu asked, slightly perplexed. You look remarkably beautiful, Lu Li exclaimed. At first glance, you resemble a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. A vision of unparalleled beauty that captivates all. Haha, Lady Honglu chuckled, her smile blooming like a rare flower. Such flattery. I have heard countless praises like this in the demon sect, yet it still brings me joy when spoken by you. Now, tell me, what assistance do you seek today? Xinjuan, your elegance and wisdom are truly admirable, Lu Li said, secretly reveling in his joy as he bowed deeply. I would like to request your protection. I aim to advance to the foundation establishment stage today. Oh, so soon? Shouldn't you solidify your foundation over several months? Lady Honglu inquired. Your Kuanping demon art is a pathway of the demonic arts, rapidly enhancing one's cultivation through the consumption of spiritual blood. This is a shortcut of the demonic path, and a shallow foundation poses risks. If you break through now, it may lead to dire consequences. Why not wait a day? I can have someone bring you some spiritual fruits and pills to strengthen your foundation. Lady Honglu's brow furrowed, her voice laced with concern. Thank you for your concern, Xinjuan. There is no need for that. It might expose your identity, Lu Li confidently replied. I am certain I can break through to foundation establishment. Seeing Lu Li's unwavering confidence, Lady Honglu blinked her beautiful eyes, pondering for a moment before gently asking, Are you certain you wish to break through? Remember, when practicing demonic arts, such breakthroughs often attract inner demons. Under the influence of inner demons, illusions abound, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, countless temptations of beauty and power. You must conquer these seductions to focus your mind, gather your energy, and establish your foundation. Conquering temptations? Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, but nodded resolutely. Rest assured, Xinjuan. This is my forte. Are you sure? Lady Honglu still appeared somewhat worried. You must have practiced the Elder's 23 swords of heavenly demons, right? Now, with the power of your emotions entangled, you will surely attract the heavenly demons. Their power is terrifying. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. Ah, I almost forgot. Lu Li, reminded by Lady Honglu, recollected himself and respectfully stated, Then I request your protection. The Ghost Demon Master has urged me to break through to foundation establishment and compete for the position of chief disciple. I have no choice but to comply. For the sake of the Tao Alliance's endeavor to eradicate the demon sect, I implore you to lend me your strength. Very well. I shall assist you. Begin. Lady Honglu nodded solemnly. Thank you, Xinjuan. Lu Li bowed once more in gratitude. He then sat cross-legged within the gathering spirit array, exhaling a deep breath, his eyes shining with brilliance. In the next moment, he flipped his hand, and a small, blood-colored fish materialized from his palm. The spirit-devouring fish, he declared. He then raised his other hand, revealing a blood bead the size of a sesame seed. True blood of the azure flood dragon. Go, Lu Li commanded. The spirit-devouring fish darted out, leaping into the palm of his other hand, swallowing the azure flood dragon's true blood, then swiftly diving into Lu Li's brow to begin devouring and refining it. Boom. A powerful spiritual energy erupted from his brow. A clear sound rang out. System notification. Your Kuanping devouring demon art has absorbed potent spiritual blood, increasing your cultivation level. Progress. 1. Congratulations, host. Your Kuanping devouring demon art has reached the 11th layer. Congratulations, host. You are about to begin foundation establishment. As the announcement faded, various illusions began to materialize before Lu Li's eyes. Chapter 50. Awakening Past Life Memories. The Tao scripture appears. The illusions emerged, yet Lu Li was oblivious. At that moment, within the illusions, he had already transitioned to foundation establishment. Basking in the glory of success, experiencing numerous fortuitous encounters, and ascending to the golden core stage, his reputation soaring within the demon sect. Just then, the deception he had wrought upon the ghost demon master and the elder of scriptures was uncovered. Boom. A single strike ended his life. He was dead. As Lu Li's consciousness teetered on the brink of death, a voice suddenly echoed from the heavens, jolting him awake. Lu Li awakened. It was Lady Honglu's voice. Lu Li abruptly came to his senses. Yet, before he could open his eyes, the scenery around him shifted, and countless vengeful spirits and Azura emerged from the depths of hell, lunging toward him. At the forefront were those he had previously vanquished. Return my life. These vengeful spirits cried out in anguish, lunging at him, intent on devouring him whole. In that moment, Lu Li felt as though he had plunged into the depths of hell, consumed by wicked spirits, forever unable to transcend. Wan Xian Bodhisattva, drawing upon his experience, Lu Li disregarded the chaos and silently recited the Heart Sutra, maintaining his focus. Instantly, a golden light radiated from him, dispelling the surrounding malevolent spirits. This layer of illusion dissipated, yet another swiftly followed. Suddenly, Lu Li found himself in a chamber of beauties, accompanied by the melodies of song and dance. These enchanting maidens, adorned in translucent veils, gracefully approached, inviting him to witness the clouds and rain of Wushan. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them, his familiar companions, Daqiaojijia, Xinggongjijia, and Fengmenjijia, along with over 100 others, all present. Lu Li gazed in awe but quickly subdued the temptations within his heart. Suddenly, the illusions transformed once more. Lu Li was seated upon a dragon throne, commanding armies, his authority reigning supreme as nations paid homage. The illusions shifted continuously. Yet Lu Li persisted in reciting the Heart Sutra, steadfast in his focus. His physical form began to radiate a divine golden light. Within him, the Kuanping devouring demon art activated, voraciously absorbing the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. Crack, crack, crack. Medium-grade spirit stones shattered into powder, releasing pure spiritual energy that spiraled within the cultivation chamber, coalescing into a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex, the blood-colored fish voraciously devoured the spiritual energy, its form rapidly expanding. Simultaneously, the entire star observation tower trembled slightly, radiating brilliance as the formation activated, fervently drawing upon the spiritual energy from the Earth's veins. In mere moments, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy enveloped the star observation tower like a tornado, its winds scattering flowers and leaves, stirring the clouds. Witnessing this spectacle, Lady Honglu was inwardly astonished. Is this merely a foundation establishment? How could it create such a commotion? While pondering, the spirit-devouring fish suddenly dove into Lu Li's body. The immense spiritual energy surged within him, rampaging through his limbs and bones like a torrential flood. Lu Li's body expanded as if inflated. The critical moment had arrived. If he could compress the spiritual energy into liquid mana, he would establish his foundation and step into the innate realm. However, at this moment, Lu Li's brow furrowed. His eyes tightly shut, his expression seemingly filled with anguish. What is happening? Could it be? Lady Honglu's eyebrows knitted together, her expression shifting. During the breakthrough to foundation establishment, the overwhelming spiritual energy not only awakened latent life potential, but also memories. Every person, book, and experience from his past life flooded back in an instant. Even fleeting encounters on the street would resurface at this moment. Typically, cultivators establish their foundations around the ages of 20 or 30, having encountered relatively few people and things, making this transition straightforward. Yet, Lu Li's countenance reflected profound suffering. His temples throbbed, and his head felt as though it would explode. Lady Honglu observed, her concern deepening. Lu Li, barely 18, had seen so few books and people. How could this be? How could one possess such an immense reservoir of memory? Suddenly, Lu Li furrowed his brow and let out a muffled grunt, a flush of crimson appearing at the corners of his mouth. Blood gushed forth, yet he remained oblivious. If this continued, before his head could explode, his physical form would be ruptured by the ceaseless influx of spiritual energy. Lady Honglu's expression turned grave as she prepared to intervene, intending to forcibly interrupt the breakthrough. Though doing so would cause Lu Li to regress in cultivation and suffer damage to his foundation, it was certainly better than a catastrophic demise. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A drop of blood emerged from Lu Li's brow, rising like a bubble from the depths of water. As it ascended, the blood droplet wriggled and transformed, ultimately morphing into a scarlet character, floating steadily in the air. The shape was as follows, Bay. This was a character that Lady Honglu had never encountered before. Following this, more droplets of blood floated up, transforming in midair into a series of red characters, arranged vertically. An astonishing ambience began to permeate the atmosphere, vast as the celestial expanse. Lady Honglu's pupils constricted, her expression shocked as she murmured, "Could this be an unparalleled magical formula?" At this juncture, the speed at which the blood droplets coalesced began to accelerate. Droplets, akin to a string of pearls, streamed forth from Lu Li's brow, ascending into the air and forming a series of scarlet characters. A magnificent and boundless aura enveloped the surroundings, suppressing all. Soon, the formation of blood droplets ceased, and the supreme magical formula was fully revealed before Lady Honglu, comprising a total of 803 characters. Just as she endeavored to comprehend it, the spirit-eating fish abruptly flicked its tail and darted forward, consuming each character with swift bites. Like a gluttonous snake, it devoured the entire formula in mere moments. Instantly, the magical formula that had been forcibly imprinted in Lady Honglu's mind vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. The opportunity was lost. A profound sense of regret washed over her. Just then, the spirit-eating fish, having consumed the formula, radiated a brilliant bloodlight. Transforming into the shape of a whale, diminutive as a silkworm, and opened its mouth wide to inhale. In a single breath, it absorbed all the spiritual energy within a 3-mile radius. Afterwards, the spirit-eating fish leisurely swam and dove into Lu Li's brow. Lu Li's physical form immediately shrank as if deflating, and his internal magical power began to solidify and compress. A faint aura of innate foundational cultivation began to emanate, barely perceptible. At the moment, the supreme magical formula coalesced in the central continent, within the Tao Alliance. At the Flying Sky Pavilion, one of the 3 great pavilions of the world, situated atop the renowned Facian Mountain, one of the 9 sacred mountains of the Tao Alliance, there lay a modest earthen Taoist temple. The temple was simple, yet it enshrined the shared Taoist ancestor of the 9,000 Tao sects, Taiching Daozu. The altar bore only a few humble spiritual fruit offerings. A red-nosed, intoxicated old Taoist reclined on a cool bed, snoring thunderously. 2 young Taoist acolytes stationed at the temple entrance exchanged glances, helpless in their predicament. Just then, the statue of the Daozu unexpectedly cracked open without a sound. A slender fissure, as fine as a strand of green hair, distinctly appeared in the center of the Daozu's forehead. The 2 young acolytes, thinking they were mistaken, rubbed their eyes and looked closely, only to have their expressions change dramatically. They rushed inside the temple, shaking the sleeping old Taoist awake, exclaiming, "Not good. Master, wake up quickly. A grave matter has arisen." However, the old Taoist merely waved a hand, rolled over, and mumbled, "What is it? Isn't it just those bald freaks wanting to attack the demon sect? Not going. Not going. The Flying Sky Pavilion will not participate. Let them fight as they wish. Just do not disturb my ascension." With that, he resumed snoring deeply, unresponsive to the attempts of the 2 young acolytes to rouse him. In exasperation, the 2 acolytes resolved to seek the vice master. Yet, as they stepped outside the door, boom, a resounding explosion echoed. The 2 acolytes turned to see the statue of the Daozu had indeed shattered. What the heck? At that moment, the slumbering old Taoist suddenly flipped over, springing upright, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he stared at the shattered fragments of the Daozu statue strewn across the ground. What has happened? The Daozu exploded? Could it be that the Tao has perished? While speaking, he rapidly formed a hand sign, conjuring an illusion. He was attempting to divine the heavenly secrets. 3 breaths later, the old Taoist trembled violently, his face reflecting sheer horror as he exclaimed, "No way. The Daozu has reincarnated. And in the demon sect no less. What kind of mistake has the Daozu made to end up there? By the heavens, call for help. Come with me to meet the leader of the Tao Alliance, send out the orders, gather the forces, prepare to assault Wanma Mountain, and eradicate the demon sect. We must rescue the reincarnated Daozu." With a wave of his hand, he shattered the void and vanished into thin air. A similar scene unfolded within the 9 great Tao sections. Meanwhile, at Gui Feng Mountain, within the Star Observation Tower, in a secluded cultivation chamber, Lu Li slowly opened his eyes. 2 texts vividly emerged in his mind, shimmering with supreme golden light. The first, in the North Sea, there is a fish. Its name is Kuan. The second text began, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name." It was indeed the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 51, Evolution. 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 He had finally established his foundation. Moreover, he had awakened memories of his past life. The Tao Te Ching and the Xian Yaoyu returned to his consciousness. Lu Li felt an exhilarating surge of joy at the golden characters in his mind. "Congratulations, Lu Li." At that moment, Lady Honglu, with a radiant smile, offered her congratulations. "Thank you, Jinjun, for your protection." Lu Li suppressed his elation. his face expressing deep gratitude as he rose to bow in thanks. Were it not for Lady Honglu, he might have succumbed to the first illusion, leading to a complete loss of consciousness, leaving only an empty shell behind. No need for thanks. Lady Honglu waved her hand, smiling as she said, I merely lent you a hand at the beginning. The subsequent trials were all traversed by your own strength. Your composure is indeed remarkable. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Most practitioners of the demonic path are plagued by desires and inner demons, relying on magical artifacts to stabilize their minds during breakthroughs. However, Luli had relied solely on his own fortitude to overcome the illusionary trials, demonstrating his unwavering will and pure intent. He was indeed a true practitioner of the righteous path. Jinjun, had it not been for your daily infusion of true energy, I could never have reached this foundation so swiftly. Without your guidance and protection, I would not have succeeded. Your assistance was not merely a hand, it was several. Therefore, may I inquire your esteemed name, Jinjun? Luli asked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lady Honglu paused and smiled gently. My surname is Yun, and my given name is Zhu Sheng. Yin Zhu Sheng? Excellent. I, Luli, hereby swear an oath to the heavens. I, Luli, pledge to uphold the Yun family's legacy for generations, through fire and water, without hesitation. Luli declared, raising 3 fingers in solemnity. Lady Honglu, upon hearing this, tilted her head slightly, her embroidered brows knitting in confusion. This phrase felt somewhat peculiar. Jinjun, I owe you a debt of gratitude that words cannot express. Should you require my service in the future, I shall face fire and water, undeterred by death. Luli bowed once more, his expression sincere. All right, enough now. Lady Honglu waved her jade hand, smiling as she said, you should focus on your cultivation for now, once you reach the yuanying stage. Before she could finish, her expression suddenly turned serious, her ears pricking up as if listening intently. After a moment, Lady Honglu declared, Luli, you must cultivate diligently. The master of the ghost sect is summoning me urgently. It seems that a significant event is about to unfold. With that, she vanished in a puff of white smoke. A significant event? Luli pondered, but ultimately dismissed it, as it was of no concern to him. Now to check the system log. In Luli's eyes, a brilliant light sparkled as he silently invoked the system log. Over a dozen records refreshed before him. The first 3 read, Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the first layer of foundation establishment. Congratulations, host. Your Kuanpung swallowing heaven demon technique has greatly evolved into Kuanpung divine art due to insights gained from the supreme dharma. Congratulations, host. Your Kuanpung divine art has further evolved into 5 elements Kuanpung divine art after comprehending the supreme Tao scripture. 5 elements Kuanpung divine art. Upon reading this, Luli was jolted with excitement, and with a flick of his hand, the sound of rushing water echoed within him as immense spiritual power surged from his dantian, erupting into his palms and condensing into 5 soul-biting fish, each distinct in color, white, azure, black, red, and yellow, representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 soul-biting fish, each the size of a silkworm, gracefully swam in his palms, forming a vibrant circle of colors, exuding an aura of spirituality. Is this truly the 5 elements Kuanpung divine art? As Luli meticulously channeled this new supreme art, his delight intensified with each sensation. All things in heaven and earth embody yin and yang and the 5 elements. The 5 elements soul-biting fish can devour entities of the 5 elements. By reversing the 5 elements soul-biting fish, one can obliterate all existence. This surpasses the previous soul-biting fish of the Kuanping swallowing heaven demon technique by countless magnitudes. The former soul-biting fish was a demonic technique, purely sinister and susceptible to the pure yang arts. Yet now, should an adversary use techniques like the 9 flames true fire, the 5 elements soul-biting fish could directly consume it. What cannot be consumed can be reversed to annihilate. Furthermore, with the 5 elements soul-biting fish circling around him, he possessed an unparalleled defense. Arise. A flash of brilliance ignited in Luli's eyes as he waved his hand. The 5-colored soul-biting fish darted forth, swirling rapidly around him, emitting beams of 5-colored light, forming a radiant net. Any incoming attack would be devoured by the 5 elements soul-biting fish. A perfect balance of offense and defense. Truly worthy of its name as a divine art. Luli was overwhelmed with joy, wishing for a horde of enemies to test the might of this divine technique. However, he decided to continue examining the system records. Controlling his exhilaration, he looked further. Congratulations, host. Your Lingue Phantom Step has greatly evolved into Fuyo Riding the Wind Step due to insights from the Supreme Dharma. Congratulations, host. Your Fuyo Riding the Wind Step has transformed into Xiaoyao Riding the Wind Technique after comprehending the Supreme Tao Scripture. Xiaoyao Riding the Wind Technique. Intrigued, Luli quickly accessed the system panel. Xiaoyao Riding the Wind Technique. Riding on the righteousness of heaven and earth, controlling the 6 energies of the universe. Traversing the boundless cosmos, achieving ultimate freedom, consisting of 20 layers. Current realm, First layer, progress 1. Has the realm reset to 0? Luli felt a twinge of regret, but decided to give it a try. He licked his lips, summoned his spiritual power, and forcefully activated the technique. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting Lu Li into the air as if teleporting, landing him in another corner of the training chamber. The rules of movement were utterly elusive. In the next moment, Lu Li's figure began to flicker rapidly, creating a multitude of afterimages that filled the training chamber. Ultimately, he manifested 365 afterimages, completely saturating the space. This speed surpassed the Lingue Phantom Step by an immeasurable factor. Moreover, it was far more graceful than the ghostly aura of the Lingue Phantom Step. Elegant and poised. Suddenly, the afterimages burst like bubbles, and Lu Li's true form emerged, his face radiant with joy. Now, he could soar into the skies without the need for a spiritual tool. This time, he wouldn't fear encountering Li Jing. Perhaps he could even exchange a few blows. Clenching his fists, he felt an explosive power surge within him. A cacophony of bone-cracking resonated as a colossal force erupted from the minutest acupoints in his body, surging throughout his entire being. Is this the indestructible Vajra technique? Lu Li's spirit was invigorated, and without hesitation, he activated the 5 elements Cultivation divine art to absorb the overwhelming power within him, causing his physical strength to skyrocket. 100,300 gene, 100,800 gene, 111,700 gene, 125,000 gene. The absorption of physical strength was complete. Is this the might that can uproot mountains and overshadow the world? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Li's eyes as he casually waved his hand, feeling as though he could lift a mountain and toss it into the sea. Without delay, he summoned the system records once more. Congratulations, host. Your indestructible Vajra technique has directly attained enlightenment, raising its realm by 1 layer due to insights from the Supreme Tao Scripture. Congratulations, host. Your great might Heavenly Dragon spell and mighty Vajra spell have entered a state of enlightenment, significantly enhancing your cultivation, with progress increased by 50. Congratulations, host. Your 23 heavenly demon swords have comprehended the path of the extreme demon, successfully deducing the 24th sword. Your instant sword technique has reached perfection. Additionally, your Zhixiao refining sun true scripture has evolved into pure yang infinite true scripture after insights gained from the Supreme Tao Scripture. No wonder my physical strength has increased so dramatically. Moreover, not only has the sutra improved, but even the 23 heavenly demon swords have elevated in rank, directly deducing the 24th sword. The instant sword technique has reached perfection. The Zhixiao refining sun true scripture has evolved as well. Lu Li's heart surged with joy. Without hesitation, he directly accessed the system panel. Host, Lu Li, realm, first layer of foundation establishment. 5 elements Cultivation divine art. 11th layer, progress 1. Great might heavenly dragon spell. 2nd layer, progress 85. Mighty Vajra spell. 2nd layer, progress 88. Instant sword technique. 1st layer, perfection. Xiaoyao riding the wind technique. 1st layer, progress 1. Indestructible Vajra technique. 5th layer, progress 60. Great compassionate palm. 10th layer, perfection. His strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Most importantly, he was finally able to invoke the Great Might Heavenly Dragon spell. Chapter 52. Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Summoning the entire sect. Great Might Heavenly Dragon. World Honored, Earth Store. Great Luo spell. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Balmahon. The dragon soars in the heavens. Go. In the training chamber, Lu Li, bare-armed, swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, his voice resonating like thunder, resembling a mighty Vajra subduing demons. However, as the incantation concluded, nothing transpired. The 2 majestic 5-clawed golden dragons etched on his back did not soar forth. Lu Li paused momentarily, then realized his incantation had been mispronounced. No wonder. He took another glance at the spell, his expression turning serious as he summoned his spiritual power, forming hand seals once more. His tongue uttering spring thunder. Great might heavenly dragon. Great Luo Buddhas. World-honored Amitba. Prajna Ba Mahon. Roar. Roar. The sound of 2 dragon roars reverberated throughout the chamber. A wave of warmth surged across his back. Instantly, the 2 golden dragons radiated a brilliant golden light, their eyes blinking alive. They soared from his back, rapidly enlarging within the golden glow. In the blink of an eye, their heads were as large as houses, their bodies as thick as water jars, coiling around Lu Li, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that shook the very fabric of reality. Lu Li turned to behold the sight, his expression filled with astonishment. These 2 great, might heavenly dragons were unmatched in their might, embodying all the ferocity and masculine energy of the world. Each dragon scale, each whisker, each claw radiated pure explosive power, with divine strength capable of obliterating all malevolent spirits and demons. Any ghostly entity that beheld these 2 golden dragons would surely be paralyzed with fear, trembling in place without a thought of resistance. Upon contemplating this, Lu Li felt a stirring in his heart. He waved his hand and summoned a purple-black flag, the Wan Gui Fan. He intended to call forth a low-grade spirit from within it to test the might of the Dawei Tianlong. However, the low-grade spirit resisted its emergence, communicating an overwhelming sense of fear and pleading. It was terrified. It sensed the presence of the Dawei Tianlong and, in fright, chose to hide within the Wan Gui Fan, refusing to come forth. Suddenly, two Dawei Tianlong unleashed a thunderous roar, their dragon eyes blinking, and emitted two beams of golden light the size of arms, striking the Wan Gui Fan. A hum echoed as the flag trembled, its spiritual glow completely dimming. The malevolent energy contained within this ancient artifact was directly dissolved by the golden light, vanishing into nothingness. Immediately, the golden light began to permeate the entire flag, seemingly attempting to seep into the Wan Gui Fan. In an instant, an urgent and forceful desire for survival and submission emanated from within the flag. The spirit was in dread. Without the protection of the Wan Gui Fan, it feared that the golden light would obliterate it entirely. Withdraw, Luli commanded, forming a hand seal. Roar. The two Dawei Tianlong emitted another dragon's roar, spiraling rapidly to shrink and merge into Luli's back, vanishing as if they had never existed. Nevertheless, a lingering aura of immense power remained in the air, capable of subjugating all evils. The spirit within the Wan Gui Fan continued to tremble, curled up in a corner. Excellent. The Dawei Tianlong truly lived up to its reputation. This should be considered his greatest trump card. Luli retracted the Wan Gui Fan, his expression one of immense satisfaction. Upon closer inspection, he realized he possessed numerous hidden cards. For mobility, Xiao Yao Yu Feng Jue, spanning 30 zhong, akin to instantaneous teleportation. For defense, 5 layers of the indestructible Vajra technique, sufficient to withstand any spirit weapon attack. Coupled with the Wuxing Shi Ling Yu, his defenses were invincible. In close combat, a strength of 125,000 gene, augmented fourfold by the Da Li Jin Gong spell, capable of shattering everything. Ranged attack, Fei Long Zai Tian, Dawei Tianlong, sword manipulation. Sword manipulation? Luli suddenly realized that his sword technique had reached perfection. This meant he had completely mastered the first sword of Tianma or Shisanjian. The instant kill sword technique. Was this the essence of Tianma sword chi? Luli raised his hand, grasping at the air, conjuring an invisible sword chi visible only to him, coalescing at his fingertips, measuring 3 inches in length. Its hue was a kaleidoscopic black, emanating an ominous aura. After merely a few glances, Luli felt a whirlwind of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, surging within him, rendering his emotional state exceedingly unstable. His magical energy also showed signs of spiraling out of control. It was an invasion of Tianmao. Yet, in the next moment, the Wuxing Kuanpeng divine technique within him automatically reversed, a radiant 5-colored light flashing throughout his body, dispersing a refreshing essence. His agitated emotions immediately calmed. Simultaneously, the unruly magical energy became docile as a lamb. Clearly, the invading Tianma was eradicated by the Wuxing Kuanpeng divine technique. The Wuxing Kuanpeng divine technique is extraordinary. Xiao Yao Yo is remarkable. The Dao Jing is eternally divine. Luli silently breathed a sigh of relief, unable to restrain his admiration. He then glanced at his system panel, a smile spreading across his face. The only regret was that the Si Da Bei Palm, this unfortunate child, was out and missed this opportunity, thus falling to the bottom of his techniques. However, once it returns, reciting the Dao Jing to it should allow it to evolve. Next, Luli began to tally his possessions, discovering that he had only 88 medium-grade spirit stones left. The ground was strewn with the powder of spirit stones. The recent breakthrough had consumed a significant portion of his wealth. Luli felt a twinge of heartache. He had been planning to save money to purchase a better storage ring. Furthermore, after leaving the Majiao, he would need to find a blessed cave to establish a residence for cultivation, all of which required funds. Oh, and the bride price. Assuming the bride price for a maiden is 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones, he would need to save 24,000 medium-grade spirit stones. That is a staggering sum. Therefore, becoming the chief disciple is a must. Once he ascends to that position, he can conveniently borrow money and then escape. As for repayment, why repay money borrowed through one's own capabilities? Wait, Luli suddenly realized, awakening a sense of caution. Indeed, the Tianma sword technique is the most sinister and malevolent of all techniques. It can distort one's conscience silently, while fleeing may be justifiable. Failing to repay debts is unacceptable. How could one not repay debts? He has always loathed those who do not repay their debts. Thus, Luli made a resolute decision. Once he cultivates to the realm of refining the void, becoming invincible in the world, perhaps in 1,000 years or so, he would return to the Majiao to repay these debts. If people have perished, then there is nothing to be done. He would have to burn extra paper money as compensation for them in the underworld. Yes, that is it. Luli firmly resolved and summoned the Liu Jin Jian from his storage ring. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he could finally consecrate this flying sword. With a flourish, his magical energy surged like a rushing river, infusing into the flying sword. Soon, within the span of a single incense stick, a faint yet palpable connection began to form between Lu Li and the Liu Jinjian. This was thanks to the formidable nature of Lu Li's magical energy. He estimated it was comparable to a Foundation Establishment practitioner at the 7th or 8th level. Once he achieves full mastery of Foundation Establishment, his magical energy would undoubtedly become even more robust and pure. Ding, ding, ding. Before he could complete the consecration, suddenly, 9 crisp bell chimes resonated, penetrating the chamber, distinctly reaching Lu Li's ears. This was the alarm of the Yinming Gui zone. Moreover, it was the highest level of alarm. 9 chimes meant that all disciples, except those in closed-door cultivation, must report to Yinming Shan. Failure to do so would be viewed as a contempt of sect rules, punishable by death. What was happening? Could it be that the Dao Alliance was truly attacking? Lu Li's heart raced with suspicion as he stored away the Liu Jinjian, donned his garments, and swiftly exited the Guanxinglo. Upon looking up, he saw streaks of flowing light racing across the sky, all heading towards Yinming Shan. It seemed a grave incident was indeed unfolding. Lu Li's expression turned serious. As he pondered, a golden light shot towards him from a distance, revealing the figure of Bai Jin Fei, who anxiously shouted, "Shitty, shitty, quickly come with me to Yinming Shan." With a hum, the flowing light sword emitted a resounding cry, its brilliance coalescing into a sword shape, lifting Lu Li into the air, bringing him before Bai Jin Fei. "Oh, Bai Shixiao, you are disheveled, with several whip marks and traces of wax drippings on you. What happened to you?" Lu Li inquired, astonished. Hee. It was just a little game with a few beauties. "Wait, shitty, how did you break through to Foundation Establishment?" Bai Jin Fei exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in shock, his expression one of disbelief akin to discovering that his fiancée was actually his half-sister. But he himself was not his father's biological child, but rather a product of his mother's infidelity. Chapter 53. The Dao Alliance and the Buddhist sect have truly launched an attack. Bai Jin Fei could hardly fathom that in just over 20 days, Lu Li had ascended to Foundation Establishment. This was faster than a sow birthing piglets. Thus, he stood agape, unable to believe it, almost thinking he was experiencing a hallucination due to the excitement of his earlier games. However, upon rubbing his eyes, the unmistakable aura of Foundation Establishment surrounding Lu Li confirmed it was indeed true. Bai Shixiao, let us proceed to Yinming Shan first. We can discuss other matters en route. Lu Li smiled. Yes, to Yinming Shan first. Bai Jin Fei nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two soared into the sky, heading towards Yinming Shan. As they ascended, the sky was a brilliant blue, the sun blazing fiercely, casting endless rays of sunlight. The fierce wind held past them. Gazing upon the boundless sea of clouds beneath his feet, Lu Li soared on his sword with increasing speed, reaching a remarkable 170 miles per hour. His spirit unfettered. To gallop amidst the azure skies and billowing clouds had been his lifelong aspiration, and today, he had finally realized this dream. Such exhilaration and excitement were inevitable. Unable to contain himself, he yearned to ascend further, desiring to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. "Are you seeking death, junior brother?" Bai Jin Fei exclaimed, pulling Lu Li back with urgency. Above is an altitude of 10,000 feet, where only golden core masters dare to venture. Should one of them lose focus and collide with you, you would be obliterated on the spot. I wouldn't even be able to collect your remains. Huh, is there really air traffic control? Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled as he explained, "Thank you for the reminder, brother. This isn't my first time flying on a sword. I got a bit carried away. Hey, flying on a sword can be rather dull. In the future, why not follow my lead and create a larger flying vessel? That way, you won't have to pilot it yourself, yet you can still cover vast distances in a day." Bai Jin Fei suggested with a somewhat mischievous grin. "Huh, can't I also travel 1,000 miles in a day on my sword?" Lu Li was bewildered. "This 1,000 miles in a day is different from what you think, junior brother. Once you have a concubine, you will understand." "Oh, but I haven't tried traveling 1,000 miles on a flying sword like you. I might want to give it a shot." Bai Jin Fei's eyes sparkled with inexplicable excitement. Lu Li was left speechless at his friend's suggestive banter. "By the way, junior brother, you haven't mentioned how you managed to break through to the Foundation Establishment so swiftly. Did Master S blood of the Qingjiao completely refine?" Bai Jin Fei asked with great curiosity. "Yes, it has been refined," Lu Li nodded. "That's remarkable. At that time, you were only at the 5th level of Qi refinement. With your abilities, how could you refine a drop of Qingjiao's true blood so rapidly? Even for Foundation Establishment, it should take at least a month." Bai Jin Fei's face was filled with disbelief. Lu Li chuckled in response. "Master gave me some extra guidance." "Ah, I see." Bai Jin Fei's envy was palpable as he suddenly asked, on another note, "How did you handle the excess yang energy after refining the Qingjiao's true blood? I had prepared beautiful women for you, yet you never came by." "Quite simply, I rely on no one," Lu Li replied. "Impressive." Bai Jin Fei gave him a thumbs up. In the midst of their banter, they soon beheld the looming Yinming mountain ahead. It was a towering peak, crowned by a palace constructed of black stone, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Dark, Ominous energy billowed upwards, obscuring the sky. From a distance, it appeared as if an ancient demonic deity stood upon the vast earth, tearing through the heavens, holding the sun and moon in its grasp. The sight was infinitely grand and awe-inspiring, stirring the heart. This was the mountain gate of the Yinming Gui Zone. The Blackstone Palace was the sect's main hall. At that moment, streaks of radiant light shot towards Yinming Mountain, landing within its confines. "Junior brother, we have arrived," Bai Jinfei said, his face displaying a hint of reverence as he gazed at the mountain. With a rush, Lu Li and Bai Jinfei propelled themselves toward Yinming Mountain, moving with the swiftness of lightning. They flickered through the air and landed before the sect's grand hall. Before them lay an enormous white stone plaza, at the center of which stood a tall statue of white jade, depicting an elderly man with a foot-long gray beard. Clad in a flowing robe, his appearance was rather ordinary, yet this was the founding ancestor of the Yinming Gui Zone, the Yinming Zushi, an entity who had ascended to the heavens through the Tao of integration. Before the 10-foot-tall statue, 9 bronze cauldrons were arranged. Smoke rose from within, releasing a faint fragrance. The plaza was bustling with activity, filled with over 10,000 people. As Lu Li scanned the crowd, he was struck by the sheer number of individuals. This was the first time he had witnessed such a lively scene since his arrival in this world, instantly invoking painful memories of holiday travels from his past life. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the attendees were clad in a myriad of garments, in shades of red, white, and black. However, the majority appeared to be youthful and brimming with vigor. In front of the plaza, a wide jade staircase, 100 meters across, led directly to the sect's grand hall. Lu Li looked up and immediately spotted the black wooden plaque of the grand hall. The plaque was new, inscribed with the 4 characters Yinming Gui Zone in a style that seemed to dance across the surface. Each character imbued with a powerful presence that could instill fear in the gods and evoke the very essence of life and death. Lu Li was profoundly moved. "Junior brother, this is the treasured calligraphy left by the Yinming Zushi, containing a trace of the Tao rhythm from his ascension. It is said that whoever comprehends this trace of Tao rhythm shall be able to ascend immediately." Bai Jinfei's voice resonated. "That explains it," Lu Li nodded. Then turned to ask, "Brother, where's Master? And what of second senior sister Yao Yao? Master and second senior sister should be in the grand hall. Look, all the golden core masters who have descended have been invited inside," Bai Jinfei pointed out. Upon his mention, Lu Li noticed that indeed, all the descending golden core masters had been welcomed into the grand hall. The plaza was now left with a group of foundation establishment disciples and newly admitted Qi refinement students. At that moment, several beams of golden light descended from the sky. "Ah, it's Li Jing's senior brother. Greetings, senior brother Li. Have you eaten yet? Senior brother Li's aura is remarkable. It seems he is on the verge of breaking through to the golden core. Congratulations." As Li Jing appeared, the crowd surged forward, bowing and greeting him with congratulations. Akin to officials fawning over an imperial envoy, Li Jing smiled, nodding in acknowledgement as he moved through the throng, his presence commanding great respect and admiration. "Junior brother, much has transpired in the past 20 days. The most significant event is that senior sister Lu Ha has announced her intention to break through to the golden core and will no longer compete for the position of chief disciple. Thus, Li Jing's greatest rival has vanished, and now he is poised to become our Yinming Gui Zone's next chief disciple, without a doubt," Bai Jinfei stated solemnly. The animosity between Gui Ma Jinren and Huang Chuanzhenjuan made it clear that Bai Jinfei harbored no fondness for Li Jing either. Moreover, with Li Jing now the presumptive chief, his popularity soared, and a newly joined junior sister had even chosen to align herself with him, rendering Bai Jinfei's efforts moot. "Is that so?" Lu Li furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Did this mean his aspirations of becoming chief were virtually extinguished? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt Li Jing's gaze pierce through the crowd, locking onto him with a sharp intensity. His expression shifted, and his pupils narrowed. He had noticed that Lu Li had advanced to the foundation establishment. Yet, the next moment, disdain flickered in his eyes, and he turned his attention back to others, clearly dismissing Lu Li as insignificant. Once he became chief, eliminating this Lu Li would be as easy as pie. A sense of malice emanated from Li Jing, chilling Lu Li's demeanor. It was evident that this individual had already plotted his demise. Just then, a clear bell chimed, ringing in their ears. Ding, 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 ding. 9 bell tolls silenced the plaza's clamor. Instantly, over 10,000 people fell silent, none daring to utter a sound. In the next moment, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, flanked by a group of formidable beings, emerged from the grand hall, standing upon the jade staircase. "Salute the sect master." In an instant, over 10,000 individuals bowed in unison. Their voices coalesced into a mighty sound, echoing through the heavens. This tall and graceful middle-aged man was none other than the sect master of the Yinming Gui Zone, the Yinming Gui Di, a being of the refining void level. With a sweeping gaze over the crowd, Yinming Gui Di squinted slightly and calmly declared, "From this day forth, The Yinming Gui Zong shall enter a state of wartime alertness to guard against potential attacks from the Tao Alliance and the Buddhist sect. With his words, a wave of commotion surged forth. Luli was also taken aback. Had the Tao Alliance and the Buddhist sect truly allied to launch an attack? At that moment, the Yinming Ghost Emperor let out a cold snort, releasing an overwhelming aura that suppressed the entire assembly, and declared, "Furthermore, the selection for the chief disciple begins now. In 3 days, we shall choose the chief disciple." Chapter 54. Choose me. I will take everyone to the moon. As the voice of the Yinming Ghost Emperor faded, a wave of whispers erupted throughout the crowd. How could this be? How did the Buddhist sect and the Tao Alliance suddenly dare to invade Wanma Mountain? What should I do? I have never even held a girl's hand. How could I panic? The sect leader isn't panicking. In my opinion, we should charge out of Wanma Mountain and catch the Tao Alliance and the Buddhist sect off guard. In an instant, the disciples in the square were thrown into a frenzy as if the end of the world had arrived. However, many remained calm, exhibiting a composure akin to a mountain standing firm amidst chaos. Others appeared visibly excited, eager to arm themselves and confront the Buddhist sect and the Tao Alliance. Among the crowd, Luli maintained a stoic expression, suppressing the joy swelling within him. As long as the Tao Alliance and the Buddhist sect attacked, the moment Lady Honglu turned against them would be his opportunity to escape this den of demons. There would be no need to wait for the golden core stage. At that moment, he even felt inclined to hum a tune. Today is a fine day. Junior brother. Beside him, Bai Jinfei nudged him. The master is watching you. It seems he has something to say. Upon hearing this, Luli turned his gaze and spotted the ghost demon Jinren standing behind the Yinming Ghost Emperor. Clad in a black robe, the ghost demon Jinren stood with an air of arrogance, casting a piercing gaze that conveyed a silent command. Luli, you must step up and compete for the chief position. Compete for the chief position? Luli's heart sank, filled with reluctance. If he truly became the chief disciple, it would not take a day before the Tao Alliance and the Buddhist sect would receive news. He might even face assassination. When he explained that he was an undercover agent seeking a chance to do good, would those sent to kill him believe that? He feared he would be silenced before he could even finish his explanation. Though unwilling, Luli did not show it on his face and offered a respectful gesture to the ghost demon Jinren. He then scanned the area and noticed that Lady Honglu was also positioned prominently behind the Yinming Ghost Emperor, indicating her high status. Additionally, Zhentian, the true monarch of Flying Fox, and Huang Quan, the true monarch, along with the notorious Zhentian Damo Wang, were present as well. Sensing his gaze, Zhentian Damo Wang shot him a fierce glare, which then widened in surprise, as if realizing Lu Li had made a breakthrough in Foundation establishment. Humph. At that moment, the Yinming Ghost Emperor let out a cold grunt, silencing the crowd. The competition for chief disciple has begun. Is there no one from the Yinming Ghost sect who dares to step forward and take the lead? I shall. As soon as the words fell, a clear voice rang out from the square. The next moment, a figure clad in green swiftly ascended, darting over the heads of the crowd to land on the white jade steps. It was a young man in black, with striking features reminiscent of Panin, exuding an aura of refinement. He too was at the peak of Foundation establishment. Disciple Wang Qinian pays respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders. The young man first bowed, then turned to face the tens of thousands of disciples, solemnly proclaiming, I, Wang Qinian, wish to be the chief disciple, to share in the fate of our ghost sect. I ask for your strong support. As his words echoed, a corner of the crowd erupted in cheers. Senior Brother Wang, we support you. Senior Brother Wang, you are the best. Qinian, boundless power, invincible, sweeping through the heavens. Luli observed with a serious expression. This Wang Qinian was no ordinary figure. At the very least, he could maintain his composure in front of tens of thousands, especially among numerous formidable demonic cultivators. Junior brother, Master wants you to compete for the chief position, does he not? Bai Jinfei whispered beside him. Yes. Luli nodded. Then you must be cautious. The waters of this chief selection run deep. Ordinary people cannot navigate them. Although it appears to be Wang Qinian competing for chief, in reality, he is merely being pushed forward by someone. The one behind him is that woman. As Bai Jinfei spoke, he pointed. Following his direction, Luli spotted a slender figure in red, neither too tall nor too short. As if sensing their gaze, the woman suddenly turned her head, startling them. It was a face resembling that of a ghostly yin yang. Luli furrowed his brows and inquired in a low voice. Who is that woman? Do you remember the 5 factions I mentioned? She is the leader of one of them, known as the Ghost Poison Immortal, with a formidable background as the granddaughter of a certain elder. Moreover, she possesses a natural affinity for poison. Her poisonous abilities are truly terrifying. The young man with the jade fan and the stout old man in yellow are also of remarkable origin and strength. Bai Jinfei pointed out each individual. Just then, another demonic cultivator stepped forward to compete. This time, it was a robust young woman with delicate features. Luli could not discern her gender at first. However, when she spoke, her voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the assembly. Choose me as your chief, and you shall feast like royalty. Spirit stones, beauties, handsome men. We have them all. If not, I shall sever my own head and offer it to you. I will never go back on my word. Oh. Instantly. Another round of cheers erupted, even more fervent than those for Wang Qinian, as her bold and straightforward words clearly resonated with the crowd. Which faction has put forward this young woman? Lu Li inquired, curiosity piqued. She comes from the Alchemy Elders faction. While not among the 5 major factions, they possess considerable influence, Bai Jinfei clarified. Lu Li nodded. Within the demon sect, it was evident that struggles for power and influence were rampant, with numerous factions vying for dominance. Surviving in such an environment was undoubtedly not a long-term plan. He needed to devise a way to extricate himself from this celestial demon conflict and leave as soon as possible. Lost in thought, a sudden roar echoed through the crowd. A 10-meter-long yellow water dragon surged into the air, carrying a golden figure, soaring towards the main hall of the sect. The crowd was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the water dragon descended, rapidly shrinking, and vanished into the sleeve of the golden figure. Disciple Li Jing pays respects to the sect leader. Greetings to all esteemed elders. The golden voice bowed respectfully. Excellent. The Yiming Ghost Emperor narrowed his deep blue eyes, revealing a hint of admiration. Li Jing, you have mastered the Huangquan True Sutra to the 8th level, summoning the Huangquan Ghost Dragon. There is no one beneath the Golden Core stage who can match you. Well done. This was indeed the first time the Yiming Ghost Emperor had spoken words of praise. Indeed, beside the Yiming Ghost Emperor, an elder resembling a slender bamboo also nodded in approval. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Li Shixiang, thank you, sect leader and esteemed elders, for your praise. Li Jing bowed in gratitude, then turned to face the tens of thousands of disciples, raising his hand to gesture for silence. Instantly, the cheers subsided, and the assembly fell silent. Fellow disciples, Li Jing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke in a low, commanding voice. In this world, there are demonic sects, Tao alliances, and Buddhist sects. Why must our demonic sect confine itself to this Wanma mountain, unable to step beyond its borders? His voice echoed like thunder. The crowd's expressions turned grave. Why can the Tao alliance possess the 9 great immortal mountains? Why can the Buddhist sect occupy the 10 great secret realms? Why must our demonic sect remain in this barren wasteland of Wanma mountain, unable to find enough to eat or drink, struggling to locate even a millennium-old spirit herb? Once we step out of Wanma mountain, we are treated like rats, hunted and killed. Are you all content with this? With another powerful challenge, his words reverberated throughout the assembly. Not content. A furious roar erupted from the crowd. Immediately, a chorus of voices joined in, their momentum overwhelming. Not content. Not content. Not content. Indeed, not content. Li Jing clenched his fists and shouted. Since we are unwilling to accept this, what should we do? Kill. Kill, 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 kill. Let us storm the Tao alliance and reclaim our sacred mountain and blessed lands. Annihilate the Buddhist sect. Seize back what belongs to us, our spirit stones and women. In an instant, the crowd erupted with fervor, the atmosphere charged with unparalleled enthusiasm. Li Jing gazed at the frenzied disciples in the square. Secure in the knowledge of his position as the chief disciple, a testament to his strategic placement of loyal supporters among the throng. The next moment, he raised his hand, calming the assembly of over 100,000 disciples. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Li Jing's gaze turned cold as he proclaimed, "You are all correct. Since the Tao alliance and the Buddhist sect refuse to leave even the Wanma mountain for us, we shall break free from Wanma mountain, obliterate the Tao alliance, and crush the 3,000 Buddhist sects. I, a humble one, am willing to take on the role of chief disciple and lead the charge. I ask for this opportunity." He then bowed deeply to the throng of tens of thousands. "Senior Brother Li, we support you. Indeed, Senior Brother Li possesses unmatched strength and wisdom. We choose you. Senior Brother Li is the best in the world." The crowd erupted in cheers of support, their numbers overwhelming. Observing this, the elders exchanged glances, realizing that the position of chief disciple could soon be determined. Just then, a disdainful voice broke through the clamor, silencing the crowd. Humph. Annihilate the Tao alliance and crush the Buddhist sect? Let us see if you can accomplish that first. I could claim I can flatten the moon. Chapter 55. I am not targeting you, but who among you? Who dares to undermine me? Li Jing's expression hardened as he turned towards the source of the voice, his pupils constricting in shock. It was Lu Li. Simultaneously, the tens of thousands of disciples turned to face Lu Li, eyes fixed upon him. In front of the sect's grand hall, the enigmatic Yiming Ghost Emperor and several elder cultivators also cast their glances in his direction. In that moment, the pressure intensified. Yet, Lu Li recited his scripture, his demeanor tranquil as he stepped forward, the crowd parting to make way for him. What do you mean, Lu Li? Li Jing's gaze was sharp as he inquired. We, your fellow disciples, are united in purpose, prepared to strike back against the Tao alliance and the Buddhist sect. And yet you choose this moment to douse our flames of enthusiasm. What is your intent? Lu Li smiled at the inquiry. With a flash of golden sword light, he leaped onto the towering, white jade steps. First, He acknowledged the Yinming Ghost Emperor and the other elders with a respectful gesture before turning to Li Jing and saying, Senior Brother Li, do not misunderstand. I was not targeting you. If not me, then are you targeting the tens of thousands of disciples present? Li Jing narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting. This man was cunning, immediately casting Lu Li into the role of an antagonist in the eyes of the crowd. Upon hearing this, waves of furious glares shot towards Lu Li. He felt an invisible torrent of frustration surge within him, infused with the anger of 7 emotions. In the next moment, to Li Jing's astonishment, Lu Li nodded and declared with a smile, Indeed, I am not targeting Senior Brother Li, but rather all of you present. You are all worthless. All of you are trash. As these words fell, the entire white jade square was engulfed in an eerie silence. Then, an uproar erupted. What? How dare you call us trash? What audacity! If it weren't for the sect master and the elders present, I would have already cleaved this brat's head off. You little. Say that again. I will make sure your mother rises from the grave to plead for your life. Humph. Were it not for his good looks, I would have slapped him with my menstruation. Countless murderous glares rained down upon Lu Li like a barrage of arrows, simultaneously generating an overwhelming wave of anger that crashed violently into him. It was terrifying. Among the crowd, Bai Jinfei bit his lip, retreating behind his hands. Lu Li's talent for provoking ridicule was too formidable. He felt overwhelmed and had to withdraw. In front of the sect's grand hall, the elders' gazes fell upon the ghost demon true man, each wearing expressions of astonishment. Truly, he was the disciple of the ghost demon true man. His skill in offending others was undoubtedly well honed. The ghost demon true man's face darkened. He had called upon Lu Li to contend for the position of chief disciple, not to antagonize the entire sect. How would he ever attract female disciples after this? Humph, Lu Li, you are exceedingly audacious and truly unaware of your own limitations. How dare you insult your fellow disciples as worthless trash? At this moment, Li Jing wore a cold smile, fanning the flames further as he addressed the sect master. Sect master, this Lu Li is brazen enough to incur the wrath of the crowd. I implore you to cast him into the punishment dungeon to endure 100 tortures. Lu Li, what do you have to say for yourself? The Yinming Ghost Emperor's expression remained calm, his squinting eyes seeming to see through everything. Sect master, I did not speak incorrectly. Lu Li inclined his head, surveying the crowd with disdain as he coldly laughed, to annihilate the Tao Alliance and flatten the Buddhist sect. Do you truly believe it can be accomplished through mere shouting? Even if we shouted until dawn, we would not eliminate the Tao Alliance. To accomplish such feats, we require the leadership of the sect master. Of course, we must not forget the brilliant and mighty elders, such as honored Lord Hong Lu and my revered master. Indeed, all of you present seem to lack understanding. Are you not a bunch of worthless trash? What say you, fellow disciples? Is my statement not true? Who dares to oppose? As his voice echoed, silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. All the foundation-building disciples cast looks of disbelief and fury at Lu Li. How shameless could one be? Bringing up the sect master and showering them with flattery, did they dare to oppose? Infuriating. They had been insulted with no means to retaliate. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of disdain, accompanied by murderous glares, descended upon Lu Li, akin to a tempest, leaving him nowhere to hide. Junior Brother Li, you have acquired an exceptional disciple. At that moment, a gentle laugh rang out, as Hong Lu Foreign offered her praise. Indeed, the Yinming Ghost Emperor concurred. My disciple is unruly and unaware of his own limitations. I apologize for any embarrassment caused to the sect master. The ghost demon true man, upon hearing this, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, while also casting Lu Li a warning glance to temper his actions. Not to worry. Li Jing, please continue. The Yinming Ghost Emperor waved his hand, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Li. Yes, Li Jing responded with a bow, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. How infuriating. A splendid event has been thrown into disarray by Lu Li. Lu Li, I have yet to complete my campaign. According to the rules, you ought to step down and wait for my turn to finish before coming back up, Li Jing stated coldly. According to the rules? Lu Li remained unmoving, eyebrow raised in a mocking grin. What a joke. If we were to adhere to the rules, what business would we have as members of the demonic sect? We might as well recite scriptures and chant in the Buddhist sect. You, Li Jing glared. Are you implying that you will defy the sect's rules? Oh, I am most familiar with the rules. Pray tell, Senior Brother Li, which rule explicitly states that others cannot compete for chief disciple while one is campaigning. Lu Li mocked. Li Jing's expression darkened completely. Indeed, no such rule existed. At that moment, Lu Li turned, looking down upon the assembly with an air of superiority. What is this? Were there not many among you supporting Senior Brother Li just now? Why does no one dare to come up and push me down? Could it be that you are all timid and worthless? His clear voice resonated throughout the square once more, igniting another round of ridicule. Instantly, fiery glares shot forth, more searing than the sun above, wishing they could incinerate Lu Li on the spot. Beside him, Li Jing was equally furious. Thus, narrowing his eyes, he made a gesture with his left hand at his waist. The next moment, a roar erupted from the crowd. This brat is far too arrogant. Do you think this is your playground? Get down. Accompanied by a resounding noise, a yellow figure soared into the sky, hurtling forward with great speed. With a thunderous thud, he landed 20 zhong away. It was a slightly stocky young man. Disciple Mei Ruin pays his respects to the sect master and esteemed elders. The stout figure in yellow approached, first cupping his hands in greeting. Immediately, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Was this the recently renowned Mei Ruin, who had triumphed over all challengers at the early stage of Foundation establishment? I have heard tales of his formidable Gui Ling Lunghua. In the next moment, the yellow-clad man turned his gaze towards Lu Li, sneering, "Remember this, brat. I am Mei Ruin, disciple of the Black Crow true person. Mei, as in plum blossom, and Ruin, as in the sun's daily journey. You were so arrogant just now." Before he could finish, Lu Li coldly retorted, "Are you so verbose? Save your breath for when you visit your grave." With that, he raised his hand sharply, striking out into the void. A golden flying dragon roared from his sleeve, its blood-red eyes fierce, sharp scales and claws glinting ominously. With a mighty sweep of its tail, it traversed 20 zhong, pouncing towards Mei Ruin. The dragon in the sky. What? Gui Ling Lunghua arise. The yellow-clad man's expression changed drastically as an eerie blue flame erupted around him, transforming him into a colossal fireball. With a resounding crash, the golden dragon collided with the ghostly blue flames, causing violent tremors and sparks to fly, threatening to shatter. How can you possess such profound magical power? Mei Ruin exclaimed in shock, just as he prepared to activate his defenses. Roar. At that moment, Lu Li, with an impassive demeanor, struck again. Another golden dragon, like a shooting star colliding with the sun, crashed into him, shattering his protective ghostly flames and sending him hurtling through the air. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, spiraling in the air, trailing a spiral of crimson, until he crashed hard onto the white jade steps. Tumbling down 1,000 jade steps, he finally landed in the square, unconscious and unaware of his fate. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Had the invincible Mei Ruin of the early Foundation stage truly been defeated by a single move? The crowd shuddered, their awe palpable, gazing at Lu Li on the towering white jade steps, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Had this individual truly just broken through to Foundation establishment? The most astonished of all was Li Jing. However, a flicker of fierce intent crossed his gaze, and he made a gesture. "Humph, I shall engage with you." In the next instant, a chilling voice resonated through the crowd. A shadowy figure shot up into the sky. This person was at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Boom. The newcomer descended 20 zhong away, revealing his countenance. It was a middle-aged man with a mole at the corner of his brow, appearing to be around 40 years old. Disciple Chen Yishan pays his respects to the sect master. The man with the rugged visage cupped his hands in greeting. Instantly, gasps of awe echoed among the crowd. Is that Chen Yishan, the senior brother known for his unparalleled spirit sense, capable of commanding 300 flying swords? Indeed, he practices the true art of ghost control, wielding the power of 100 ghosts. His magical prowess is extraordinary. Hearing these whispers, Lu Li raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue gracing his features. To command 300 flying swords at the Foundation stage? Quite impressive. Are you prepared, boy? Do not blame me for taking advantage of your youth. Your arrogance is simply too much. The man in rough attire said with icy eyes. Bring it on. Lu Li replied composedly, beckoning with his finger. Humph. Observing his disdainful demeanor, the rough man's eyes flared with anger, and he unleashed a torrent of black, ghostly energy, expanding to conceal his form. In the next moment, a beam of black sword light shot forth from the ghostly mist, striking with lightning speed. It was mere inches from Lu Li's forehead. The blade was cold and sharp, capable of piercing through 100 zhong of solid wall. Just as it seemed Lu Li was to meet his demise beneath the black sword light, in a critical moment, 2 elegant golden white fingers, imbued with the warmth of humanity, delicately clamped down. Thus, the black sword light was captured. Revealing its true form, it was a 3-inch long, gossamer thin black sword. What? The man with the rugged face uttered in disbelief amidst the ghostly energy. Buzz. The black sword trembled violently, emitting a series of ringing sounds, akin to a great dragon struggling to break free. However, Lu Li's fingers held fast, like an unyielding mountain. Damn it. The man gritted his teeth in frustration. Swish, swish, swish. Following that, a torrent of sword lights, black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue. Over 100 beams of radiant colors shot forth from the ghostly energy, forming a vibrant sword rain that surged towards Lu Li. Each beam was sharp enough to penetrate gold and stone. Yet, your swords are slow and imprecise, utterly lacking in power. Do you truly believe you can kill? Go home and slaughter pigs instead. Just then, a cold glint flickered in Lu Li's eyes. His other hand shot up, forming a fist, and he unleashed a barrage of punches. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a cacophony akin to mountains collapsing and skies shattering. Over 100 golden fist shadows materialized before Lu Li, forming a golden shield around him. Fool. How dare you attempt to block my flying swords with mere flesh and blood? You seek death. The rough man's derisive laughter echoed from the ghostly energy. Ding, 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 ding. A series of clear sounds rang out. In the air, sparks flew as the vibrant sword rain clashed with the golden fist shadows, creating a continuous symphony of sharp sounds that reverberated throughout the arena. As the crowd observed, they were astonished to find that all the flying swords were being violently shaken in midair by the golden fist shadows, their spiritual light flickering dimly. Incredibly, Luli had truly blocked them. Moreover, the overwhelming force had rendered the spiritual artifacts dim and devoid of their essence. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Luli swept his hand, gathering all the flying swords into his grasp. Then, with a fierce squeeze, he crushed them. Crack, crack, crack. All the flying swords were reduced to a lump of shattered metal, tossed carelessly to the ground, their spiritual light extinguished entirely. Puffed from within the ghostly energy, the rugged man spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, the destruction of his flying swords had severely wounded his spirit. Boom. At that moment, the ground trembled. Luli, with a cold expression, radiating golden light, surged forward like a cannonball into the mist of ghostly energy. In the next instant, the rugged man was sent flying, bent over like a boiled shrimp, propelled into the sky by the swirling ghostly energy. Subsequently, Luli ascended after him, appearing above the rugged man, lifting his right leg high, akin to a great axe cleaving the mountains, and brought it crashing down. Crack! The rugged man's spine shattered. His body contorted into a V shape as he plummeted towards the earth. Blood gushed from his mouth. Before he could hit the ground, Luli, like a shooting star, crashed down, twisting like a dragon, spinning 360 degrees, summoning a fierce whirlwind, and delivered a powerful kick to the descending rugged man. Bang! With a heavy sound, the rugged man was sent flying hundreds of meters, landing amidst the crowd. Then, Luli casually scattered a handful of paper money. Amid the fluttering paper, he turned and ascended the towering white jade steps, sneering at Li Jing. Li Shixiao, you may as well construct a new grave beside your brothers. This way, he will have company on the road to the Yellow Springs. However, there is no need to thank me. It is simply my nature to be helpful. Li Jing remained silent, his forehead twitching, fists clenched, his expression dark enough to drip water. The arena was engulfed in silence. Even the Yinming Ghost Emperor before the Sect's Grand Hall, along with numerous transformation and nascent soul practitioners, wore solemn expressions, fixated on Lu Li, without uttering a word. At this very moment, it is widely acknowledged that Lu Li possesses an extraordinarily formidable physique, with boundless divine power. The recent kick he delivered, imbued with a staggering force of 250,000 pounds, was capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Is there no one left? Just then, Lu Li's gaze shifted, casting a cold sweep over the audience. Is the foundational true inheritance of our Yinming Ghost Sect so feeble? Are you all nothing but worthless trash? Not even capable of defeating me, a mere beginner in the foundational stage? Such arrogance. Utterly outrageous. Among the crowd, several practitioners who had perfected their foundational stage began to stir, contemplating a challenge. However, the risks were apparent. Victory would be expected, while defeat would tarnish their reputations. Li Jing also felt the urge to intervene, yet he restrained himself, knowing that acting would undermine his standing. Thus, he gritted his teeth and made another gesture. Young man, I shall teach you a lesson. In the next moment, a deep voice resonated. A burly man, draped in a white cloak, leaped into the air, crashing down onto the towering white jade steps, his eyes glowing with intensity, his bronze skin shimmering with a metallic luster under the sun. He emanated a fierce vitality, instilling a profound sense of pressure. His realm was that of perfected foundational stage. It was none other than Senior Brother GZ. Now, this is a secure situation. Senior Brother G, teach this young man a lesson, preferably to the point of near death. Someone shouted in anger. Young man, you rely solely on your physical strength. But coincidentally, my physical prowess is also remarkable, so let us see how you fare. The towering man, confident, cracked his knuckles. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. Bring it on. A surge of battle intent ignited in Lu Li's eyes. He too longed for a combat where every strike resonated with raw power. Just then, the burly man unleashed a tremendous roar, as a golden light erupted from his mouth. With a swift motion, the golden light transformed in midair into a mountain-sized golden structure, hurtling down towards Lu Li with great ferocity. Lu Li sensed a shadow above him. Without hesitation, he raised one hand, bracing against the descending golden mountain. However, in the next instant, the mountain descended violently. A terrifying weight, akin to 3 mountains and 5 peaks, bore down upon him, bending his knees sharply. Lu Li grounded himself in a horse stance, arms raised high, managing to support the immense golden mountain. This mountain must weigh at least 300,000 pounds. At that moment, dark demonic patterns flickered at the base of the mountain, glowing red, emanating a powerful suction force that began to draw Lu Li's vital energy and magical power. Deception is the essence of warfare, junior brother. You are still too inexperienced. Go back and train for a few more years. Accompanied by the burly man's voice, a bronze fist, as large as a sandbag, came crashing down, seemingly to pierce through the heavens and the earth, striking Lu Li's chest. A sound akin to a distant temple bell resonated from Lu Li's chest, echoing far into the clouds. His clothing shredded to pieces, reduced to mere fragments by the tremendous force, revealing Lu Li's golden chest. How is this possible? The burly man maintained his striking posture, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Lu Li, firmly planted in his stance, supporting the mountain, flashed him a friendly smile. Senior brother, allow me to test you. Can you complete a saying for me? Before he finished speaking, he delivered a powerful knee strike. Great power of a draw spell. Quadruple amplification. A forceful strike of 600,000 pounds. Crack, crack. The burly man's face turned ashen, his eyes bulging from their sockets. And he fell stiffly to the left, collapsing onto the ground. His mouth opened and closed involuntarily, resembling a fish thrown ashore. The men present, witnessing this scene, immediately tensed their legs, their expressions drastically changing. Then, they saw Lu Li raise his arms, swiftly retreating. Boom. The mountain-sized golden formation crashed down, producing a thunderous sound. Lu Li pulled out a stack of paper money, casually scattering it, surveying the crowd with disdain, coldly inquiring, who else wishes to meet their demise? As his words echoed, no one responded. The fear of the seven emotions surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming and pervasive. Chapter 57. A clear distinction in strength and life or death. Defeated. Am I seeing things? Senior brother G, who had perfected his foundational stage, has also fallen? Not only has he lost, but being crushed by a mountain weighing 300,000 pounds, he is likely beyond recovery. Haha, this GZ is one of Li Jing's right-hand men. This is a significant loss. What kind of cultivation technique does Lu Li practice that enables him to withstand Senior brother G's punch? Senior brother Lu, you are truly impressive. I wish to bear your children. After a moment of silence, the square erupted into a frenzy. Countless astonished, shocked, and fervent gazes were directed at Lu Li. In disbelief, they never anticipated that GZ would perish at the hands of the newly advanced Lu Li. Moreover, his demise was utterly gruesome. Not only did he fall on the spot, but he also left no intact remains. Amidst the astonished looks of the crowd, the golden mountain slightly trembled, shrinking to the size of a fist, floating in the air, spinning alone. On the white jade steps, only a puddle of flesh mash mixed with torn clothing remained, indistinguishable from one another. The scene was exceedingly bloody. In the vast Yinming ghost sect, not a single disciple came forth to collect their fallen brother's body. What a decline in moral standards. Is the camaraderie within our Yinming ghost sect so shallow? Fortunately, I, the junior brother, am naturally benevolent. Let me take it upon myself to collect senior brother's body. At that moment, Lu Li coldly spoke, raising his hand once more. A flurry of yellow paper soared into the air, settling upon the pool of blood. Then, with a claw-like motion, he effortlessly grasped the fist-sized golden mountain, seamlessly tucking it into his sleeve. The Yinming Ghost Emperor, a multitude of elders, and tens of thousands of disciples, all stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the events unfolding before them. Is this even human? You killed him, and yet you dare to claim benevolence? Furthermore, why take the golden mountain? That is a top-tier spiritual artifact. Is there truly such shamelessness in the world? Lu Li, hand over the golden mountain. At that moment, an immensely furious voice forced its way through clenched teeth. It was Li Jing. His expression was as cold as frost, his eyes flashing with unbridled hatred. On what grounds? Lu Li narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. Is it because your father is dead? Your mother is dead? Or perhaps your brother is dead? You. The moment those words left his mouth, Li Jing's eyes flared with rage, his entire being erupting with magical power. Golden light was about to burst forth from his sleeve, intending to tear Lu Li to shreds. Enough. Suddenly, a soft voice rang out. It was the Yinming Ghost Emperor. As he spoke, it felt as though the very fabric of space and time, the elemental energies of the five elements, and the forces of yin and yang were all frozen in place, unable to move. The golden light poised to escape from Li Jing's sleeve dimmed instantly. I have seen enough of today's farce. You may all withdraw. The Yinming Ghost Emperor's demeanor was calm, his voice infused with an undeniable, supreme authority. Li Jing's expression shifted. Thank you, Sect Master. Lu Li clasped his hands in salute, casting a provocative glance at Li Jing before turning to leave. His gaze held a clear challenge. Sect Master. Upon seeing this, Li Jing gritted his teeth, solemnly bowing. I wish to compete with this Lu junior brother before the statue of our founder. Furthermore, let us decide life or death. The last four words struck the air with a resounding finality. What? This declaration, steeped in millennia of resentment, immediately incited a wave of astonishment. This is a fight to the death. Is this the hidden instigation of the Huangquan, true monarch? The eyes of the crowd instinctively turned towards Huangquan, true monarch. Clad in a blue robe, with a white jade sword on his back, he furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat displeased by Li Jing's decision. Oh, Li Jing, do you speak truly? At this moment, The Yinming Ghost Emperor narrowed his deep blue eyes and slowly inquired. Absolutely. Li Jing bowed deeply once more. Within his cold gaze lay a palpable and chilling murderous intent. Lu Li must perish. Firstly, the enmity of his blood must be avenged. Secondly, Lu Li's rapid growth is alarming. In merely a few months, his strength is sufficient to annihilate GZ. Although GZ may have underestimated him, Lu Li's power should not be taken lightly. Hence, he seeks to extinguish Lu Li in his cradle before he grows further. Otherwise, in a few months, Lu Li might very well attain the golden core, and any hope of revenge would be lost. Lu Li, do you dare accept this challenge? The Yinming Ghost Emperor asked. Master, I refuse. Lu Li decisively declined, showing no hesitation. Boy, are you afraid? Li Jing questioned through clenched teeth, his eyes reddened with fury. You are mistaken. Lu Li sneered. I respect my elders and cherish the young. Senior brother Li, you are my senior, and thus I hold you in the highest regard. How could I dare to strike against you? Upon hearing this, Li Jing's eyes flared with rage. This fellow is utterly despicable. He had just insulted him so fiercely, yet now speaks of respecting his elders. At this moment, Lu Li continued. Moreover, senior brother Li, your strength is formidable, and I acknowledge my inferiority. Therefore, I plan to retreat and cultivate for several hundred years. Once you have passed, I shall visit your grave to seek your guidance. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Huh, what does that mean? Seeking wisdom from the deceased? How to hasten the decomposition of bones. However, it didn't take long for some to react, casting admiring glances at Lu Li. What a cunning maneuver. It was now evident to the discerning that Lu Li had become Li Jing's inner demon. As long as Lu Li lived, Li Jing's torment would persist, making it impossible for him to achieve the golden core. This would lead to Li Jing's slow demise in anguish and stagnation. No wonder Li Jing proposed a death duel. Clearly, he had realized this as well. 5 moves. If I fail to severely injure junior brother Lu within 5 moves, I shall take my own life. At that moment, Li Jing spoke with a composed tone, uttering words that took everyone by surprise. Upon hearing this, not only did the audience fall into stunned silence, but even Lu Li's pupils constricted. Does this fellow harbor such murderous intent? Does he possess some formidable treasure capable of delivering a fatal blow? Instantly, Lu Li contemplated retreating. After all the bravado, this was the time to flee. Before he could voice his thoughts, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. Lu Li, accept his challenge. It was the voice of the ghost demon true man. Lu Li's heart sank, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. Then he nodded. Very well. I accept senior brother Li's challenge. Within 5 moves, it shall be either your death or mine. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Such audacity. Does Lu Li truly dare to accept this challenge? Who is Li Jing? He is the direct disciple of Huangquan Jinjuan. Among the numerous top-tier disciples, his strength is unparalleled. To impose such stringent conditions upon himself clearly shows he possesses lethal confidence. A sane person would refuse at such a juncture. Does Lu Li truly believe himself invincible? Lu Li, are you certain you wish to accept Li Jing's challenge? The Yinming Ghost Emperor gazed over, a faint glimmer igniting in his deep blue eyes. Since senior brotherly wishes for death, I, as his junior, have no reason not to fulfill his desire. Lu Li smiled, imbued with confidence. Excellent. Then you may commence. The Yinming Ghost Emperor waved his hand lightly. A gust of fresh wind swept through. Lu Li and Li Jing were directly transported to the center of the square, before the towering statue of the Yinming ancestor. Instantly, the surrounding crowd parted, creating a vast open space. Amid the swirling smoke rising from the 9 bronze cauldrons, Lu Li and Li Jing faced each other across 100 feet, their sharp, cold gazes colliding, sparking invisible electric currents. An atmosphere of impending doom quickly enveloped the area. Silence descended upon the crowd. Among them, Bai Jinfei bit her lip, her gaze fixed on Lu Li, her heart racing with apprehension as she began to pray. May the deities protect him. May the celestial beings guard him. May the Yinming ancestor bless him, ensuring my junior brother survives. When he becomes the chief disciple, I too shall benefit, gaining wealth and a harem of 100 concubines. Simultaneously, others in the crowd, including Lu He, Lady Hong Lu before the Sect's Grand Hall, and Elder Hu Jing in the scripture repository, all focused their attention on the square. Junior brother Li, you may soon find yourself collecting your disciple's remains, just as you did for your 4th disciple years ago. Huangquan Jinjuan remarked with a cold demeanor. You can keep your nonsense to yourself. The ghost demon true man retorted icily. With that, a roar akin to a dragon's echoed through the square. Chapter 58, The Peril of Life and Death. The battle commenced. Li Jing made the first move. He raised both hands, and from his sleeves burst forth a torrent of earthy vapor, swiftly coalescing into 2 yellow springs of water dragons. Roar, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. The 2 yellow spring dragons surged forth, transforming into streaks of light, ruthlessly striking towards Lu Li. Even before they drew near, a pungent sulfuric aroma permeated the air. First move, the all-corrupting yellow spring dragons. Soar. Lu Li's expression sharpened as he lifted his hand, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Roar. The sound of dragon roars resonated as two golden-eyed flying dragons erupted from his palms, rapidly expanding and launching forth to meet the approaching yellow spring dragons. Just then, the yellow spring dragons opened their massive jaws, spewing forth a torrent of yellow mist that engulfed the two golden dragons in an instant. Hiss! White smoke billowed as Lu Li's two flying dragons were corroded, becoming pitted and battered. Subsequently, the yellow spring dragons lunged forward with ferocious claws. Bang! Bang! The two flying dragons were obliterated, dissolving into specks of golden light that vanished into the ether. Immediately after, the yellow spring dragons continued their relentless assault, fierce and menacing. Such ferocity from the yellow spring dragons. Lu Li's expression hardened, his eyes gleaming with determination. He swiftly evaded the toxic mist ejected by the two yellow spring dragons. When he reappeared, he stood atop a great cauldron. Die. Li Jing's gaze turned vicious as he pointed, with a crashing sound reminiscent of flowing rivers. The two yellow spring dragons twisted and turned, soaring into the air, one to the left and one to the right, diving down to trap Lu Li. At this moment, the crowd understood. Li Jing aimed to exhaust Lu Li's magical energy with this yellow spring dragon technique. Simultaneously, golden light flickered from his sleeves, clearly waiting for Lu Li to reveal a flaw, ready to unleash a thunderous blow to eliminate him. Do you think you are the only one who can command dragons? I can too. Suddenly, Lu Li scoffed. With that, he focused his expression, raised his right hand, and formed seals in midair. He proclaimed with a thunderous voice, Great power, heavenly dragon, all Buddhas of the great Luo, Lord Umitba, Prajna Permitha, soar, dragon, in the sky, roar. As the powerful incantation resounded, two five-clawed golden dragons materialized behind him, soaring into the sky, transforming into majestic golden dragons stretching 10 feet long. Their overwhelming presence instilled awe in all. The light of Buddhism illuminated the Yinming ghost sect for the first time, casting its radiance upon the statue of the Yinming ancestor. The entire assembly widened their eyes in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. What is this? Surely, they could not be mistaken. The golden dragon manifestation of the Buddhist sect? A disciple of a demonic sect summoning two golden dragons from the Buddhist teachings? Is this still a demonic sect? Witnessing this scene, some suddenly felt that the spirit fruits in their hands had transformed into wooden fish, and the golden core within them had become relics. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the magnificent Dawei Tian soared into the heavens, confronting the approaching Huang Quan Ming Long roar. Roar! Dragon against dragon. The Huang Quan Ming Long unleashed a corrosive mist of Huang Quan Ming Qi. In response, Dawei Tian merely extended a colossal claw, imbued with explosive power capable of shattering the sun and moon, effortlessly piercing through the Huang Quan Ming Qi. Undamaged. All the Huang Quan Ming Qi was kept at bay by the golden radiance of Dawei Tian. In the next instant, Dawei Tian's enormous claw seized the head of the Huang Quan Ming Long, delivering a ferocious grip that tore it apart. With a resounding crash, the two Huang Quan Ming Long emitted silent cries of anguish as their heads were violently shredded, bursting into a shower of water droplets. Following this, Dawei Tian abruptly whipped its body, its tail sweeping through the ranks of foes. Bam! Bam! The thunderous sounds echoed. The tail struck the waist of the Huang Quan Ming Long, unleashing explosive force that cleaved the beast in two. But it did not end there. Dawei Tian blinked its dragon eyes, releasing a beam of golden light as fierce as the sun itself, striking the severed Huang Quan Ming Long with two resounding booms. The two Huang Quan Ming Long were utterly obliterated, disintegrating into a cloud of Huang Quan Ming Qi, pierced by the golden light, dissolving into nothingness. Without a shred of resistance, the first strike, Lu Li triumphs. At that moment, Li Jing's expression twisted in rage as he shouted, Sect leader. This fellow actually comprehends the Buddhist incantations. He is an undercover agent of the Buddhist sect. Destroy him. No. Light his soul lamp. Let him suffer a torturous death. Who said that mastering Buddhist incantations makes one an undercover agent of the Buddhist sect? Just because I sell wife cakes doesn't mean I must give away my wife, right? You won't allow me to cultivate both demonic and Buddhist paths? Lu Li sneered. Beside him, Dawei Tian coiled its dragon form, resembling two dragon deities, guarding him on either side. Lu Li, are you the undercover? At that moment, the Yinming Guadi cast a sharp glance. I, the disciple, dare to swear before the Yinming patriarch, if I am an undercover agent, let me be tormented day and night by the ugliest woman in the world. Lu Li declared a venomous oath. The crowd gasped in astonishment at such a cruel vow. The Yinming Guadi scrutinized Lu Li for several moments before turning to the elders, asking, Do you believe this youth is an undercover? It should not be. Maiwan Xian Mirror has shown no reaction. This lad speaks the truth, replied a venerable elder with golden hair. Very well. The Yinming Guadi nodded. Then, let us continue. Upon hearing this, the ghostly figure of the demon lord inexplicably sighed in relief, though his brow remained furrowed. Not far away, Huang Quan Jinjun could no longer maintain his composure. his expression growing increasingly cold as he seemed to transmit a message with his lips. Li Jing's face darkened ominously. He had never anticipated that Lu Li would wield such profound and formidable Buddhist spells, summoning the immensely powerful Buddhist golden dragon, which directly annihilated his Huang Quan Ming Long. Clearly, those two five-clawed golden dragons, fierce and masculine, inherently countered the malevolent spells. Summoning the Huang Quan Ming Long now would surely lead to disaster. Thus, a flicker of malice and resentment flashed in Li Jing's eyes as he rolled his tongue and opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of golden white cold light, imbued with an overwhelming sword intent, shooting forth. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed. To the spectators, it appeared as if a ribbon of light pierced the heavens, obliterating everything in its path. A flying sword? No, it is a highly compressed sword radiance. In the face of life and death, Lu Li felt every hair on his body stand on end. The surrounding air surged, propelling him sideways by a foot. With a soft thud, the golden white cold light grazed past Lu Li's right ear, blood droplets instantly shooting forth. He was injured. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the sword radiance. It was actually a spirit talisman, clear and translucent, square in shape, inscribed with a straight golden vertical line, resembling a sword blade without a hilt. A talisman for golden core practitioners? The demon lord's expression shifted. Just as he gasped, the golden white sword talisman shot skyward, abruptly twisting and plummeting, aiming to pierce Lu Li's crown with ferocious speed, as swift as lightning. Dawei Tian go? Lu Li's heart sank, and his figure swayed, retreating as he pointed with both hands. With a roar, two Dawei Tian soared into the sky, lunging at the golden white sword talisman as if two dragons were vying for a pearl, entangling with the talisman. Clang, clang. A series of ringing sounds erupted as the golden white sword radiance struck the Dawei Tian, causing scales to fall away and leaving numerous sword marks on its dragon body. Kid, perish. Seizing the opportunity, from 100 feet away, Li Jing shouted, unleashing vibrant clouds of smoke that surged and rolled. In the next instant, the colorful smoke rushed forth, violently enveloping Lu Li. Before the attack even reached him, a dizzying fragrance permeated the air. It was toxic. Lu Li's expression shifted slightly as he held his breath, swiftly creating numerous afterimages to evade the assault of the colorful toxic smoke. However, at that moment, darkness suddenly loomed overhead. Upon glancing up, he was alarmed to find Li Jing hovering in the sky, blocking the blazing sun, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. With a flick of his hands, 5-colored light shot forth. Boom, boom, boom. The 5-colored radiance crashed to the ground, revealing 5 towering stone tablets, each 3 zhang tall and 1 zhang thick, standing in the 5 elemental directions, encircling Lu Li within. Each stone tablet bore a mysterious and powerful ancient inscription. Buzz. In the next moment, the 5-colored stone tablets quivered in unison, the ancient inscriptions glowing with radiant light, connecting heaven and earth, forming a vast 5-colored barrier that enveloped Lu Li. Subsequently, the 5-colored light began to swirl, coalescing into a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex stood Lu Li. In an instant, he felt his internal energy being drawn away like a dam bursting, surging forth uncontrollably, as the 5-colored vortex directly siphoned his power. Moreover, the vortex spun violently, the air currents slicing against his golden white skin, creating a cacophony of sounds and igniting sparks. Roar, roar. The Dawei Tian in the sky was obliterated by the sword talisman. Then, that golden white sword radiance, breaking the sound barrier, plunged into the turbulent, toxic smoke, aiming directly for the nape of Lu Li's neck. In that fleeting moment, Lu Li found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. Chapter 59. The sword emerges with a startling roar. Safe travels, Senior Brotherly. Oh no. In the crowd, Bai Jin Fei gasped in alarm. Simultaneously, gasps arose around him. It's over, it's finished. With Li Jing's 5 poisonous fog and the 5 elemental sealing tablets, coupled with the sword talisman, Lu Li was undoubtedly doomed. What a pity for such a talent. Given his formidable physique, he had likely cultivated the Diamond Sutra to the 5th layer. Look, the demon lord intends to intervene, but is halted by Huang Quan Jinjun. Life and death hung in the balance. However, amidst the colorful toxic smoke, Lu Li remained unfazed, taking a step back, retreating 3 feet, and with a single hand forming a sword gesture, he forcefully flicked it outward. The image of a golden Buddha manifested upon his palm, fierce and glaring. The great power diamond spell. Ding! A crisp sound resonated. Drawing upon the power of the supreme spell, Lu Li deflected the descending golden white sword light with his fingertip. Humph! Let us see how much power you have left. In the sky, Li Jing roared in fury, his hands swiftly weaving incantations. The 5 stone tablets trembled violently, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, spinning furiously to form a vortex the size of a pond, encircling Lu Li entirely. His power surged uncontrollably. Following this, Li Jing bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of true essence upon the sword talisman. Boom! The sword talisman erupted with a thunderous roar, its power increasing threefold, once more hurtling toward Lu Li. Poised to strike. Is it only you who can absorb power? I can do so as well. Cooping avatar, arise. Lu Li shouted, extending his hand toward one of the stone tablets as if grasping at the void. In the palm of his hand, a vibrant five-colored halo shimmered intensely, suddenly transforming into a small fish of the same hues, darting forth in an instant. With a swift inhalation, a tempest arose. In the blink of an eye, all the toxic mists were completely devoured by this small fish of myriad colors. Subsequently, the fish rapidly expanded, flicked its tail, and soared into the sky, morphing into a colossal five-colored whale, which opened its immense mouth to engulf the world around it. The swirling vortex of colors surged uncontrollably, and astonishingly, this gigantic whale swallowed it whole, leaving not a trace behind. Moreover, the immense suction affected the five-colored stone tablet, causing its luminescence to dim significantly. Li Jing, whose spirit was connected to the tablet, immediately sensed that his magical power was uncontrollably draining away, as if something was siphoning his strength through the Wuxing Feng Mo Bei. How could this happen? Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, stirred by waves of shock. At that moment, Lu Li transformed, creating dozens of afterimages, ultimately delivering a devastating punch that struck the talisman, sending it flying once more. With a crack, after a series of violent blows, the talisman could no longer withstand the force, fracturing into fine cracks like strands of hair. A sharp sword intent permeated the air, as Lu Li invoked the names of powerful deities. With a single hand forming a seal, a majestic golden dragon rose from his back, charging towards Li Jing in the air. This was the final move. Should Li Jing dare to retaliate, the fifth attack would seal his fate, regardless of outcome. Simultaneously, unnoticed by anyone, Lu Li's other hand had formed a sword finger, resembling an extraordinary sword poised to be drawn from its sheath. Infuriated by the disruption of his lethal strike, Li Jing's eyes turned crimson as he gritted his teeth, roaring, "Lu Li, perish. Accompany my brother to the grave." As he spoke, he raised his hands, ready to unleash the fifth deadly attack, 2 thunder pearls. The pearls began to emit a dark purple lightning glow, releasing an explosive energy that threatened to obliterate Lu Li and the very mountain itself. The formidable golden dragon was instantly annihilated by the overwhelming stream of lightning, vanishing into nothingness. This was the Kuei Shui Yin Leiju. In front of the sect's great hall, Madame Hong Lu gasped, exclaiming how a pearl capable of severely injuring even a golden core practitioner was being employed against someone merely at the foundation establishment stage. "Master, this contest is unfair," the Guei Mo Zhen Ren retorted coldly. Beside him, the Huangquan Jinjun narrowed his eyes and remarked, "There is nothing unfair about it. Your disciple has already utilized Buddhist techniques. What issue is there with Li Jing employing 2 thunder pearls?" Hearing this, the Guei Mo Zhen Ren ceased his protests, directing his gaze towards the Yinming Gui Di, who remained silent and did not intervene. Instantly, the Guei Mo Zhen Ren's expression darkened. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, just as the thunder pearls were about to be unleashed, poised to obliterate Lu Li. He sensed a familiar surge of thunderous energy. Without hesitation, he raised his sword finger and pointed into the void. In an instant, Lu Li unleashed his sword, an imperceptible, ethereal, 3-inch small sword, shimmering with iridescent hues, shot forth from his fingertip. This was the Tian Mo Air Shi Si Jian, the first sword, the Shun Jian Shu. Recently, he had absorbed the emotions of countless individuals, coalescing their rage, malice, and fear into the purest form of Tian Mo sword energy. This vast and magnificent sword energy crystallized into the Shun Jian Shu. The power of this sword was equivalent to decades of cultivation. As the sword was released, it did so silently and stealthily. No one witnessed how it was unleashed, nor how it ascended into the sky. The only sensation was the sharpness of the sword intent surging from Lu Li, as if the azure sky itself had been cleaved asunder. The blazing sun was also seemingly split in two. Everyone felt as though a beam of sword light had pierced through their very souls. The essence of their being was cleaved apart. As the crowd blinked, regaining their senses, they saw Li Jing above, eyes wide in shock, as if ensnared by a spell. What has happened to Senior Brotherly? Why doesn't he unleash the Kuei Shui Yin Leiju to obliterate that boy? But something was amiss. The radiance of the thunder pearls was fading. Amidst the murmurs of disbelief, someone discerned a small, crimson dot appearing at the center of Li Jing's brow. It quickly spread, resembling red ink spilling across pristine white paper. It was blood. Following this, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, blood gushed forth from Li Jing's brow and the back of his head. He staggered, plummeting towards the ground, his eyes still wide with resentment and murderous intent. Yet his breath had ceased. He was dead? Dead. The crowd gazed in disbelief as Li Jing fell from the sky, head first, in front of the sect's great hall. The Yinming Gui Di and several esteemed elders narrowed their eyes, slowly uttering 6 words, Tian Mo Air Shi San Jian. The Huangquan Jinjun's expression turned icy. As he echoed, Tian Mo Air Shi San Jian, As the atmosphere thickened, a thunderous shout erupted. Lu Li formed sword fingers with both hands, pointing towards the descending Li Jing. Blood arrows erupted from Li Jing's corpse, crashing down onto the ground. Yet, it did not end there. De Wei Tianlong. De Wei Tianlong. Shun Jianshu. Shun Jianshu. Shun Jianshu. Lu Li suddenly formed a single-hand seal, conjuring two colossal dragons that barreled forward, striking Li Jing with immense force. Then, a rapid succession of Shun Jianshu strikes followed. In an instant, Li Jing's form was rendered unrecognizable, his body riddled with wounds, blood pouring profusely. Boy, you've utterly decimated him, yet you still do not relent? Witnessing this scene, the Huang Quan Junjun's expression hardened with frost, fury igniting in his eyes as he stepped forward to intervene. Huang Quan Laogui, how can you be certain your disciple has not feigned death? My disciple Lu Li is always cautious. His actions to eradicate the body are merely to safeguard his own life. However, rest assured, he will cease once his power is exhausted. The Gui Mo Zhenren stepped forward, blocking the Huang Quan Junjun, a chilling smile gracing his lips. You. The white jade sword at Huang Quan Junjun's back trembled slightly. Yet, upon seeing the Yinming Gui Di remain silent, the sword quickly returned to stillness. At that moment, his gaze shifted, pupils constricting in murderous intent. He witnessed Lu Li, drained of power, grasping a massive stone tablet, lifting it above Li Jing's mangled corpse with a swift motion. With a resounding thud, the entire plaza trembled. Then, the sound of crushing echoed as Lu Li relentlessly smashed the stone tablet down over 100 times. Finally, he planted it into the bloodied earth like a gravestone, scattering a handful of paper money above, looking down coldly as he uttered, "Farewell, Senior Brotherly." As yellow paper fluttered in the wind, dispersing around the crowd, silence engulfed the great hall. Everyone stared in shock at Lu Li and the bloodied ground, astonished by the unexpected turn of events in this life-and-death duel between a Foundation establishment stage novice and a perfected practitioner. Lu Li had triumphed. In the next moment, the entire square erupted into waves of excitement. How could this be possible? Was that not the instant sword technique of the Tianma Urshizen Jian? It was astonishingly swift. I barely caught a glimpse of the sword's movement. Not even the corpse was spared. Such brutality. Whoever dares to claim this lad is an undercover disciple of the Buddhist sect. I shall be the first to silence them. Hiss. To annihilate a first-layer Foundation establishment with a perfected Foundation establishment, this Lu Li is bound to become renowned swiftly. This senior brother Lu is so ferocious and violent. I am quite afraid, yet I yearn to be the recipient of his domestic discipline. A youth filled with vigor must surely appreciate a woman of my expansive heart. I must devise a way to cling to his thigh. The myriad emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire surged forth from all directions, flooding into Lu Li's being. Tianma Urshizen Jian. Before the grand hall of the sect, the Jinjuan of Huangjuan squinted his eyes and slowly uttered those 6 words once more. Behind him, a white jade long sword trembled gently, its brilliance flickering, the sword's intent piercing the clouds, as if it were ready to leap forth and claim a life. Huangjuan, you still haven't collected your disciple's remains? At that moment, a mocking voice came from the side, the Gimo Zhenren letting out a smug, sinister chuckle. Oh dear, how could I forget? Your disciple is shattered beyond recognition. Even if gathered, it would barely fill a cup. Rather than waste effort, it would be better to let him dry in place. You. The Jinjuan of Huangjuan's expression darkened in anger, ready to strike. Enough. Just then, the Yinming Gui Di spoke, his voice commanding attention. You two are esteemed elders. Does it look fitting to engage in conflict before so many juniors? There was a hint of reprimand in his words. I wouldn't dare. The Jinjuan of Huangjuan pressed his lips together and slightly cupped his hands. The cold, killing intent in his gaze immediately retracted. The Gimo Zhenren also followed suit, cupping his hands, though his face betrayed an unabashed glee at the situation. Have you all understood? At that moment, the Yinming Gui Di's voice rang out, quelling the commotion. Everyone was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the Yinming Gui Di surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping over all. In a life-and-death duel, there is no distinction of realms. To lose is to die, to win is to live. Therefore, when you encounter righteous disciples in the future, even if their realm is lower than yours, remember one thing. Give it your all and kill them. Thank you for the teachings, sect leader. The disciples in the audience all straightened their expressions and bowed in unison. Lu Li watched this scene, his heart quivering slightly. He finally understood why the Yinming Gui Di did not intervene to save anyone. For the Yinming Gui Di intended to use Li Jing's life as a living, bloody lesson to admonish all present. The life and death of a chief disciple meant nothing in the eyes of this supreme figure of the demonic path. Such is the vision of one of the 10 leaders of a demonic sect. Junior brother, congratulations, you have won. That sword strike just now was as astonishing as a cow stumbling. It was truly remarkable. At this moment, Bai Jinfei rushed to Lu Li's side, filled with excitement and shock. That strike, killing in an instant, sent shivers down the spine. It was simply terrifying. Senior brother, you can do it too. The Tianma Urshizen Jian is not that difficult. Lu Li, holding a spirit stone to restore his energy, replied calmly. Bai Jinfei was left speechless. The surrounding disciples wore expressions of disbelief. Not difficult. Is that truly a statement meant for mortals? Do you genuinely believe everyone can be like you? Cultivating both the demonic and Buddhist paths, able to suppress the Tianma Urshizen Jian with Buddhist techniques? However, Luli's expression bore little pride. This life and death duel had been perilous, simultaneously imparting a lesson. In the future, when faced with mortal enemies, one must unleash their ultimate techniques right from the start. Otherwise, one might inexplicably perish beneath the enemy's deadly strike. This is ultimately a mysterious and unpredictable world of immortals and demons. Who knows what peculiar treasures the enemy may possess? With that thought, Luli skillfully extended his foot, stepping on a Kuei Shui In Leiju, then squatted down to tie his shoelaces. Inadvertently collecting the Kuei Shui In Leiju beneath his foot, as well as another In Leiju not far away into his storage ring. Under the gaze of the crowd, Luli remained composed, sweeping his hand to retrieve a garment from his storage ring and putting it on. All done. At this moment, the Yinming Gui Di's voice, imbued with immense authority, resonated once more. Today shall conclude here. 3 days hence, we shall select the chief disciple. You may disperse. Luli, come with me. Upon hearing this, countless fiery, envious, and jealous gazes immediately focused on Luli. It was evident to all that the sect leader held Luli in high regard and intended to provide him with special treatment. He had effectively been designated as the chief disciple. Otherwise, such words would not have been spoken before so many. The Jinjuan of Huangquan and others exchanged glances. Their expressions icy. Hee. Gimo Jinren chuckled sinisterly. Yao Yao, return with me to prepare a celebration feast for Luli. Also, while we're at it, procure a few wreaths and prepare a couple of funeral banners for Li Jing. We shall send them to his memorial in a few days as a token of our sincere regards. After all, we are all members of the demonic sect. We must show some courtesy, or it would be meaningless. Indeed, among the crowd, a woman clad in white, Yao Yao, stood and responded with a bow. Master, senior sister. Take care. Luli floated forward, also cupping his hands. Hee. Luli, you did quite well this time. When we return to Guifeng Shan, there will be ample rewards for you. Ha. Yao Yao Jinfei, let us depart. The Gimo Jinren laughed heartily, filled with joy. He then waved his sleeve, whisking by Jinfei and Yao Yao into the sky, disappearing from the cold gaze of the Zhenjuan of Huangquan. Excuse me, Elder Huangquan, Elder Fei Hu. Great Demon King, may I pass for a moment? At this moment, Luli cupped his hands toward the three. Swish, swish, swish. 3 icy, bone-chilling gazes pierced through Luli like swords. Luli's expression remained remarkably calm. Then, the Zhenjuan of Huangquan, with a face devoid of warmth, shifted slightly to make way. Humph. A small person has achieved success. Let us see how he dies in the future. The Zhenjuan of Fei Hu wore a grim expression, his eyes glinting with ferocity. One cannot deny this lad possesses some skill. He has managed to cultivate both paths and has achieved the first sword of the Tianma Urshizen Jian in such a short time. Quite impressive. Thankfully, I managed to hold back this time. Otherwise, I would have been biting the dust again. The great Demon King secretly rejoiced. At that moment, under the gazes of the 3 cold and sharp figures, Luli approached the Hong Lu Foreign and cupped his hands. The Hong Lu Foreign smiled gently, her expression one of approval. Be careful. However, a voice filled with deep concern and tenderness echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this, Luli's heart tightened. Before him, the grand hall of the sect loomed like the gaping maw of a colossal abyssal beast, or perhaps like a hellish Shura, poised to devour him whole. Yet, having come this far, retreat was not an option. Luli narrowed his eyes, steadied his resolve, and stepped forward, crossing the white jade threshold and entering the hall of the Yinming Gui Zone. To his surprise, the hall was arranged in a simple yet elegant manner, with white jade pillars, sandalwood chairs, and the surrounding walls adorned with exquisite landscape murals. There was not a trace of the ominous atmosphere typical of a demonic sect. At the very front of the hall hung only a portrait of the Yinming Zushi. Beneath the portrait lay a throne akin to a golden palace, upon which sat a large coral chair, shimmering with a faint azure light. The Yinming Gui Di sat imposingly upon it, surveying the surroundings as if he were an emperor surveying his realm. I pay my respects to the sect leader. Luli's expression grew solemn as he bowed deeply once more. Luli, I ask you again, are you an undercover agent? The Yinming Gui Di's chilling voice reached his ears. I am absolutely not. Luli's face was etched with sincerity. Then, from where did you learn that formidable Dawei Tianlong Fuzhou? Such profound Buddhist incantations are likely revered as the true Mahayana teachings by even the 3,000 sects, kept shrouded in secrecy. The Yiming Ghost Emperor inquired solemnly. Here it comes. Indeed, the anticipated question. Luli felt a shiver run through him, and he clasped his hands in response, saying, Master, this incantation is something I have comprehended myself, just by relying on you. The Yiming Ghost Emperor narrowed his deep blue eyes slightly, revealing a hint of skepticism. At this point, Luli took a deep breath, his expression becoming exceedingly solemn. It seems I can no longer conceal the truth. At the peak of immortality, I, Lu Li, represent the heavens. Among the 300,000 talents in this world, all must bow their heads before me, holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars. There is no one like me in existence. If the heavens do not give birth to me, Lu Li, then the demonic path shall remain in eternal night. Indeed I, Lu Li, am the true prodigy of the demonic realm. Chapter 61. The Strategy of the Celestial Demon. The Kunpung divine art evolves once more. Indeed, I, Lu Li, am the true prodigy of the demonic realm. Lu Li's words reverberated crisply within the grand hall of the sect. Each word was as precious as gold, resonating powerfully. The Yiming Ghost Emperor fell silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Li, rendered speechless for a long while. His deep blue eyes bore a flicker of doubt, as if questioning how such unabashed audacity could exist in this world. How dare he boast of being the first talent of the demonic path? Do you know who the first talent of the demonic path was back in the day? After a moment, the Yiming Ghost Emperor spoke, his tone laden with significance. Who is it? Lu Li paused, realizing, could it be you, master? Indeed. The Yiming Ghost Emperor replied nonchalantly, in those days. I ascended from the nascent soul to the transformation stage, and then to the void refinement, all in less than 1,000 years. I was the true prodigy of the demonic path. No wonder. Lu Li suddenly understood. It makes sense now. The moment I laid eyes on you, master, I felt an affinity. It turns out that both of us are unparalleled geniuses. How enlightening. The Yiming Ghost Emperor, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, lost for words once more. He had encountered many shameless individuals within the demonic path, yet someone as audacious as this was indeed rare. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and a knowing smile crept across his face. Since you claim to be a genius, capable of comprehending the supreme Buddhist incantation on your own, very well. Let us see just how talented you truly are. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a streak of black light shot forth. Whoosh. The black light instantly converged before Lu Li, shimmering with a sinister glow. It was a scroll. In an instant, a chilling, dark, twisted, and malevolent aura emanated from the scroll, enveloping Lu Li and instilling a profound sense of unease. Open it. The Yiming Ghost Emperor's gaze deepened as he fixed his stare on Lu Li. May I ask, master, what is this? Lu Li glanced at the scroll, his brow furrowing slightly. This scroll was undoubtedly not a good omen. It conveyed the feeling that once opened, it would unleash terrifying evil entities capable of obliterating everything. This is the strategy of the celestial demon. The Yiming Ghost Emperor's voice grew weighty as he continued. The strategy of the celestial demon is the very essence of the demonic path. Many supreme secret arts of the demonic path have been derived from it. It is the foundation of the demonic way, divided into 10 strategies. Whoever possesses a volume of the strategy of the celestial demon can secure a position among the 10 great demonic sections. By the way, the 23 swords of the celestial demon you cultivate are also derived from the strategy of the celestial demon. The essence of the demonic path, the foundation of the demonic sect, the 23 swords of the celestial demon are all derived from this. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's heart raced, his pupils constricting as he gazed at the scroll before him with trepidation. This was undoubtedly not a good thing. May I ask, master, if one were to open this, would there be any danger? Lu Li bit his lip, cautiously inquiring. None. The Yiming Ghost Emperor shook his head indifferently. Lu Li immediately exhaled in relief. Yet, before he could fully relax, the Yiming Ghost Emperor added, however, the strategy of the celestial demon is the essence of the demonic path, harboring chaotic and destructive powers. Those who gaze upon it are easily influenced, losing their minds, and experiencing drastic changes in temperament, though it is not a significant issue. It merely means one might engage in self-mutilation or occasionally delve into the demonic arts. Lu Li was rendered speechless. Is that not tantamount to becoming a lunatic? Do you not consider yourself the first talent of the demonic path? Open it. If you can derive something from it, I shall acknowledge you as the first talent of the demonic path and directly make you my chief disciple. Otherwise, prepare yourself for an invasion by the celestial demons and a descent into madness. At this moment, the Yiming Ghost Emperor's chilling voice resonated ominously. Lu Li's heart sank. It was over. He had boasted himself into a corner. Cough, cough. Master, I was merely boasting a little. Why not retract the strategy of the celestial demon first? Such a precious item. It would be unfortunate if it were to be lost. Lu Li coughed lightly. Open it. The Yiming Ghost Emperor's response was a single, indifferent word. Buzz. With a resonant sound, the black light flickered, and the scroll slowly unfurled before Lu Li's eyes. In an instant, pure darkness enveloped him entirely. Within Lu Li's pupils, he beheld an abyss of darkness, filled with alluring depths that sparkled with distant lights, reminiscent of the vast cosmos, drawing one in irresistibly. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase. Even if it is a black hole, it is the place I yearn to explore throughout my life. Without a hint of resistance, Lu Li's consciousness sank into the darkness. Once immersed, he instantly felt an overwhelmingly ferocious and malevolent consciousness surging from all directions, rapidly engulfing him. In that moment, it felt as though he had fallen into an abyss of hell, being torn, bitten, and devoured by countless malevolent spirits. Moreover, a formidable force, too powerful to resist, forcibly invaded Lu Li's consciousness, whispering like an evil deity, twisted and dark, corrupting his mind. Time lost meaning. Ding. A crisp and clear system prompt echoed. You have gazed upon the strategy of the celestial demon. Your 24 swords of the celestial demon, having directly contacted the essence of the demonic path, have begun to evolve into the 25 swords of the celestial demon, projected to succeed within 3,000 years. Note, collecting other sources of the demonic path can reduce the projection time. You have learned the second sword of the 24 swords of the celestial demon, the 10,000 demons sword. Your 5 elements Cultivation divine art has also undergone significant insights due to glimpsing the essence of the demonic path, evolving once more into yin-yang primordial Cultivation demonic art. The upper limit of your realm has increased to 40 layers. Current realm, 11th layer, progress 1. The 5 elements Cultivation divine art has evolved again. The upper limit of the realm has reached 40 layers? Does that mean I can directly cultivate to the nascent soul realm? Lu Li blinked, awakening with a mix of astonishment and joy. He was delighted that the Cultivation divine art had evolved, which would significantly enhance his strength. He was astonished that he had inexplicably learned the second sword of the 24 swords of the celestial demon. This would inevitably attract even more celestial demons upon his breakthroughs. What should I do? Excellent. Ahead, on the jade and coral grand bed, the Yinming Ghost Emperor's deep blue eyes fixated on Lu Li, radiating brilliance. In the entirety of the demonic sect's records, you are the third individual capable of gazing upon the essence of the demonic path and comprehending something with merely foundational cultivation. By this measure, you truly qualify as the first talent of the demonic path. Splendid, splendid, splendid. His voice carried an unmistakable tone of admiration. The scroll of the strategy of the celestial demon had vanished, evidently retrieved by him. Thank you for your praise, master. Lu Li clasped his hands, secretly relieved. He had finally passed this trial. Do not be modest. From now on, you shall be the chief disciple of my Yinming Ghost Sect. The Yinming Ghost Emperor waved his hand, smiling gently. Thank you, master. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed in gratitude. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he tentatively asked, Master, are you not afraid that I might truly be an undercover agent from the Buddhist sect? No one can conceal themselves from my gaze. Yinming Gidi, upon hearing this, revealed a knowing smile, exuding an air of confidence within the entire Yinming Guizhong. I am fully aware of who among us serves as an undercover agent for the Buddhist sect, who for the Tao Alliance, and who is embedded within other demonic factions. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of concern for Honglu Madam crossing his mind, and he inquired, So, why does the sect leader not eliminate these infiltrators? As long as one can effectively utilize others' undercover agents, they become my own. Do you understand? Yinming Gidi chuckled with self-assurance. Lu Li was shaken. It turned out that this Yinming Gidi was engaged in a game of espionage, truly grand in vision. How impressive. It was akin to the notion that if one could skillfully utilize another's wife, she could become one's own. The disciple comprehended. Thank you for your guidance, sect leader. Lu Li expressed his understanding, bowing deeply. Yinming Gidi furrowed his brow. Why does it feel as though the profundity of his previous statement has suddenly diminished? Just as he was about to pose another question, a resounding boom echoed. The entire sect's grand hall tremored. Yinming Gidi's pupils constricted slightly, his expression turning grave. With a flick of his hand, a black beam shot forth, expanding in the air into a vast black mirror. Within the mirror, the periphery of Wanma Mountain was revealed. However, what should have been a congregation of minor demonic sects around Wanma Mountain had been utterly flattened. The scene shifted. In the sky above, an enormous, square, golden jade seal, illuminated by the resplendent sunlight, descended with tremendous force. Bang! The earth quaked violently. The mountains were reduced to rubble, leaving behind an extensive square imprint measuring thousands of miles in length and width. Within this imprint, dragons danced and phoenixes soared, inscribing 4 colossal characters, Zhongzhou Dao Ming. Chapter 62, Dual Breakthrough and Spells. A million gene attack. The Tao Alliance has truly launched an assault? Gazing at the black mirror, Lu Li was astounded. The efficiency was utterly unbelievable. Just a moment ago, Yinming Gidi had received news, summoned the entire sect, and entered a state of wartime readiness. The Tao Alliance was attacking this afternoon. There was no opportunity for anyone to react. Looking at Yinming Gidi, whose expression was gravely serious, he gently waved his hand. The perspective of the black mirror suddenly zoomed out. Then, Lu Li saw numerous colossal golden jade seals appearing within the black mirror, piercing through the clouds and plummeting rapidly towards Wanma Mountain. It resembled meteoric fire descending from the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the mountains transformed into plains. The earth was marked by countless imprints from the immense seals, inscribing the name of Zhongzhou Dao Ming. Bang, 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 bang. Countless minor demonic sects were obliterated by the enormous jade seals, erupting in flames, akin to a shower of fireworks. Simultaneously, demonic cultivators soared into the sky, scattering in panic. In the black mirror, they appeared as ants fleeing for their lives. Yet, before they could escape, the boundless seals blotted out the sky and smashed down, obliterating them instantly. Within a matter of breaths, at least 300,000 miles of demonic territory had been reduced to flat land. The scene shifted again. What appeared in the black mirror was a golden wall of light. Upon closer inspection, this wall was composed of countless golden swastikas, slowly rotating and radiating an immeasurable sacred light, connecting the heavens above and the earth below, spanning an unknown multitude of miles. Behind this wall of Buddhist scripture floated over 1,000 eminent figures of the Buddhist sect. They either held wooden fish, twirled prayer beads, or formed mudras, reciting sutras in unison, their voices resonating in a harmonious vibration. The wall of Buddhist scripture shimmered with golden light, advancing forward. Mountains were pushed aside, and seas were flattened. Wherever it passed, everything was leveled to the ground. The protective formations of the demonic sects were utterly incapable of withstanding this force, crumbling like tofu, reduced to nothingness. Some demonic cultivators soared into the air, attempting to flee deeper into Wanma Mountain. However, at that moment, several swastikas on the infinitely high wall suddenly rotated counterclockwise, unleashing beams of golden light that precisely struck the fleeing demonic cultivators. Bang, 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 bang. These cultivators were instantly obliterated, bursting into clouds of blood in the sky. Thus, the wall of Buddhist light pressed forward wherever it illuminated, transforming the land into a vast plain, erasing all traces of demonic presence. Though it appeared slow in the black mirror, in reality, in the blink of an eye, the wall had advanced thousands of miles. It crushed and obliterated everything. The Tao Alliance and the Buddhist sect had truly united to invade Wanma Mountain. The battle between immortals and demons had indeed commenced. Luli was filled with shock, slowly turning his head to utter, "Sect leader, should we perhaps flee?" Inmingiti paid him no heed. His eyes fixed intently on the black mirror, a piercing light emanating from his deep blue gaze. Finally, he smiled and spoke each word deliberately. "I have waited long for this day." Why is he suddenly singing? Luli was perplexed. Before he could react, Inmingiti swiftly split off a clone, transforming into two individuals. In the next moment, one of the Inmingitis flew forward, grasping Lu Li's shoulder, and said coldly, "Let us go. I shall take you to a place." Whoosh! A whirlwind of motion ensued, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Li found himself in an exquisitely lavish and spacious living room, surrounded by tables and chairs adorned with gems and agate, palace lanterns, and vases. The floor was astonishingly paved with an entire slab of mid-grade spirit stone. It was the epitome of opulence. "Sect leader, where is this?" Lu Li turned to inquire. "Wanma City. Remain here. I shall attend to some matters and return shortly." With that, Inmingiti vanished in an instant. Wanma City? Lu Li was taken aback. At such a critical moment with the Tao Alliance and the Buddhist sect invading, what could Inmingiti want from him in Wanma City? Did he intend for him to act as an undercover agent? Perhaps he wished for him to enjoy himself in Wanma City before the imminent chaos? Would they then send in a dozen or so stunning beauties to forcefully engage with him? Should he comply or comply? Lu Li's mind raced with wild thoughts, uncertainty brewing within. "Never mind, let me check the system log," Lu Li silently chanted, pulling up the system log records. Beginning to scroll back, your Tianma 23 swords absorbed the fury of the 7 emotions, resulting in exceptional excitement, with cultivation effects enhanced by 10,000. Absorb the malice of the 7 emotions, resulting in exceptional excitement, with cultivation effects enhanced by 10,000. The fear of the 7 emotions enhanced by 10,000, cumulatively stacking to 1,000-fold increase. Cultivation progress 111 continuously appeared. Lu Li furrowed his brow. At this terrifying rate of cultivation, it would not be long before the second sword of Tianma 24 swords, the Wanma sword, would reach perfection within 3 days. Wanma sword. Summon extraterritorial celestial demons. Subdue and suppress them for personal use, transforming into an intangible demonic sword, unleashing 1,000 swords to slay immortals and gods. Good heavens! Truly worthy of the swordsmanship derived from the essence of the demonic path, the second move is so ferocious and sinister. Aiming to summon extraterritorial celestial demons for one's own use? Those are celestial demons from beyond, entities that even transformation stage cultivators avoid. To actively provoke and subjugate them? Is that not courting death? Lu Li instantly abandoned the thought of cultivating. Thus, he continued to read further. Your great strength diamond spell has progressed due to your slaying of a notoriously malevolent demonic cultivator, bringing joy from exterminating evil, increasing cultivation progress by 1. Your great Luo diamond spell has progressed due to your slaying of a notoriously malevolent demonic cultivator, bringing joy from exterminating evil, increasing cultivation progress by 1. The progress against the heinous demonic cultivator increased by 2. Progress 2. Progress against the heinous increased by 4. Progress 4. Progress against the atrocious increased by 7. Progress 7. Congratulations, host. Your Da Li Jing Gang incantation has transcended to the 3rd tier. Congratulations, host. Your Da Wei Tianlong incantation has also reached the 3rd tier. Upon seeing this, Lu Li's heart swelled with joy, and without hesitation, he directly summoned the system panel to examine his progress. Host, Lu Li, Realm, Foundation Establishment, 1st layer. Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kuan Peng Demon God Technique, 11th layer, Progress 1. Da Wei Tianlong incantation, 3rd layer, Progress 1. Da Li Jing Gang incantation, 3rd layer, Progress 3. Tian Mo Air Shi Si Sword, 2nd layer, Progress 9. Xiao Yao Yufeng Ju, 1st layer, Progress 1. Jing Gang Bu Huai Divine Art, 5th layer, Progress 60. Chun Yang Wu Ji True Scripture, 1st layer, Progress 3. De Ci De Bei Palm, 10th layer, Perfection. This is truly remarkable. As Lu Li gazed at the system panel, a flicker of excitement glimmered in his eyes. With the 3rd tier Da Li Jing Gang incantation, he could achieve an 8-fold increase in strength, transforming his physical prowess of 125,000 gene into a formidable million gene attack. This level of might could undoubtedly rival that of a golden core treasure. What spirit artifact could withstand such force beneath his fist? At this moment, he was indeed invincible in the realm of Foundation Establishment. Moreover, the Da Wei Tianlong incantation had also advanced to the 3rd tier, allowing him to summon 3 Da Wei Tianlong. Lu Li's heart brimmed with joy. All of this was thanks to Li Jing and his 3 subordinates, Mei Riwan, Chun Yishun, and that GZ. These 4 were notorious figures, directly contributing to the incantation's improvement by several tiers, propelling it to the 3rd layer. Importantly, Lu Li felt no remorse for their demise. He had killed them with a clear conscience. Should he then specialize in eliminating demon path practitioners? Lu Li felt a surge of ambition. This pace of cultivation was far superior to his solitary and arduous efforts. However, he soon reconsidered. Demon path practitioners were cunning and treacherous, often willing to perish alongside their foes, making them exceedingly dangerous. With his current advantages, he would inevitably reach the golden core and nascent soul stages without risking himself for mere progress. It was better to continue honing his skills through diligent practice. Resolute, Lu Li's gaze shifted to the evolved Yin Yang Hun Yuan Kuan Peng Demon God Technique. Surely, this technique would exhibit new and wondrous changes. Regrettably, this was not the observation star tower, where he could experiment or test his million gene assault. Lu Li felt a bubbling eagerness within him. Yet, he could only suppress this impulse, silently reciting the scriptures while manipulating the 2 thunder pearls he had just acquired, secretly refining them. These 2 thunder pearls possessed immense power. They were excellent tools for self-preservation. Just then, a low hum resonated through the air. The jade doors of the hall dimmed, and the restrictions lifted as a tall, aloof young man clad in golden robes entered. His face bore an air of arrogance as he cast a disdainful glance at Lu Li, then plopped down on the upper left seat, as if he were above all. This individual was formidable. Lu Li felt a chill in his heart upon observing him. Although this man had achieved the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, the pressure he exuded was equivalent to at least 5 Li Jings. You there? Why haven't you poured me some tea? At this moment, the golden-robed youth shot a sidelong glance at Lu Li, his expression dripping with haughtiness. How absurd. Lu Li couldn't be bothered to respond, continuing his refinement of the thunder pearls. How dare you ignore me? The golden-robed youth's expression turned frosty as he flicked his hand, unleashing a streak of sinister green demonic flame. Chapter 63, I Want to Be an Undercover Agent. The green demonic flame emanated an eerie, chilling aura, its might comparable to the combined force of 5 Huang Quan Ming dragons. An ordinary Foundation Establishment practitioner would be unable to withstand it. Is he really resorting to murder over a mere disagreement? Lu Li furrowed his brows, swiftly evading the attack. Simultaneously, he raised his hand and hurled a Kuei Shui Yin Lei pearl at the golden-robed youth. The dark purple lightning flickered to life. In an instant, the incoming green demonic flame dissipated into nothingness. A powerful surge of thunderous energy engulfed the entire hall. Kuei Shui Yin Lei pearl. The golden-robed youth's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, slapping his head. A black tower immediately floated above him, radiating dark light, enveloping his entire being. Just as the thunder pearl was on the verge of detonating, a snow-white hand emerged from the void, gently squeezing. With a soft pop, the lightning from the Kuei Shui Yin Lei pearl was forcibly subdued. At that moment, the owner of the snow-white hand stepped out from the void, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful man. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, clad in resplendent robes, with a striking visage that could easily be mistaken for a woman. His cultivation was unfathomably profound. Oh dear, you 2 little rascals are truly troublesome. For a mere argument, is it necessary to resort to using the Kuei Shui Yin Lei pearl? The beautiful man sighed helplessly, his voice soft and delicate. As he spoke, he casually tossed the thunder pearl back. Lu Li swiftly sidestepped 3 zhong, failing to catch it. Clink! The thunder pearl fell to the ground without detonating. At this moment, Lu Li seized it, storing it in his spatial ring, and nonchalantly settled into the upper right seat. Kid, I'll remember you. The golden-robed youth glared fiercely at Lu Li, retracting the black tower behind his head and returning to his upper left seat. Lu Li couldn't care less, turning to inquire. Senior, what is this place? This is 1MO City, the city lord's mansion. The beautiful man, exuding elegance, took his seat at the main position and smiled warmly. I am the city lord of 1MO City. You may call me Du Gu Feng. The city lord of 1MO City? Lu Li's heart tightened instantly. 1MO City is the largest demonic city within the 1MO mountain, where the 10 major demonic sects and numerous nefarious factions converge. To be able to control such unruly demon path practitioners and unify 1MO City undoubtedly marks him as a formidable figure. Speak. Why did you two engage in a conflict just now? At this moment, Du Gu Feng's expression remained amiable, stating, every flower and blade of grass, every brick and tile here, has been meticulously arranged by me and cannot be damaged in the slightest. You nearly destroyed my belongings. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall send you to work as ducklings for 3 months, and your sect leader will not be able to redeem you. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's heart sank. Simultaneously, the arrogant golden-robed youth's expression shifted. Without missing a beat, he glanced at Lu Li, coldly remarking, City Lord Du Gu, this was merely a misunderstanding. After entering, this servant did not pour me tea, so I decided to teach him a lesson, and unexpectedly, he retaliated with the Kuei Shui In Lei Pearl. This fellow was clearly trying to shift the blame. Is that so? Du Gu Feng's enchanting phoenix eyes narrowed. Ridiculous. Lu Li's gaze narrowed as he fixed his eyes on the golden-robed youth, coldly retorting, was your mother taking the wrong medication while pregnant with you, resulting in your current underdeveloped brain? Look at me. I am handsome and extraordinary, brimming with talent. Which part of me resembles a servant? City Lord Du Gu. It is evident that either this fellow is mentally challenged, or he is deliberately instigating a conflict. I had no choice but to retaliate. You brat. Enraged, the golden-robed youth sprang to his feet, seemingly ready to strike. However, upon noticing Du Gu Feng beside him, he sat back down, squinting coldly. Kid, if it weren't for City Lord Du Gu being present, you'd know what it means to suffer. Slap. As soon as his words fell, Lu Li slammed 2 Kuei Shui In Lei pearls onto the table, disdainfully snorting. If you have the guts, come at me. I still have over 100 gene of Kuei Shui In Lei pearls on me. If you dare to make a move, I'll blow you to pieces on your father's grave. Seeking death. Upon hearing this, the golden-robed youth's eyes turned bloodshot, his murderous intent chilling. His robes billowed without wind, and his mana surged violently, creating a cacophony akin to crashing waves. A formidable pressure akin to that of a golden Dan immediately enveloped the surroundings. How peculiar. This individual is clearly at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. How could he exude the might of a golden Dan? Lu Li pondered in astonishment. At that moment, Du Gu Feng interjected, suppressing the pressure emanating from the man clad in golden robes, and with a gentle smile remarked, since this is a misunderstanding, let us consider it resolved. After all, you shall be working together for some time. What merits does this young man possess? The golden-clad man cast a cold and disdainful gaze. Working together? Du Gu City Lord, what does that imply? Lu Li inquired with a furrowed brow. Are you not the chief disciple of the Yinming Ghost Sect? Did the Yinming Ghost Emperor not inform you? Du Gu Feng appeared puzzled. I was just selected. Ah, now I understand. Du Gu Feng nodded in realization and smiled. The Tao Alliance and the Buddhist sect have established a list of 10 prodigies in the realm of immortality. Our demonic path naturally cannot fall behind, and intends to create a list of 10 prodigies to counter them. But the Tao Alliance and Buddhist sect are already at our doorstep. They will soon sweep through the entire Wanma Mountain. Do we really have the luxury to engage in such endeavors? Lu Li questioned, somewhat perplexed. Our demonic path is not so weak. Soon, the ancient demonic formation beneath Wanma Mountain will be activated, preventing the Tao Alliance and Buddhist sect from advancing any further. They will be forced to halt at the vicinity of the falling Immortal Valley, establishing their immortal city and laying down their formations to besiege Wanma Mountain. Consequently, a prolonged confrontation between the immortal and demonic paths will ensue for a decade. Du Gu Feng explained slowly, as if everything were already under his control. Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. Lu Li expressed his skepticism. Fool. This is the result of countless powerful figures of the demonic path deducing this outcome over 1,000 times, the golden-clad man remarked with a cold sneer. Is that truly the case? I still find it hard to believe. Lu Li reiterated his doubt. You. The golden-clad man glared, his anger surging. Lu Li immediately sensed the malice of 7 emotions and the fury of 7 feelings rushing towards him, and he merely chuckled dismissively. At this moment, Du Gu Feng continued. Our demonic path possesses ancient formations, while the Tao Alliance and Buddhist sect also have their own arrays. When those of Golden Dan, Nascent Soul, or Divine Transformation step out, they will be immediately locked onto by the opposing formations and attacked. Thus, we can only send you Foundation establishment soldiers to engage in a few skirmishes. Will we not be locked onto by the formations as well? Lu Li questioned in astonishment. Have you ever used a cannon to swat a mosquito? Dugu Feng countered. Upon hearing this, Lu Li immediately comprehended the analogy. This is akin to two armies facing off. They do not immediately charge into a full-scale assault, but rather send a small elite force to challenge the opponent and engage in a few battles. But what use is it for us Foundation Establishment cultivators to engage in a few skirmishes? It will not alter the overall situation, Lu Li inquired further. In this battle between the immortal and demonic paths, the outcome remains uncertain. Any battle may influence the final victory or defeat, hence it must be taken seriously. Moreover, morale is crucial in a military confrontation. This is precisely why the 10 demon emperors are assembling the 10 prodigies of the demonic path to contend against the 10 prodigies of the immortal path. This could be considered the prologue to this battle, Dugu Feng explained with a smile. A prologue lasting a decade? That seems rather lengthy. Lu Li frowned, falling into contemplation. Clearly, being one of the 10 prodigies of the demonic path is no simple matter. Once appointed, one would become a target for all. The Tao Alliance and Buddhist sect would certainly focus on them. It would not be easy for one in the demonic path either. Everyone understands that cultivators of the demonic path are unruly and defiant. Why should a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator be one of the 10 prodigies? It is certain that numerous troubles would arise. Lu Li, at this moment, wished to avoid trouble entirely and simply focus on cultivating in seclusion, waiting for the day he emerges invincible. Furthermore, being one of the 10 prodigies would undoubtedly entail engaging in conflicts against righteous cultivators, and he had no desire to commit wanton killings. What if he encounters a stunning beauty, gentle and kind-hearted, with great depth of character among the righteous female cultivators? How could he bring himself to strike? If he refrains from acting, he would easily be deemed a spy by the demonic sect. Thus, is it possible to decline? Lu Li furrowed his brow and asked, You do not wish to be one of the 10 prodigies of the demonic path? Dugu Feng was taken aback. Indeed. Lu Li nodded solemnly. Oh, why? Dugu Feng inquired with interest. It is undoubtedly because this young man fears for his life and is unwilling to contribute to the demonic path. On the other side, the golden-clad man interjected with a cold sneer. Mind your words. I have even lent assistance to your mother. Lu Li retorted without hesitation. You. The golden-clad man sprang to his feet. However, with a mere glance from Dugu Feng, he was compelled to sit back down. And Dugu Feng turned to Lu Li and asked, Speak. Why do you not wish to be one of the 10 prodigies of the demonic path? It is quite simple. Lu Li replied confidently with a smile. Compared to being one of the 10 prodigies of the demonic path, I am far more suited to be a spy. Chapter 64. I shall certainly become one of the 10 prodigies of the demonic path. A spy? Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Dugu Feng's interest was piqued further. Oh, do elaborate on why you believe you are better suited to be a spy. It is quite simple. I am adept in both the demonic and Buddhist paths, Lu Li proclaimed, patting his chest. At that time, I shall stage a false act of suffering, allowing you all to beat me to near death, while threatening to cripple my Buddhist cultivation. I would then flee to the Buddhist sect. With my exceptional comprehension of Buddhist teachings, I would undoubtedly infiltrate their ranks. Once I reach the Buddhist sect, I shall not look back, and I shall soar to great heights. A false act of suffering? That is intriguing, Dugu Feng mused, raising an eyebrow as he considered it. Just based on him. At this moment, the golden-clad man, who had been coldly observing, scoffed. I see rebellion in his eyes. He would likely betray us the moment he escapes to the Buddhist sect. Have you consumed your mother's dog urine to speak such nonsense? Lu Li shot him a sidelong glance, and then turned to Dugu Feng with a sly grin. City Lord Dugu, do you not find my plan quite brilliant? However, this inconsequential fellow is now aware of the plan, which poses a security risk. Perhaps we should silence him for good. You dare to threaten my life? Do you know who I am? The golden-clad man looked down his nose at Lu Li with arrogance. I do not know, but you might as well inquire with your mother's acquaintances. She has extensive connections, traversing the seas, and likely has many acquaintances in Wanma City. Lu Li retorted with a cold smile. With a loud crash, the golden-clad man slammed his hand down on the table, standing abruptly with narrowed eyes, the murderous intent palpable. You insolent brat, do not think you can gain the upper hand with mere words. Step outside, and let us settle this. City Lord, look, he has destroyed your table. Quickly sell him off to become a servant. Lu Li immediately reported. Upon hearing this, Dugu Feng narrowed his eyes and shot a glance at the golden-clad man, Yang Su. This table is worth 500 mid-grade spirit stones. You shall compensate me with a high-grade spirit stone. The man named Yang Su frowned on the spot, displaying an expression of discontent. A single high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Do you know why I am asking you to compensate me with a high-grade spirit stone? Dugu Feng continued calmly. Even if this young man were merely a servant serving tea, he is still a subordinate of my city lordess estate. It is not your place to discipline him. Moreover, this is not your time, O sect. Should this happen again, prepare to face the consequences. His voice carried a slight chilling undertone. I have been disrespectful. Please forgive me, City Lord Dugu. Yang Su immediately relented, producing a pristine, translucent, high-grade spirit stone. Lu Li watched from the side, relishing the scene. Just then, Dugu Feng raised his hand to collect the high-grade spirit stone and turned to declare, "You cannot be a spy." Why not? Luli asked, somewhat perplexed. "It is quite simple," Dugu Feng replied with a soft laugh. "You possess such striking features, radiant as the full moon amidst a crowd, making it easy for others to recognize you at a glance. Such an outstanding appearance makes you ill-suited for the role of a spy." Upon hearing this, Luli found himself at a loss for words to refute. Thus, he bowed with admiration and clasped his hands. "Senior, your judgment of people is indeed astute. I am in awe." Meanwhile, the golden-clad man wore a frosty expression. "Nevertheless, I still do not wish to be one of the 10 prodigies of the demonic path," Luli added. "And why is that?" Dugu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Originally, I had planned to break through to Golden Dan in 3 years and ascend to Nascent Soul in 5. Becoming one of the 10 prodigies of the demonic path would be a waste of my time. The 10 prodigies of the immortal path do not even warrant my attention," Luli asserted with unwavering confidence. The statement elicited a frown from both Dugu Feng and Yang Su present in the room. 3 years for Jindan and 5 for Yuan Yi? Do you consider yourself a reincarnation of Tao ancestor or a manifestation of the Buddha? You little rascal, you truly resemble your master. Suddenly, Dugu Feng sighed softly. Luli was momentarily taken aback, then reacted. "Senior Dugu knows my master?" "Indeed." Dugu Feng nodded. "Your master, Guamo Zhenren, is known for his audacity, being unabashedly boastful, and is the only one in the entire demon sect. Back in the day, when your master could not defeat anyone in Wanma City, he stubbornly insulted others at their doorstep for 3 consecutive days, never repeating himself, and from then on, his reputation soared." Luli was at a loss for words. No wonder Guamo Zhenren had offended 7 out of 10 Jindan demon cultivators in the sect. With such a personality, it was indeed miraculous that he was still alive and had not been beaten to death. You have cultivated the first sword of the 23 swords of heavenly demon? You also possess an unparalleled Buddhist spell? You killed Li Jing?" Suddenly, Dugu Feng seemed to have heard something, his expression filled with suspicion. "The 23 swords of heavenly demon?" Yang Su immediately cast a sharp gaze. "Did Senior Dugu find out?" Luli nodded. "Your exploits have already spread throughout Wanma City. The dual cultivation of demon and Buddha. The 23 swords of heavenly demon. You are indeed well suited to be among the 10 prodigies of the demon path. Quite the spectacle. However, my cultivation." Luli hesitated. "You should know that once you become one of the 10 prodigies of the demon path, as long as you remain alive, you will receive a monthly reward of 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there are 3 elixirs to enhance your cultivation without any side effects." Dugu Feng immediately interjected. "Money and elixirs available? That sounds quite appealing." Lu Li's eyes lit up, but he frowned again. "However, I am not interested in wealth. My sole focus is on cultivation. Once you become one of the 10 prodigies of the demon path, you will be the center of attention, with countless demon beauties vying for your favor." Dugu Feng continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression shifted, pondering for a moment before replying. "However, I am not fond of women. I only wish to cultivate. Attaining the status of a prodigy in the demon path will attract powerful artifact craftsmen who will come to offer their services to create exclusive spirit artifacts for you." Dugu Feng added. "Your words entice me greatly, but I still have a concern." Lu Li frowned. "Speak." "I am inherently restless when it comes to sleeping. Once I become one of the 10 prodigies of the demon path, it will be inevitable that I will spend nights away from home, and I will struggle to sleep outside." Lu Li said somewhat shyly. "Dugu Feng, Yang Su, Lord Dugu. This fellow is clearly making excuses and has no intention of contributing to the demon path. I suspect he is an undercover agent from the Tao Alliance or the Buddhist sect. Stop wasting time with him. We should directly extract his soul and refine his essence." Sigh. At this moment, Dugu Feng rubbed his temples and replied helplessly. "Very well, I understand now. You are actually looking for a higher reward, correct? Fine. Your monthly reward can be increased to 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Yang Su's eyes widened in astonishment. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Li stood and bowed, immediately vowing, "I, Lu Li, am willing to dedicate myself to the demon path, working tirelessly and facing any danger. I will surely become one of the 10 prodigies. No one can stop me. When I encounter the 10 prodigies of the immortal path, I shall ensure they suffer defeat and weep. Let the might of the demon path be known." This proclamation was powerful and resonant, emanating from the depths of his heart, moving those who heard it. "Enough. Your words are more disingenuous than the deceitful whispers of a vixen in bed. Sit down." Dugu Feng shook his head in silence, gesturing for him to take a seat. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Li clasped his hands in gratitude and sat down again. In truth, he truly did not wish to become one of the 10 prodigies of the demon path. However, it was evident that this plan was formulated by the leaders of the 10 major demon sects, and he, as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, had no right to oppose it. He had no choice but to comply. Moreover, the rewards offered by Dugu Feng were simply too generous to refuse. At worst, he could run away when encountering righteous cultivators. After all, he was only at the first layer of foundation establishment. and strategically retreating upon encountering a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator from the immortal path was quite reasonable. Now, you may establish a resounding title for yourselves, soon. The 10 prodigies of the demon path will spread throughout Wanma City. Within half a day, the Tao Alliance and the Buddhist sect will also become aware of your existence. Du Gufeng said casually. A title, you say? Lu Li's heart stirred. What should it be called? The King of Mighty Demons? Or perhaps, the Great Demon Dragon King? Neither seemed quite right. You may take your time to ponder. Do not cause any disturbances. Furthermore, others will be arriving shortly, and you will meet them. Just then, Du Gufeng stood up, preparing to leave. We bid you farewell, senior. Both Lu Li and Yang Su rose, cupping their hands in respect. Du Gufeng nodded, raising his hand, causing the air to ripple. Just as he was about to step through, he suddenly turned back. A playful smile on his face as he addressed Lu Li. By the way, you need not think too hard about your title. Ah, why? Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. Your title has already spread far and wide. It is said that you enjoy scattering paper money after slaying your foes. Thus your title shall be. Du Gufeng stepped into the void, leaving behind 4 words hovering in the hall. Money-sprinkling madman. Chapter 65. Offending another demon sect leader, money-sprinkling madman? Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression darkened immediately. Why does that sound like an insult? Moreover, he envisioned the scene where, upon his arrival, the onlookers would immediately shout, "Look, the money-sprinkling madman is here." Or even shorter, "Look, here comes the money sprinkler." How uncomfortable would that be? Indeed, Lu Li felt quite distressed. Who came up with such a tasteless title? Once this spreads, how will he ever show his face again? Money-sprinkling madman. At that moment, Yang Su, seated across from him, let out a cold laugh. Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly. This fellow was the chief disciple of Taimo Sect. No wonder he was so arrogant. Taimo Sect is the foremost among the 10 demon sects, with overwhelming power, and its disciples look down upon those from other sections. Do you wish to test the might of my 23 swords of heavenly demon? In response to Yang Su's mockery, Lu Li slowly raised his right hand, forming a sword gesture, and coldly inquired. Yang Su's expression tightened. Before he could respond, a deep voice echoed from outside. The 23 swords of heavenly demon? What is so impressive about that? They are no match for my Tianju demon sect's Tianju blade. As the voice approached, a young man strode into the hall with a commanding presence. This individual, clad in a Monkong robe, adorned with the 9 suns crown, exuded an aura that suggested he reigned supreme. It turned out to be you, Nangong Long. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Su's eyes immediately sparked with intensity, as if he had encountered a formidable rival. Lu Li's expression also grew serious. This person was indeed powerful. Despite being at the peak of foundation establishment, he radiated the pressure of Jin Dan, exerting a force equivalent to at least 5.5 of Li Jing. He was even somewhat stronger than Yang Su. Moreover, Tianju Demon Sect ranks second among the 10 demon sects, boasting formidable prowess. As Nangong Long entered, he cast a disdainful glance at both Yang Su and Lu Li, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lu Li. You are the one who killed Li Jing, the money-sprinkling madman? Upon hearing this, Lu Li remained expressionless, unwilling to engage. Li Jing was competent enough, but with your mere first layer of foundation establishment, it is indeed a feat to have slain him. However, Li Jing would only last a single exchange in my hands. Even if your Green Lotus from the Yinming Ghost Sect were here, within 10 exchanges, I would sever him with a single strike. Nangong Long declared, flamboyantly dismissing them. His words dripped with an air of invincible arrogance. Is that so? I do not believe it. Lu Li replied flatly. Nangong Long raised an eyebrow, his tone growing icy. I did not share all this for your belief. Rather, I wish to impart to you a sense of self-awareness. What do you mean? Lu Li's gaze turned cold. The 10 outstanding figures of the demon path. You lack the qualifications to belong here. With your meager abilities, you will only hinder our progress. Withdraw at once. Nangong Long spoke with a tone that belittled like one would address an ant, his contempt unmistakable. Get lost. Lu Li's crude response was equally unabashed. You want to die? Hearing this, Nangong Long's eyes narrowed, resembling a furious monarch whose wrath could spill blood across the realm. Yet, Lu Li remained indifferent, coldly retorting. What are you? The 10 outstanding figures of the demon path were established by the supreme beings of the 10 demon sects. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator like you dictate terms? You think you can just order us to withdraw? Why don't you go tell your mother, sister, and daughter to withdraw from the brothel world as well? Seeking death. Upon hearing this, Nangong Long was utterly infuriated, murderous intent bursting forth. I've been waiting for this. Lu Li's eyes mirrored the same murderous resolve. Boom. In that instant, the entire hall quaked. As Lu Li stood, he resembled a towering mountain rising from the earth, an overwhelming aura descending upon them like a colossal weight. With a single step, he appeared before Nangong Long. A massive golden-white fist compressed the air, expanding rapidly in Nangong Long's eyes. The great strength Vajra spell. A million gene strike. Nangong Long's expression shifted. He sensed a fist capable of shattering mountains and demolishing cities, fierce and unyielding, breaking the void as it aimed to obliterate his head. Heavenly Absolute Demon Blade. Flash. Between life and death, the demon sect's chief remained unmoved. Suddenly, a crimson aura surged behind him, coalescing into a 3-foot-long blood blade that sliced toward Lu Li with ferocity. This strike seemed to cleave heaven and earth, splitting mountains and stones, severing rivers and seas, a depiction of annihilation. Clang. A crisp sound resonated as the golden white fist collided with the blade's edge. Supreme power surged forth like an immeasurable ocean, obliterating the blood blade. However, a crimson scar appeared on Lu Li's fist, the 5-layered indestructible Vajra technique nearly breached. Truly formidable. Yet, this was not the end. Lu Li unleashed a punch, shattering the blood blade. His fist blossomed like a flower, revealing 2 dark purple orbs in his palm that shimmered with lightning as they shot forth. The annihilating currents of thunder spread instantaneously, electrifying the air and raising the hair on one's body. Kuei Shui in Lei Zhu. Nan Gonglong, seeing the thunder orbs approaching, could no longer maintain his composure, letting out a shriek as he flipped over, akin to a mouse slipping through hot oil. With a swift motion, he rolled from his chair and darted to the doorway. However, at that moment, Lu Li's cold demeanor commanded attention as he pointed his finger into the air. Whoosh! An intangible, colorfully glimmering 5-inch sword shot from his fingertip, racing toward him with relentless pursuit. In the face of imminent death, the 9-dragon pearl crown atop Nangong Long's head quivered slightly, radiating golden light to shield his body. Crack! The protective golden light was shattered by the invisible sword energy. Nangong Long barely tilted his head to evade the heavenly demon sword's energy, yet the 9-dragon pearl crown was pierced, a crack appearing before shattering completely. His bound hair fell disheveled, and in the blink of an eye, Nangong Long looked wild and panicked, appearing quite disheveled. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Yang Su's expression turned grave, fixated on Lu Li. Such terrifying power. At least a million gene strike. Such a bizarre heavenly demon sword. Instant kill without a trace. A hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes. Humph. At that moment, Lu Li grasped the 2 fallen Kuei Shui in Lei Zhu, disdainfully stating, "These thunder orbs were never truly activated. Fool. With your level of intelligence, you dare to brazenly suggest I withdraw from the 10 outstanding figures of the demon path? Go back and drink a few more years of milk from your mother. Rat you." Nangong Long's fury reached its peak, his eyes gleaming red with malice, his entire being erupting with power. But at that moment, a tremendous pressure descended upon them. A voice tinged with annoyance from the ethereal realm echoed. "Do you dare to cause a ruckus in my city lord's residence? Do you truly believe I have a temper to tolerate this?" Nangong Long's furious expression froze. The city lord was the one who had initially attacked. Lu Li, playing the victim, feigned innocence, saying, "I'm usually well behaved and don't stir trouble." Unexpectedly, this fellow approached me with murderous intent, wanting to harm me. I had no choice but to strike first. Thus, he is the real instigator. You bloody liar. Reversing black and white, Nangong Long retorted angrily. Silence. As soon as the city lord's voice fell, it silenced everyone present. Nangong Long, pay a fine. 1 high-grade spirit stone. Lu Li, whoever you provoke, I cannot keep you here. Take your 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones and return to your Yiming ghost sect. Depart. This was clearly favoritism. As the words fell, a gust of wind swept through, and Lu Li was instantly transported to the sky above the 9 heavens. In his hand, he now held half a piece of pure white spirit jade, precisely half a high-grade spirit stone, along with 3 glass medicine vials. It was no wonder the floor tiles of the city lord's residence were paved with mid-grade spirit stones. It appeared that Lord Dugu was quite the businessman, effortlessly extorting a high-grade spirit stone from others. Lu Li stored the spirit stone and medicine vials, marveling at the situation. The next moment, the void beside him rippled, and the Yiming ghost emperor materialized, frowning as he asked, "What transpired? Why were you expelled by Dugu Feng?" Replying to the sect master, "I offended 2 disciples of the demon sects," Lu Li replied. "Who were they?" The Yiming ghost emperor inquired. "The chief of the first demon sect, Yang Su, and the chief of the second demon sect, Nangong Long," Lu Li answered honestly. "You and your master truly share the same temperament," the Yiming ghost emperor remarked, momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a cold glint flickered in his deep blue eyes. "However, well done. My Yiming ghost sect does not bow to anyone. Let us return to the mountain gate. Focus on your cultivation. Soon, you will be on the battlefield. At that time, I hope you achieve fame and make your name known across the world." With a swift motion, Lu Li was transported back to the Yiming ghost sect, appearing in the air above the ghost peak. "Congratulations, junior brother." Such joy. In an instant, Bai Jinfei appeared, his face beaming with delight. "What joy is there?" Lu Li was taken aback. Just now, someone came to propose marriage, and the sect master has already agreed. A great joy, Lu Li. Chapter 66. Guan Peng Celestial Demon Disassembly Technique, a proposal? And they already agreed? After venturing out, he inexplicably gained a bride? Lu Li felt quite taken aback. Of course, what concerned him most was not this, but rather, senior brother, is my future bride's mother beautiful? Huh. Junior brother, why do you not ask about your future bride's appearance, but rather inquire about your future mother-in-law's looks? Bai Jinfei was momentarily stunned. Like mother, like daughter, Luli chuckled. Hee, I understand. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinfei immediately misunderstood and grinned. The one who came to propose was Lady Yunmu, a nascent soul elder. She has been searching for a suitable husband for her daughter. Rest assured, Lady Yunmu is quite beautiful, full of charm. I have seen her, and both she and her daughter are as lovely as peach blossoms. Thank goodness. At least she is not a hag. Luli felt relieved upon hearing this. However, suddenly, his expression turned melancholic. Junior brother, this is one of life's 4 great joys. You are about to have a new bride. Why do you look so glum? Bai Jinfei asked, frowning. Sigh, I always have one question. Is someone else's bride not desirable? Is it not enough? Why must I have my own bride? Luli sighed deeply. Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. Bai Jinfei exclaimed, astonished, giving him a thumbs up. Cough, returning to the topic at hand. Why did the master agree so readily? Luli expressed his confusion. Well, Bai Jinfei's eyes darted like those of a rabbit as he lowered his voice mysteriously. I heard that back in the day, the master had some intense encounters with that Madame Yunmu. An old flame? Luli's eyes brightened as he immediately grasped the implication. Humph. At that moment, the voice of Gui Mo Jinren echoed from halfway up the mountain. What nonsense are you two chattering about up there? Come down quickly. I have important matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Li and Bai Jinfei's expressions turned serious. Without a moment's hesitation, they descended gracefully and arrived at the cave dwelling halfway up the mountain. Stepping inside, we pay our respects to the master. Lu Li bowed upon entering the cave. No need for excessive formalities. Take a seat, Gui Mo Jinren said, a hint of a smile on his face as he waved his hand. Thank you, master. Lu Li clasped his hands and casually sat on a jade chair, with Bai Jinfei following suit beside him. The entire cave hall contained only the 3 of them and a couple of maidservants. There was no sign of the suitor. The second senior sister, Yao Yao, was also absent. Lu Li, you have slain Li Jing and avenged the grievances of the past, which brings me great joy. Your face is now filled with glory. This magical lotus armor shall be bestowed upon you. Gui Mo Jinren spoke with evident admiration. As he finished speaking, a blood-colored shirling fish darted out from behind his head, shooting towards Lu Li, who caught it with both hands as it released a burst of bloodlight. Upon closer inspection, within the fist-sized bloodlight swirled a dark black lotus flower, comprised of 7 lotus leaves. Each leaf bore bizarre, twisted demonic patterns. This is an ancient treasure. When faced with an attack, it automatically protects its master, splitting into massive lotus petals to shield the body. The more spiritual power infused, the greater its might. If your cultivation reaches the golden core stage, this magical lotus armor will rival a magical artifact. If your power reaches the nascent soul stage, it will be akin to a spiritual treasure. In my heyday, I wielded this armor to roam freely without a scratch, Gui Mo Jinren elaborated. A magical artifact? Is this one of the reasons Gui Mo Jinren has offended so many yet remained unharmed? I express my gratitude to the master. Lu Li's eyes sparkled as he promptly stowed away the armor and bowed in thanks. Beside him, Bai Jinfei cast an envious glance, nearly drooling. To possess a magical artifact at the foundation establishment stage is a dream for many. With such a protective item, one could be deemed invincible. Furthermore, you have gained fame through your battle and caught the attention of the sect master. You are practically the next chief disciple, your reputation soaring. Just now, several elders approached to propose matches, and the master has considered it and agreed. Gui Mo Jinren continued. I have always trusted the master's judgment. However, I must soon head to the battlefield, and it may not be the appropriate time to discuss marriage. Lu Li replied respectfully. To the battlefield? Gui Mo Jinren's expression turned stern. You are merely at the first level of foundation establishment. Even if participating in the war of immortals and demons, it should be the fully established disciples who go. Why would the sect master send you? The sect master values me, allowing me to join the ranks of the 10 demonic prodigies, preparing to confront the 10 prodigies of the immortal path. Therefore, I must soon depart for the battlefield to prove myself against them. This is truly not the time for marriage. Lu Li gently declined again. First, he disliked arranged marriages. Secondly, he knew nothing about the prospective bride's appearance. Most importantly, she was a woman of the demonic sect. What if she were fierce and jealous, forbidding him from taking concubines? He still had 7 heart-shaped stones in his storage ring, which would go to waste if he couldn't give them away. The 10 demonic prodigies. You say? Gui Mo Jinren's expression grew grave as he fell into contemplation, weighing his thoughts. Bai Jinfei furrowed his brow and spoke. Junior brother, have you truly become one of the 10 demonic prodigies? To head to the battlefield? The righteous disciples are all equipped with multiple treasures, unlike us impoverished demonic practitioners. If you go, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Enough, Gui Mo Jinren said with a serious face, waving his hand. Since you are now among the 10 demonic prodigies, we shall set aside the matter of marriage for the time being. I will impart to both of you the true secrets of the cultivating demonic technique, increasing your chances of survival on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, both Lu Li and Bai Jinfei's expressions turned solemn. The cultivating demonic technique is an ancient and formidable art, and the master has only comprehended a fraction of it. Today, he will teach you two of its secret methods. The first is the cultivating demonic body. The second is the cultivating heavenly demon disintegration technique. The cultivating demonic body allows one to absorb the power from enemy attacks, refining it into one's own strength, creating an impervious demonic form. As Guo Mo Jinren began to transmit the incantation, Lu Li and Bai Jinfei focused intently, absorbing every word. The more they listened, the more they were astonished. This was clearly a variant of the Biming divine skill. It allows one to absorb the attacks of others, converting them into defensive strength for the body, with the defense capable of infinite enhancement. The more one is attacked, the more one absorbs, and thus the greater the defense. No wonder Guo Mo Jinren seemed like an indestructible cockroach. It turns out this was his secret. Lu Li marveled inwardly. The cultivating heavenly demon disintegration technique is a last resort secret method. When the master taught you the cultivating demonic technique, he had already introduced this passive trigger. In the moment of death, it burns all cultivation and half of one's lifespan to consume the enemy's lethal attack, then rebound it. Now, the master will impart to you the incantation of this disintegration technique. At this moment, Guo Mo Jinren transmitted another secret. Lu Li's heart raced. No wonder the master urged him to accept Li Jing's challenge. It turns out the cultivating demonic technique has such a devastating counter. Truly a demonic art, full of enigmas. Moreover, it seems the master has not only held back one hand, but several. Lu Li felt a sense of vigilance rising within. All right, the secret methods have been imparted to you. Do you remember them? Guo Mo Jinren inquired. We shall remember. Thank you, master. Lu Li and Bai Jinfei rose, bowing in unison. Return and practice diligently. If you have any questions, you may always seek me out. In this war of immortals and demons, there is little I can do to assist you. You must rely on yourselves, Guo Mo Jinren admonished solemnly. We shall obey. Lu Li and Bai Jinfei sensed the gravity in his words and bowed as they retreated. Just as they reached the door, suddenly, Lu Li recalled something. He took out a vial of medicine and turned to ask, Master, this is a spirit pill bestowed by the Lord of Wanma City, said to enhance cultivation. I would appreciate it if you could take a look. Oh. Upon hearing this, Guo Mo Jinren extended his hand and drew 3 crystal vials towards him. He examined them closely, opened one to sniff, then tossed it back. This refining spirit pill is fine. It was concocted by me 3 months ago. 1 pill enhances cultivation for 3 months. Do not consume more than that. Hearing this, Lu Li was greatly astonished. Guo Mo Jinren can also refine pills. He truly has hidden depths. Do not be surprised. Having offended so many, I must possess some hidden talents. Once you break through to the golden core stage, I may consider teaching you the art of pill refinement, Guo Mo Jinren said with a proud smile. Master is indeed a genius, excelling in both alchemy and cultivation. I am in deep admiration. Lu Li expressed his utmost respect with a bow. He then turned and exited the cave hall. Junior brother, rest assured. Even the Lord of Wanma City praises the Master's pills. By the way, your name must have already spread to Wanma City. The coin-sprinkling fiend. That's what I called you. Quite imposing, isn't it? Bai Jinfei said proudly. So it was you. Lu Li finally identified the culprit and immediately retorted with 4 words. Hee, coin sprinkler. He then flew towards the stargazing tower without looking back. Chapter 67. The Return of the Compassionate Palm. Evolution. The Buddha's Palm. Upon returning to the stargazing tower, Lu Li ascended directly to the 2nd floor. Heading for the training ground, he first sought to experiment with the newly evolved Yin-Yang Hunyuan cultivating demon god technique. With a resounding roar, he channeled his magic. Standing in the martial arts arena, Lu Li raised his hand, and a torrent of mana surged from his palm, coalescing into a black spirit-devouring fish. This spirit-devouring fish was pitch black, the size of a pinky finger, yet brimming with vitality. A gentle touch sent it darting away like a startled fish, zipping 10 meters in an instant. However, it soon returned, nudging Lu Li's fingertip and swimming playfully in his palm, exuding a sense of intimacy. Quite intriguing. Yet, the original 5 had transformed into a single entity and shrunk in size. Lu Li couldn't help but furrow his brow, reversing the technique once more. With a hum, the mana in his palm condensed into a white spirit-devouring fish, pure white as snow, devoid of impurities. The black and white entities intertwined in his palm, chasing each other in an eternal dance, reminiscent of a Taiji diagram, emanating an aura of mysterious profundity. Go. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Li commanded. In a swift motion, the black spirit-devouring fish shot forth, expanding mid-flight into a whale the size of a house, fierce and formidable. With a single gulp, it devoured a piece of black steel. To Lu Li's perception, in the blink of an eye, the black steel was reduced to powder within the belly of the spirit-devouring fish. With a whoosh, the black spirit-devouring fish expelled a cloud of stone dust, scattering in the wind. In the next moment, it reverted to its original size, returning to Lu Li's palm to continue its playful chase of the white spirit-devouring fish. Go, Lu Li commanded once more. This time, the white spirit-devouring fish darted out, swelling in midair to become a beautiful, snow-white whale, appearing gentle and docile, circling around Lu Li without displaying any aggressive intent. Lu Li pondered, contemplating for a moment before flipping his palm to reveal a Kuei Shui In Lei pearl. Tossing it casually, the black spirit-devouring fish shot forth like an arrow, transforming back into a ferocious black whale that swallowed the Kuei Shui In Lei pearl whole. Then, the white whale opened its mouth to expel the Kuei Shui In Lei pearl. The wondrous scene caught Lu Li's attention, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. So this was the true utility of the technique. The black spirit-devouring fish devoured all attacks, while the white spirit-devouring fish redirected and rebounded. With this, even on the battlefield, facing those righteous cultivators, he need not fear their Kuei Shui In Lei pearls. Lu Li gathered the pearl back into his grasp, feeling a sense of reassurance. However, the evolution of this technique was certainly not so simple. It undoubtedly harbored other marvelous applications. Lu Li delved deeper into his exploration. Soon, he discovered it. Yin and Yang Hunyuan, annihilating all. With a clear command, the black and white spirit-devouring fish darted forth, transforming mid-air into two enormous whales, each 10 zhang long, spinning rapidly to form a Hunyuan black hole. This black hole, with a diameter of 10 zhang, rotated counterclockwise, emanating a bizarre force. The surrounding light seemed to be devoured by this black hole, creating a scene of spatial distortion. Quite eerie, not just light. Lu Li sensed the temperature in the entire martial arts arena gradually dropping. This Hunyuan black hole could even absorb temperature. The vast horizon is my love. The cool night is a river of your longing. Lu Li suddenly burst into song. Indeed, the sound diminished significantly as it passed through the Hunyuan black hole, being swallowed up. Otherwise, the entire arena would have echoed with his mournful song. But now it did not. Quite fascinating. Turn. Lu Li suddenly urged his mana, forming a hand seal. The Hunyuan black hole trembled silently, spinning rapidly in midair, exuding a powerful attraction. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The black steel of the entire arena was directly sucked up, pulled into the Hunyuan black hole. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Such a powerful technique, capable of annihilating matter. It was truly an essential technique for murder and destruction, obliterating all evidence. Lu Li's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Moreover, the mana consumption was not high. With his current level of mana, he could maintain this Yin-Yang Hunyuan black hole for the duration of a T-session. I wonder if this black hole can extinguish the attacks of a golden core? Lu Li mused, waving his hand, dispersing the Hunyuan black hole, reverting it to the black and white spirit-devouring fish, which swam back, circling around him freely. Next, it was time to refine that magic lotus armor. Immediately, Lu Li produced the black lotus, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he sprayed onto it. Mana surged forth, infusing the lotus. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The magic lotus radiated a dark light, shimmering, and an almost imperceptible connection began to intertwine with Lu Li's mind. In his perception, the interior of this black lotus resembled an abyss, unfathomably deep. No matter how much mana he poured into it, he could never fill it. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Li began to tally his possessions. Mid-grade spirit stones, 6,700 pieces. Spirit artifacts, Wan Gui fan, Lu Jin's sword, magic lotus armor. Treasures, Kuei Shui In Lei pearl. This simply wouldn't do. His storage ring was still of low grade, and his attire was not even a magical artifact. In future battles, he would often end up in tatters, and those righteous cultivators would think he was a perverted exhibitionist. How could he continue to mingle in the righteous path? As he refined, Lu Li frowned at the thought. It appeared he would need to visit Wan Mo City to procure a proper outfit, as his current attire was somewhat unbefitting of his status as the chief disciple of the Yin Gui sect. Just as he contemplated this, a chime echoed in his mind. Your Ci de Bei Palm has returned from its journey. At the sound, Lu Li's spirit jolted. Has this unfortunate child finally returned? He thought the Ci de Bei Palm had lost its way and didn't know how to come back. It's good that it has returned. It's time to recite scriptures for it. Congratulations, host. Your Ci de Bei Palm encountered 3 fortuitous events during its journey, elevating its realm to the 18th level. Current realm, 11th level, progress 1. Congratulations, host. Your Ci de Bei Palm spied on the teachings of high monks from the Buddhist Great Thundersound Temple, evolving into Dami Tua Palm. Great Thundersound Temple? Did the compassionate palm wander into the Buddhist domain? That seems unlikely. How could it travel so far? Nevertheless, it has finally evolved. Lu Li's heart swelled with joy. Excellent. This compassionate palm has finally matured and understands its evolution. No sooner had he thought this than another system prompt sounded. Your Dami Tua Palm feels quite capable and wishes to challenge your Yin-Yang Hunyuan Kunping Demon God technique, only to be soundly beaten, leading to a blow to its confidence with a 50 reduction in cultivation effectiveness. No. Upon hearing this, Lu Li immediately grew anxious. He had intended to cultivate this Demi Tua Palm. Yet, the situation did not end there. Your Demi Tua Palm believes it is the legitimate Buddhist lineage and prepares to challenge the great might heavenly dragon spell, the great power Vajra spell, and the indestructible Vajra technique, only to be beaten thrice, suffering a significant blow to its confidence, resulting in a 500 reduction in cultivation effectiveness. Lu Li. Following this, the system prompt rang again. Your Demi Tua Palm has lost 2 consecutive matches, its anger boiling over. It finds your Tian Mo24 swords exceedingly displeasing and provokes them, only to be severely beaten, leading to a substantial blow to its confidence, causing it to question its existence, resulting in a 5,000 reduction in cultivation effectiveness. Your Demi Tua Palm remains defiant and challenges the Xian Yao Yu Feng Ju. The Xian Yao Yu Feng Ju, uninterested, evades the confrontation. Your Demi Tua Palm believes its might has successfully intimidated the Xian Yao Yu Feng Ju, boosting its confidence, resulting in a 100 increase in cultivation effectiveness. Your Demi Tua Palm continues to challenge the Chunyang Wu Ji Jinjing. Chunyang Wu Ji Jinjing, defeated. Your Demi Tua Palm has achieved consecutive victories, filling you with a sense of triumph and overflowing confidence, enhancing your cultivation effect by an astounding 100,000. Progress 1. After listening, Lu Li shook his head with a sigh. This foolish child is indeed blessed in his own naive way. Fortunately, the cultivation of Zixia Lian Ri Zhenjing fluctuates at the first level. Otherwise, this unfortunate child would once again question his existence and consider leaving home. Never mind. Let us recite the sutras and allow it to evolve further. As Lu Li began to chant the sutras, he simultaneously summoned the magical lotus armor. Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Names that can be named are not the eternal names. The Tao of humanity is to act without contention. As soon as he finished reciting, a crisp sound rang out. The system notifications chimed in succession. Congratulations, host. Your Demi Tua Palm has gained profound insights from listening to the Supreme Tao Sutras and has evolved into Demi Tua Fo Palm. Your Demi Tua Fo Palm has merged with the Supreme Tao Sutras and the Supreme Buddhist Scriptures, resulting in a significant transformation into Daru Lai Fo Palm. The upper limit of your realm has increased to 20 levels. Current realm, level 11, progress 2. You have learned the Ru Laishan Palm. Chapter 68. The Cloud Live broadcast of Exorcising Demons is about to begin. Ru Laishan Palm. Lu Li's entire being quivered, accompanied by the system's notification. A colossal golden Buddha manifested in his mind, its visage solemn and divine, one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth. In heaven and on earth, I alone am exalted. In the next moment, this supreme Buddha slowly raised its right hand, opening its palm and pressing down with immense power, as if intending to crush the very ground beneath him. Lu Li's consciousness jolted awake, a flicker of joy appearing in his eyes. Is this the palm technique that descends from the heavens? Let me give it a try. As Lu Li prepared to raise his hand, he realized the training ground was rather confined. Without hesitation, he leaped out of the window and floated in midair. Boom! The power within him surged like a great wave. Lu Li silently recited the Heart Sutra and gradually lifted his right hand. In an instant, a golden Buddha figure erupted from his body, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a 100-jong-tall Buddha standing between heaven and earth. The figure was majestic, radiating a brilliant light, more dazzling than the blazing sun above. Huh! Lu Li shouted, forcefully pressing his palm down. In that moment, the 100-jong Buddha also extended its palm towards the earth. Whoosh! A beam of golden light descended from the sky, crashing down as the Buddha's great palm struck the medicinal garden behind the observatory tower. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled violently. A small mushroom cloud of dust and wood debris sprang up. A torrent of heat formed a staggering shockwave, sweeping in all directions and stirring up fierce winds. Lu Li squinted and beheld that the garden, once lush with spiritual trees, had been reduced to ruins, no longer existent. In its place lay a gigantic palm imprint, a full 100 zhang in size and over 2 zhang deep. The palm's patterns were remarkably clear, with lines interwoven like engravings. The surrounding earth had been violently shaken, creating terrifying fissures that spread like a spider web for hundreds of zhang, reaching the nearby flying gorge waterfall. The power of this strike could only be described as capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. Witnessing the astonishing destructive power wrought by the Ru Laishan Palm, Lu Li's heart soared with joy. This strike had already reached the destructive limit of spiritual artifacts. Moreover, the mushroom cloud phenomenon evidently stemmed from a terrifying force that erupted from within. This Ru Laishan Palm possesses 2 segments of damage. The first is sheer physical damage that directly obliterates anything in its path. The second is the overwhelming magical power contained within the palm. The stronger the magical power, the greater the damage. Cultivation. Lu Li felt invigorated, brimming with determination, and was just about to return to cultivate. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he swiftly flew out of the observatory tower. After a few flickers, he arrived at the palace of Bai Jinfei. Soon, Lu Li emerged from the palace. clutching several pieces of dark green stones, and returned to the observatory tower. In the cultivation chamber, Luli sat cross-legged, dramatically sweeping his hand, scattering 100 mid-grade spirit stones into the spirit-gathering array. As the array activated, a spectrum of colors illuminated, enveloping Luli entirely. Subsequently, Luli picked up the dark green stones he had just retrieved, channeling his magical power into them. These are the Luing stones, a special type of jade inscribed with 3 unique magical arrays, capable of storing images and sounds for a period. Whoosh! At that moment, an image was swiftly projected from the Luing stone, floating in midair. Simultaneously, the voice from the image resonated. Luli glanced at it. The content was rather unwholesome, poorly produced, with a singular perspective lacking in visual appeal. The only noteworthy aspect was that the beauty within was somewhat pleasing. Thus, Luli promptly utilized his magical power to erase the contents of the Luing stone. He then began to chant the original language of the Heart Sutra aloud. Before long, the Heart Sutra was recorded. Luli then took another stone and commenced recording the Tao Sutras. After a brief effort, both the Tao Sutras and the Heart Sutra were completed. He could now focus entirely on his cultivation. Luli placed the 2 Luing stones within the spirit-gathering array. As the stones absorbed spiritual energy, the Tao Sutras and Heart Sutra began to play automatically, one on each side, entering his ears. Ding ding ding. System notifications continuously popped up. Progress 111 was being refreshed repeatedly. Thus, Luli immersed himself in the supreme Tao Sutras and Buddhist scriptures, absorbing and exhaling, eventually drifting into slumber. Suddenly, a record on the system log refreshed. Yurdaru Lai Fo Palm secretly attempted to ambush the Tian Mo Air Shi Si Jian for revenge, only to fall into a trap and suffer a beating. Feeling dejected, it decided to venture out once more to spy on the teachings of Buddhist monks. It has now entered the core area of the Immortal Tao Alliance, beginning its surveillance. In the core area of the Immortal Tao Alliance, within a Grand Tao Academy, stood a venerable old man in blue robes, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Before him stood 10 young men and women, all strikingly handsome and exuding pure, robust energy. Though all were at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, the pressure they exuded was comparable to that of 6 Li Jing. Some were bald and clad in earthy yellow monk robes, others donned wide Taoist garments, some bore sword boxes on their backs, and others were dressed as scholars, radiating an air of elegance. At that moment, the blue-robed elder waved his robe. Whoosh! In the air, 10 figures immediately materialized. In this recent battle between immortals and demons, the demons have also produced the 10 outstanding demons to counter you. They are Yang Su, the chief disciple of the Tai Mo Sect, Nan Gonglong, the chief disciple of the Tianju Mo Sect, Ling Wan, the chief disciple of the He Huan Sect, and Lu Li of the Yiming Gui Sect. The blue-robed elder introduced each one clearly. As he finished speaking, someone beside him presented a scroll, offering it to the 10 young men and women. The 10 immediately opened the scroll and examined it closely. Astonishingly, the scroll was exceedingly detailed, recording the birth, preferences, and breakthrough moments of the 10 outstanding demons with precision. The spells they practiced and the spiritual artifacts they possessed were also meticulously documented, thorough, and exhaustive. It was evident that the top echelons of the 10 demonic sects had infiltrators. Hey, why does Luli seem different from the others? He is only at the first level of Foundation establishment. At that moment, a youth dressed as a scholar asked. Do not underestimate this Luli. Though he is merely at the first level of Foundation establishment, he cultivates both demonic and Buddhist paths, practicing the Tian Mo Air Shi San Jian from the Yiming Gui sect and profound Buddhist teachings. His physical body is comparable to that of a 5th-level King Kong Jew. The preparatory chief of the Yiming Gui sect, Li Jing, met his demise at his hands, replied the blue-robed elder sternly. Ami Tuofo. At once, a resonant Buddhist chant echoed. Among the 10 individuals present, a somewhat bashful young monk clad in a tawny robe clasped his hands together and recited a Buddhist chant, timidly inquiring, May I ask Elder Tianjian, could this Luli be an undercover agent of our Buddhist sect? Absolutely not, replied the elder in green, shaking his head vehemently. This individual is exceedingly ruthless. Infamously known as the Mad Spender, his delight lies in reducing others to mere pulp before scattering paper money to accompany them in their funeral rites. Furthermore, his tongue is notoriously foul. A foul tongue? The 10 outstanding sages of the immortal way were taken aback. What could be so offensive about Lu Li's speech? The scholarly youth, curious, glanced at the dossier and suddenly understood. Ah, he is a disciple of the ghostly demon True Man. Now it makes sense. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged solemn glances. The ghostly demon True Man, during his time as a Golden Core practitioner, had been pursued by a righteous Golden Core from the Shinna sect, all the while cursing his pursuer, which ultimately led to the latter spitting blood and succumbing to madness. Shortly after returning to his sect, he perished from rage. Leave this Lu Li to me. I shall avenge my master's grievances from that year. At that moment, a dashing young man, reminiscent of a noble scion, spoke coldly. Dressed in a snow-white robe, he appeared as graceful as jade, with the sleeves embroidered with a vividly lifelike crane, marking him as the chief of the Shiana sect. Do not underestimate your adversaries. The elder in green promptly cautioned. Although the Immortal Alliance has bestowed upon you numerous treasures to counteract demonic practices, practitioners of the demonic path are cunning and full of deceit. You are still young. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Remember, should you encounter them, exert your utmost strength to eliminate them. Thus, the demon-slaying list established for you by the Immortal Alliance will not be in vain. We shall remember this. The 10 outstanding sages bowed in unison, their expressions grave. Very well. The elder nodded, sweeping his hand, causing 10 orbs of white light to emerge from his sleeves, landing in the hands of the assembled individuals. Within the white light was a delicate white jade ear pendant. What is this? The scholarly youth inquired, intrigued. This is a Yunhuan, the elder in green replied with a smile. Crafted by the Tao Alliance, when you wear it on your earlobe. The process of slaying demons and vanquishing evil will be transmitted back to the Tao Alliance, allowing all practitioners of the Immortal Way to witness it. This is known as Yun Live Broadcasting. I hope you will not disappoint the Immortal Way. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions turned serious, and they collectively bowed. We shall not fail your expectations. We will eradicate all malevolent forces and restore clarity to the heavens and the earth. Excellent. Now, for the first battle, the elder in green declared, his gaze sharp as a sword. He slowly traced his finger through the air over the silhouettes of the 10 individuals, finally jabbing decisively at one. Let this Lu Li serve as the banner we raise. Then, Ling Jinshuang and Fang Yingli, this Lu Li is entrusted to you. You must ensure that he is the first to bleed. Understood. The two women exchanged a glance and bowed solemnly, a murderous intent flickering in their hearts. 3 days later, Lu Li opened his eyes in the secret chamber of cultivation, sneezing several times. How peculiar. I am not even ill. Could it be that the lady I have yet to wed is speaking of me? He shrugged off the thought and decided to assess the results of his cultivation over the past 3 days. Lu Li shook his head and silently summoned the system panel. Host, Lu Li, Realm, Foundation Establishment 2nd Layer, Yin Yang Mixed Origin Kunping Demon God Technique, 12th Layer, Progress 8. Great Might Heavenly Dragon Spell, 3rd Layer, Progress 12. Indestructible Vajra Spell, 3rd Layer, Progress 15. Instant Sword Technique, Perfect. Carefree Wind Control Technique, 1st Layer, Progress 6. Indestructible Body Technique, 5th Layer, Progress 95. Great Tathagata Buddha Palm, 11th Layer, Progress 66. Pure Yang Wuji Scripture, 1st Layer, Progress 1. This is the result of 3 days of cultivation. At last, I have reached the Foundation Establishment 2nd Layer. The rapid progress was solely due to the 3 spirit-enhancing elixirs. Lu Li consumed one daily, swiftly propelling him to the 2nd Layer of Foundation Establishment without any side effects. His foundation remained solid. The only downside might be increased tolerance, diminishing the effectiveness of such elixirs in the future. Additionally, the indestructible body technique was nearing a breakthrough to the 6th layer. The great Tathagata Buddha Palm had also made significant strides. Every day, this child would venture out to spy on the Immortal Alliance's stronghold, returning to exchange insights on the indestructible body technique. Consequently, it too began to develop a habit of spying. The progress of his cultivation surged. In contrast, the carefree wind control technique advanced much more slowly, adding only 2 or 3 points of progress each day, languid and unhurried, akin to his previous spirit-like ghostly steps. Lu Li could think of no means to expedite his advancement and decided to let it be. It is time to summon Lady Honglu. With a flick of his palm, Lu Li produced a white jade snuff bottle, inserted his flowing golden sword, and snapped his fingers 3 times. Soon, a plume of white smoke billowed from the bottle. The ethereal figure of Lady Honglu took shape. Greetings, true monarch. Oh, true monarch, why are you so elegantly adorned today? Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. Lady Honglu was adorned in a resplendent gown embellished with golden phoenix patterns, her hair styled in a cloud-like updo. Adorned with golden and jade accessories, resembling a royal empress at first glance, exuding an air of opulence that was a stark contrast to her usual simple blue robe. Yet, she remained dignified, gentle, and poised. Today marks the day you become the chief disciple, and you are also the favored son-in-law of Lady Yunmu. I must give you due respect. Lady Honglu smiled warmly, evidently aware of Lady Yunmu's daughter's marriage. Please do not jest. It is merely a minor title of chief disciple, and after this, I must head to battle. Lu Li sighed, shaking his head. At this, Lady Honglu's expression turned serious, her brow furrowing. Lu Li, the Immortal Alliance is still unaware of your undercover status, correct? You are now among the 10 outstanding demons. Could this pose danger? Indeed. It likely will. Lu Li replied solemnly, bowing respectfully. Thus, I implore you, lady, to strike me. Very well. Lady Honglu nodded gently, raising her hand to unleash dozens of golden white sword energies. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energies, sharp as blades and imbued with the power to pierce through stone, struck Lu Li with great force. Lu Li's brow furrowed sharply, a hint of agony crossing his features as blood spots seeped through his skin. Simultaneously, the sword energies invaded his body, wreaking havoc within him like a storm of needles and saws. The pain was excruciating. Yet, in the next moment, a surge of blood light enveloped Lu Li, and two spirit-devouring fish, one black and one white, swam from his abdomen, circling around him to devour the invading sword energies, converting them into the energy needed for the Kuanping demon body. Lady Honglu frowned, her expression grave. Initially, she had been taken aback by Lu Li's peculiar request. To be honest, having lived for hundreds of years, it was her first time encountering such a strange demand. However, after hearing Lu Li's explanation, she couldn't help but marvel at his resolve. Fierce against adversaries, yet more so against himself. Half a tea session later, Lu Li opened his eyes. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, his gaze resolute. Come, lady, increase the intensity. Please do not show me mercy. All right. Lady Honglu's expression sharpened, and she snapped her fingers once more. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of golden flames and sword energies erupted, engulfing Lu Li entirely, transforming him into a blazing inferno. Divine fire, consume my frail body. What joy is there in life? What fear in death? Lu Li gritted his teeth, channeling the yin-yang mixed origin Kuanping demon god technique to cultivate the Kuanping demon body. Thus, an hour passed. Enough, enough. Lu Li gasped, calling out. Exhausted, he collapsed within the spirit-gathering array. Upon hearing this, Lady Honglu immediately ceased her attack, concern etched on her face. Lu Li, are you all right? Thank you, lady. Lu Li bowed respectfully. I shall rest for a moment. Please take your leave. Very well. Take care of yourself. Madame Honglu shook her head and swiftly retreated into the pot. This magical art was indeed not meant for humans to practice. After one attempt, he found himself completely drained, having been utterly exhausted by Madame Honglu. Moments later, Lu Li rose from the spirit-gathering array, feeling an overwhelming ache throughout his body. Every movement felt as if needles were piercing him. Gritting his teeth, he dressed quickly. Then with a flash, he floated out of the training chamber. A few flickering movements later, he exited the star observation tower, intending to pick a few spirit fruits to replenish his energy. However, upon arriving at the medicinal garden, he was met with a scene of devastation, with only a massive palm print remaining. There were no spirit trees or fruits to be found. Lu Li found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he would have to seek some assistance from Bai Jinfei. Just then, the clear sound of a bell resonated from the horizon, ringing clearly in his ears. It was the summons bell. Hearing it, Lu Li's expression turned serious. Junior brother, come out quickly. Today is your glorious day to be elected as the chief disciple. You are the protagonist and cannot be late. Outside the star observation tower, a flash of golden light appeared, revealing Bai Jinfei's figure. Ha ha, brother, you arrived just in time. Please give me something to eat. I just exhausted quite a bit of energy from my training, Lu Li exclaimed as he soared into the air, leaving the star observation tower. I dare not presume to be your senior brother. Furthermore, from now on, I must call you Chief Lu. Bai Jinfei chuckled as he handed over several spirit fruits. The chief disciple must take to the battlefield and engage in life and death battles against the top 10 of the immortal path. How about this, brother Bai, if you want? I could take on the role of chief for you, Lu Li replied while munching on a fruit. He pushed himself to train intensely solely to enhance his chances of survival. Who knew what might transpire on the battlefield? Hee, junior brother, my strength is lacking, and I cannot aspire to such a position. By the way, junior brother, you still have half a cup of tea's time left. Why not visit my palace and find a beauty to leave a legacy with? Just in case something goes awry, it would be good to continue the bloodline. Bai Jinfei joked. This fellow could not be expected to speak with any decorum. Moreover, half a cup of tea? Who did he look down upon? Lu Li rolled his eyes and summoned his flowing golden sword, shooting towards the depths of the sect, toward Yiming Mountain. Bai Jinfei hurriedly followed. Before long, the two arrived at Yiming Mountain and directly landed in front of the main hall of the sect. Instantly, a wave of gasps arose. Look, it's Lu Li. Is he the next chief disciple of our Yiming Ghost sect? He has already become one of the top 10 of the demonic path. Who else could it be? Good heavens, no wonder he can become chief. This young man is so strikingly handsome that even I must avoid his brilliance. I've heard that Madame Yunmu has already betrothed her daughter to Lu Li. How enviable. Humph, let us see how long he can remain arrogant. A multitude of fervent, envious, jealous, indifferent, and hateful gazes pierced Lu Li. The forces of the 7 emotions surged like a tide, enveloping him. Lu Li maintained a calm demeanor as he walked step by step toward the crowd. They automatically parted a path, not daring to obstruct him. Shortly thereafter, the Yiming Ghost Emperor, accompanied by a host of transformation, nascent soul, and golden core cultivators, emerged from the main hall, standing upon the towering white jade steps. With a single sweep of his authoritative gaze, the entire assembly fell silent. Lu Li, come forth, the Yiming Ghost Emperor said coolly. Yes. Lu Li clasped his hands respectfully, lifted off the ground, and within a few movements, arrived before the Yiming Ghost Emperor, bowing. Disciple pays respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders. No need for formalities. The Yiming Ghost Emperor waved his hand, conjuring 2 orbs of multicolored radiant light, which he passed to Lu Li. This is the Ghost Fiend Cloak. And this is the Chief Disciple's token. Take good care of them. From this day forth, you are the Chief Disciple of the Yiming Ghost Sect. Thank you, Sect Leader. Lu Li felt a surge of emotion as he received the items with both hands. The radiant light unfolded, transforming into a black cloak with golden edges, which draped over Lu Li's shoulders. The cloak was embroidered with the image of a skeletal king seated upon a throne of bones, exuding a chilling aura. You all may pay your respects. The Yiming Ghost Emperor instructed. We pay respects to the Chief Disciple. In the next moment, tens of thousands of people bowed in unison to Lu Li. The resounding voice echoed through the heavens, shaking the very skies. Holding the chief token, Lu Li surveyed the tens of thousands of disciples of the Ghost Sect bowing before him, his resolve solidifying further. The idea of absconding with funds indeed held promise. Chapter 70. The humiliation of the female sword immortal. As Lu Li pondered how to abscond with funds, the Yiming Ghost Emperor revealed a shocking piece of news. The Immortal Path Alliance has advanced to the fallen Immortal Valley and constructed a demon extermination city. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Only 3 days have passed. The Tao Alliance and Buddhist Sect have already progressed to the fallen Immortal Valley. They have penetrated deep into the 10,000 Demons Mountain. Advancing several thousand miles further leads directly to one of the top 10 demonic sects, the Blood Shadow Sect. In other words, all the various evil demonic sects outside of the fallen Immortal Valley have been annihilated without a trace. Simultaneously, the Immortal Alliance issued a demon extermination list. A Foundation Establishment demonic sect disciple equals 10 demon extermination points, which can be exchanged for 100 medium-grade spirit stones, the Yiming Ghost Emperor said coldly. What? Is this not belittling us? It's simply outrageous. They clearly do not regard our demonic sect. The crowd erupted in anger. Indeed, the Immortal Alliance has shown utter disregard for our demonic sect. Within these 3 days, they have even dispatched the top 10 of the Immortal Path to provoke us. The Yiming Ghost Emperor continued coldly. Hearing this, the disciples of the Ghost Sect grew even more furious. Some had even begun to shout about flattening the Immortal Alliance. Unfortunately, in the past 3 days, our demonic sect dispatched 36 individuals, all of whom were defeated at the hands of the top 10 of the Immortal Path. Their corpses hung at the Demon Extermination City, displayed like sausages, the Yiming Ghost Emperor added. This statement struck like a freezing wind from the netherworld, instantly extinguishing the anger in everyone's hearts. The clamoring voices abruptly ceased, leaving the hall in complete silence. They are all dead? All 36 masters of the demonic sect fell to the top 10 of the Immortal Path? How perilous. Lu Li's heart sank as well. If he were captured by the top 10 of the Immortal Path, he would likely meet the same fate. Now, I am prepared to have Chief Disciple Lu Li lead 100 Foundation Establishment true disciples to the front line of the battlefield to confront the talents of the Immortal Path and uphold the reputation of our Yiming Ghost Sect. Who dares to take on this challenge? The Yiming Ghost Emperor's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. I am willing to plunge into fire and water for the sect. At that moment, a young man in green holding a jade fan stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, I, too, am willing, followed a girl in red with a yin-yang face. Her voice ringing out. I as well, a yellow-robed elder joined in. As the three spoke, one by one, Foundation Establishment true disciples emerged from the crowd. Bai Jinfei was among them. Soon, 100 individuals had gathered. Very good. You all have the spirit to serve the sect, rest assured. The sect has not nurtured you in vain. I will not be stingy. If you achieve military merit, I will personally guide your cultivation and reward you with treasures. The Yiming Ghost Emperor nodded in satisfaction. To serve the sect, we would face fire and water, unafraid of death. The 100 Foundation Establishment true disciples exclaimed in unison, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Excellent. Quite the spirit. The Yiming Ghost Emperor's gaze gleamed sharply as he turned to Honglu Jinjuan. You shall lead the team this time. Jinjian Great Demon King, you will assist. Understood, Madame Honglu responded softly. Yes, the thunderous Great Demon King replied, his voice resonant like thunder. It is getting late. Let us depart. The side of Demon Extermination City must be waiting anxiously. Remember, our Yiming Ghost Sect is one of the top 10 demonic sects. We must not lose face or allow ourselves to be looked down upon. The Yiming Ghost Emperor reminded them with a wave of his hand. Madame Honglu and the thunderous Great Demon King nodded solemnly. In the next moment, Madame Honglu waved her hand, releasing a massive ghost ship. Board the ship. She instructed the 100 Foundation Establishment true disciples, then turned her head to nod at Lu Li. Farewell, master. Goodbye, senior sister. Lu Li clasped his hands in salute to the ghostly cultivator and his second senior sister, Yao Yao. Subsequently, he leapt into the air, landing upon the ghost ship. The 100 foundational disciples swiftly arrived, standing at the ship's edge. Lu Li gazed down, his eyes sweeping across the scene, and immediately spotted the indifferent Huangquan Jinjuan and the purple-faced elder, Feihu Jinjuan. The glances directed at him were as cold as frost, as if they were beholding a corpse. Lu Li furrowed his brow. With a mere thought, he understood that these two would undoubtedly conspire against him to avenge Li Jing. Thus, he turned to observe the 100 foundational disciples who had ascended, his heart filled with suspicion. Among this 100, who among them had been sent by Huangquan Jinjuan and Feihu Jinjuan to do him harm? While pondering this, the Yiming Ghost Emperor waved his hand, declaring, "Let us go. Wishing you all a victorious start." "Thank you, sect leader." The disciples respectfully returned the gesture. With a hum, the ghost ship trembled, radiating a dark light as it accelerated. Soaring forth, amidst the sound of breaking air, it plunged directly into the endless darkness, vanishing between the bright sun and white clouds. Soon after, with a pop, the ghost ship emerged from the boundless darkness, reappearing beneath the sunlight. By this time, the ghost ship had traveled an indeterminate distance from the Yiming Ghost Sect, now racing through the myriad demon mountains toward the direction of the Zhuangxian Valley. Senior Brother Bai, do you possess any information regarding the 10 prodigies of the immortal Tao? Lu Li wasted no time and directly inquired of Bai Jinfeng. Knowing oneself and one's adversary was essential. Initially, he had intended to ask Hong Lu Fu Run, but she was busy controlling the spiritual treasure ghost ship, entirely absent from the deck. Junior brother, you've come to the right person. I just obtained first-hand information on the 10 prodigies of the immortal Tao. The 10 prodigies consist of 6 men and 4 women, all at the peak of foundational cultivation. The most formidable among them is the female sword immortal from the Tianhe sword sect, Ling Jinshuang. Bai Jinfeng produced a small booklet, as if by magic, and handed it over. Tianhe sword sect, Ling Jinshuang? Lu Li expressed his astonishment, taking the booklet and opening it. The booklet resembled a folded memorial, and upon unfolding, it revealed a portrait of a woman clad in purple, tall and graceful, with delicate and beautiful features that exuded a hint of heroic pride. She resembled a plum blossom bravely blooming amidst frost and snow. Beside the portrait, there was an extensive text detailing Ling Jinshuang's origins, cultivation techniques, spiritual artifacts, and more. Lu Li meticulously read every word, his expression turning stern. This Ling Jinshuang was extraordinarily powerful. Having achieved foundational cultivation at the age of 8 and spent 10 years refining her skills, her magical power was immense. And her swordsmanship had reached the realm of transforming swords into threads. Her strength was already comparable to that of an average early golden core cultivator. Not to mention, as the chief of the Tianhe sword sect, she possessed a plethora of profound treasures. It could be said that 10 Li Jings combined would not be her match. The immortal Tao indeed harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Has anyone ever crossed blades with her? Lu Li inquired with a solemn expression. Yes. Bai Jinfeng shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, they were all slain by a single sword stroke. Her supreme immortal sword transforms into sword threads, and the head falls. No spiritual artifact can defend against it. Its sharpness is unparalleled, truly terrifying. Come, junior brother, take a look at this other prodigy, Fang Yinli. She is my favorite. He handed over another booklet. Lu Li received it and opened it, only to be taken aback. The Chronicles of the Humiliated Female, Sword Immortal. It detailed how Ling Jinshuang, one of the 10 prodigies, was captured in the city of extermination and was soon to be auctioned off. My apologies, I grabbed the wrong one. This is a fanfiction I just purchased from the city of 10,000 demons, hot off the presses. Would you like to borrow it, junior brother? Bai Jinfeng chuckled. Lu Li felt somewhat speechless and disdainful. The demonic path truly was the demonic path. Unable to defeat others, they resorted to such petty tricks? Yet, as he reached the end, his brow furrowed. Author, a reckless spendthrift? Who dares impersonate me to write such base articles? Moreover, to impersonate me without even paying me a fee? This is utterly outrageous. Junior brother, though this article is base, it certainly provokes emotions. It is rumored that Ling Jinshuang frequently challenges others in the city of extermination, emanating a fierce aura, clearly incensed. If you encounter her in the future, it might just turn the tides in your favor, Bai Jinfeng explained. Are you cursing me, senior brother? Lu Li asked with a sidelong glance. Given his strength, encountering Ling Jinshuang would likely result in more losses than victories. Haha, you are now the chief senior brother. I would not dare. Bai Jinfeng laughed heartily and handed over yet another booklet. Look at this Fang Yinli. At the age of 18, she is innocent and beautiful. A foodie with a heart as vast as the sea. Among the 10 prodigies of the immortal Tao, she is my favorite. Is that so? Lu Li, somewhat incredulous, accepted it and opened it. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty, with a round face that suggested a lack of intellect. Appearing foolish and as if she could be easily led astray. As he was observing, Lu Li suddenly sensed several furtive gazes upon him. Turning his head, he saw those gazes vanish. Yet, he had captured a glimpse of the green-clad youth, the yin-yang-faced woman in red, and the yellow-robed elder. The three led a group of foundational disciples, huddled together, seemingly plotting some underhanded scheme. Junior brother, you must be cautious of them. They seem quite discontent with your elevation to chief, and are likely to engage in some petty tricks once we reach the city of extermination. By Jean phone warned telepathically. Seeking to conspire against me? Luli narrowed his eyes. It appeared he would need to stock up on several tons of paper money as a precaution. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a majestic demonic city rose from the ground, piercing the heavens. The city of extermination had arrived. Chapter 71. A challenge approaches. The city of extermination was constructed as a temporary replica of the city of 10,000 demons. Though it was hastily built, it was equally vast, grand, and spectacular. The city walls towered 300 zhang high, reaching for the sun. Clearly, the city of extermination was erected to counter the city of extermination of the Immortal Alliance. The Immortal Tao sought to eradicate demons, while the demonic path aimed to obliterate immortals. Unfortunately, the demonic path was currently at a disadvantage, having lost 36 demonic prodigies, their bodies hanging like sausages on the opposite city of extermination for 3 days. The ghost ship of the Yinming Ghost Sect boldly sailed into the city of extermination, immediately stirring a commotion. Countless gazes were cast upon it. Luli stood at the ship's railing, looking down at this demonic city, his expression tinged with gravity. There were individuals from the Yinming Ghost Sect who sought to harm him. The members of the Tai Mo Sect and Tianju Mo Sect were also plotting against him, as were those from the Immortal Tao Alliance. He needed to remain on high alert. As he pondered, the ghost ship shot toward the center of the city of extermination, descending at the Yinming Ghost Sect's encampment. Having met Hong Lu Zhenjuan and the Zhen Tian Deremo Wang, an elderly man in gray robes with streaks of silver in his hair approached, clasping his hands in greeting, his voice hoarse. His cultivation was at the late stage of the nascent soul. Behind him, 3 elders of the Yinming Ghost Sect, also in the nascent soul stage, followed. Old Luo, you are being too courteous. The sect leader has commanded me to lead our disciples here to assist the demonic sect and elevate our ghost sect's reputation. It is hard work, Old Luo, Hong Lu Fu Rin said with a gentle smile. Indeed, Zhen Tian Da Mo Wang laughed heartily beside her. Old Luo, why don't you hurry and prepare a banquet to welcome us? It seemed he was quite familiar with the gray-robed elder. Haha, Zhen Tian Da Mo Wang. You still enjoy feasting and drinking as always. I have long since prepared it. Please, follow me, the gray-robed elder chuckled. Then, under his guidance, everyone disembarked from the ghost ship and entered the encampment of the Yinming Ghost Sect. Although referred to as an encampment, it was essentially a palace-sized grand hall. Everywhere they went, there were pavilions and towers, water pavilions and flower gardens, red walls and grand halls, flying eaves and bracketed roofs, all arranged with a unique elegance. This is our ghost sect's newly appointed chief, Luli. As they walked, the gray-robed elder turned back with a smile, his gaze curious. The 3 nascent soul elders also directed their eyes toward Luli, revealing a hint of surprise. Luli, this is Elder Chongla. Do not hesitate to pay your respects. Hong Lu Fu Rin introduced. Disciple Luli pays his respects to Elder Chonglo. Luli clasped his hands and bowed. There is no need for excessive courtesy. With your cultivation at the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment, you have surpassed numerous true inheritors of the Foundation Establishment stage, earning the recognition of the sect leader and becoming the chief disciple. You must possess remarkable talents. The elder in the gray robe chuckled. You flatter me, Elder Chonglo, replied Luli. However, I do have a few strengths that will not tarnish the reputation of our Guizong. Ha ha ha, then I shall await your demonstration with eager anticipation. Come, first savor the welcoming feast I have prepared for you, a delightful array of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures. Elder Chonglu laughed heartily as he entered a grand hall. It was evidently a meeting chamber, spacious and well-appointed. Within, several banquet tables had been set up, with seating arranged according to rank. As the chief disciple, Luli naturally had the privilege of joining the likes of Madame Hong Lu and the formidable Zhentian de Mo Wang at the same table. Bai Jinfei also took advantage of Luli's presence to join them, playing the role of a drinking companion. Try this dish, dragon blood tofu. It is fresh and delectable, and each bite leaves a lingering taste. Elder Chonglu said with a smile. Very well, Madame Hong Lu replied with a slight nod. She picked up a jade spoon, scooping a piece of the tofu into her mouth. Instantly, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Without hesitation, she took another piece and placed it in Luli's bowl. Luli, give it a try. It is truly delicious. Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily taken aback, their eyes flashing with surprise. Thank you, true monarch. Luli expressed his gratitude, understanding that this gesture was meant to signify their close relationship, indicating to others that he was under her protection. This created a barrier against any potential disrespect towards him, as any offense would invoke Madame Hong Lu's wrath. Such goodwill warmed Lu Li's heart, and without hesitation, he picked up his jade chopsticks, took a piece of the blood tofu, and savored it. With a satisfying slurp, it slid down his throat. Lu Li's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. What an exquisite delicacy. This was the best thing he had tasted since his arrival in this world, reminiscent of an exquisitely rich fish soup, condensed into a single piece of tofu. It was fresh, fragrant, pure, and soft. One bite opened his pores in sheer comfort, granting him a transcendent sensation of bliss. As the dragon blood tofu settled in his stomach, its vitality surged through him, radiating an astonishing spiritual energy that nourished his entire being. Indeed, it was an unparalleled delicacy of the mortal realm. Luli praised. Haha, if you enjoy it, do indulge further. The other dishes are also quite satisfactory. Elder Chong Lu remarked, stroking his short beard with amusement. Old Luo, you still relish your culinary arts. It is evident that your skills have greatly improved over the years. Zhentian Mo Wang boomed with laughter, his voice resounding like thunder. In the midst of their banter, he unapologetically scooped a large portion of the dragon blood tofu onto his plate. This formidable cultivator of the late Yuanying stage was competing for food with Lu Li, a mere foundation establishment disciple. Lu Li, unwilling to be outdone, reciprocated by serving himself and offering a portion to Madame Hong Lu, another for himself, another for Bai Jin Fei, and yet another for himself. Young man, why do you eat so much? One must endure hardship, not indulge in excess. Zhentian Mo Wang exclaimed, glaring at Lu Li upon realizing he was losing the food competition. To hear your words is more enlightening than any lesson. I have learned much, Lu Li replied casually, his hands never ceasing their movements as he continued to serve Madame Hong Lu. What do you mean by that? Zhentian Mo Wang glowered. Haha, Zhentian Mo Wang. He means that your words are mere nonsense. Elder Chong Lu interjected with a hearty laugh from across the table. Upon hearing this, Zhentian Mo Wang's expression soured, his face reddening with indignation. Before he could retort, Lu Li quipped, I truly have not had enough to eat. But didn't you consume an entire table at my master's place last time? How is it that you are still unsatisfied? The mention of this embarrassing incident caused Zhentian Mo Wang to flush, his eyes bulging. Ha, fret not. There is plenty more. I may not have many items, but I certainly have an abundance of dishes, as I was once a chef and take great pleasure in cooking. Elder Chong Lu remarked, clearly enjoying the discomfiture of Zhentian Mo Wang. Humph. Zhentian Mo Wang shot Lu Li a glare, refraining from further verbal sparring. After all, many younger cultivators were present, and he had to maintain some semblance of dignity. Thus, the banquet continued in a harmonious atmosphere. Lu Li and Bai Jin Fei were responsible for indulging in food, while Madame Hong Lu and several other elders engaged in conversation. Elder Luo, what is the situation in Juxian City? Madame Hong Lu inquired. At this, Elder Chong Li's expression turned serious. The situation is rather grim. Although Juxian City has gathered the 10 great demonic sects, they are merely fighting their own battles, akin to loose sand. Additionally, there are many rogue cultivators from various evil sects in the city, and they are quite restless, often instigating trouble, which has led to chaos in Juxian City. Upon hearing this, the others frowned. With this, they wished to oppose the Celestial Alliance? ISNT Tai Mo Zone claiming to be the foremost demonic sect? Why have they not stepped in to restore order? Madame Hong Lu questioned, her brow furrowed. This area belongs to the Shueing Zone according to territorial divisions, and Tai Mo Zone is currently entangled in disputes with them. Yet to reach a resolution, Elder Chong Lu replied. To have reached such a point, and still engage in internal strife? No wonder the demonic sects struggle to rise, Lu Li thought to himself, continuing to enjoy his meal. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, interrupting their conversation. Where are the people of Yinming Gue Zone? I have heard that your chief disciple is one of the 10 demonic prodigies. I, Ying Tian, am not satisfied. Today, I have come to test your chief disciple's prowess and see what kind of rubbish he is. As the voice echoed in the hall, the crowd frowned. Lu Li also raised his head. Someone had come to challenge him? He prepared to rise. Humph. Just an unknown little character seeking a challenge? Why bother to summon the chief disciple? Who among you will deal with him? Elder Chong Li's authoritative gaze swept across the Foundation establishment true inheritors at the other tables. Elder, this is our first battle in Juxian City since Yinming Gue Zone's arrival. We lack complete confidence and dare not accept the challenge. A young man in green robes, holding a jade fan, replied with cupped hands. Indeed, we would rather give our lives than tarnish the reputation of our Gue Zone, responded a crimson-robed woman at another table. We believe our strength does not compare to Chief Lu. So we implore the chief to take the stage and uphold the prestige of our Gue Zone. Finally, an elderly man in yellow robes from another table respectfully suggested. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered assembly varied. Lu Li's eyes also revealed a hint of coldness. These individuals were clearly attempting to undermine him from the outset. I will go. Just then, Bai Jin Fei stood up. Wait, I shall go. Anyone bold enough to challenge us must possess considerable skill, Lu Li replied coolly. In that case, I shall raise this cup of warm wine to toast your triumphant return, Lu Li. Elder Chong Lu lifted his cup and salute. Wait a moment, Elder. I am confident I will return swiftly. This wine shall remain warm, Lu Li said with a confident smile. With that, he vanished from the hall in a flash. Chapter 72. The initial display of divine skills. Warm wine slays Ying Tian Old Luo. Shall we make a wager? As Lu Li stepped out of the hall, Zhentian Mo Wang immediately spoke in a low voice. Oh, what shall we wager? Elder Chong Lu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Let us bet whether this wine will remain warm or turn cold before Lu Li consumes it. Zhentian Damo Wang said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had lived many years and could tell that the challenger outside was well prepared and possessed decent strength. Therefore, Luli would likely face a tough battle. Very well. I trust the sect leader's judgment, so I shall wager on it remaining warm. Elder Changlu stroked his short beard, contemplating briefly before agreeing. What shall the stakes be? We shall wager a spiritual treasure. Moreover, if I lose, I shall devour all the tables and chairs in this hall on the spot. Do you dare? Zhentian Damo Wang leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Elder Changlu with intensity. Clearly, this was a tactic to provoke him. This is unacceptable. These tables and chairs are worth a few spirit stones. How about this? If you lose, you shall consume that pile of earth outside. That pile has exhausted its spiritual energy and is of no further use. Do you dare? Elder Changle provoked. Very well. It is a promise. Old Luo, your spiritual treasure is now mine. The great demon king, Zhentian, cackled, having successfully executed his scheme. Is that so? Elder Changle chuckled silently and nodded towards Madame Honglu. Then let us have Jinju and Honglu as a witness. I would be delighted. Madame Honglu replied with a slight smile. At that moment, another voice rang out. Luli, do not hide inside. I know you are here. How is it that you have the audacity to be one of the 10 demons of the devil path, yet lack the courage to face me? Outside the residence of the Yiming Ghost Sect, a tall and slender man was shouting loudly. Dressed in azure, he appeared to be around 28 years old. His complexion pale and surrounded by a faint green mist. He resembled a scholar just recovering from a serious illness. Yet his aura was formidable, indicative of a perfected foundation establishment stage. He exuded the presence of a combined force of 3 formidable figures. As the voice echoed, streams of light shot in from all directions, revealing silhouettes of onlookers, clearly drawn to the commotion. As the crowd grew, the slender man's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, licking his lips before shouting again. Is the chief of the Yiming Ghost Sect just a cowardly turtle? Afraid to accept a challenge from a mere rogue? If so, let the Yiming Ghost Sect be renamed the Yiming Turtle Sect. Ha! His laughter reverberated for miles. Instantly, some joined in the mockery. Yiming Turtle Sect, what a splendid name. They dare not even show their faces? And they claim to be one of the 10 devil sects? Huh, where's Luli? Surely he wouldn't dare to emerge for a challenge? Humph, how can he claim equality with Yang Su and Nangong Longping, both of whom are among the 10 demons? In my view, he is the disgrace of the devil path. The derisive jeers rang out unabashedly, one after another. 3 miles away, in a 10-story tavern, Yang Su and Nangong Long stood side by side. They gazed from the 8th floor window, looking through the formation barrier towards the Yiming Ghost Sect's residence, their expressions cold. Brother Yang, you sent that Tian to provoke them. He won't be able to withstand even a single move from Luli, will he? Nangong Long squinted and inquired. Clad in a regal purple-gold robe, he exuded an extraordinary royal demeanor. Rest assured, Yang Su's eyes glinted with a fierce light, his aura chilling. I have equipped Tian with a black dragon armor, capable of withstanding Luli's formidable attacks. Coupled with your 3 magic talismans, it will be sufficient to resist Luli's invisible, instant kill Heavenly Demon Sword Chi. Without the Heavenly Demon Sword Chi, Luli is merely a moving sandbag. With Tian's immense magical power and the 5 poisons technique, he will be severely injured. We may not be able to kill him, but once Luli is defeated, the reputation of the Yiming Ghost Sect will be nearly ruined. Luli will naturally be too ashamed to continue claiming to be among the 10 demons. For years, the Yiming Ghost Sect has been restless, repeatedly challenging the authority of the Taiyamo Sect and the Tianjuimo Sect. It is time to teach them a lesson. Thus, once this plan was reported, it swiftly gained the support of the sect. Excellent, Nangong Long coldly declared. No one has ever dared to make me so embarrassed. I must avenge this grievance. I will also intensify efforts to publish the accounts of the female sword immortal's humiliation, inciting maximum hatred against him. Once this brat steps out of the Zhuxian city, I will ensure the news reaches the Immortal Alliance. Isn't that treason? Yang Su frowned. No, this is to use Luli as bait. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. Once Ling Jin Shuang is drawn out to confront Luli, we will ambush her and capture this female sword immortal. Just right. I lack a celestial sword heroine in my harem. Ling Jin Shuang will surely be delightful. Nangong Long sneered. His words exuded an overwhelming confidence, as if he held all the aces. In the same tavern, at the 5th floor window, 2 women gazed towards the Yiming Ghost Sect's residence through the 7-colored barrier. Shermu, this is utterly excessive. That Luli has written such vile articles, tarnishing the senior sister's reputation. This is an unforgivable sin. We should take the opportunity to eliminate him. The young woman exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Do not act recklessly. We are lurking in Zhuxian City to gather intelligence for the Immortal Alliance. We must not allow momentary anger to ruin our greater mission. The middle-aged woman admonished sternly. Should we simply watch as those of the Devil Path take pleasure in mocking our senior sister? Suddenly, someone is emerging. The young woman gritted her teeth in anger, her expression suddenly shifting to one of surprise. A young man floated out from the residence of the Yinming ghost sect, clad in black, draped in a black cloak adorned with golden edges. The cloak bore the image of a fearsome skeletal king. Only the chief disciple of the Yinming ghost sect is permitted to wear the ghostly aura cloak. He is Lu Li? This fellow is quite dashing. The young woman gazed, momentarily entranced. You are Lu Li? At the entrance of the Yinming ghost sect's residence, Ying Tian coldly inquired. Have your parents passed away? Lu Li retorted with a stern face. At this, the crowd fell silent. Ying Tian was taken aback, anger flashing across his face. Brat, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Look up. It is broad daylight, during mealtime, and you come here to provoke? If you are so free, why not offer some incense to your parents? Burn a few packets of golden candles. Lu Li coldly reprimanded without reservation. The surrounding demonic cultivators widened their eyes in astonishment. Goodness, no wonder he is the true heir of the ghostly demon. His talent for insult is indeed passed down flawlessly. You have some nerve. How dare you insult me so? I challenge you. Ying Tian was utterly enraged, roaring. With that, his magical power surged like a tidal wave. He flung his hand, and a mass of black light erupted from his sleeve, swirling around him, instantly forming a cold, dark armor. In an instant, an astonishing pressure radiated outward. It is the dragon might. Someone exclaimed. This armor is forged from black dragon material, impervious to water and fire. With unparalleled defense, it can even withstand inferior magical treasures. Someone in the crowd recognized it immediately. No wonder Ying Tian dared to issue a challenge. He had the black dragon armor protecting him. With a thunderous roar, Lu Li unleashed a sound of magical power. His cloak billowed dramatically. Boundless dark, demonic energy erupted from him, soaring upwards, forming a colossal wave of black energy, 100 zhang wide and 10 zhang high in an instant. The black demonic wave surged with overwhelming force, filling the sky and earth, crashing towards Ying Tian. This is splendid, Ying Tian shouted, flipping his hands, suddenly producing a 5 poisons treasure bottle, tilting it forward. The toxic energy poured forth from the bottle, forming a massive cloud of multicolored smoke that met the oncoming dark demonic energy. This was the 5 poisons qi he had cultivated over many years, corrosive to all, profoundly sinister. Boom. In the next moment, the black demonic energy collided with the 5 poisons cloud, producing a resounding explosion. Before Ying Tian could activate the treasures from his sleeve, the black demonic energy suddenly roiled, and a gigantic black whale lunged forth from within, opening its cavernous mouth to swallow. Without a hint of defense, the black whale consumed both Ying Tian and the 5 poisons smoke in one gulp. Following that, the crowd could only hear a series of thunderous sounds emanating from within the black whale, its belly swelling and contracting, glowing ominously, as if it were a black hole devouring all. The surrounding light and warmth dissipated entirely. 10 breaths later, the black whale swayed its body and returned to Lu Li, opening its mouth to regurgitate a heap of bones. What nonsense, wasting my mealtime. By the way, take this money and spend it on the way, and kindly send my regards to your parents. Additionally, thank you for the Heilung armor and the exquisite storage ring you sent. With that, Lu Li waved the yellow paper and tossed his cloak, turning to leave. The entire venue fell into stunned silence, a profound stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Yang Su, Nangong Long, Zhen Tian Da Mo Wang. Chapter 73, The Unbreakable Divine Skill is about to break through. Lu Li departed, and the silence persisted. After 3 breaths, a commotion erupted. Wow, what a terrifying demonic skill. Is this the Kunpeng demonic skill? TSK. Although Lu Li is merely at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, his magical power is so formidable, comparable to the 10th level of the realm. Impressive. No wonder he is the chief of the Yinming ghost sect. Wow. Can it be true so soon? I just bought a pack of seeds and haven't even opened it. I just took off my pants. Could it be that the two of them are acting together? Amidst the astonished exclamations, a white-haired elder rushed out, picked up a skull from the ground, examined it closely, and furrowed his brow, saying, based on my many years of archaeological experience, this skull's shape closely resembles Ying Tian's face, and it has a sulfurous odor with a faint 5-colored hue. It must be the result of years of cultivating the 5 poisons true qi. Clearly, this is indeed Ying Tian's bone. As he spoke, he quickly pieced together the scattered bones into a humanoid shape. Indeed, it is Ying Tian. The white-haired elder concluded after a meticulous inspection. Upon hearing this, the crowd was astounded. Ying Tian was truly dead. He didn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Li. Could it be that Lu Li's strength is genuinely this terrifying? 3 miles away, in a 7-story tavern, Yang Su's previously indifferent expression darkened significantly, becoming as gloomy as water. Ying Tian is dead. His Haimo Longjia is gone. This is truly a loss of both the lady and the soldiers. Beside him, Nangong Long, who believed he controlled everything, wore a grave expression. He had never anticipated that Lu Li, in addition to the Tianma 23 swords and his formidable physique, had cultivated such a bizarre and terrifying magical skill, capable of swallowing people and spitting out bones in the blink of an eye. Lu Li's magical power seemed to correspond to merely the 10th level of foundation establishment. However, this Kuanpung demonic skill is indeed formidable. Yang Su said solemnly. If he were to cultivate for a few more years, reaching the peak of foundation establishment, I fear neither you nor I would stand a chance against him. Nangong Long's gaze was sinister and filled with trepidation. In the next moment, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered 8 words. Therefore, he must die. On the 5th floor. By the window, a young girl widened her eyes, coming to her senses, and looked at the middle-aged woman. Shiji, I wasn't mistaken just now, was I? That Lu Li killed a peak foundation establishment cultivator with a single strike? If this Lu Li grows stronger, I fear even your senior sister would not be his match. The middle-aged woman wore an exceedingly grave expression. This child is terrifying beyond measure. He must not be allowed to live. We must quickly send word for Ling Jianshuang to come and challenge Lu Li. At this moment, Lu Li had already floated back to the base. Just as he passed through the courtyard, he saw the towering figure of Zhentian Doimo Wang standing beside a mound of earth, shoveling spiritual soil into his mouth with great delight. Lu Li paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. What? Never seen someone eat dirt? Zhentian Daimo Wang turned his head and glared fiercely at Lu Li. In an instant, a wave of furious emotions surged forth. Lu Li shook his head. Forgive my ignorance. I truly have never seen this. Today has opened my eyes. Humph. Zhentian Daimo Wang glared like a bell, his voice reverberating like thunder. What do you know, little brat? I am cultivating a secret art and need to consume some spiritual soil to replenish trace elements. Oh, I see now. I understand. Senior, please enjoy your meal. I shall not disturb you. Lu Li realized and bowed slightly, drifting toward the hall. Suddenly, he halted, turned back, and said, Oh, I almost forgot to remind you, Senior, when I was out just now, I saw a dog urinating on that mound of spiritual soil and burying a few lumps of gold. I wonder if you partook of any? What? Upon hearing this, Zhentian Daimo Wang's hand froze midair, his eyes bulging. Then, he began to retch violently. Amidst the exquisite sounds of his purging, Lu Li returned to the hall. Upon entering, he was met by the warm, smiling gaze of Lady Hong Lu, filled with delight. Bai Jinfei also gave him a thumbs up, as if welcoming a triumphant general. Swiftly, waves of astonished and awed gazes swept toward him from across the room. The several tables of foundational true disciples looked at Lu Li with a sense of shock. Previously, although Lu Li had slain Li Jing, it was through the Tianma 23 swords, which felt like a sneak attack. They were somewhat unconvinced. Moreover, allowing a second-level foundation establishment disciple to be the chief, effectively saying that they, as foundational true disciples, were inferior to a mere second-level disciple, was hard to accept. Thus, they felt even more discontent. However now, witnessing Lu Li effortlessly suppress and annihilate a peak foundation establishment cultivator, he had thoroughly demonstrated the might of the Yinming ghost sect. They were indeed convinced that Ying Tian was comparable to 3 Li Jings. Such overwhelming strength is impossible to deny. My apologies for keeping you elders waiting. I hope the wine has not cooled. At this moment, Lu Li clasped his hands and took his seat. Ha ha ha, the wine is still warm. The master's perception remains as keen as ever. Lu Li, your strength has truly opened our eyes. We are in awe. The elder Chang Lu laughed heartily, raising his cup. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. A Yuaning elder shook his head with a sigh and also raised his jade cup. With a chief disciple like you, our Yinming ghost sect will undoubtedly make a name for itself in this battle between celestial and demonic beings. Another elder smiled broadly and raised his cup. Clearly, after this battle, the elder stationed here had acknowledged Lu Li's strength and his position as the chief disciple. If there had been 7 parts of doubt before, now there was not a shred of uncertainty. You elders flatter me, please. Lu Li smiled and raised his cup in return. In the next moment, everyone exchanged smiles and drained their cups in unison. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall became harmonious and jovial, with hosts and guests enjoying themselves. Except for the Zhentian Daimo Wang outside, still consuming dirt. After the wine had circulated halfway, Zhentian Daimo Wang stormed in, wiping his mouth, sitting down with a thud, and glared at Lu Li. Brat, you are truly ungrateful, daring to play tricks on me. There are no dogs in this base. He had indeed been startled earlier. However, upon scanning the entire base with his divine sense, he found no trace of a dog. Instantly realizing he had been made a fool of. Is that so? No dogs? Then I must have seen it wrong. Lu Li appeared somewhat embarrassed, reaching for a piece of tiger meat. Here, senior, have a piece of spiritual tiger meat to calm your anger. This meat has been marinated for several days. It is quite chewy, though the color is a bit dark, resembling earth buried for decades, with a fresh, earthy aroma. Get lost. Before he could finish, Zhentian Daimo Wang snapped. I'm already full. Ha ha ha. Zhentian Daimo Wang, why must you get angry with the junior? Come, let us drink. Elder Chang Lu interjected to smooth things over. Thus, the banquet continued. Yet, Lu Li was growing increasingly impatient. He glanced at the System S records. Your great strength diamond law has progressed by 1 due to your slaying of a nefarious demonic cultivator, vanquishing evil and feeling joyous. Your great Luo Diamond Law has progressed by 1 due to your slaying of a nefarious demonic cultivator, vanquishing evil and feeling joyous. This was the progress reward obtained from slaying Ing Tian. However, this was not the key point. The significant matter was that the great Tathagata Buddha Palm, carrying the unbreakable divine skill, had returned from its spying excursion. Your great Tathagata Buddha Palm has returned from its outing, having gained much, and its cultivation progress has increased by 2. Upon returning from his journey, Luli found himself enriched in his cultivation, with an increase of 2 points in his progress towards the indestructible golden body technique. The golden body technique had reached the 5th level, with a progress of 98. Just 2 points shy of the 6th level, a breakthrough would lead to an explosive enhancement in strength, solidifying his indestructible form. The 6th level of the golden body technique could withstand attacks from low-grade magical artifacts, while the perfected 6th level could resist assaults from mid-grade artifacts. Luli was growing increasingly impatient. Thus, he wasted no time and respectfully requested, Elder Chonglo, might I be escorted to a secluded training chamber? I have had a sudden epiphany following my battle with Ing Tian. The crowd could not help but cast curious glances. Was it truly possible to gain such insights over a simple meal? Elder Chong Li's eyes sparkled at Lu Li's words. Indeed, a genius favored by the sect leader. To gain comprehension through mere combat is commendable. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to escort you to a training palace. Thank you, Elder. However, I hope my focused training will not hinder any important matters, Lu Li inquired further. Rest assured, the Taimo sect and the Blood Shadow sect will not reach an agreement so swiftly. You may devote yourself to your cultivation without concern. Elder Chong Lu replied with a smile, stroking his short beard. I shall reside next to Lu Li to provide assistance as needed, spoke Madame Hong Lu with a gentle smile. Once again, the crowd exchanged glances, a hint of skepticism passing through their minds. Nevertheless, as Lu Li was the chief disciple, his safety was paramount, and it was reasonable for Madame Hong Lu to stay nearby for his protection. Bring Chief Lu to the Yen Shun Hall for rest. Elder Chong Lu commanded with a wave of his hand. Additionally, send 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 8 beautiful maidens to assist Chief Lu in his training. Ultimately, Lu Li declined the offer of the 8 maidens, for the reason was simple. He was not one to indulge in such temptations. Moreover, Madame Hong Lu's gentle yet profound gaze seemed to convey a warning. The women of the demonic path were shrouded in mystery, and it was unwise to form close bonds with them. Lu Li understood instantly, feeling a chill in his heart. Indeed, within the demonic path, it was difficult to discern whether these women were friends or foes. What if one of them was an assassin sent by the righteous sect? He could easily fall into a trap. Thus, Lu Li firmly rejected Elder Chong Li's good intentions and followed a graceful young girl to a magnificent palace. Chief Lu, this is the Yen Shin Hall, equipped with 5 formidable formations and abundant spiritual energy. I hope it meets your satisfaction, the young girl said with a sweet voice. Very satisfactory, Lu Li replied, nodding as he gazed at the dazzling palace, resplendent in the sunlight, with intricately carved jade pillars that exuded grandeur. Clearly the work of a master craftsman. A golden plaque hung above the entrance, boldly inscribed with the characters Yen Shin Hall. Approaching closer, he felt a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloping him, rivaling that of Gue Feng Mountain. Chief Lu, here is the control token for the Yen Shin Hall. Please accept it, the young girl said, producing a warm and fragrant token from her bosom and placing it into Lu Li's hands. Her alluring gaze seemed to hint at an interest in him. Lu Li was aware of her intentions, but remained focused solely on his cultivation and breakthroughs. Therefore, he accepted the token with a serious demeanor, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, junior sister. Please, you may leave now. After speaking, he activated the token and prepared to enter the Yen Shun Hall for seclusion. Before he could step inside, the girl gently grasped the hem of his robe. Biting her lip, her face flushed. Brother Lu, being alone can sometimes be inconvenient. Do you not require a maid to assist you? She felt her prospects were bleak. Destined to marry a golden core elder as a concubine, encountering such a chief disciple was a rare opportunity. If she could secure his favor, it would elevate her status significantly. Moreover, this chief disciple was quite handsome, which she found appealing. Lu Li felt a flicker of temptation at her words. Sensing the moment was ripe, the girl pressed on. Chief Lu, what do you think of me? I excel in cooking and performing arts. Ah, junior sister. You indeed possess remarkable skills. However, I have somewhat peculiar preferences. Do you happen to have a dragon? I would like one to serve me. Lu Li interrupted with a curious inquiry. A dragon? The girl widened her eyes in bewilderment. Was this chief disciple truly so wild? Did he genuinely wish to have a dragon of nascent soul caliber at his beck and call? Never mind if there isn't one. Lu Li waved his hand and stepped directly into the Yen Shin Hall. With a resounding thud, the grand doors closed, and the protective formations illuminated, enveloping the surroundings in a dazzling array of colors, leaving the bewildered girl standing alone in the wind. It was time for a breakthrough. Inside the Yen Shin Hall, Lu Li quickly made his way to the inner sanctum, which also housed a training chamber. This chamber was far superior to his previous dwelling. Upon entering, he beheld a pure white jade platform, crystalline and exuding waves of ethereal spiritual energy. It was constructed from mid-grade spirit stones, and the quality was so high that it was on the verge of transforming into upper-grade stones. Clearly, the Yanshin Hall was meant for the cultivation of nascent soul experts. Lu Li thought to himself as he settled onto the platform without hesitation. The spirit-gathering formation activated completely, releasing vibrant streams of spiritual energy from beneath the jade platform, filling the entire training chamber. Lu Li took out 2 recording stones and placed them beside him, the sound of scriptures and mantras resonating through the air. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lu Li's eyes. By tomorrow, his indestructible golden body technique would ascend to the 6th level. With this thought, he cleared his mind of distractions, focusing his spirit as he entered a state of cultivation. As night fell, the stars shone brightly. 3 golden moons hung in the vast sky, resembling 3 luminous pearls against the backdrop of the shimmering Milky Way. The moonlight cascaded like water, mingling with the endless starlight, washing over the world in a breathtaking display. Such celestial phenomena were unique to the Zuaxian Valley. At this moment, at a significant location within the Immortal Alliance, outside a palace made of white jade, a girl draped in golden gauze sat on the jade steps, basking in the moonlight, hugging her knees and resting her head upon them, soundly asleep. Droplets of drool trickled from her lips, while fireflies danced around her. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, landing 10 yards away from the girl. It was an ethereal elder, with flowing white hair and a robe of azure. Ahem. Seeing the girl still deep in slumber, the elder frowned and cleared his throat. Is it already time for a meal? The girl murmured, lifting her head and blinking her sleepy eyes. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, with a round, cherubic face, twin buns atop her head, and eyes as clear and bright as black pearls. Ainli, have you remembered to retain the information about Lu Li? The elder inquired with a sigh of resignation. Rest assured, Elder Tianjian, I have memorized it all. The girl, now wide awake, stood upright and replied in a crisp voice. Good. It is important to remember. Reports from Zhuxian City indicate that Lu Li has reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment, with power comparable to an average 10th level foundation establishment cultivator. He effortlessly dispatched a rogue cultivator named Ying Tian with a single strike. Should you encounter him tomorrow, do not hold back. Understood. The girl nodded earnestly, raising her wrist adorned with a gleaming jade bracelet. If I meet Lu Li, I will give my all and let him experience the might of my 5 elements sun and moon ring. At that point, he will transform from a living carp into a dead one, ripe for my culinary exploits. As she spoke, a rumble emanated from her stomach, causing her expression to sour. Esteemed Elder Tianjian, do you have any food on your person? The golden-clad maiden, clutching her stomach with a faint blush on her cheeks, inquired softly, a hint of hunger evident in her voice. Did you not just finish dinner less than half an hour ago? The elder in green robes responded, somewhat exasperated. But elder, I consume 9 meals a day. That last dinner was merely my 6th, she replied with a shy smile. The elder's expression froze. At last, he comprehended why Xuan Yangwen had sent Fang Yinli here. They simply could not afford her. That recent dinner had cost a total of 233 mid-grade spirit stones. With 9 meals a day, that amounts to over 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Over a year, the tally would reach hundreds of thousands. Goodness. A small sect could go bankrupt under the weight of such a voracious appetite. Elder, I'm so hungry. Isn't this place supposed to provide meals and lodging? Has it run out of food so soon? At that moment, Fang Yinli asked pitifully. Rest assured, meals and lodging are provided. You may go seek Elder Mengxian. He will make arrangements for you. Elder Qingyi replied, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. 10 years. The battle between the celestial and demonic realms will last at least that long. With such a glutton in our midst, I fear the Celestial Alliance may be overwhelmed before they even conquer Wanmission. Elder Mengxian? Thank you, Elder Tianjian. Fang Yinli exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement, fully awake, her eyes sparkling like stars. I must go now. Sister Ling has yet to emerge. Just as she finished speaking, the star palace behind her trembled and the door swung open. A woman clad in purple stepped out with swift grace, exuding an icy sword intent, her brilliance undeniable. She was tall and elegant, resembling a solitary plum blossom blooming in the depths of a snowy mountain. This woman was none other than Ling Jinshuang, the foremost among the 10 talents of the celestial path. How did it go, Jinshuang? Elder Tianjian immediately inquired. Within the star palace was the Tianhuan mirror, borrowed from Xuan Tiangwen, capable of simulating various terrains, creatures, and demons. Entering it allowed one to engage in combat against simulated foes, specifically designed to enhance the combat experience of the 10 talents. Regrettably, it could only accommodate one individual at a time. Rest assured, Elder Tianjian, I have fought 132 battles within the Tianhuan realm, emerging victorious in each. Ling Jinshuang replied coolly and succinctly. Excellent. And did you defeat Lu Li, who recently updated his spell? Elder Tianjian asked. Indeed, though Lu Li's Kunping spell is formidable, his spiritual power is insufficient. Before my formidable golden core power, He was but a fleeting foe, Ling Jinshuang stated, her words radiating confidence. Very well. Upon hearing this, Elder Tianjian stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Then tomorrow, you shall join Yinli in combat, challenging Lu Li by name in Zuxian City. Rest assured, Elder. If Lu Li dares to accept the challenge, I shall sever his head with a single sword stroke within 10 moves. Ling Jinshuang's gaze was sharp, her resolve unwavering. Indeed, Fang Yinli declared, her fist clenched in determination. Let us sever Lu Li's head and prepare spicy fish head. By the way, Sister Ling, Elder Tianjian, are you not hungry? Shall we not have a meal first? Jinshuang, Elder Tianjian, Chapter 75. Madam, assist me in my cultivation the following day. The first rays of innate purple energy illuminated the Wanmog Mountains. In the heart of the Celestial Alliance, Ling Jinshuang arose early, freshened up, and opened the door to the sword pavilion. Sister Ling, good morning. Fang Yinli greeted, one hand clutching a chicken leg and the other holding a bag of buns. Her cheeks bulging as she chewed on a meat dumpling, resembling an adorable little hamster. Good morning, Ling Jinshuang replied, a rare smile gracing her usually stoic face as she observed the rosy-cheeked maiden before her. Hee hee, this is a crystal bun I specially prepared for you, Sister Ling. It's delicious, but be careful, it may burst. Fang Yinli offered her a bag of buns with a sweet smile. Thank you. Ling Jinshuang accepted without hesitation. Good morning. Junior Sister Ling, Junior Sister Fang. At that moment, a group approached them. The leader was a handsome young man, around 24 or 25 years old, dressed in a snow-white robe, exuding a calm elegance reminiscent of a noble scion. This was Yi Qing, the premier of the Xinna sect. Following him were a scholarly youth in blue robes, a young monk in yellow, a tall and slender Taoist, and a petite nun clad in simple robes. These individuals were all part of the 10 talents of the celestial path. Greetings to all, Ling Jinshuang said, bowing respectfully to the newcomers. The group returned the gesture. Junior Sister Ling, we heard you were challenging Lu Li today. We have come to support you, Yi Qing remarked with an elegant smile. Sister Yinli and I can handle Lu Li without troubling you all, Ling Jinshuang replied courteously. Haha, with your swordsmanship, Sister Ling. Dealing with Lu Li will be a walk in the park. However, those of the demonic path are cunning and treacherous. They might come out in full force. We are here to support you, just in case, the scholarly youth in blue interjected with a smile. Ah, I see. Thank you, everyone, Ling Jinshuang nodded thoughtfully. As they conversed, Fang Yinli stealthily approached the petite nun and whispered, Meow you, have you had breakfast yet? Would you like to try my 8 fragrant chicken leg? Amitba. I cannot consume meat, the little nun replied, recoiling at the sight of the chicken leg as if it were a terrifying object, shaking her head repeatedly. Simultaneously, she clutched her prayer beads, mumbling softly, seemingly reciting incantations in embarrassment. Oh, what harm is there in eating a little? The Buddha is so magnanimous. He surely wouldn't mind a bit of meat. Besides, Meow you look so thin. It's evident you don't eat enough. If you don't eat more, you'll wither away, Fang Yinli urged, continuing to offer the chicken leg enticingly. To her surprise, upon hearing this, the little nun took a step back. Biting her lips silently, her face flushed. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she had suffered a great humiliation. The young monk in yellow, unable to bear the scene any longer, clasped his hands and said, Junior Fang, we cultivate Buddhism to better ourselves. We must not break our vows lightly. Breaking a vow can lead to regression in cultivation. Oh, is it that serious? What a pity, Fang Yinli lamented, retracting the chicken leg and nibbling on it herself. Let us set forth and vanquish the demons. Ling Jinshuang, having observed the unfolding drama, fearing Fang Yinli might cause further trouble, spoke directly. Indeed, the group readily agreed. In the next moment, they soared into the sky, heading towards the Celestial Alliance's Tao Academy. Soon, the 7 of them landed within the academy and proceeded directly to the deepest part of the transmission array. Are you ready? Elder Tianjian asked solemnly. The group nodded in unison. Then let us go, and exercise caution. Elder Tianjian cautioned, performing a hand seal. With a hum, the entire academy trembled. Then, a colossal white beam of light shot into the sky, enveloping Ling Jinshuang and her companions as they hurtled towards Wanmashan. In the blink of an eye, the light beam streaked across the entire Zuaxian Valley, crashing down 20 miles outside Zuxian City onto a desolate hillside. In the next moment, Ling Jinshuang stepped forward, flipping her palm to reveal a bell. From Tianhe Sword Sect, Ling Jinshuang challenges Lu Li, one of the 10 talents of the demonic path. Ling Jinshuang activated the bell and called out clearly. The bell rang, sending forth sound waves that shot forth for 20 miles, exploding over Zuxian City. Instantly, the sound reverberated like thunder, echoing for dozens of miles. From Tianhe Sword Sect, Ling Jinshuang challenges Lu Li, one of the 10 talents of the demonic path. Within Zuxian City, chaos erupted. Ling Jinshuang had come to challenge once more. Moreover, this time she had explicitly named Lu Li, one of the 10 talents of the demonic path. In the blink of an eye, the news spread throughout the entire city like a gentle spring breeze. At the base of the Yinming Ghost Sect, Hong Lu Fu Run, Zhen Tian Da Mo Wang, and Chong Lao were engaged in a serious discussion. Suddenly, their expressions turned grave as they all heard it. Ling Jianshuang was outside the city, openly challenging Lu Li by name. Inform Lu Li of this development. Whether he chooses to fight or not is his own decision. What do you both think? Hong Lu Fu Rin furrowed her brow. Chong Lao and Jin Tian Da-Mo Wang exchanged solemn glances and nodded in agreement. Soon, the news reached Yan Shindian and into Lu Li's ears. Ling Jianshuang has come to challenge? In the secluded training chamber, Lu Li sat cross-legged on a jade platform, his brow creased. This was indeed a most inopportune moment. His cultivation had encountered a significant issue. At this moment, radiant golden Buddha light shone beneath his navel, dazzling and resplendent. From his navel to his neck, a blood-red light flickered, sinister and alluring, exuding an aura of twisted malevolence that seemed to devour everything in its path. Above his neck, a brilliant azure light glimmered. His entire being was engulfed in a clash of green, red, and golden lights, a vivid display of conflicting energies. Lu Li found himself immobilized, unable to move. As his spiritual energy circulated sluggishly, it was evident that he had encountered a critical failure in his cultivation. To emerge now and accept the challenge would be tantamount to courting death. Checking the system log, he noted, your indestructible Vajra skill has gained insight from listening to the Supreme Buddha Sutra, increasing your cultivation progress by 2. This was initially a splendid development, as the indestructible Vajra skill was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level. However, oddly enough, while the progress bar reached 100, no breakthrough notification appeared. Instead, several alarming entries flashed before him. The indestructible Vajra skill is in the process of breaking through and begins to devour the spiritual energy of the flesh. Your Tian Mo Air Shi Si Jian and your Yin Yang Han Yuan Kuan Peng Emotion Gong sensed the threat and obstructed the breakthrough of the indestructible Vajra skill. The indestructible Vajra skill resisted but was overpowered. The Great Power Vajra spell and the Great Might Heavenly Dragon spell extended their assistance. Your skills began to engage in a chaotic brawl. The Great Buddha Palm, witnessing the fray, joined in enthusiastically, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. Consequently, Lu Li's body spiraled out of control, illuminated by swirling green, red, and golden lights. Several divine skills reveled in the chaos, completely disregarding Lu Li's feelings as their master. Lu Li's brow furrowed deeper. He never anticipated such a situation arising. Moreover, the golden light belonged to the Buddhist path, the blood light to 2 demonic arts. But where did the azure light above his head come from? Frowning intensely, Lu Li shouted, "Summon Hong Lu Jinjun at once." In a flash, Hong Lu Fu Ruin entered Yan Shindian and drifted into the secluded training chamber. Lu Li, you have fallen into a state of chaotic energy. Oh wait? Hong Lu Fu Ren's expression turned serious, her eyes beginning to shimmer with a blue crystalline light as she seemed to activate a divine sight. After a moment, her expression grew even more somber. What has happened to me? Lu Li's heart sank as he directly inquired. Hong Lu Fu Ren furrowed her brow and replied, you are cultivating both demonic and Buddhist paths, having reached a certain level where the techniques have begun to conflict. Although it is not too severe and has not led to complete chaos, the issue is still considerable. How can we resolve this? Lu Li's brow knitted tightly. There are 3 methods, Hong Lu Fu Ren stated solemnly. The first method is for me to intervene directly and suppress the conflict, but should it erupt again, the problem will be even greater and no one can predict when it may occur. What about the second method? Lu Li immediately inquired. The first method posed too great a risk and was not advisable. The second method is a choice between 2 paths, either focus solely on demonic techniques or solely on Buddhist techniques, Hong Lu Fu Ren declared. Hearing this, Lu Li hesitated and asked, what is the third method? The third method is to cultivate a supreme technique that can harmonize and stabilize the conflicting energies, allowing the demonic and Buddhist paths to achieve balance, but time is of the essence. Therefore, the only viable solution is to cultivate a Taoist technique, establishing a triad of Tao, Buddha, and demon, each mutually restraining the others to eliminate future dangers. Hong Lu Fu Ren spoke gravely. That is precisely it. Upon hearing, Lu Li's eyes sparkled with resolve. Madam, I have an earnest request. Please assist me in my cultivation. Save my life. In the future, I shall bind myself in gratitude and honor your great kindness. Chapter 76. Harmonizing the 3 paths, a clever plan if I were to appear unattractive. Would your promise of loyalty translate to a lifetime of servitude in the next life? Upon hearing Lu Li's plea, Hong Lu Fu Ren asked with a playful smile. Is this a yes or a no? The thoughts of women are indeed difficult to decipher. Lu Li pondered quietly, then resolutely stated, Madam, I, Lu Li, am a person of my word. You possess a kind heart and have aided me multiple times, akin to the Bodhisattva descending to relieve suffering. Even if you were the most unattractive in the world, I would still stand by my word. Alas, before Hong Lu Jinjun could respond, Lu Li suddenly sighed. In truth, it is understandable that you might not wish to assist me, for I have already troubled you too many times. I have been alone and destitute since childhood, devoid of parents, experiencing the caprices of human emotions and the harshness of life. Enough, enough. Hong Lu Fu Rin interrupted with a teasing laugh. You need not play the pitiful card. I shall help you. Thank you, madam. Lu Li expressed his gratitude immediately. Speak. How may I request your assistance? Hong Lu Fu Rin gazed upon Lu Li, who was enveloped in a riot of green, gold, and red lights, her brows slightly furrowed. Madam, simply impart your supreme, true qi to me. Lu Li replied, then asked, by the way, do you know the origin of the green light above my head? Hong Lu Fu Rin furrowed her brow and replied, this should be a remnant of the Qing Jiao's true blood, a fragment of the Azure Dragon's lineage that you did not fully refine. Now, in light of the conflicting energies, it has been forcibly expelled. Can it be eliminated? Lu Li immediately pressed. With this brilliant green light, I cannot venture out. If I do, my reputation as a spendthrift will surely transform into that of the spendthrift Qing Emperor. How can I continue to survive? The Azure Dragon is of the wood element. Wood fuels fire. If you cultivate a pure fire-based Taoist technique, you can refine it. Hong Lu Fu Rin brightened as she continued. Lu Li intends to cultivate the Zi, Xia Lian Ri Jin Jing to balance the demonic and Buddhist techniques. Furthermore, this will allow you to refine that fragment of Azure Dragon blood, achieving two objectives at once. However, since Zi Xia Lian Ri Jin Jing is not a supreme Taoist technique, refining that fragment of Azure Dragon blood while balancing your supreme demonic and Buddhist techniques will prove somewhat challenging. I have a Jinwu Wan here. Take it, and your cultivation will accelerate. If all goes well, your cultivation will increase significantly. As she spoke, Hong Lu Fu Rin elegantly flipped her wrist, revealing a blazing golden flame in her palm. Upon closer inspection, this flame was unmistakably a pill. As soon as the pill appeared, wisps of golden flame erupted from it, transforming into lively three-legged golden crows that danced around, exuding vitality. Instantly, the temperature in the surroundings soared, making one feel as if they were amidst a sea of magma. This pill was evidently no ordinary item. Madam, this pill seems quite precious. Although Lu Li was unaware of the exact value of the Jinwu Wan and spirit stones, he understood it must be quite valuable. Pills are made for consumption. Given my current level, I no longer require this pill. It is better suited for you. Hong Lu Fu Rin smiled lightly. Your kindness shall not be forgotten across 10 lifetimes. Lu Li vowed earnestly. From this day forth, should you direct me east, I shall not venture west. Should you instruct me to chase dogs, I shall not pursue chickens. Lu Li's heart swelled with warmth as he solemnly swore. Enough with the flattery, let us begin. Hong Lu Fu Rin chuckled lightly. Then, with a gentle motion, she placed the Jinwu Wan into Lu Li's mouth. Following that, she touched her jade-like fingers to his brow. Supreme Taoist true qi immediately flowed into him. Boom. Lu Li felt as if a blazing sun had erupted within his abdomen, a torrent of searing flames igniting and consuming him from within. He was ablaze. Lu Li was ablaze. The entire physical form ignited with a golden flame, transforming into a colossal fireball. The three-colored radiance was immediately suppressed. Simultaneously, a drop of supreme true energy at the center of his brow cascaded down like cool water, alleviating the intense pain of his flesh being scorched. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Li promptly activated the Zihua Lianri Xinjing. No, it should be the Chunyang Wujis Henjing. The crisp sound of system notifications echoed in his mind. You have consumed the Jinwu pill, thanks to a trace of Qinglong bloodline within you. The potency of the Jinwu pill has increased by 30%. Your Chunyang Wujis Henjing senses the Jinwu true fire's potency in your body, beginning to devour it like a delicacy, evoking immense joy and enhancing the cultivation effect by 10,000. Your Chunyang Wujis Henjing perceives the presence of the supreme Taoist true energy, feeling admiration and exhilaration, increasing the cultivation speed by 10,000. Progress 2. Progress 2. Having practiced the Zihua Lianri Xinjing multiple times, Lu Li was now quite familiar with it. In the blink of an eye, the progress bar of the Zihua Lianri Xinjing had surpassed halfway. Oh, almost forgot about this. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Li moved his consciousness to manipulate the token. With a thunderous roar, the Yenshin Hall opened a skylight, and scorching sunlight poured down, illuminating him. With a swift motion, Lu Li chose to shatter his garments, reducing them to ashes. The system notification chimed. Due to your complete contact with the Haori essence, your Chunyang Wujis Henjing is invigorated, enhancing the cultivation effect once again by 100. Even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh. In this critical moment of cultivation, one must not let any opportunity slip away. Unfortunately, with the presence of Lady Honglu, he could not absorb the sunlight in the most natural manner, which would have further enhanced his cultivation effect. Lu Liyu. Lady Honglu expressed her curiosity. My method of cultivation allows for quicker progress. It is my unique secret. Lu Li explained. I see. Lady Honglu nodded in understanding, refraining from further questioning. Thus, Lu Li entered a state of cultivation. After a cup of tea, the Chunyang Wujis Henjing directly broke through to the second layer. Half an hour later, it reached the third layer. The speed was astonishing. At this terrifying rate of cultivation, he would soon break through to the sixth layer, standing shoulder to shoulder with demonic and Buddhist techniques. By then, the problems would be effortlessly resolved. His cultivation could also advance to the third layer of foundation establishment. Junior Brother Lu. Junior Brother Lu. That Ling Jinshuang is still outside the city calling for you. Suddenly, the voice of Bai Jinfeng resonated from outside the Yinshan Hall. Ling Jinshuang is still calling? Lu Li frowned and replied directly. Senior Brother Bai, I am in a crucial moment of breakthrough in my cultivation. Please hang a truce banner for me regarding Ling Jinshuang. Very well. Bai Jinfeng agreed and departed. Soon, he arrived at the battlements of Zhuxian City, took out a 1,000-mile bell, and shouted towards the outside. Ling Jinshuang, return. My senior brother of the Enian Ghost Sect is currently cultivating and cannot accept your challenge. Upon this proclamation, a chorus of jeers erupted from the battlements. The 10 great demons? The chief disciple, is this it? I waited in vain, hoping to witness a grand battle. Only a fool would accept the challenge. Ling Jinshuang's powers are formidable. After a few strikes, one might end up as a dried sausage corpse on Zhuemo City. Indeed, compared to reputation, life itself is far more precious. Not to mention, Ling Jinshuang is quite beautiful. If one were to fashion a puppet in her likeness, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Bring me 10. I want 20. The battlements buzzed with chatter. Outside the city, Ling Jinshuang's expression was cold. Junior Sister Ling. It seems that Lu Li is a coward, unwilling to fight. Should we continue to call him out? Asked Yi Qing, the chief of the Xina sect. Let us return. We shall come again tomorrow. Ling Jinshuang pondered for a moment, coldly asserting. Hooray, time to go eat. Fang Yinli exclaimed excitedly. In the next moment, the group crushed their teleportation stones. A bright light immediately shone, enveloping them as they soared into the sky, returning to the stronghold of the Xian Dao Alliance. The following day, in the cultivation chamber, Lu Li's face radiated with uncontainable joy. His Chunyang Wujishenging had ascended to the 4th layer. The azure light above his head faintly intertwined with strands of golden-white radiance, representing the pure yang true fire energy cultivated from the Chunyang Wujishenging. Within him, the Chunyang Wujishenging surged forth, joining the fray. All the techniques engaged in a joyful clash. This signified that a tripartite balance of Tao, Buddhism, and demonic forces would soon be established. Furthermore, the progress of the Yin-Yang Hunyuan Kuanping demon god technique had already reached 88. He would soon break through to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Additionally, the great Tathagata's palm had also increased by 10 points in cultivation progress. Junior Brother Lu. That Ling Jinshuang is calling for you again. Bai Jinfeng shouted from outside the Yinshan Hall. Continue to hang the truce banner. Lu Li replied. There are rumors circulating in the city. If you do not engage, it may tarnish your reputation and that of the sect. Bai Jinfeng cautioned. After his words, silence ensued. Bai Jinfeng frowned in concern. Could it be that Junior Brother Lu truly intends to remain in hiding? Just then, 3 items flew out from the Yinshan Hall. Landing before Bai Jinfeng, Lu Li's voice simultaneously echoed. Senior Brother Bai, here are 3 talismans. Use them in order, and Ling Jinshuang will surely withdraw from the challenge without a fight. 3 talismans? Bai Jinfeng was momentarily taken aback, picked up the talismans, and flew away with a hint of skepticism. What could possibly be in these talismans to make Ling Jinshuang retreat? Could it be Junior Brother Lu's original flavor talisman? As Bai Jinfeng flew on his sword, he squeezed the 3 talismans in his hand, filled with curiosity and impatience to open them. However, considering the matter at hand regarding the reputation of the Enian Ghost Sect, he ultimately restrained himself. With a resounding force of magic, he infused energy into his flying sword, drastically increasing his speed. In an instant, he soared through the sky, traversing hundreds of miles, and landed with a thud on a battlement of Zhuxian City. Here they come. As Bai Jinfeng alighted on the battlement, all the demonic cultivators waiting to watch turned their gazes upon him with amusement. Some began to shout, Bai Jinfeng, is your chief once again hiding, unwilling to accept the challenge? Bai Jinfeng paid them no heed and offered no response. He simply clasped his hands in salute to the surrounding demonic cultivators. Gentlemen, please make way. As he spoke, he produced a massive 1,000-mile bell and positioned it at the edge of the battlement. At that moment, another demonic cultivator mockingly shouted, Bai Jinfeng, your chief must be terrified for his life, which is why he dares not show himself. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you tarnish someone's reputation so baselessly? What reputation? Ling Jinshuang comes daily to challenge. Your chief brother Lu Li hides away, asking you to hang a white flag. We all witnessed it. A voice sneered derisively. Bai Jinfeng's face instantly flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. As he retorted, how can that be considered cowardice? In our demonic circles, such behavior is not cowardice, but rather a strategy of conserving one's strength. Waiting for the opportune moment. Immediately, the crowd erupted in laughter, filling the entire battlement with mirth. Seeing this, Bai Jinfeng snorted coldly. Just wait. The chief of the Enian Ghost Sect, will strategize from afar, and without appearing, make Ling Jinshuang retreat without a fight. What a boast. As soon as these words left his mouth, An elder clad in blood-red robes burst into raucous laughter. If your chief brother Lu Li can truly make Ling Jinchuang retreat without a fight, I will strip off my clothes and hang myself on this battlement for 3 days and nights. I will join in. I'll double that. I want to hang there for half a month. Laughter reverberated atop the city walls. Countless scornful gazes were directed at Bai Jinfei, all eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Not far away, Yang Su and Nangong Long wore cold smirks. As long as Lu Li dared not accept the challenge, they would secretly instigate and tarnish his reputation. In doing so, Lu Li's nascent fame would swiftly be sullied, and the reputation of the Yiming Guizhong would suffer considerably. This move would accomplish 2 objectives with a single action. Lu Shidi, do not put me in a difficult position. Hearing the laughter around him, Bai Jinfei silently lamented. Without hesitation, he opened the first talisman and drew forth a slip of paper. The paper bore 8 bold, powerful characters. Zi Bianqing Bai, Huoshui Dongyin. What? Bai Jinfei's eyes bulged in disbelief. What could this mean? Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed, and his mind raced, leading to a swift understanding. So that was it. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jinfei raised the Qianli bell to his lips, channeled his magical energy, and bellowed, Ling Jinchuang, listen. His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the air and carrying for dozens of miles. On a hillside 20 miles away, Ling Jinchuang and her companions instantly stiffened at the sound. The next moment, Bai Jinfei's voice continued, Ling Jinchuang, that record of suffering you possess was not penned by Lu Li, the chief disciple of the Yiming Guizhong, but is a deliberate frame-up. The true author of this tome is none other than Yang Su, the chief of the Tai Mo Zone, and Nangong Long, the chief of the Tian Ju Mo Zone. If you seek vengeance, let it be directed towards them. At this proclamation, both sides were momentarily taken aback. Yang Su and Nangong Long exchanged glances, their expressions stern. How could Lu Li have uncovered their scheme? Was Ling Jinchuang truly considering challenging them? Meanwhile, Ling Jinchuang's demeanor remained icy, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Beside her, Yi Qing and Fang Yingli also exhibited signs of indignation. That book was a profound humiliation to Ling Jinchuang. At this juncture, she raised her elegant wrist, shook the bell in her hand, and coldly declared, those of the demonic path are heinous and must be slain without mercy. Not a single one shall escape. Today it is Lu Li. Tomorrow it will be Yang Su. The ringing of the bell resonated, sending sonic waves that detonated upon the city walls. The determination in her words was unmistakable. Bai Jinfei furrowed his brow upon hearing this. This woman is rather obstinate. There was no alternative. Bai Jinfei immediately opened the second talisman. It was another slip of paper, but this one contained much more text. After reading it, Bai Jinfei's expression turned peculiar. However, after a moment's contemplation, he raised the Qianli bell and shouted, Ling Jinchuang. These are the original words of Lu Li, chief disciple of the Yiming Guizhong. Listen carefully. He then proclaimed, following the text, Ling Jinchuang, I, Lu Li, am still a novice in my cultivation, having only recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage. I am aware that I am not your match, and thus, I shall not engage in battle today. However, in 3 days, once I have completed my breakthrough, I will surely come to challenge you, forcing you to kneel and call me father. As his voice echoed, the crowd was momentarily stunned. He had set a 3-day appointment? Clearly, the words spoken could not be taken back. In 3 days, Lu Li would indeed challenge Ling Jinchuang. Should he fail to appear, his reputation within the demonic sect would be irreparably tarnished, along with that of the Yiming Guizhong. As the chief disciple, Lu Li would never jest with the sect's reputation. Could it be that Lu Li was genuinely on the verge of a breakthrough, destined to achieve unparalleled prowess, capable of overpowering even the formidable Ling Jinchuang? Many speculated quietly. Yang Su and Nangong Long were equally astonished. On the hillside, Ling Jinchuang's expression remained frigid. Ling Shimi, Lu Li is merely employing a delaying tactic. Those of the demonic path are notoriously untrustworthy, swearing oaths as if they were mere meals. Moreover, Lu Li is a disciple of the ghostly demon, whose words are notoriously foul. His statements cannot be trusted. Yi Qing, the chief of the Zion Heman, remarked coldly. His own master had perished from the frustrations caused by the ghostly demon, leading to his profound disdain for Lu Li. Brother Yi speaks wisely. The scholarly youth nodded in agreement, frowning as he added, yet, I find one thing perplexing. Why did Lu Li not directly command someone to execute such a humiliating act against Ling Shimi, knowing full well the extent of the insult? Is it possible he intends to leave a path for future encounters? The youth's words prompted the crowd to ponder. Humph. Ling Jinchuang retorted icily, gazing at Zhu Mo City with a piercing glare. This Lu Li must be eliminated. It shall be either his demise or mine. Her oath rang with unwavering conviction, resonating with resolute determination. The crowd regarded her with newfound respect. With a snap, Bai Jinfei found himself in a predicament. There was no choice but to open the third talisman. Gritting his teeth, Bai Jinfei tore open the third talisman. This time, he drew forth 2 slips of paper. The first bore 3 sharp black characters that pierced through the paper. Shoot it out. What? Bai Jinfei was momentarily taken aback. This phrase seemed oddly familiar. In the next instant, he realized that Lu Li intended for him to launch the entire talisman, along with the second slip of paper, towards Ling Jinshuang. Without hesitation, Bai Jinfei opened the second slip and read it swiftly. His pupils widened slightly, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Brilliant! Lu Shidi is truly ingenious. This move embodies the essence of our demonic sect." He then returned the second slip to the talisman and rummaged through his storage ring until he finally procured a mid-grade spiritual bow. Subsequently, he affixed the talisman to the spiritual arrow. "Ling Jinshuang, this is a gift from Lu Li, the chief brother of the Yinming Guizhong. Accept it," Bai Jinfei shouted, knocking the arrow and assuming a stance reminiscent of bending a bow to shoot the sun. With a release, the arrow soared forth, glinting in the brilliant sunlight as it flew outside the city. With a thud, the arrow struck the ground several miles away. "Ling Shimi, be cautious of treachery," Yi Qing advised solemnly from the hillside. "I will retrieve it." As soon as the words left his lips, Feng Yingli dashed forward, raising her hand. With a swish, the 5-element sun and moon ring flew forth, transforming into a streak of multicolored light that gracefully encircled the spiritual arrow and the talisman, drawing them back. Then, with a flash of colors, the talisman shattered, revealing a slip of paper. The paper contained a terse line. "If you do not depart, I shall have someone recite your..." The words Chapter 78, Breakthrough, 3 flowers gather at the apex, were scrawled beneath it. Despicable, lowly. Ling Jinshuang ground her silver teeth, her countenance as frigid as frost as she spat the words through clenched jaws. Before the paper could drift to the ground, 100 strands of golden sword threads erupted from her sleeve. With a flurry of sounds, the paper was instantaneously shredded into powder. The crowd displayed expressions of indignation. "Humph. Those of the demonic path are indeed shameless, resorting to such despicable and underhanded tactics." Yi Qing of the Zion Heman condemned vehemently. "Indeed," the scholarly youth agreed, furrowing his brow as he added, "Yet, I find one thing puzzling. Why did Lu Li, knowing full well the potential humiliation for Ling Shimi, not directly command someone to carry it out? Could it be that he wishes to leave a path for future encounters?" The youth's musings elicited surprise among the crowd. "Humph." Ling Jinshuang scoffed coldly, her gaze fixed on Zhu Mo City, her eyes gleaming with cold, sharp intent. "This Lu Li shall meet his end. It shall be either his death or mine." Her vow rang with unwavering strength and resounding conviction, exuding an extraordinary resolve. The crowd looked on in astonishment. In the next moment, Ling Jinshuang crushed the teleportation stone in her hand, and a brilliant white light enveloped her as she soared into the sky. Heading towards Zhu Mo City, she truly departed. The onlookers exchanged glances, yet they could only shatter their own teleportation stones and follow suit. However, this time, Feng Yinli remained unmoved. Her round, soft face was filled with concern. "Yinli, why haven't you left yet? Aren't you hungry?" a young scholar inquired with a smile. "I am worried about Sister Ling," Feng Yinli replied, her eyes brimming with unease. "Oh, are you afraid that Sister Ling cannot defeat Lu Li? Fear not. With her magical prowess, divine sword, and an array of treasures, 10 Lu Lis would be no match for her." The young scholar comforted her with a smile. "That is not it." Feng Yinli shook her head vigorously. "I am concerned that Sister Ling might develop feelings for Lu Li." The young scholar was taken aback by her words, then chuckled. "How could that be? Sister Ling despises Lu Li so much that she would wish for his swift demise. How could she possibly fall for someone she loathes? But many novels I've read depict such scenarios, where fierce rivals eventually become partners and have children together." Feng Yinli expressed her worries. "Haha, that is merely fiction, a fabrication. Moreover, such tales of romantic entanglements between celestial and demonic foes are typically penned by mediocre authors for the masses." The young scholar laughed heartily. "Yet, if they are mere fabrications, why do so many people purchase and enjoy them?" Feng Yinli countered. The young scholar was momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he smiled gently. "Rest assured, Sister Ling, as a paragon of virtue, would never take a liking to someone as despicable and shameless as a member of the demonic sect. Now let us return." "Oh." Feng Yinli nodded. In the next instant, both shattered their teleportation stones. As the white light blazed forth, Feng Yinli cast a glance back at Juxian City. Her brows furrowed as she murmured, "But my intuition has always been accurate." With a whoosh, the white light surged skyward, carrying them across the horizon. Soon, they landed in Zhu Mo City, deep within the sacred grounds of the Immortal Alliance. "Has Lu Li still refused to engage in battle?" Elder Tianjian inquired solemnly upon their return. "Indeed." Ling Jinshuang nodded coldly. "I failed to sever Lu Li's head and was repelled by him." "Please, Elder Tianjian, impose your punishment." "No matter." Elder Tianjian stroked his flowing white beard, his eyes glinting with sharpness. "The Immortal Alliance has devised another plan. Within 3 days, the 10 demons of the Dark Path will undoubtedly emerge. For now, return and recuperate, sharpen your blades, and prepare for the impending battle to vanquish evil." Upon hearing his resolute words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Soon, expressions of fervor spread across their faces as they clasped their hands in respect, replying in unison, As you command. Especially Ling Jinshuang, whose cold gaze radiated a chilling sword intent. Luli must die. She has left? Ling Jinshuang truly retreated without a fight? Unbelievable. At that moment, the walls of Zhuxian City were still abuzz with noise. What happened to those who claimed they would hang from the city walls? Hurry and disrobe. And that one. Super double the stakes. Someone, bring me my writing tools. I wish to capture everything in ink. On such a fine day. My spirit-swallowing bird should be allowed to stretch its wings. Those who are hanging bare on the walls, please be aware, this bird enjoys munching on insects. Kindly secure your bugs. Brother Bai, your Yiming Ghost Sect S. Lu has indeed forced the 10 immortals to withdraw without fighting. Quite impressive. Might you reveal what was written in that pouch? Haha, no comment. Bai Jinfeng tucked away his bell and casually bowed before soaring into the sky. Soon, he returned to the Yiming Ghost Sect S base. As soon as he entered, he found the formidable demon king devouring dirt once more. With Elder Chong Lu watching with a smile. Disciple greets the demon king, and Elder Chong Lu, Bai Jinfeng stammered, taken aback as he respectfully bowed. No need for formalities. Go and share the joy with Lu. He is indeed worthy of being the sect leader's chosen one, possessing considerable skill. Elder Chong Lu chuckled. With this, the reputation of the Yiming Ghost sect would be preserved and even enhanced, all while Lu Li had not made an appearance. To achieve victory without engaging in battle is quite impressive. Indeed, Bai Jinfeng smiled at the mention of Lu Li, feeling a sense of pride as he clasped his hands and prepared to leave for the Yama Temple. Before departing, he couldn't help but glance back at the Demon King. Sensing his gaze, the Demon King turned and glared, angrily proclaiming, "What are you staring at, boy? I am honing the secret techniques of the 5 elements demon path, replenishing my earth elemental energy. What is there to see?" Before he could finish, Elder Chong Lu burst into laughter. "Demon King, you lost, and you lost. You were just wishing to bet with me to recover your losses. Yet here we are." Lu Li truly forced Ling Jinshuang to retreat with mere words. "You've lost again. Were it not for our long acquaintance, I might have thought you were here to mooch off me. Get lost, you scoundrel." The Demon King fumed, his forehead throbbing with veins as he turned to curse. The terrifying pressure of the nascent soul descended like a mountain. He was furious at being exposed, his wrath ignited. Bai Jinfeng, sensing the atmosphere, promptly fled. He soon arrived at the Yama Temple, shouting, "Junior brother Lu, Ling Jinshuang has retreated." Yet, there was no response. Strange, it has been several days. Under normal circumstances, a person might have given birth to a 3rd child by now. Why hasn't junior brother Lu completed his breakthrough? Bai Jinfeng muttered to himself. But then he recalled that the honored lord of the Red Tower was inside. There should be no major issues. At most, junior brother Lu would suffer a loss of several billion. Well, back to cultivation, Bai Jinfeng thought, turning to leave. Meanwhile, within the cultivation chamber of the Yama Temple, Lu Li was at a critical juncture of his breakthrough. His entire being shimmered with golden Buddhist light, blood-red demonic light, and fiery white light. The 3 colors of radiance flickered in succession, dazzling as the sun, intensely bright. The entire cultivation chamber felt as scorching as a furnace. Beside him, Lady Honglu bore a grave expression, ready to intervene at any moment. The current situation evidently indicated that the Tao, Buddha, and demon energies within Lu Li were in fierce conflict. A moment's inattention could lead to his body exploding into ashes. Ding ding ding. In Lu Li's mind, the system notifications rang incessantly. Your cultivation methods are entangled, growing increasingly exhilarated. Your chaotic body has attracted the attention of outer celestial demons. A 6-winged golden cicada demon has invaded your body. Upon sensing the demon's intrusion, the great Buddha palm grew more vigorous, joining forces to battle the celestial demon in a chaotic melee. The great Buddha palm incurred the wrath of the masses. Your yin-yang primordial Kunpeng demonic technique. The 24 swords of celestial demons, the great Vajra spell, the great wondrous dragon spell, the indestructible Vajra technique, and the supreme Puryang scripture have decided to join forces. The 6-winged golden cicada demon was suppressed. The great Buddha palm was mercilessly beaten, feeling despondent as the cultivation effectiveness decreased by 10,000. Congratulations, host. Your supreme Puryang scripture has garnered profound insights amidst the chaos, breaking through to the 5th layer. Your Tao, Buddha, and demon techniques have achieved a marvelous balance. You have comprehended the mysteries of the foundational Tao. You are on the verge of condensing the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. As the words fell, the 3 colors of light around him blazed brightly, swirling before gradually contracting, forming a tricolored spiritual flower that hovered above Lu Li's head. Then, it slowly descended into his heavenly spirit. 3 flowers gathering at the crown? Lady Honglu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed. Just as her words fell, the surrounding rich spiritual energy was devoured into his body, transforming into immense magical power that surged into his dantian. With a foundation at the 3rd level, a sudden breakthrough occurred. The magical power surged forth, unstoppable as a raging torrent, continuing to swell. Upon reaching the 4th level, the breakthrough followed swiftly, shattering obstacles with ease. Ultimately, the surge came to a halt. Lu Li's magical power roared like a tempest, astonishingly overwhelming, having ascended to the formidable second stage. Chapter 79. The thickest armor. Is this the magical power of the fourth level? Lu Li abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth. Upon rising, he resembled a towering peak emerging from the depths of the ocean, piercing the heavens above. His hands radiated immense power. With a thunderous incantation, he formed a hand seal, and golden light instantly shimmered behind him. A supreme Buddha manifested, its divine form majestic, exuding a weighty pressure akin to a mountain. With another resounding shout, a mighty roar echoed, accompanied by three awe-inspiring dragon roars. Three formidable celestial dragons soared forth, fierce and majestic, their scales and claws sharp, swirling around him like true dragons descending from the skies. Pure Yang Golden Crow True Fire. With a flick of his fingers, a flame of pure yang erupted. The fire spiraled violently, condensing into a colossal golden fireball in the blink of an eye. The terrifying heat reached a staggering 6,000 degrees. Waves of scorching heat melted gold and stone alike. Yin-Yang Primordial Cultivating Demon Technique. In the next moment, Lu Li's magical power erupted. A flash of blood light illuminating the scene, as an immense and boundless black demonic aura surged forth from beneath his skin, transforming into two gigantic whales. One black and one white, entwined in a circle. Buddhism, Taoism, Demonism. The three supreme techniques were summoned to their utmost, encircling Lu Li, their might utterly astonishing. If Li Jing were to witness such a terrifying sight, he would likely flee in sheer terror. Such overwhelming magical power, it could easily rival that of two Li Jings. Lu Li felt the tumultuous magical power within him, a hint of uncontainable joy gleaming in his eyes. The fourth level of foundation equated to the perfected foundation power that others took years to cultivate. Once he achieved full foundation, would his magical power not rival that of the Golden Core? At that time, would he not directly crush Ling Jinshuang? Lu Li, congratulations. But could you please put on some pants first? At this moment, Madame Honglu slightly tilted her head, her cheeks flushed, gently reminding him. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, looking down to discover that the last remnant of cloth had turned to ashes. Thankfully, the radiant Buddha light, flames, and demonic energy swirled around him, concealing his form. However, with Madame Honglu's profound insight, she must have seen everything. My apologies, I was too excited and didn't notice. Lu Li chuckled awkwardly. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a black robe from his storage ring and donned it immediately. Then, with another grand gesture, he dismissed the various manifestations around him. Thank you, madam. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Li's expression turned serious as he bowed in gratitude. This breakthrough owed half its success to Madame Honglu. First, she had awakened him to the importance of cultivating the three paths concurrently, resolving the hidden dangers in his techniques. Secondly, the rapid success of his breakthrough and the formidable power he wielded, akin to the second stage, were all thanks to the supreme true qi bestowed by Madame Honglu. And that Golden Crow pill, its medicinal properties were astonishing, rapidly enhancing the Yin-Yang Primordial Cultivating Demon Technique, aiding him in breaking through to the fourth level of foundation. Moreover, half of its potency still resided within his dantian, yet to be refined. This truly was an unparalleled divine pill. Such a great favor. How could he not express his gratitude? Aside from offering himself in service, he could think of no other means of repayment. No need for thanks. I am quite pleased to witness you condensing the three flowers gathering at the Summit Dao Foundation, Madame Honglu said with a gentle smile. The three flowers gathering at the Summit Dao Foundation? Lu Li was taken aback at her words. Your cultivation of the three paths, Buddhism, Taoism, and Demonism, has led you to comprehend the roots of the Tao, manifesting the three flowers gathering at the summit. This is why your magical power is so robust, surpassing the ordinary, comparable to the perfected foundation of others, Madame Honglu explained with a smile. Now I understand. Are there any additional benefits to this three flowers gathering at the Summit Dao Foundation? Lu Li inquired eagerly. Indeed, Madame Honglu nodded lightly. The most apparent advantage is that your magical power is several times stronger than that of others. Furthermore, when forming the golden core, it will be somewhat easier, and the quality of the golden core produced will be higher, typically resulting in a top-grade golden core. Is that all? Lu Li felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. There is another benefit. It is said that those who achieve the three flowers gathering at the Summit Dao Foundation will have better luck than others. If a woman attains this foundation, not only will her luck improve, but her fertility will also be enhanced. Madame Honglu smiled. I see. Lu Li nodded thoughtfully. The more powerful a cultivator, the more challenging it was for them to bear offspring. If achieving the three flowers gathering at the Summit Dao Foundation improved fertility, that would indeed be quite advantageous. In the future, when he became powerful and sought a partner to bear children, he might pursue such a woman. May I ask, madam, have you achieved the three flowers gathering at the Summit Dao Foundation? Lu Li ventured to inquire. Why do you ask that? Madame Honglu's eyes sparkled like water, a playful smile gracing her lips. Oh, it's merely pure curiosity. Is it true that luck improves? Lu Li replied nonchalantly. That should be true. Madame Honlu nodded. Oh, madam, you have also cultivated the 3 flowers gathering at the Summit Dao Foundation? Lu Li's eyes brightened. No, Madame Honlu replied with a gentle smile. I have cultivated the 5 Qi returning to Origin Dao Foundation, which is slightly superior to your 3 flowers gathering. How impressive. Although Lu Li did not fully comprehend the implications of the 5 Qi returning to Origin Dao Foundation, the fact that Madame Honlu had cultivated to the perfection of the nascent soul in just over 300 years, preparing to break through to the transformation stage, indicated her extraordinary prowess. Lu Li felt a surge of respect. However, the 3 flowers gathering at the Summit Dao Foundation does have a drawback. Madame Honlu added at that moment. A drawback? Lu Li's expression tightened as he quickly asked, what is it? The drawback is that in the eyes of those in the demonic path, you become the prime target for harvesting yang and supplementing yin, the ultimate furnace for their purposes. Madame Honlu said with a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's body tensed. Such a drawback indeed warranted discretion. By the way, is Ling Jinshuang still outside the city, issuing challenges? Lu Li suddenly recalled, a fierce battle intent surging within him. He was eager to engage in combat with Ling Jinshuang and gauge her true strength. Ling Jinshuang has left, Madame Honlu sighed softly. As a young woman, she is naturally sensitive. Your taunting remarks drove her away. That was indeed somewhat harsh. I shall apologize to her later. Indeed, I will be careful if I encounter her again. Ling Jinshuang is a disciple of the Tianhe Sword Sect and has been trained to despise those of the demonic sect. Now that you have offended her, she will likely react like a wild leopard, intent on tearing you apart, Madame Honlu cautioned. Upon hearing this, Lu Li recalled the history of the Tianhe Sword Sect's leader, who had been deceived by a demonic woman, suffering both financial and personal losses. How could a leader who has lived for over 1,000 years be so easily deceived by a demonic woman? Lu Li mused, intrigued. It was merely a matter of genuine feelings. Otherwise, how could the esteemed leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect compose such a love letter, lamenting, today, I was struck on the head by a strange coconut. And what a strange coconut it was. It turns out to be a letter expressing my longing for you. Madame Honlu sighed helplessly. Lu Li shuddered at the thought. He understood why the leader of the Tianhe Sword Sect would be so humiliated and enraged. Such a personal letter being exposed would lead to ridicule from both the celestial and demonic realms. Anyone would be furious in such a situation. Just then, Madame Honlu suddenly furrowed her brows. Lu Li, you should focus on your cultivation and solidify your foundation. It seems that something significant is about to happen. The 10 great demon gates are in urgent assembly. I need to investigate. Understood, madam. Please be cautious. Lu Li reminded her. I will. Madame Honlu nodded gently, her figure flickering as she floated out of the Yanshin temple. In the entire cultivation chamber, only Lu Li remained. Without hesitation, Lu Li summoned the system and began to examine the system panel. Host, Lu Li, Realm, Foundation Establishment, 4th layer. Yin Yang Mixed Yuan Kunping Demon God Technique, 14th layer, Progress 9. Great Might Heavenly Dragon Spell, 3rd layer, Progress, 25. Great Strength Vajra Spell, 3rd layer, Progress 30. Instant Sword Technique, Perfected. Indestructible Vajra Divine Art, 6th layer, Progress 9. Pure Yang Wuji Scripture, 6th layer, Progress 1. Carefree Wind Control Technique, 1st layer, Progress 16. Great Tathagata Buddha Palm, 11th layer, Progress 90. The 6th layer of Indestructible Vajra Divine Art. The 6th layer of Pure Yang Wuji Scripture. The 14th layer of Yin Yang Mixed Yuan Kunping Demon God Technique. Lu Li gazed at the system panel, his heart brimming with joy. He immediately clenched his fist. An overwhelming power erupted from deep within his flesh, akin to a volcanic eruption. 150,000 pounds. A full 150,000 pounds of physical strength. With the 8-fold enhancement of the Great Strength Vajra spell, he could likely send a sperm whale flying several kilometers. And then, Lu Li struck his fists together, producing a resonant chime. The sound was crisp and clear. A faint golden light instantly emerged from the surface of his skin, swirling around him like flowing water, coalescing into a golden bell that enveloped his entire body. This was the unique Vajra shield attained at the 6th layer of the Vajra technique. However, since he practiced the indestructible Vajra divine art, it should be referred to as the indestructible Vajra shield. Now, with the indestructible Vajra shield protecting him, combined with the demon lotus armor and the black dragon armor, along with the Kunping demon body, who could penetrate his defenses. Who indeed? Chapter 80. Refining the celestial demon. The Tao artifact emerges. With his strength surging, Lu Li felt an immense ambition. He was even driven by an impulse to challenge the 10 great immortals at the demon-slaying city. However, he quickly suppressed this impulse. There are always greater beings beyond mere mortals. It would be wise to bide his time. Right. He had just subdued a celestial demon. Lu Li's expression grew serious. He then sat down cross-legged and entered a meditative state once more. Upon introspection, he saw the celestial demon in his dantian, the 6-winged golden cicada. This was a celestial demon resembling a golden cicada, yet it possessed 6 pairs of golden wings, long and sharp, thin as cicada wings, akin to 6 golden blades. With a buzzing sound, they seemed ready to shoot out at any moment, claiming lives. Its entire body was enveloped in a sinister, twisted, dark, and malevolent bloodlight, appearing rather terrifying. As if sensing Lu Li's spiritual gaze, the celestial demon immediately opened its mouthparts and struggled violently, its 6 pairs of golden wings buzzing in agitation. However, it was utterly futile. A tremendous force firmly suppressed it. Although the 6-winged golden cicada was restrained, Lu Li's expression remained grave. According to the records in ancient texts, the 6-winged golden cicada celestial demon was one of the most common races of extraterritorial demons, boundless and relentless in their existence. Its greatest skill was to invade a cultivator's body from the void when they were off guard, devouring their magical power and soul. Those 6 pairs of golden wings were its instruments for severing a cultivator's soul. Allowing such a celestial demon to reside in his dantian was a source of unease for Lu Li's cultivation. To release it? That was not an option. This celestial demon was already aware of his existence. If released, it would surely return with a vengeance. At that time, with thousands of celestial demons invading, he would instantly be devoured of his cultivation and soul, becoming a soulless fool devoid of magical power. It seemed the only course of action was to refine it into a formless demon sword. Lu Li made up his mind, and immediately began to activate the 24 demon sword technique. Boom. As he channeled his magical power, the myriad forces of the 7 emotions surged forth, swirling around Lu Li and penetrating into his dantian, intertwining with the 6-winged golden cicada celestial demon. The refinement of the demon sword was quite simple, consisting of 2 steps. The first step: channel the 7 emotional forces to satiate the extraterritorial celestial demon. The second step: tame the extraterritorial celestial demon and refine it into a formless demon sword. It appeared straightforward. However, in reality, the first step was exceedingly troublesome. Without enough 7 emotional forces, the extraterritorial celestial demon could not be adequately satiated. Moreover, Lu Li's 7 emotional forces were reserved for refining into demon sword chi to use with the instant sword technique in the future. So he could not afford to waste them lightly. Regrettably, if Li Jing were still alive, he could have provided a daily supply of the 7 emotions of anger, malice, and hatred. Suddenly, Lu Li raised his brow in suspicion. He sensed a surge of 7 emotions of hatred, anger, and malice, 10 times more potent than those of Li Jing, continuously flooding in. Who could it be? Could it be that Ling Jinshuang? At the heart of the Immortal Alliance, in a sword pavilion, with a series of piercing sounds, golden sword threads shot through the air, shattering the illusion that had appeared in the sky, piercing directly through the center of the brow. Upon closer inspection, this illusion unmistakably resembled Lu Li. Beside him, Feng Yingli munched on sunflower seeds, one hand supporting an ancient bronze mirror, continuously infusing it with magical power, projecting one illusion of Lu Li after another into the air. Ling Jinshuang stood in the center, her expression cold and fierce, relentlessly shooting golden sword threads to eliminate each illusion. Sister Ling, since you loathe that Lu Li so much, I just thought of a splendid way to take revenge on him. Feng Yingli suddenly exclaimed, her eyes glowing like light bulbs. Oh, Ling Jinshuang paused her movements. My mother once said, the best way to take revenge on a man is to bear him sons. Have 70 or 80 sons, and then directly divorce him. That way, he will be burdened with a bunch of dependents, and no woman will ever want to marry him again. Don't you think that's a wickedly clever plan? Feng Yingli finished with a proud expression, as if seeking praise. Ling Jinshuang was left speechless. Why couldn't this 6-winged golden cicada celestial demon be satiated? At that moment, in the Yenshin Temple's cultivation chamber, Lu Li furrowed his brows. He had expended half of his 7 emotional forces. Yet, the 6-winged golden cicada celestial demon showed no signs of submission. Lu Li's frown deepened. That half of the 7 emotional forces was enough for him to condense 80 strands of demon sword chi, and now it was wasted for nothing. Since that was the case, he could only try this approach. Lu Li's expression grew serious. He then closed his eyes and exerted all his magical power. After a brief moment, a clear sound echoed in his mind. Your technique responds to your call and begins to besiege the 6-winged golden cicada celestial demon. The 6-winged golden cicada celestial demon continued to resist fiercely. It remained unscathed. Could it be that this wouldn't work? Lu Li's expression grew grave. The 6-winged golden cicada was indeed an extraterritorial celestial demon, only capable of being suppressed, not killed, nor easily tamed. Was he to allow it to linger in his dantian? Just then, another clear sound rang out. The 24 demon sword was now directing the great Tathagata Buddha palm. Your great Tathagata Buddha palm feigns the release of the 6-winged golden cicada celestial demon. The great Tathagata Buddha palm had previously collaborated with the 6-winged golden cicada celestial demon in battle, earning its trust. The great Tathagata Buddha palm has discovered the weakness of the 6-winged golden cicada celestial demon. Your technique continues to besiege the celestial demon. The celestial demon has now submitted. Is this truly possible? Lu Li was momentarily stunned. So this time, It was the great Tathagata Buddha palm that achieved merit. However, Luli did not hesitate further and activated the 24 demon sword technique once more, commencing the refinement of the six-winged golden cicada celestial demon. Approximately half a tea time later, the refinement was complete. Coalesce. Luli suddenly channeled his magical power and formed a hand seal. Before him, a six-winged golden cicada celestial demon materialized, radiating blood-red demonic light, transforming into a black gold flying sword. Measuring 3 inches in length, thin as cicada wings, nearly transparent. On both sides of the sword, an exquisitely etched image of a six-winged golden cicada appeared, every detail apparent, as if it could take flight at any moment. This was the formless celestial demon sword refined from the second sword of the 24 demon sword. It was indeed formless and insubstantial. Only Luli could perceive it. What a remarkable formless demon sword. Luli beckoned with his finger. The black sword danced around him with remarkable agility, moving like an extension of his own body. Swift as a lightning flash, it matched the speed of the Tianma sword chi from the instant sword technique. Furthermore, this formless magic sword, once refined, no longer demanded the expenditure of emotional energy, rendering it an indestructible supreme spiritual sword. Its power was as sharp as that of a top-tier spiritual artifact. One could only imagine the scenario if 1,000 six-winged golden cicada Tianma were to be summoned and transformed into formless magic swords. 1,000 such swords raining down would render one truly invincible. A gleam sparkled in Lu Li's eyes, brimming with anticipation. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that, with his current magical prowess, he could hardly subdue such a multitude of otherworldly demons. Patience was key. He would summon just one for now. However, it was prudent to first restore his magical energy to its peak condition. Lu Li sheathed the golden cicada magic sword and sat cross-legged, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy to recuperate his magical power. Seizing this moment, he retrieved the high-grade storage ring belonging to Ying Tian, which instantly ignited a thrill akin to unearthing a treasure chest. Yet, moments later, Lu Li's expression turned somewhat gloomy. It appeared that Ying Tian was not particularly affluent. The storage ring contained merely a little over 100 medium-grade spiritual stones and a collection of miscellaneous spiritual pills and ordinary spiritual artifacts, with not a single top-tier spiritual artifact in sight. This was perplexing. Given his formidable magical power, comparable to that of 3 Li Jing, how could he be so destitute? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Li grasped the truth. Ying Tian was a loose cultivator. All his possessions were likely expended in exchange for cultivation resources. His audacity to offend the Yinming ghost sect and challenge himself was perhaps driven by a desire for spiritual stones, or a hope to cling to someone else's fortunes. He certainly seemed pitiable. With a quiet sigh, Lu Li resolved to burn extra paper money for Ying Tian on the anniversary of his death next year. Additionally, he discovered some books, illustrations, and memory stones intended for solitary men practicing traditional crafts within the storage ring, each a collector's item. Upon glancing at them, Lu Li found them quite to his taste. Thus, he casually set them aside for Ying Tian, intending to incinerate them together on the next anniversary. Reflecting on this act of kindness, Lu Li felt a surge of warmth within himself. He then focused his mind on restoring his magical energy, preparing to lure the second six-winged golden cicada Tianma to forge into a formless magic sword. Just then, an unforeseen disturbance erupted. The entire cultivation chamber began to tremble, as if the very heavens and earth were shaking, akin to an earthquake. Lu Li's countenance changed dramatically, and he shot upwards into the sky. What was happening? Had the Celestial Alliance launched an attack? Why was the spiritual energy in such tumult? At that moment, figures ascended from the Yiming ghost sect, their faces reflecting surprise and confusion. Gazing into the distance, the air above the entire Zhuxian city was thick with people. All sensed the violent upheaval of spiritual energy. Bewildered by the unfolding events, suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forth from afar, vast and imposing like the might of the heavens, pressing down upon everyone's hearts. Following this, a colossal golden beam of light, as thick as a celestial pillar, erupted from the fall of Immortal's Valley, soaring into the clouds. Boom! The cerulean sky was rent asunder by the golden beam. Everyone beheld the scene. Within that radiant column of light, an ancient and mysterious black scroll unfurled, stretching across miles and exuding an unparalleled aura of the great Tao, enveloping the heavens. Just then, Elder Chonglu appeared, his expression one of shock. His pupils dilating as he murmured, "A Tao artifact has emerged."